The unfortunate Lingchen finds himself traversing into a world governed by the supremacy of card draws. Upon reaching adulthood, every individual is granted a singular opportunity to participate in a card draw. Drawing a combat profession transforms a bicycle into a motorcycle, leading one to revel in the company of glamorous models and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Conversely, those who draw a life profession are relegated to a mundane existence within the confines of the city, living a life devoid of excitement. After awakening the max luck talent for card draws, Lingchen's extraordinary life spirals into an unstoppable trajectory. Gold drops. Gold drops. Bestow upon me gold every single day. With the 10 consecutive draws yielding maximum outcomes, he awakens a hidden profession previously unseen by humanity, the Abyss Lord. I may not possess remarkable abilities, but I do have a multitude of subordinates. What? You are an invincible grand mage? I shall summon 1,000,000 grand mages to play with you. What? You are the mightiest warrior? I will summon 1,000,000 warriors to obliterate you. What? You are the sword immortal of the 9 heavens? I am the Abyss Lord, wielding a divine kingdom, with countless subjects at my command. When faced with the onslaught of the Abyss, I charge forward without hesitation. The Abyss Lord combating the Abyss? That is inconceivable, the heavenly Tao remarks. Isn't this reliance on cheats rather underhanded? Lingchen responds, you have reminded me. What do you think of summoning 1,000,000 heavenly Taos to dominate the entire universe? Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Card Draw. In Linhai City, within the esteemed Linhai No. 1 High School, the expansive playground, capable of accommodating thousands, is currently bustling with activity. Hundreds of senior students gather in small groups, engrossed in fervent discussions. Their faces are etched with a blend of anxiety and anticipation, frequently glancing towards the podium. In a corner of the playground, Lingchen stands leaning against a grand tree, clutching 10 sparkling stones, lost in contemplation. He has been in this world for a week now. Through the memories of the original owner, he has come to understand that this is a realm where card draws reign supreme. Upon turning 18, humans are granted the chance to embark upon their inaugural card draw, awakening their respective professions. The professions vary widely but can generally be categorized into 2 types, combat and life. The disparity between these 2 professions is immense, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. In this era, plagued by the ravages of abyssal creatures, combat professions possess unparalleled advantages. To draw such a profession is to soar to great heights, embarking upon a distinctly different pathway in life. Those who are unfortunate enough to draw a life profession must resign themselves to a life spent within the city. For these high school students, the approach of their final year culminates in a grand coming-of-age ceremony. This ceremony entails a card draw through the wheel of fate, allowing them to awaken their professions. Unlike societal card draws, the school's ceremony guarantees a profession, essentially providing a safety net. In contrast, card draws conducted through the Adventurers Association in society offer no such guarantees. However, card draws are not free. Each draw costs a divine stone, with each stone valued at 10,000. Lingchen has exhausted his fortune to amass only 10 divine stones, which means he could draw a maximum of 10 times. Hey, little Yi, what are you pondering? The voice of Zhang Wei, his desk mate and good friend, interrupts Lingchen's reverie. Oh, nothing much, just contemplating the card draw. Hee. So, am I, Zhang Wei said cheerfully, cradling a bag in his hands. This time my parents have really splurged, pooling together enough for 43 draws. I must obtain a combat profession. Observing the exuberance radiating from Zhang Wei, Lingchen could only shake his head in resignation. 43 draws equate to a staggering 430,000 yuan. It seems Zhang Wei's parents have truly invested fortune. In truth, apart from Lingchen, nearly all the students present shared a similar sentiment. After all, this was an opportunity that could alter one's destiny, and families had exhausted all resources for this card draw. Only he, Lingchen, had become an orphan since the age of 10 following his parents' demise, surviving on the meager savings they left behind while striving to maintain his education amidst hardship. Gathering 10 divine stones was already his utmost limit. Just as the two engaged in casual conversation, the voice of the principal resonated through the loudspeaker on the playground. Attention, students of the senior class, please line up by your respective classes. Those whose names are called should come up to draw cards. With the principal's command, the previously cacophonous playground fell into an immediate hush. All students stood in orderly lines, anxiously awaiting the moment of truth. Class 1 of the first year, Lu E. The first to be called was a bespectacled boy of somewhat frail stature. Under the gaze of hundreds, he cautiously approached the podium, arriving before the fate wheel that shimmered with a nebulous white light. Lu E. Begin. The principal, Ning Wuhan, intoned solemnly. Why yes. Lu E. swallowed nervously and took several deep breaths to steady himself. Subsequently, he retrieved the 20 divine stones he had prepared in advance from his backpack and, gritting his teeth, cast them all into the spinning fate wheel. Boom! A resounding noise, as if from beyond time and space, reverberated, and the fate wheel blazed brilliantly, enveloping the entire playground in a radiant white light, illuminating every face with a divine glow. "Look, something's happening," someone exclaimed, and all eyes converged upon the fate wheel. In the center of the fate wheel, countless beams of various colors emerged like a constellation of stars, swirling around the luminous white column. Soon after, a blue beam and 19 white beams detached from the column, swiftly soaring before Lu E. Lu E was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze fixated on the blue beam, his entire being trembling with excitement. "I drew it. It's a blue quality. Blue quality. Ha ha ha." Lu E shouted with exuberance, eliciting astonishment and envy from all the students and teachers present. Heavens, he starts off with a combat profession. This kid is incredibly fortunate. Indeed, what a splendid beginning this year. What a pity, though, he only drew a profession and not a destiny. What are you thinking? Drawing a combat profession is already a stroke of luck. Who even expects a destiny? Lu E reached out to catch the blue beam, which materialized into an exquisitely crafted blue card. Profession: heavy armor warrior. Fine. The cold voice from the fate wheel echoed across the playground. Goodness, it's a tank. Who would have thought that Lu E, with his slender build, would draw a tank profession? This is outrageous. The classmates from class 1 of the senior year began to murmur amongst themselves. Every face exhibited a look of envy. Regardless of the tier of profession drawn, the fact remained that it was a combat profession, especially the most resilient tank, which many considered a rare blessing. Little Yi, look, it's a heavy armor warrior. So cool. Beside Yi Lingchen, Zhang Wei danced with excitement, making one wonder if he were the one drawing the profession. "Oh, quite impressive," Yi Lingchen replied nonchalantly. "Hey, why do you have no reaction at all?" Noticing Yi Lingchen's lackluster response, Zhang Wei shot him a glance, but his attention was quickly captivated by the subsequent card draws. One by one, students were called, each stepping up to draw their cards. In this scenario, there are those who rejoice and those who lament. Among the participants, the chances of drawing a combat profession are exceedingly rare, with the vast majority instead being assigned to lifestyle occupations. Professions such as chef, laborer, and courier abound, a veritable cornucopia of choices. As for those who did manage to acquire combat roles, they merely awakened their professions without any additional celestial positions being granted. The cards radiating white light are comprised of ordinary items such as scrolls and tools. While their monetary value may be modest, they hold great utility for those on the brink of entering the realm of professionals. As time progressed, it finally came to pass that Class 3 of the senior year was called upon. Class 3 of the senior year, Zhang Wei. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Wei felt a jolt of nervousness. The excitement he had just moments ago was replaced by an inability to even walk. He turned to Yi Lingchen and exclaimed, "Xiao Yezi, am I really going up there?" Yi Lingchen gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "Go for it. You'll do just fine." It seemed that Yi Lingchen's encouragement had a positive effect as Zhang Wei's demeanor transformed. With renewed determination, he strode confidently onto the stage and, without hesitation, hurled all 43 divine stones into the wheel of fate. In an instant, the sky was adorned with brilliant starlight, and a violet beam shot upwards, bursting forth from the white column of light and soaring toward Zhang Wei. Profession: berserker, rare. I know Wei. Staring at the card emanating a purple glow before him, Zhang Wei was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 2. The Golden Legend. It was not only Zhang Wei who was taken aback. Every student present was left speechless. After a brief silence, the playground erupted with an array of astonished exclamations. "My heavens! A rare class. Who is this guy? What extraordinary luck he must have. Damn it! Why does he get a combat class while I end up as a courier? Woe is me." Even the principal, Ning Wuhan, displayed a hint of excitement. A rare combat class. This was the first occurrence of such a rarity since the card drawing began. Among the known professions in humanity's repertoire, the berserker is a renowned combat class. A berserker can contend with at least 5 abyssal creatures simultaneously, and when entering a rage mode, the berserker transforms into a formidable force, sweeping through adversaries with ease. This class boasts immense combat prowess, yet is exceedingly scarce, making them highly sought after in both military and guild circles. "Zhang Wei, you clever lad. You must strive diligently from now on," Ning Wuhan encouraged with a broad smile. Yes, I will definitely work hard." Zhang Wei, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly find the words. However, before he could complete his sentence, a second violet light, accompanied by dozens of white beams, erupted from the column. The playground, which had just been alight with fervor from the rare class draw, fell once more into a profound silence. I must be seeing things. Another purple light? No, surely this is too outrageous. What virtues must this boy's ancestors have amassed? Oh heavens, this is most unjust. Exclamations of astonishment cascaded through the crowd, while Zhang Wei stood frozen in disbelief. Class: berserker, rare. Another chilling voice resonated, and the audience finally erupted with fervor. A destiny seat. It's a destiny seat. This is unbelievable. It's the first time I've seen a card draw yield a destiny seat. Beside Zhang Wei, Principal Ning Wuhan gaped in shock. As someone who had experienced this himself, he understood all too well the staggering odds of drawing a destiny seat in a single card draw. The probability was astoundingly low. In his lifetime, he had only witnessed it once during his own school days, and that individual had since become a national hero of the Dragon Kingdom. You clever lad. Do not leave after the initiation ceremony. Come to my office. Ning Wuhan patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Zhang Wei, still dazed from the shock, nodded vacantly, clutching the remaining scrolls and mechanically descending from the podium. Berserker. Destiny Seat 1. Raging Sands of Fury. In Rage Mode, attack power increases by 10-fold. Health drain per second reduced by 50. Cooldown time decreased by 50. Is this the Destiny Seat? How terrifying. Zhang Wei gazed at the information manifesting in his mind, his lips turning pale with exhilaration. The effects of the Destiny Seat were known only to him and would not be disclosed publicly. Yet, through years of accumulation, the Dragon Kingdom had already grasped some aspects of the Berserker's Destiny Seats, including the first. Zhang Wei, you're impressive. Zhang Wei, well done. Are you treating us now? Many classmates from Class 3 cast envious glances his way. Lingchen also stepped forward to give him the hearty hug. See, I told you that you would succeed. Let us go for a barbecue tonight, and you better not back out. And no problem. Eat as much as you want, it's on me. Just then, a snide voice interjected from the side. Humph, what is so special about being a berserker? Look at this naive demeanor. Amidst the congratulatory remarks, this voice stood out sharply, causing Zhang Wei and Lingchen to turn and look. The speaker was Li Jun, whose academic performance was mediocre, yet hailed from a wealthy family, making him a notable figure in Linghai City. He had always looked down on Zhang Wei, a commoner, and witnessing him draw a rare class and awaken a destiny seat ignited intense jealousy, leading him to mock openly. Li Jun, you bastard. Zhang Wei, initially elated, felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly upon hearing Li Jun's words and was ready to retort in anger. However, he was pulled back by Lingchen. Zhang Wei, you are now a professional. Do not stoop to the level of such scum. Zhang Wei huffed in response, but remained silent. Yet Li Jun was not finished. He pointed an accusing finger at Lingchen. You Yi, who are you insulting? Lingchen cast a disinterested glance his way, too apathetic to respond, which only fueled Li Jun's irritation. However, as this was the initiation ceremony, he dared not cause a scene, fearing retribution from the principal, which could lead to disqualification from the ceremony. Just you wait. With a fierce glare directed at Lingchen, Li Jun fell silent. The ceremony continued, and soon it was Li Jun's turn. He eyed Lingchen and Zhang Wei disdainfully as he approached the podium with an air of arrogance. Without waiting for Ning Wuhan to speak, Li Jun opened his backpack and poured a multitude of divine stones into the Wheel of Fate. With a cacophony, countless stones cascaded into the light column. After this, he boldly declared to the audience, 1,000 draws. Let us see what surprises await me. The sheer number of divine stones poured into the wheel filled the entire playground with a terrifying energy. Everyone was awestruck by the spectacle before them. Is this the power of wealth? Many in the audience stared at the light column, which was 10 times thicker than any seen before. White, blue, purple, gold, red, various hues of light emerged from the column, swirling like a myriad of butterflies, mesmerizing all who gazed upon it. Amidst the anticipation, a resplendent golden light burst forth from the column and soared towards Li Jun. The blinding golden light forced everyone present to squint. Gold, it is gold. The golden legend. He hit the jackpot. This time, even Principal Ning Wuhan lost his composure. He stepped forward beside Li Jun, fixated on the golden light. Quick, let us see what class it is. Li Jun, equally exhilarated, trembled as he reached out to grasp the light. Class, Holy Flame Mage, Legendary. A cold voice echoed once more, yet this time there were no further gasps of astonishment. It was not that Li Jun's class was inferior. Rather, the legendary class was so rare that none of the students had even heard of it. They could only express their shock through stunned silence. Principal Ning Wuhan, however, was different. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The Holy Flame Mage. This is extraordinary, truly remarkable. Ning Wuhan stammered in his enthusiasm. The students were unaware, but he knew all too well that one of the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom was indeed the Holy Flame Mage. The fact that such a class had emerged in his school was utterly beyond his ability to remain calm. Li Jun, remain after the ceremony. I wish to speak with you privately, Ning Wuhan stated, filled with fervor. Li Jun nodded, descending from the podium with the remaining scrolls and items in hand. Though he had only drawn one profession from his 1,000 attempts, that one class was enough to secure his place in the world. While he was uncertain just how formidable the Holy Flame Mage truly was, witnessing Ning Wuhan's excitement assured Li Jun of his success. As he rejoined Class 3, he wore an arrogant smile as he glanced at Zhang Wei. So, how does it feel to witness a golden legend? You've never seen anything like it, have you? Just one berserker has you grinning like a fool, truly rural. Zhang Wei's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger, Yet Li Jun indeed had the right to gloat, leaving Zhang Wei too frustrated to retort. Li Jun relished Zhang Wei's expression, but upon noticing Yi Lingchen beside him, his irritation resurfaced. Yi Lingchen merely cast him a detached glance, as if regarding a mere insect, rendering Li Jun's golden legend utterly insignificant in his eyes. Li Jun sneered inwardly, thinking, "What are you so smug about, you pauper? Let us see what good fortune you can draw." Chapter 3. The hidden profession. The rite of passage had reached its 2/3 mark. Zhang Wei and Li Jun from Class 3 of the senior year delivered consecutive critical hits with their card draws, igniting an atmosphere of fervent anticipation among the onlookers. The excitement was palpable, reaching a fever pitch, having already witnessed a purple and a golden card. Do you think there will be another gold? I bet 50 cents that there absolutely will be. The students who had already drawn their cards, whether they had acquired combat or lifestyle professions, were now utterly oblivious to their future prospects. They eagerly pulled out their phones, wishing to capture this unforgettable moment, with some even surreptitiously starting live streams. After Li Jun, 2 boys ascended the stage one after another, both drawing combat professions. Though merely blue quality, the frequency of such draws left the other classes in stunned silence. The draw rate of Class 3 was astonishing. Until now, no one had drawn a lifestyle profession. Next up, Song Zi. A single utterance from Ning Wuhan silenced all discussions. As every gaze turned towards Class 3, it was common knowledge that the boys of Class 3 were rather unimpressive. Yet they were graced with 2 of the most beautiful girls in the entire senior year, indeed, in the whole of Linhai No. 1 High School. One of them was none other than the class monitor, Song Zi. Even clad in a conservative school uniform, her figure was nothing short of breathtaking. Her fair face reminiscent of unblemished jade, adorned with a pair of spectacles that added an air of intellectual beauty. As the crowd watched, Song Zi gracefully approached the podium. Even Yi Lingchen, who had previously shown indifference to others' card draws, focused intently on her. Coincidentally, Song Zi turned her gaze towards him at that moment. Their eyes met in the air, and Yi Lingchen raised his hand in a fist, softly uttering the words, "Go for it." A subtle smile graced Song Zi's lips as she gently nodded. This caused countless boys in the audience to nearly swoon. She smiled at me. She nodded at me. I must hold significant importance in her heart. Get lost. The goddess is mine. No one noticed Yi Lingchen, nor did they realize that Song Zi's gaze was indeed directed at him. At the tender age of 10, Yi Lingchen's life had plummeted from paradise into the depths of despair when he lost his parents in an accident. The government-provided housing in the city center was reclaimed, forcing him to relocate to a dilapidated old neighborhood where his grandmother had once lived. It was here that he met Song Zi. Her family was equally unremarkable. Living in this neighborhood was not the privilege of the affluent. They had been classmates since middle school, one a top student, the other a struggling learner. Yet, their bond remained strong, often commuting to and from school together. This closeness often led to Yi Lingchen facing ridicule from other boys, who claimed he was a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Besides Zhang Wei, Song Zi was one of the few who genuinely wished him well. Without a backpack, Song Zi retrieved 20 divine stones from her school uniform pocket and tossed them into the Wheel of Destiny. 20 divine stones were the entirety of what her modest family could afford. The familiar beam of light erupted once more, vibrant colors swirling within the Wheel of Destiny, dancing within the luminous column. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, an unprecedented change occurred within the wheel. The purple glow began to overshadow the others, and the golden light once again submerged the deep purple. Just when everyone anticipated the emergence of a second golden card, a blinding red burst forth, ultimately solidifying within the light column. Ning Wuhan, who had been intently watching the Wheel of Destiny, gasped in astonishment, his heart momentarily halting. The overwhelming surprise and shock rendered his breaths uneven as he muttered incoherently, words tumbling from his lips. Red, 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 it is red, red. The next moment, a crimson glow broke free from the light column, a fist-sized red orb silently hovering before Song Zi. A closer inspection would reveal delicate transparent threads adorning the orb. Song Zi, equally taken aback by this spectacle, instinctively reached out her hand and retrieved a red card from the orb. The card shimmered, transforming into specks of red light that merged into her being. A voice, grander than any prior card draw, resonated coldly in the air. Hidden profession, brain of the future, unique. At this moment, the entire playground of Linhai No. 1 High School fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on Song Zi atop the stage, struggling to swallow in disbelief. Red, the legendary hidden profession, a vocation they could only encounter within textbooks. Each hidden profession is unique, a singularity in the world. This meant that only one person globally could possess this profession. Each hidden profession is endowed with unparalleled and terrifying powers. Any nation would be captivated if someone drew a red profession. Moreover, the specific abilities of each hidden profession are shrouded in secrecy, disclosed only at the discretion of the profession holder. As of now, only 30 hidden professions have been documented among the entire Blue Star human race, and Brain of the Future is indeed one of those recorded. This is incredible. The Brain of the Future, truly a blessing for our dragon nation. Ning Wuhan, recovering from his astonishment, wore a complex expression, tears glistening in his eyes. He hastily wiped them away, turning to Song Zi with a weighty tone. Song Zi, you must live up to your profession. Do not tarnish its name. Song Zi, bewildered, nodded affirmatively. Principal Ning, I will. Though she did not comprehend the gravity of his words, she was acutely aware that her profession was far from ordinary. Clutching the remaining tools and scrolls, she intended to leave when Ning Wuhan halted her. You need not descend. Stand beside me. Song Zi complied without protest, obediently positioning herself behind Ning Wuhan, yet her gaze drifted towards Class 3, where one individual was smiling at her, giving her a thumbs up. Next up, Lingchen. As Ning Wuhan's words echoed, the audience, still reeling from Song Zi's revelation, erupted once more into a frenzy. She's here. She has finally arrived. Our eternal goddess of Linhai No. 1 High School. I unilaterally declare that lady, she is invincible. Upon hearing Mu Lingxi's name, all the boys' eyes turned red. A wave of enthusiasm surpassing even that of Song Zi's entrance. Some even spontaneously formed a cheerleading squad, chanting encouragement. Lingchen, witnessing this spectacle, could only shake his head in bemusement. This girl truly commands the aura of a star wherever she goes. Emerging from the crowd, Mu Lingxi was met with fervent gazes from the boys and envious looks from the girls. At 18, she had blossomed into a striking young woman. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her delicately featured face was accentuated by a pair of sparkling blue eyes that seemed to perpetually smile. Standing at the forefront of Class 3, Mu Lingxi suddenly glanced back. At the rear of the line, a solitary figure silently observed her. A captivating smile curved her lips as she cast a playful glance at that figure before turning to ascend the podium. Chapter 4. The Lord of the Abyss. In the original's memory, Mu Lingxi had been Lingchen's childhood companion. They had been inseparable, sharing a bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Lingchen was compelled to vacate his residence in the city center, leading to their estrangement. When he enrolled in Linhai No. 1 High School, he encountered Mu Lingxi once more, only to find that she had blossomed into an enchanting young woman. Unsurprisingly, they found themselves in the same class. However, Lingchen was no longer the same boy he once was. He understood all too well that he and Mu Lingxi now inhabited entirely different worlds. In the face of her warmth, he deliberately distanced himself, maintaining a cautious separation. Upon witnessing Lingchen's close proximity to Song Zi, Mu Lingxi furiously denounced him as a scoundrel. She ascended the podium, casting a provocative glance at Song Zi before striding towards the Wheel of Destiny. The remarkable monetary prowess displayed by Li Jun earlier was now vividly echoed in her actions. With an entire backpack containing 2,000 divine stones, she nearly overwhelmed the Wheel of Destiny. A radiant white beam, exceeding a radius of 50 meters, enveloped the entire podium. Observing the spectacle, the students below exhibited not a shred of astonishment. To them, it seemed perfectly reasonable that, had her backpack been larger, Mu Lingxi could have easily tossed in 10,000 stones. The rationale was simple. Her family was extraordinarily affluent. In stark contrast to the Mu family, Li Jun's household was akin to abject poverty. As a kaleidoscope of colors erupted once more, the audience fell into a hushed silence, each person eagerly awaiting the outcome. At last, a golden beam shot forth from the light column, landing before Mu Lingxi. However, a flicker of profound disappointment shadowed her eyes upon seeing the golden glow. Had she failed once more? Occupation, Elf Saintess, Legendary. A golden legend. My goddess embodies legend. Though not red, I believe this vocation suits Shishi splendidly. Indeed, Shishi is the saintess. Yes. While Mu Lingxi felt a twinge of disappointment, the throng of boys below held an entirely different sentiment. Not only was Mu Lingxi's family wealthy, but her amiable nature endeared her to everyone, a stark contrast to the aloof, bookish beauty Song Zi. Consequently, she enjoyed remarkable popularity among the senior boys and indeed, the entire school. Thus, the revelation of her second legendary status today generated even more excitement than Li Jun's earlier Saint Flame Mage. At this moment, the most exhilarated individual was none other than Principal Ning Wuhan. Since the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony, 2 golds and 1 red had emerged. Such achievements were unparalleled even on a national scale. The news was bound to spread swiftly. He had already observed students capturing the moment on their phones. It would not be long before this astonishing event reverberated throughout Linhai City and potentially all of Dragon Country. Crushed by Song Zi's earlier triumph, even with a golden legend, Mu Lingxi felt disheartened. She departed the podium without so much as acknowledging Ning Wuhan. The subsequent card draws, overshadowed by the fierce competition between the 2 girls, paled in comparison. Although every student from Class 3 who took the stage drew a combat occupation, they failed to captivate the surrounding audience, who remained engrossed in the unfolding drama between Song Zi and Mu Lingxi. Next up was Lingchen. At last, the final student from Class 3 was set to make his appearance. Go, Xiaoyi. If I can draw it, you certainly can. Zhang Wei encouraged loudly. Xiaoyi, Don't bring shame upon Class 3. Mu Lingxi proclaimed from the front row, exuding an air of regality. The rest of the class joined in their support, hoping Yi Lingchen would continue the trend and achieve a grand slam. However, one individual harbored a different perspective. As Yi Lingchen prepared to step out of the Class 3 lineup, Li Jun sneered from behind. Penny pincher, all of us from Class 3 have drawn combat professions. Don't fall behind. If you end up with a dung collector or something, don't dare claim to be from Class 3. Ignoring Li Jun's mockery, Yi Lingchen maintained his composure, leaving Li Jun seething with frustration. With an indifferent expression, he ascended the podium, as if drawing cards was of little consequence to him. When Yi Lingchen deposited 10 divine stones into the Wheel of Destiny, murmurs erupted from the crowd. Since the drawing began, the least anyone had offered was 20 stones. He was likely the only one in Linhai No. 1 High School to present merely 10 stones. The murmurs of the crowd held no weight for Yi Lingchen. His gaze was fixed intently upon the Wheel of Destiny, his heart brimming with hope. At the moment the divine stones entered the wheel, a voice resonated in his mind. Host detected engaging in card drawing, passive skill. I am the lucky 1LV1. Card drawing luck max. 10 attempts remaining this month. Would you like to activate? Activate. In the next instant, the white beam of the Wheel of Destiny expanded 100-fold. The entire playground was engulfed in white light, leaving everyone astonished by the sight. Centered around the Wheel of Destiny, a myriad of colorful beams danced through the air. As time passed, the white light gradually faded, soon followed by the blue and purple hues. Ultimately, even the golden glow withdrew from the competition, leaving behind hundreds of dazzling red beams swirling like dragons in the sky. Principal Ning Wuhan was left utterly dumbfounded. Could this truly be as I suspect? The subsequent events seemed to affirm his thoughts. A beam of red light, even more extravagant than the one belonging to Song Zi, descended, swiftly reaching Yi Lingchen. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from the red light, cascading outward in all directions. All the teachers and students in the playground were struck with terror. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel so afraid? This aura, it resembles that of the abyss. Have abyssal creatures invaded? Help! Countless shrieks of horror erupted, and some attempted to flee, only to find that they couldn't even move under the oppressive force. Even Ning Wuhan was momentarily stunned by this overwhelming presence, his expression grave as he gazed at the red light. Yet, in the face of the terror, Yi Lingchen wore a faint smile. The system does not deceive me. He raised his hand, grasping the card within the red light, which transformed into crimson energy and fused with him. A voice, laden with malevolence, resonated throughout Linhai No. 1 High School. Hidden profession, Abyss Lord, unique. The second red of the day makes its grand debut. As the card melded with his being, the oppressive aura dissipated. On the playground, several students collapsed onto the ground, their faces pale, as if they had just endured a harrowing ordeal. What was that? It was utterly terrifying. An Abyss Lord? Is this truly a hidden profession? I feel as though I am being scrutinized by the abyss. Even those who remained standing were visibly shaken. However, none felt the weight of this revelation more profoundly than Principal Ning Wuhan. In his lifetime, he had witnessed the emergence of a new hidden profession, the Abyss Lord. Waves of astonishment surged within him. The previous aura was indeed that of the abyss. Ning Wuhan struggled to steady his emotions. Today's coming-of-age ceremony had irrevocably altered his understanding. Had it not been for his robust mental fortitude, he might have fainted from excitement. Yet, heaven seemed intent on testing his composure. The events that unfolded next struck a heavy blow to Ning Wuhan's already fragile heart. The beam from the Wheel of Destiny did not recede. Just when everyone assumed Yi Lingchen's card drawing had concluded, another red light descended from above. The terrifying pressure from the abyss once again enveloped all. More? This is a fate seat. My goodness. In my lifetime, I have witnessed the fate seat of a hidden profession. Before the crowd could fully process this, 5 more red beams streaked down like meteors, combining with the previous red light to form a hexagram pattern. A surge of abyssal energy, exponentially more terrifying than before, erupted. Many students could not withstand the pressure and fainted on the spot. Even those who had just awakened their combat professions found themselves paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. Seeing this unfold, Ning Wuhan's already strained mental defenses finally crumbled. He let out an excited shout, his eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted, caught by Song Zi, who rushed to his side. Quick, call an ambulance. The principal has fainted. Song Zi cried out anxiously, only to realize that no one was responding to her. Most of the students in the audience had already followed the principal into unconsciousness, and those who could still stand were in no condition to move even a step. The instigator of this chaos, Yi Lingchen, stood there in a daze, the 6 beams of red light automatically flying into his body and vanishing without a trace. At that moment, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Name, Yi Lingchen. Occupation, Abyss Lord, unique. Level, 1. Strength, 100. Agility, 10. Mental power, 1000. Constitution, 200. Upon seeing this, Yi Lingchen's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had mentally prepared himself for the terrifying nature of hidden professions, but he never anticipated it to be this formidable. It is well known that individuals who have just awakened their professions typically possess attributes ranging from 10 to 50. For instance, a rare profession like Zhang Wei's might barely reach a strength of 100. Yet, Yi Lingchen, having just awakened, already surpassed Zhang Wei, a berserker, in strength. Most astonishingly, his mental power had reached a staggering 1,000. This level was typically reserved for rare magical professions at level 30, yet it had become his standard. However, upon looking at the skills associated with his profession, Yi Lingchen was rendered utterly speechless. Combat skill, get out here, can summon abyssal monsters to fight on his behalf. With the summoning quantity increasing in accordance with mental power, summoning 1 basic unit per point of mental power. Ultimate move, for the Lord. Consumes all mental power to instantaneously detonate all summoned monsters. Explosion damage is 1,000 times the mental power, with a blast radius of 100 meters. This was nothing short of invincibility. Yi Lingchen's heart raced with exhilaration. These two skills were quite understandable. The combat skill allowed him to summon abyssal monsters. And with his current mental power, he could instantly summon 1,000 abyssal monsters to do his bidding. This was not even the most frightening aspect. According to the profession's information, as he leveled up, the level of the summoned units would also increase. For instance, at level 1, Yi Lingchen could summon 1,000 level 1 abyssal monsters simultaneously. By level 10, without any change to his mental power, he could summon 1,000 level 10 abyssal monsters to fight for him. How is this not akin to cheating? Moreover, the ultimate move was even more outrageous. Detonating all summoned creatures would unleash an area of effect damage, annihilating everything within a 100-meter radius. Considering Yi Lingchen was at level 1 with a mental power of 1,000, calculating this, the damage from one ultimate move would reach a terrifying 1,000,000. Was this not akin to a nuclear bomb? Yi Lingchen trembled with excitement. He felt as though his heart might burst from his chest, and if this continued, he too might succumb to the overwhelming shock, just like the principal. At that moment, Yi Lingchen felt the 6 red beams enter him, sketching a hexagram in his mind. This was the Abyss Lord's constellation, a tenfold draw, resulting in a full constellation. The passive talent skill bestowed upon him by the system was simply extraordinary. Constellation 1, worry not, my lord. Skills and ultimate moves no longer consume mental power. Constellation 2, thank you for your hard work, my lord. As long as at least one abyssal creature remains on the field, the summoner recovers 10 health per second. For every additional abyssal creature present, an extra 10 health is restored. Constellation 3, even if not my task, I shall seize it. All summoned abyssal monsters, regardless of type, will inflict splash damage of 10 within a radius of 5 meters. Constellation 4, mighty is my lord. For every abyssal monster summoned, the summoner's strength and constitution increase. The increase is equal to the sum of all levels of the summoning monsters multiplied by 10. Constellation 5, the blessing of my lord. The base level of summoned creatures is 1. Constellation 6, the ruthless gaze of my lord. The summoner and summoned creatures' attacks ignore the enemy's defense. Gasp. Upon reading these 6 constellations, Yi Lingchen inhaled sharply. He had already experienced the might of the Abyss Lord, but he never expected that unlocking the constellations would render him incapable of rational thought. Had the heavens been so generous to him? Such a monstrous constellation was indistinguishable from cheating. Just the first constellation was already outrageous. The Abyss Lord, strictly speaking, belonged to the summoning class and is a type of mage, primarily consuming mental power. Yet, the first constellation completely compensated for this shortcoming. Yi Lingchen transformed into a perpetual motion machine, able to summon abyssal monsters without restraint, replacing any fallen with another, an endless cycle. Indeed, he was a heartless lord. The second constellation was even more excessive. Summoners are typically fragile. If their core is attacked, they face life-threatening danger. However, this constellation allowed Yi Lingchen to regenerate health continuously. The more summoned creatures, the faster the recovery. As long as he wasn't hit by a guaranteed fatal strike, no one could take him down. The damage dealt by enemies could not outpace his healing. The third constellation was even more straightforward. Each abyssal monster summoned by Yi Lingchen automatically possessed area of effect skills. Attacking one enemy would inflict splash damage on surrounding foes. While the damage might seem modest, the sheer number of monsters would overwhelm. Up until this point, it was still somewhat reasonable, but the subsequent 3 constellations crossed into the realm of the absurd. Constellation 4 did not merely enhance the attributes of the monsters. It instead fortified Yi Lingchen himself. Mage-type professions are inherently fragile, with weak strength and constitution. If a melee profession closes in, it spells disaster. Furthermore, if they exhaust their mental power during battle, mages lose all combat capability. Their meager melee attack power is scarcely enough to tickle a level 1 slime. Yet, the 4th constellation of the Abyss Lord completely overturned this norm. As long as there were enough abyssal monsters, Yi Lingchen would transform into a terrifying melee powerhouse. For instance, at level 1, with 1,000 mental power, he could summon 1,000 level 1 monsters, resulting in a staggering strength and constitution of 10,000. This meant he could obliterate an enraged Zhang Wei with nothing but his fists, without needing the abyssal monsters to lift a finger. Should Yi Lingchen reach level 10, maintaining his mental power, that would translate to a strength and constitution of 100,000. Was this not the definition of a numerical monstrosity? The fifth constellation further enhanced the summoned creatures. The base level of the summoned creatures is 1. This does not refer to their level, but rather to the attributes of the monsters themselves. Abyssal monsters range from common to elite, minor boss, major boss, and world boss. Take the common slime, for example. Elite monsters boast attributes tenfold greater than those of regular ones. In other words, the abyssal monsters summoned by level 1 Yi Lingchen would start at the elite level, even when facing boss-level enemies. 1,000 elite creatures could collectively overwhelm and defeat a boss in an instant. This was blatant overkill. As for the sixth constellation, it was no longer subtle. It was undoubtedly a cheat-level ability. Regardless of whether it is Yi Lingchen himself or his summoned entities, their attacks against adversaries disregard the opponent's defensive capabilities. In essence, both he and his summons deal unequivocal true damage, devoid of any attenuation. After reviewing his 6 constellations, Yi Lingchen found himself utterly speechless. In his previous life, he was the quintessential unlucky individual, consistently drawing the worst cards. Yet, in this life, he has metamorphosed into an extraordinary being, luckier than even the most fortunate of souls. However, this was not the end. The Abyss Lord possesses 3 inherent talents. Inherent Talent 1. Confidence from the Abyss Lord. Both the summoner and the summoned entities are guaranteed to land critical hits, with critical damage increased by 200. Inherent Talent 2. Abyss Dwellers do not deceive their kin. Immunity to all negative effects from the Abyss, including but not limited to curses, bleeding, control, and fatal strikes. Inherent Talent 3. Home at last. When within the confines of the Abyss, one's aura transforms into that of an Abyss creature. Yi Lingchen felt a sense of numbness wash over him. All his inherent talents were passive effects, with Talent 1 further amplifying damage, leaving little room for discussion. Talent 2 provided immunity against all debuffs, proving exceedingly useful in battles against abyssal monstrosities. It is well known that these creatures are fantastical and varied, with many inflicting poison, bleeding, curses, and other detrimental effects. Should one fall victim to such an attack, their strength would be significantly diminished. Without a healer or another supportive role capable of dispelling debuffs, one might easily succumb to exhaustion. Additionally, some formidable abyssal beasts possess a execution attribute capable of delivering lethal strikes. This talent effectively shields one from all negative effects, greatly enhancing survival odds, a quintessential choice for self-preservation. As for Talent 3, it is unlikely to ever be utilized in his lifetime. Given humanity's current plight, not only is entering the abyss a distant dream, but merely withstanding the onslaught of abyssal creatures is already a considerable challenge. In summary, Yi Lingchen found himself thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of his card draw, devoid of any points of contention. If he were to search for a flaw, it would be the imbalance in his attributes, particularly in agility, where he held no advantage. In Yi Lingchen's inherent perception, beings of the Abyss Lord, ilk, are colossal, towering creatures ruling over vast realms. Such a profession hardly necessitates swiftness, as he would not be required to engage directly in combat. With this thought, Yi Lingchen's spirit soared. As he regained his composure from the information flooding his mind, he observed Ning Wuhan, unconscious beside him, and Song Zi, who was casting him a glare filled with envy. Below, a considerable number of students had also fainted. Class monitor, what happened? Why is everyone? Yi Lingchen scratched his head, bewildered. Humph. How dare you ask? Song Zi glared at him with gritted teeth. This is all your fault for drawing those cards. Yi Lingchen was somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that a mere card draw could result in such chaos. Fortunately, while some had fainted, none were gravely harmed. Had his card draw caused the demise of all present, he would have likely faced the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons before he could even dream of dominating the world. With a profession and 6 constellations, he had drawn a total of 7 times. Due to the school's Wheel of Destiny only allowing constellation draws, once filled, the remaining divine stones would be returned tenfold. Thus, Yi Lingchen not only incurred no loss of divine stones, but ultimately gained an additional 30. 30 stones equate to 300,000. With these divine stones, he could seek out the Adventurers Guild to acquire specialized weapons. With Yi Lingchen's card drawing concluded, the entire adult ceremony came to a close. Soon, the school nurse arrived on the scene, and after some commotion, all present regained consciousness. Albeit the shock from the ceremony would likely remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Witnessing a golden legend, uncovering hidden professions, and even seeing a tenfold draw of a hidden profession would surely be a topic of boasting for most. Once Ning Wuhan regained his senses, he promptly summoned Yi Lingchen, Song Zi, Mu Lingxi, Li Jun, and Zhang Wei to the principal's office. Observing these youthful students before him, Ning Wuhan felt a mix of emotions. How fortunate he was to have educated such exceptional individuals, though their success was primarily due to their own luck. As the principal of Linhai No. 1 High School, he would undoubtedly take pride in the fact that these remarkable individuals hailed from his institution. Furthermore, this event would likely attract more students, elevating the school's faculty and resources to new heights. With a smile, Ning Wuhan addressed them. Congratulations to you all. This adult ceremony has yielded tremendous rewards, and it has brought honor to our school. Now, the college entrance examination approaches. What are your respective plans? Upon hearing the principal's inquiry, the group exchanged glances. The first to speak was Li Jun. He stole a glance at Mu Lingxi beside him and declared, "My goal is to enroll in Qingbei University." Upon hearing this, the others quickly chimed in. Both Mu Lingxi and Song Zi decided to aim for Qingbei University. Only Zhang Wei and Yi Lingchen remained silent. Zhang Wei felt somewhat awkward. After all, the professions drawn by the others surpassed his own, leaving him feeling somewhat inferior. He timidly spoke, "Well, I initially planned to join the Adventurers Guild after graduation to become an adventurer, but now that I've drawn a rare profession, do you think I might also have a chance at Qingbei University?" Zhang Wei's words momentarily stunned Ning Wuhan, but soon a look of appreciation spread across his face. He fully understood Zhang Wei's mindset. Anyone who suddenly received a rare profession would naturally aspire to strive for greater heights. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. The reactions of the others varied. Song Zi and Mu Lingxi remained indifferent. Although they were classmates, they had little interaction. And out of respect for each other's relationship with Yi Lingchen, they merely offered polite smiles in response. Li Jun scoffed derisively, his face filled with disdain. In his view, Zhang Wei had merely stumbled upon good fortune, a creature that was destined to perish in the sewers of Linhai City, now daring to dream of enrolling in Qingbei University. Yi Lingchen, however, wore an approving expression as he patted Zhang Wei's shoulder. "Well done, I support you." Zhang Wei's face flushed. "Little Yi, we had agreed to share our plans. What about you? What are your intentions?" His question plunged the office into silence. Every gaze, including that of Principal Ning Wuhan, fixated on Yi Lingchen, eagerly awaiting his response. Particularly, Song Zi and Mu Lingxi's eyes seemed to bore into him, as if attempting to extract his thoughts directly. Under such scrutiny, Yi Lingchen felt a tad embarrassed as he scratched his head and replied, "I don't have any particular plans. Qingbei University is great, but I can barely scrape together the tuition fees, so I might not be able to join you." Upon hearing this, Li Jun wore a look of disdain, while the others appeared disappointed. Mu Lingxi bit her lip and exclaimed urgently, "Yi Lingchen, how can you say such defeatist things? You possess a hidden profession, and it's a full constellation. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, you are unparalleled. I will cover your tuition. I refuse to let you squander your bright future." Ning Wuhan, standing nearby, added earnestly, "Lingchen, while we may not fully understand your profession's capabilities, your performance during the adult ceremony was undoubtedly remarkable. Qingbei University is the foremost institution in the country, home to many illustrious figures, including our Dragon Kingdom's war god and the Four Pillars. In every regard, this is your best choice." Faced with their earnest exhortations, Yi Lingchen could only smile wryly. He was well aware of the truth in their words. However, the reality of financial constraints weighed heavily upon him. Tsinghua and Peking universities are renowned, hailed as the foremost institutions of learning in the Dragon Country. Regardless of whether one aspires to a combat profession or a civilian vocation, there exist corresponding academies that provide comprehensive guidance and education to students. However, the tuition fees at these prestigious universities are exorbitantly high. Even if he were to liquidate the remaining divine stones in his possession, it would scarcely cover a single academic year's tuition. Such an exorbitant expense appears utterly unattainable for him at this moment. As for Mu Lingxi's suggestion, it had never crossed his mind. Now that he has reached the age of 18, as a man, he must stand on his own 2 feet. How could he possibly accept financial assistance from another, especially from Mu Lingxi? Should he acquiesce, it would not be long before Li Jun embellished the story and spread it far and wide. He would find himself branded as a kept man, and Mu Lingxi's reputation would suffer considerably. Ultimately, Yi Lingchen could only shake his head in resignation, declining Mu Lingxi's offer. The latter, exasperated, stamped her foot, exclaiming, "You stubborn fool! You truly infuriate me." Meanwhile, Principal Ning Wuhan appeared deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Lingchen, there may still be a way out of this predicament." As he spoke, he opened the drawer of his desk, producing several sheets of paper, and pointed to the text upon them. "This is the enrollment brochure for Tsinghua and Peking universities. Those with excellent college entrance examination scores and genuine financial hardships may apply for scholarships. If one score ranks within the top 10 nationally, tuition fees can be halved. Should one attain the first place nationally, tuition for all 4 years will be entirely waived." "Is that so?" Yi Lingchen expressed his surprise, taking the enrollment brochure to examine it, and indeed found it, as Ning Wuhan had stated. Li Jun, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully, interjecting, "You think you can secure the top spot nationally? Dream on. Do you have any idea how many candidates will sit for the exam this year? At least 100,000, if not more. Among them are numerous prodigies, and perhaps several who surpass you." He added, I advise you to give up on such fantasies. You insufferable fool. How dare you speak? Mu Lingxi retorted, her anger directed at Li Jun. The latter merely curled his lip, refraining from further comment. Though inwardly he wished for Yi Lingchen to withdraw from school altogether. Why must beautiful women flock around him? The goddess, she belongs to me. His silent outcry went unheard, while Yi Lingchen paid him no mind. Ning Wuhan continued, based on previous years' experiences with applicants to Tsinghua and Peking universities, your minimum level must reach 20 before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, you won't even meet the threshold to compete with other candidates. 20. That's so high? Zhang Wei exclaimed. With only 2 weeks until the exam, how could one possibly reach level 20? Zhang Wei, do not fret, since I have mentioned it. There are indeed methods to achieve this, Ning Wuhan reassured, taking a sip of tea. As a municipality, Linhai City boasts exceptional educational resources. Within the secret realms governed by the Linhai City Education Department, there exists one specifically designated for senior students to engage in intensive training prior to the exam. This secret realm is located on Zhongming Island in the eastern suburbs of Linhai City. Its level is not high, having been thoroughly explored, and its safety is guaranteed. With diligent effort over the next 2 weeks, there remains a strong possibility for success. Upon hearing this, the group, including Zhang Wei, displayed expressions of excitement. Such a fortunate opportunity is akin to being granted a private tutor. However, it must be noted that public resources are limited. Access to this secret realm is restricted, and each participant is required to pay an entrance fee of 50,000. Wait, there's a fee? Zhang Wei's enthusiasm immediately waned. Even Song Zi appeared troubled. Both of their families were not affluent, having already exhausted their resources in the recent draw. And now they were expected to produce 50,000 to enhance their prospects. This was indeed a considerable challenge. I need to discuss this with my family, Song Zi said, her voice tinged with hesitation. Unexpectedly, Ning Wuhan shook his head, responding, Zi, you need not participate in this training. Your situation is to be handled differently. Huh? Song Zi was taken aback, looking at Ning Wuhan with confusion. Ning Wuhan, with a complex expression, replied, the specifics cannot be explained in just a few words. You will understand shortly. He turned to the others, saying, there is no need for an immediate response. Discuss it with your families, and if they agree, come find me to register. The group nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Lingxi and Li Jun, coming from affluent families, would only need to relay the information at home, while Zhang Wei would certainly need to confer with his family. The three departed first, leaving Song Zi behind with Ning Wuhan. Only Yi Lingchen remained, fixated on the enrollment brochure in silence, lost in thought. After a moment, he sighed softly and turned to leave. Must he truly sell the divine stones? Just as he was lost in contemplation, Ning Wuhan called out to him, a mysterious expression crossing his face as he whispered, Lingchen, do not be in haste to leave. I possess a method that will allow you to participate in the training without incurring any expenses. Would you care to hear about it? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchen, who had intended to depart, suddenly felt intrigued. Principal, such a fortunate opportunity exists? Why did you not mention it earlier? He inquired, puzzled. Ning Wuhan sighed. The matter is rather intricate, and I could not discuss it in front of so many people. Just as he was speaking, a hurried pair of footsteps approached from outside the door, and a young teacher rushed in without knocking. Principal Ning, the military district personnel have arrived and request to see you. As he spoke, the teacher cast a furtive glance at Song Zi, who stood beside Ning Wuhan. Ning Wuhan was taken aback, but quickly donned a knowing expression. Please, let them in. The young teacher nodded and hurried back out. Before long, he returned with 2 men clad in military uniforms. Before any introductions could be made, Ning Wuhan stood up with a smile, exclaiming, Old Xiao, what brings you here? As he spoke, Ning Wuhan stepped forward to embrace one of the older military men. The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Xiao, sported a broad smile. You know perfectly well why we are here, he replied, his gaze settling directly on Song Zi. The latter shivered under his piercing gaze, instinctively moving closer to Yi Lingchen. Ning Wuhan playfully punched Old Xiao, chiding, look what you've done. You've frightened the child. Can't you be a bit kinder? He then invited the 2 military personnel to take a seat. After the formalities, it was revealed that the 2 men were Qiu Changtian, the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military District, and his aide, Wang Tianhua, a young man already holding the rank of colonel at the tender age of 20. Upon hearing Wang Tianhua's name, both Yi Lingchen and Song Zi gasped in astonishment. Song Zi, in particular, exclaimed, you are the legendary one of the 3 killers, the Peacock King. Wang Tianhua smiled and nodded, silently acknowledging her words. Yi Lingchen was equally astonished. This young military figure, only 2 years his senior, was already a prominent figure in the Dragon Country. He had vanquished countless abyssal beasts on the battlefield, earning the respect of all, and alongside 2 others, he was hailed as one of the 3 killers. Known as the Peacock King, Old Xiao, with a teasing smile, remarked, Tianhua, don't be so stiff. This young lady admires you. Why not get her an autograph? Wang Tianhua blushed slightly, retorting, Master, you've embarrassed me in front of juniors. Haha, you, who are usually so arrogant. Can't even speak in front of a pretty girl? You'll be colleagues and comrades in the future. What do you have to be afraid of? Colleagues. Comrades. Song Zi was left in bewilderment. After a round of pleasantries, Ning Wuhan transitioned to the main topic. During this upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, the military will be watching the live broadcast in its entirety, as is tradition in the Dragon Country. It is precisely for this reason that the military personnel arrived immediately after you drew the future brain. Ning Wuhan addressed Song Zi. Zi, your profession is quite unique. You need not participate in this year's college entrance examination, for these two individuals have come specifically to escort you to the military. What? To the military? Song Zi was left utterly bewildered. While she was undoubtedly an academic prodigy, her understanding of the military was minimal. Most perplexing was how, despite merely drawing a card, the military had dispatched personnel to seek her out. Was there something more to this? Lingchen, who had remained silent until now, found himself intrigued upon learning that they were there specifically for Song Zi. Old Ning, allow me to elaborate, Xiao Changtian interjected. Song Zi, your vocation is that of the future brain. The significance of this profession is paramount for the entirety of Dragon Country. As he spoke, he glanced at Lingchen beside him, then at Ning Wuhan, who nodded in agreement. After all, they were allies. You have witnessed the card drawn by Lingchen. The future is boundless. Your visit coincides perfectly with a request for assistance, which is also for this child. Xiao Changtian continued, the future brain is a unique vocation. And once it comes into existence, there can only be one within the entire blue star. This is undoubtedly common knowledge for you. Both Song Zi and Lingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Hidden professions were indeed singular, with only one person globally holding such a title. This was basic understanding. Our Dragon Country's rapid recovery of strength following the last Abyss War can be attributed to the previous, future brain. As he spoke, nostalgia graced Xiao Changtian's countenance, and the atmosphere in the office grew solemn and heavy. I shall refrain from delving too deeply into the specifics of this vocation, for you will likely gain some understanding upon awakening. However, it is crucial to note that the military possesses absolute authority regarding the development of the future brain. The previous holder meticulously documented everything about the future brain before their sacrifice, creating invaluable data. Therefore, once this profession awakens in our Dragon Country, it will solely serve the military. Xiao Changtian's words landed like a thunderous bomb, leaving both Song Zi and Lingchen profoundly shocked. Was this something two 18-year-olds ought to be privy to? Particularly for Song Zi, who, after awakening the future brain, had acquired a preliminary understanding of the profession and was still reeling from its significance. It was only upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words that she grasped the magnitude of her newly awakened vocation. Yet, she was also consumed by curiosity. If this vocation was a focal point of military attention, how had the previous, future brain, perished? Surely, such a profession would not necessitate battlefield engagement. With this thought, Song Zi timidly inquired, I would like to ask, who was the previous, future brain? How did they die? As soon as the words left her lips, the office fell into a profound silence. The smile on Ning Wuhan's face vanished. Wang Tianhua wore an expression of grave solemnity, and a flicker of pain crossed Xiao Changtian's eyes. With a heavy sigh, he replied, this is not a secret, and you would eventually learn it. The previous, future brain, was named Wuxianovel. Upon hearing the name, Song Zi nodded thoughtfully, unaware that beside her, Lingchen had subtly shuddered. At that moment, a tempest surged within Lingchen's heart. Wuxianovel, that was the name of his deceased father. Could it be? Countless enigmas surged in Lingchen's mind. When his parents passed away, he was still a child, and he had been informed that they had perished in a traffic accident. Ultimately, he had never even seen their remains. Soon after, their residence was reclaimed, and he was compelled to leave. Ever since that moment, Lingchen's quality of life had plummeted. The once joyous childhood had vanished, replaced by solitude and hardship. Was it merely a coincidence of names? Lingchen pondered. Impossible. Few would dare bear the name Xianyuan, and the Yi surname was not particularly prominent. They were undoubtedly speaking of his father. He had never known that his father had been a future brain. In his recollections, his father had been perpetually busy, often sporting disheveled hair, frequently sleep-deprived, and routinely scolded by his mother. Yet he always wore a smile and devoted his limited free time to playing with him. Such memories were indelible. Now, hearing about his father once more, Lingchen sensed that there were secrets he had yet to uncover. The circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths must harbor undisclosed truths. With this thought, Lingchen resolved to inquire of Xiao Changtian. However, as the words teetered on the brink of his lips, he suddenly halted. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he regarded Xiao Changtian and Wang Tianhua, the Peacock King, in silence. Chapter 9. The Trial Begins. Were this a time past, Lingchen would have readily inquired about his parents' circumstances. Yet now, this body had been assimilated by the transmigrated Lingchen. He was no longer an ignorant, impoverished student. In that moment, he was struck by some chillingly profound questions. If his father were such an eminent figure, why had his death gone unmentioned in the media or on television? Delving deeper, If his father Yi Xianyuan held such significance for Dragon Country, then his death might well have been concealed by the military. Yet this led to further contradictions. In Yi Lingchen's memories, his parents had perished simultaneously. In Xiao Changtian's earlier discourse, no mention had been made of his mother. Even more bizarrely, if his father were so vital to the nation, shouldn't he, as his child, have received better protection and treatment? Yet his experiences had been the stark opposite. He could still vividly recall that it had been 2 police officers who had come to inform him. They had hastily dropped off a few thousand yuan in compensation before departing. Within a week, their home had been forcibly reclaimed, and he had received no prior notice. Upon returning home, he found his belongings strewn about outside the door. No one had offered him explanations, nor had anyone consoled or sympathized with him. Even the neighbors regarded him with averted gazes. Had it not been for the old house left by his grandmother, he might have found himself homeless. The death of his parents had brought him nothing but unending anguish. Now, upon learning more about his father, Yi Lingchen was unequivocally certain that there were hidden layers to the truth. However, he could not pose any questions now, nor could he betray any signs of abnormality. Otherwise, Yi Lingchen dared not contemplate further. His singular focus now was on becoming stronger. One day, when he possessed sufficient power, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Moreover, with Song Zi joining the military, it was possible she might provide him with more information in the future. With this thought, Yi Lingchen steadied his emotions and continued to listen to their conversation. After discussing Song Zi's situation, Xiao Changtian instructed Wang Tianhua to accompany her home. This development had come rather abruptly, and it was imperative to explain the situation to her parents. Of course, it was merely a formality, regardless of their consent. Song Zi was destined to enter the military. As they were about to depart, Song Zi cast a lingering glance at Yi Lingchen, her eyes filled with reluctance. The uncertainty of when they would meet again weighed heavily upon her. Yi Lingchen remained silent, merely nodding in encouragement. Once the two had left, Ning Wuhan spoke again. Old Xiao, there is another matter regarding this child, Yi Lingchen. Oh, what is it? Xiao Changtian inquired, puzzled. It's nothing too significant. Ning Wuhan rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat bashful. The military recently developed a new secret realm on Riming Island. Since there's nothing else to occupy him, why not allow this child to enter for some training? You are aware that he has also drawn a hidden profession, and to top it off, it is fully awakened. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in my teaching career. This child's future is boundless. Ning Wuhan wished to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian furrowed his brow, glanced at Ning Wuhan, and scrutinized Yi Lingchen with a serious expression before stating, Old Ning, it is not my intention to undermine your authority. The secret realm was recently developed and remains unstable, with certain areas yet to be fully explored. I need not elaborate on the inherent dangers of an incompletely developed secret realm, do I? To allow such a promising talent to enter is akin to jest. Faced with Xiao Changtian's skepticism, Ning Wuhan offered a resigned smile, subsequently explaining Yi Lingchen's circumstances. After listening, Xiao Changtian frowned slightly, his gaze oscillating over Yi Lingchen before he reluctantly nodded. Very well. Since you have taken the initiative to approach me, I must concede you this favor. However, let me be clear. Should any misfortune befall you, the consequences will rest solely on your shoulders. Turning to Yi Lingchen, he continued, Young man, this instance holds considerable uncertainty. Even with a hidden profession, your safety is not guaranteed once you enter. Life-threatening dangers lurk at every corner. I urge you to reconsider. Yi Lingchen shook his head, replying, Chief, I appreciate your concern. However, I must proceed. As I aspire to enroll in Qingbei University, I cannot let any opportunity to strengthen myself slip away. Yi Lingchen's declaration caused Ning Wuhan to regard him with newfound respect. Merely half an hour prior, he had been ambivalent about applying to Qingbei University. What had prompted this sudden resolve? Little did they know, it was the revelation regarding Yi Lingchen's father that spurred his determination to pursue Qingbei University. He must grow stronger. Only then would he possess the power to unveil the truth. With only days remaining until the college entrance examinations next month, he needed to rapidly enhance his abilities while also amassing some funds, for both card draws and schooling would require financial resources. 3 days later, the group reconvened in the principal's office, albeit without Song Zi's presence. After returning home, Zhang Wei had informed his parents about the situation. Without hesitation, they borrowed money from relatives and friends to support his enrollment. As for Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, their circumstances required no elaboration. Ning Wuhan glanced at his watch. It was 7:30 in the morning. It's nearly time. Let us depart. With that, the group boarded a dedicated vehicle, heading east towards Linhai City. After an hour's drive, they arrived at an airport in the suburbs. The group disembarked and boarded a helicopter, flying directly to Chongming Island. The journey spanned over an hour, and they finally landed on a helipad located on the island. It was their first time venturing into the wilderness. It is worth noting that outside the cities populated by humanity, the wilderness of the Dragon Kingdom is exceedingly perilous. Sporadic magical beasts lurk about, and many once normal flora and fauna have been tainted by the aura of the abyss, mutating into fearsome monsters. without the expertise of professional adventurers or military personnel. Venturing into the wild would be tantamount to courting death. Upon disembarking the helicopter and exiting the helipad, they followed a narrow dirt path eastward for several hundred meters. At last, amidst a dense grove of trees, a massive cave came into view. At the entrance of the cave, a swirling vortex emanating a faint blue glow spun incessantly. Ning Wuhan pointed towards the vortex, stating, "This is the entrance to the secret realm. From here on, apart from you Lingchen, the three of you may team up to explore the secret realm. I have already provided you with the precautions and basic information regarding the realm, so I needn't reiterate." Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi all shook their heads in agreement, although Song Zi was absent. This trio comprised an ideal configuration for a secret realm exploration team: a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer. Provided they did not encounter exceptionally troublesome foes, they should remain safe in the realm, especially since two of them were golden legends, and even the least capable among them, Zhang Wei, held a rare profession. While not a pure tank, the Berserker class combined aspects of tanking with damage output and possessed superior taunting skills, making it significantly more formidable than the average tank. Ning Wuhan held considerable confidence in their small team. Before the entrance to the secret realm, numerous students from other schools had already gathered, each displaying expressions of anxiety and excitement as they formed teams to enter. After a brief preparation, Zhang Wei and his companions were ready to venture inside. "Xiaoyi, we are heading in. Be sure to give it your all." Zhang Wei called to Yi Lingchen. "Don't overexert yourself. If it becomes too challenging, do come find us." Mu Lingxi added. Only Li Jun snorted disdainfully, uttering not a word as he was the first to step into the secret realm. Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Once the three had entered, Ning Wuhan turned to Yi Lingchen and said, "Let us proceed. Your destination lies ahead." Chapter 10. Which part are you from? Within the confines of the Chongming No. 1 secret realm, groups of 3 or 4 were engaged in fierce combat. This secret realm was administered by Linhai City's education department, specifically designed to provide accelerated leveling opportunities for exceptional students. Commonly, secret realms are categorized into 3 types. The first is the nascent secret realm, formed naturally by the rules of Blue Star's world, yet undiscovered by humanity, rendering its contents completely unknown. Each year, thousands of nascent secret realms emerge worldwide, scattered across various locations. The second type is the dungeon secret realm. Initially, these secret realms are also nascent. After thorough exploration and complete good by humanity, they are transformed into repeatable dungeons through a series of special means. The Chongming No. 1 secret realm that the elite students are entering is a dungeon secret realm. Each team that enters the secret realm exists within an independent world, with no interference from others. The third type of secret realm is known as the abyssal secret realm, which has been thoroughly tainted by the aura of the abyss. These realms are exceedingly perilous, often posing challenges several times, if not dozens of times, more difficult than dungeon secret realms. The monsters within become increasingly abyssal, exhibiting immense strength and proving exceedingly difficult to defeat. However, the rewards for successfully clearing an abyssal secret realm far surpass those of a dungeon secret realm. Both nascent and dungeon secret realms carry the potential for abyssal transformation. Should such a situation arise, nations would promptly involve their military forces or dispatch powerful adventurers from the Adventurers Association frigate. Only after getting it would they be open to the public. At this moment, within the Chongming No. 1 secret realm, the trio of Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi was wreaking havoc. The secret realm offers 4 levels of difficulty: easy, standard, hard, and nightmare. They chose the standard difficulty. In stark contrast to other teams' cautious and methodical approaches, this team, composed of 1 purple and 2 golden professions, charged through the dungeon like wild stallions. Zhang Wei, resembling a human tyrannosaurus, had long discarded his upper garments. In his berserk mode, he transformed into a berserker, diving into a throng of monsters and dispatching them with ease. There was no technique, no strategy, only raw, unadulterated force. 1 punch, 1 kick, or a mere bite. Before the monsters could even comprehend their adversary, Zhang Wei had torn them to shreds. On the other side, Li Jun, embodying the Holy Flame Mage, floated gracefully in midair, his feet barely touching the ground. With a brown staff in hand and golden flames flickering in his eyes, he unleashed massive columns of holy flames, casting invitations of death upon the creatures below. Meanwhile, standing behind them, Mu Lingxi wore an expression of exasperation. "I truly cannot comprehend you two," she lamented. One hand pressed to her forehead, her face a mask of resignation. Since entering the dungeon, Zhang Wei and Li Jun have been like 2 rams in heat, brimming with animosity toward each other. Initially, they pretended to cooperate, with one tanking and the other dealing damage. However, they soon abandoned the charade, opting instead to operate independently, each slaying foes in their own way. "Zhang Wei, you fool, don't you even glance at your health bar?" Mu Lingxi scolded from a distance, raising her hand to cast a healing spell, fully restoring Zhang Wei, whose health was nearly depleted. Just as she finished healing him, she turned around and nearly lost her composure in exasperation. Li Jun had plunged headlong into a throng of monsters, enveloped in golden holy flames, resembling a mobile fireball. Li Jun, you are a mage. A mage? What on earth are you doing in the midst of the monsters? Even the stunning Mu Lingxi could not suppress her frustration, hastily casting a shield on Li Jun. What was meant to be a team effort had devolved into a spectacle of two damage dealers, with the caretaker fretting over their reckless antics. Yet, thanks to their relentless combat, golden light occasionally emanated from the trio, and after 3 to 5 hours, their levels had ascended to 6. Meanwhile, other teams languished in the early sections of the dungeon or had just begun to explore the mid-area, with the highest level among them barely reaching 3, while Zhang Wei and his companions busied themselves with monster slaying. Yi Lingchen had also entered the realm of the Mingming number 4 secret domain. This secret domain was classified as a beginner-s realm, swiftly commandeered by the military upon its discovery. However, due to a lack of personnel, it had yet to be fully explored, with only partial dungeonification completed. According to the military's assessment report, this domain was of low difficulty, which was one of the reasons Ning Wuhan dared to let Yi Lingchen train here. Lacking full dungeonification, the realm did not allow for difficulty selection. Gazing at the vast, azure vortex of the secret domain, Ning Wuhan felt a flicker of anticipation. A hidden class with full life was something he had never encountered, let alone a title as imposing as Abyss Lord, which he had never even heard of. He was eager to see what kind of surprises Yi Lingchen would bring. Inside the number 4 secret domain, Yi Lingchen found himself amidst a dense forest upon his entrance. The air was fragrant with the songs of birds and blooming flowers. Ancient trees loomed tall, and sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground, creating an ethereal ambience in the mist. How marvelous. It's just like the dungeons from my previous life, Yi Lingchen mused as he walked. Oh, since I'm here, I might as well test my skills. With that thought, he struck a pose he deemed formidable and shouted, "Come forth." This was the name of his combat technique, designed to summon units from the abyss. However, the surroundings remained unchanged, filled only with the sounds of nature. A wild hare peeked from behind a tree, staring blankly at Yi Lingchen, while a crow flew overhead, dropping a warm deposit onto his head. Aside from that, everything was as it had been. Where are my abyss summons? He lamented, realizing he had summoned nothing but solitude. It was only then that he noticed the description of his combat technique. Smacking his forehead, he inadvertently added to the mess on his head. Damn it, I should have read the instructions more carefully before coming here. It turned out that he could only summon creatures he had personally witnessed. Just ahead, within a distance of 20 meters, a small band of monsters suddenly materialized. 2 level 1 abyss magic wolves, 2 level 2 half-orc warriors, 2 level 2 half-orc archers, and 4 level 5 half-orc mages. This was a formidable 10-member squad. Any ordinary person encountering this group would likely face annihilation in mere moments. Even Zhang Wei and his companions would surely flee in disarray. The composition of this monster squad was exceptionally balanced, featuring scouts and disruptors in the magic wolves, tanking and melee capabilities in the warriors, along with ranged support from the archers and mages. Unless one's level overwhelmingly surpassed theirs, they would either endure a grueling battle or be compelled to retreat. The squad patrolled the forest when the lead half-orc warrior let out an excited roar upon spotting Yi Lingchen. Guga, a human, a delicious human. With that, they charged toward him. Yi Lingchen, however, felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated, nearly bouncing with joy. What a stroke of luck. Here they come, he bellowed once more. Come forth. With a resounding boom, 1,000 abyss summons suddenly appeared around him, nearly filling the entire forest. The monster squad, rushing toward him, was instantly surrounded by countless abyss entities. As they beheld the sudden emergence of their fellow creatures, the monster squad's courage faltered. One half-orc warrior weakly inquired, Gagaga, brothers? Which faction are you from? No one responded to the half-orc warrior's query, yet Yi Lingchen surprisingly understood. To his amusement, his combat technique also provided translation capabilities. Through the summoned combat units, he could comprehend their language. The next moment, he pointed at the foremost summoned half-orc warrior. The warrior stood at attention, saluted Yi Lingchen, and turned to the others, asking, Gagaga, why so much chatter? Which faction are you from? Gagaga, we are the patrol squad under King Yatada. With the translation assistance from his summons, Yi Lingchen quickly grasped the general situation of this secret domain. Most of the monsters had already been eradicated by military explorers, and the squad he encountered today had ventured from an uncharted area. Yi Lingchen opened the map on his wristband, revealing large swathes marked in red within the depths of the domain, areas that remained unexplored, comprising roughly 2/3 of the entire realm. The king they mentioned, Yatada, was the local ruler. Having clarified the situation, Yi Lingchen waved his hand decisively. Charge. What had begun as a cordial exchange swiftly escalated into a frenzied clash. The abyss magic wolves had yet to unleash their wind blades. The half-orc warriors still held their blades aloft. The archers had not yet loosed their arrows, and the mages were still in the midst of casting. In the blink of an eye, the half-orc squad was overwhelmed by an even greater number of half-orcs. Yi Lingchen barely registered the damage numbers appearing above their heads before the squad was annihilated. Boom. 2 beams of golden light erupted from him, and Yi Lingchen soared to level 3. Is that it for leveling up? Before he could even check his attributes, golden light continued to shine around him, transforming the forest into a sea of gold. As Yi Lingchen leveled up, all his summoned combat units ascended to level 3 as well, and his mental power increased to 1,300. He could now summon 300 more units. Yi Lingchen beamed with delight, waving his hand once more. Come forth. Another 300 combat units materialized. Building on the earlier Squad's experience, he strategically organized his forces. At the forefront were 200 abyss magic wolves, followed by 500 half-orc warriors, then 300 archers, and finally 300 mages. Gazing upon this colossal assembly, Yi Lingchen felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. These were not mere summons, but elite units, 1,300 of them. Each elite unit possessed base stats 10 times that of a standard unit, with one elite capable of easily overpowering at least 5 ordinary ones. In this secret domain, he could stride forward with confidence. Tactics? Irrelevant. Retreat? Out of the question. Before Yi Lingchen, the Great Lord, there was only overwhelming dominance. Onward, my minions. Having spoken, Yi Lingchen leaped into the air, mounting the back of a formidable abyssal wolf. This grand army of over 1,000 marched forward with great momentum, pushing deeper into the secret realm. Along their path, any enemy creatures encountered, be they solitary or organized, were swiftly crushed beneath their iron hooves, reduced to mere meat paste. Exhilaration surged through him. This was the essence of an abyssal lord. Seated upon the wolf's back, a grin spread across Yi Lingchen's face, and he burst into hearty laughter. What of the berserkers, the holy flame mages, the sword immortals, the blade gods? In the face of absolute numbers, they were but trifles. No matter how formidable one's individual combat prowess, I could overwhelm you with my 300 elite troops, even at the cost of our lives. Moreover, with the blessing of the fate seat, summoning combat units required no mental energy from Yi Lingchen. It was an eternal motion machine. For every enemy you slay, I can summon countless more. Let us see who tires first. However, this was becoming somewhat monotonous. Yi Lingchen propped his chin and thought, next time, he ought to bring some snacks and fruits. Watching them engage in battle for an extended period grew rather dull. Thus, relying on his vast army of elite demonic creatures, Yi Lingchen traversed every known area of the 4th secret realm in less than an hour. Initially, he collected the various materials and equipment that dropped along the way, but as the quantity overwhelmed him, he ultimately discarded them all. At this juncture, the main force finally reached the boundary of the explored territory. Beyond lay the uncharted regions. Before entering, Ningwuhan had repeatedly cautioned Yi Lingchen to avoid peril. Yet now, with all the monsters on the map eradicated, Yi Lingchen had ascended to level 8 in a single hour. He had even deliberately controlled his pace, for it was his first venture into a dungeon. And being overly reckless would not do. Not good. What a jest. Yi Lingchen was brimming with confidence. With his current level and abilities, he could afford to be reckless. He could roll and abandon without concern. Shutting off the map, Yi Lingchen hesitated no longer. With an imperious wave of his hand, he commanded, "Charge forth, my minions." A chorus of wild roars echoed throughout the secret realm. The vast army of summoned creatures surged into the unexplored territories. Deep within the 4th secret realm, in a great wooden city-state, King Utada stood beside his throne, resembling a chastised child, his head bowed in submission. Occupying his rightful throne was an unusual figure. It would be inaccurate to call him merely human. 2 prominent black horns protruded from his head, and his skin was a ghastly pale, reminiscent of a debauched man suffering from kidney deficiency. His hauntingly blue eyes bore sinister skeletal pupils. This was Gades, the 70-level abyssal archmage. Should any high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom's military or the Adventurers Association be present, they would surely be left agape. The esteemed abyssal archmage had appeared in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom within a low-level secret realm. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic and draw countless powerhouses to hunt him down. Gagaga, is the anchor point for the teleportation portal prepared? Gades inquired. GA. In response to my lord, it has been set up. King Utada replied. Gagaga. Excellent. Now await my command to activate the portal. GA. As you command. Great Archmage. One must admit, the language of the abyss is truly artistic. As the two conversed, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A royal guard stumbled in, nearly tumbling over himself. Gagaga. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. Gagaga. You fool, what manner of behavior is this? Before the Archmage, you display such impropriety. Gades waved a hand dismissively. Gugug. No matter, let him speak. The royal guard knelt upon the ground, his head bowed in fear. Gugagugwaga. Great Archmage. Your Majesty, a disaster is upon us. An enemy approaches the city. GA? What do you say? An enemy. GA. Indeed, it is humans. And they come with a great host. Hearing this, King Utada and Archmage Gades exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. It was understandable that an intruder would enter this secret realm. After all, it resided within the human world. At worst, they could send someone to eliminate the intruder. In the past, King Utada might have feared the strength of the intruding humans, but now, with the 70-level archmage present, anyone who dared approach would surely perish. Yet, the guard's claim of an approaching army raised eyebrows. While it was true that parties could form within the secret realm, the limit was 5 members at a time, a restriction of the natural order. The notion of an army was sheer nonsense. Yet, the guard's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Eager to prove himself before Gades, King Utada snorted, his large nostrils expelling gusts of air. Gug, great archmage, allow me to handle this matter. Gades nodded in acquiescence, maintaining his silence. To him, no matter who the humans may be, they were but ants before Gades. Even if they were also level 70, they would not survive a single exchange against him. Such trivial matters did not warrant his involvement. Seeing the archmage's consent, King Utada seized a massive 3-meter-long axe weighing 1,000 kilograms and gallantly charged out of the palace, intent on slaying the enemy before they could react. Only in this way could he demonstrate his worth before Gades. Chapter 12, Archmage Gades. In springtime, where flowers bloom, amidst the waves of joy. At this moment within the 4th secret realm, Lingchen, having reached level 10, hummed a merry tune as he pressed forward with fervor. Initially, he considered singing a song of the lone valiant, but upon reflection, he realized that his current situation bore little resemblance to solitude. Rather, it felt akin to a joyful spring outing. Upon entering the unexplored territory, Lingchen encountered an abundance of creatures, even stumbling upon small clusters of villages. Under the onslaught of his abyssal summoned army, be they human or structure, everything was swiftly reduced to ruins. Lingchen's intentions were straightforward. Since he had come to grind levels, he would faithfully execute a scorched earth policy. He even considered assisting the military in conquering this secret realm. The first individual to conquer a secret realm would receive generous rewards, and for Lingchen, who was left with little more than the clothes on his back, any reward would be a substantial fortune. With this thought in mind, his enthusiasm surged, and the pace of his army's advance escalated yet again. While his peers were still cautiously navigating the first secret realm, Lingchen was already rampaging through the 4th. 2 hours later, the Yi clan army finally arrived at the depths of this secret realm, King Utada's capital. Just then, a resounding grunt of a wild boar echoed from within the enormous city. Following this, a colossal wild boar, standing 5 meters tall, wielding a massive axe, burst forth from the city gates. Humph! Gagaga, gagaga, gagaga! Pitiful human insects, meet your demise before the great Utada. Once brimming with confidence and an air of invincibility, the imposing King Utada fell silent upon witnessing the dark mass of the abyssal army that spread across the hills and valleys before him. What was happening? Had his troops betrayed him? No, that couldn't be right. He had never commanded this many organized soldiers. How could these fools heed the commands of a mere human? Countless questions swirled in King Utada's mind. With an intellect befitting a level 30 wild boar, he was utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. Lingchen gazed at the king of Utada across from him, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. A level 30 dungeon boss. He had not anticipated encountering a foe of such elevated rank within this ostensibly low-level dungeon. The most formidable creatures he had previously vanquished were merely level 15, and those were merely elite minions. The stark disparity in levels between bosses and ordinary monsters was an unforeseen revelation. However, his astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment. What of a level 30 boss? He could still dispatch it with ease. At level 10, with an army of 2,000 soldiers, each an elite at level 10. Even the most formidable wild boar could not withstand the onslaught of such a multitude of champions. With a disdainful snort, Lingchen wasted no words. Issuing a single command, attack. In an instant, blades of wind, arrows, and a kaleidoscope of spells surged forth, accompanied by the raucous cacophony of half-orc warriors, all flooding toward the king of Utada and his city's elite guard. Gah! What the hell? The king of Utada was momentarily paralyzed. Shouldn't there have been a parley between the two armies, exchanging threats before the clash? Why did this human charge in without a word, intent on delivering a lethal blow? The king nearly soiled himself in terror. Though he was indeed a powerful boss with formidable physical prowess, he could hardly withstand an assault from 2,000 elite creatures. The combined force of the city's guards and defenders barely amounted to 1,000. Before he could issue a command, nearly 300 of his men had already perished in the initial encounter. Gah! Hold the line. Stand firm. The king of Utada bellowed in fury. He could neither retreat nor dare to do so. Behind him lay the city and the esteemed archmage. Should he withdraw now, he would be deemed a spineless wretch in the eyes of the archmage. Thus, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. With that thought, Utada swung his battle axe toward Lingchen's forces. With a single swing, he sent a dozen half-orc warriors flying. Yet, in the next moment, more half-orc warriors surged forward. Utada, fueled by fervor, unleashed powerful gusts through his massive nostrils. With each swing of his axe, he claimed at least 10 enemies' lives. However, as he continued his relentless assault, a sense of despair washed over him. How could the enemy be so inexhaustible? He raised his massive frame, only to find that not a single foe had diminished. In stark contrast, his own forces had dwindled to a mere 10. In the blink of an eye, those 10 had vanished. Faced with imminent death, the king of Utada cast aside all pretense and cried out desperately, "My lord, help, save me." He was beseeching Gades for aid. Far within the city, Gades had been meditating when he heard Utada's voice. A frown creased his brow, and a scowl of disdain surfaced on his face. "A bunch of useless imbeciles. They can't even handle this trivial matter without my intervention." Gades slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his robes and smoothing the creases of his dark mage-s attire, then ascended into the air with unhurried grace. However, by the time he arrived above the city, he beheld the colossal form of the king of Utada crashing to the ground. The king's bulbous eyes still reflected despair and fear, mingled with resentment toward Gades. "You scoundrel! Why the pretense? If you had arrived a minute earlier, I might have survived. Now look, I am truly doomed." Ding! Another soft chime echoed as a golden light enveloped Lingchen, signaling his ascendance to level 12. With his army experiencing a similar upgrade. Reward obtained. Utada's Whirlwind Battle Axe, rare, attack power 500, with bleeding effects and a splash damage of 10. Minimum equipment level, 30. Strength requirement, 2000. A massive battle axe gleaming with a violet hue manifested before Lingchen. This was the equipment dropped by the slain king of Utada. A rare purple item. The axe was rugged in design, adorned with the fierce visage of a wild boar, an unmistakable representation of the fallen king. The long handle shimmered with crimson light, and when wielded, it bore the presence of an abyssal demon, emanating an imposing aura. What a splendid weapon. Alas, it is of no use to me, Lingchen lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The item was indeed remarkable, yet it was suited for melee combat. While he could wield it due to his enhanced attributes, as a lord of the abyss, he had no need to engage in close-quarters brawls. Of course, he couldn't let it go to waste. Upon returning, he would sell it at the Adventurers Guild for a handsome sum. Meanwhile, as Lingchen admired his new gear, Gades' expression darkened to a near-dour state. "You wretched human insect. How dare you?" Gades' roar reverberated across the battlefield. He could not fathom why the army before him, a sea of level 12 abyssal creatures alongside a single level 12 human, would heed the commands of a mere human. He could not comprehend it, yet pondering was futile. They were all but ants. Descending from the sky, Gades' face remained grim, his pupils glimmering with the visage of a skull that exhaled blue flames. Raising his black staff toward the heavens, he declared, "Insects, die." With the incantation of the decay curse, a nauseating stench of decay rapidly permeated the air. From Gades' staff, countless tendrils of purple-black light erupted, penetrating the bodies of Lingchen's army. The once mighty forces of Lingchen suddenly erupted in anguished cries. Abyssal creatures collapsed one by one, their bodies withering and decaying at an alarming rate, rapidly turning to ash. Chapter 13. Come, let us harm one another. The decay curse, known more widely as death decay, is one of the most potent spells within the abyssal curse domain. Those afflicted by death decay, whether human or of any other race, would experience their life force swiftly draining away, transforming into a desiccated corpse within moments, ultimately dispersing into the ether. As the most renowned curse master of the abyss, Gades wielded death decay with unparalleled mastery. While other mages would require a wind-up to cast death decay, for the genius Gades, the spell could be unleashed instantaneously. While Lingchen meticulously examined the massive battle axe in his grasp, Gades' death decay obliterated his summoned legion in an instant. "What is this?" Lingchen suddenly looked up, sensing a presence of decay and death infiltrating his body. Yet that was all. The intrusion felt akin to a drop in the ocean, and thereafter, nothing more transpired. Witnessing the annihilation of his army, Lingchen finally shifted his focus. He turned his gaze toward Gades, a flicker of gravity crossing his features. Gades, unique. Abyssal mage, curse, level, strength, agility, mentality, constitution. The detection spell had failed. Lingchen realized that the horned, humanoid figure before him was of an exceedingly high level. The detection spell could only identify foes within 50 levels of his own. At level 12, Lingchen was vastly outmatched by Gades, who stood at a formidable level 70. Thus, the attributes of Gades were obscured by question marks on his wrist panel. What astonished Lingchen the most was the unique designation following Gades' name. It was well known that creatures within dungeon realms, whether ordinary minions or final bosses, could be respawned repeatedly, serving as fodder for human training. The unique label indicated one singular truth. He was not a mere dungeon creature, but a genuine denizen of the abyss. How could there be abyssal beings here? Lingchen pondered. Utterly perplexed. Here lies the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the adversary possesses formidable strength, managing to silently infiltrate Lehigh City and conceal oneself within an inconspicuous secret realm is undoubtedly no trivial feat. With this thought, Lingchen finally summoned every ounce of his focus. A fierce battle was inevitable. In stark contrast to Lingchen's gravity, Gades stood before him, his face a mask of astonishment. The annihilation of his legion was anticipated. However, The fact that the seemingly insignificant human before him remained unscathed was utterly unexpected. How could this be possible? He was struck by my withering curse, and yet he did not perish. Not only did he survive, but he thrived, seemingly full of vitality. Gades, unwilling to accept this, raised his staff once more, pointing it at Lingchen. Curse of agony. Human, experience a fate worse than death. A murky green light erupted from the staff, swiftly penetrating Lingchen's being. He made no effort to evade. Even if he wished to, evasion was futile. With his meager agility and the level disparity, evasion was out of the question. Yet, the spell had no effect on Lingchen whatsoever. Inherent talent too. Abyssal beings do not deceive their kin. Immune to all negative effects from the abyss, including, but not limited to, curses, bleeding, control, and fatal strikes. With this boon, Lingchen stood invincible. Come forth. Lingchen summoned his legion once more. Withering death. The legion was obliterated. Come forth. Withering death. Give me death. Thus, outside the capital of Utada, a spectacular display of resurrection unfolded. Thousands of soldiers came and went, returning repeatedly, a relentless cycle that transpired a dozen times. Eventually, Lingchen grew somewhat exasperated. I say, do you have any new tricks up your sleeve? Is this truly enjoyable? Gades nearly spat blood in frustration. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Although he annihilated the enemy's legion each time, he was astounded by the speed with which Lingchen summoned his forces, matching his own spellcasting speed. Even more terrifying was the fact that, after all this time, Lingchen's mental fortitude had not waned. A mere level 12 insect. How could he possibly summon so many legions without restraint? In contrast, Gades himself found that casting the Withering Death was no mere child's play. Each use, especially on such a grand scale, exacted a considerable toll on him. By now, his mental energy had depleted by nearly half. You insignificant insect. I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant. Gades was seething with rage. As a genius sorcerer specializing in curses within the abyss, he had never been so openly disdained by a lowly human. Pain, slowness, death, slumber. Waves of various curses erupted into a riot of colors, hurtling towards Lingchen with reckless abandon. Yet, Lingchen appeared unperturbed, instead slowly advancing towards Gades. Hey, do you know anything else besides these? Gades was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had nothing else to offer. What a humiliating predicament. Rage coursed through Gades' veins as he recognized the contempt in Lingchen's gaze. For a sorcerer, the deeper one specialized in a single school of magic, the more formidable their power became. Those who dabbled in various attributes often possessed a smattering of skills, yet none were particularly potent. How had this human turned this into a disadvantage? It dawned on Gades that his curse spells had no effect on Lingchen. Conversely, Lingchen found himself at an impasse against Gades. His low level did not grant immunity to spells for his summoned entities. The level suppression was too overwhelming. His legion could not exert any significant influence. At this moment, Gades began to contemplate retreat. His primary objective was to open a portal to the depths of the Dragon Kingdom and secure it. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Lingchen was not part of his plan. No, I cannot linger in battle with this brat, he reasoned. The immediate priority is to open the portal. Gades calculated in his mind. Once the portal was activated, a multitude of abyssal creatures would come forth, ensuring this brat's demise regardless. With this thought, Gades revealed a sinister smile. You pitiful insect should consider yourself fortunate. I, Gades, am in a generous mood today and shall spare your life. Depart swiftly. Lingchen raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at Gades. Spare my life. I believe you have no means to threaten me and are merely blustering. If you possess the capability, then come. Let us inflict harm upon one another. Gades' expression darkened, as if struck at a sensitive spot. With a cold snort, he took flight towards the city. He was confident that Lingchen would not pursue him. After all, both were shrewd individuals. He could not contend with Lingchen, nor could Lingchen contend with him. Rather than engage in mutual destruction, it would be wiser to withdraw while the going was good. Perhaps Lingchen would seek reinforcements after he left, but by the time they arrived, it would be too late. The portal would have already been opened, and the humans of the Dragon Kingdom would face the unrelenting wrath of the abyss. Chapter 14. Unrestrained Emissions. Just as Gades anticipated, Lingchen had no intention of further entanglement. The map indicated that he had explored all areas of the secret realm. The king of Utada, whom he had previously vanquished, was evidently the final boss of this secret realm. The pressing matter was to exit promptly and inform Principal Ningwuan, urging him to notify the military at once. Lingchen harbored a foreboding sense that Gades' presence here could lead to dire, unforeseen consequences. With this in mind, he resolved to return home. However, at that moment, four towering black pillars of light suddenly erupted from the corners of the city. The immense black luminescence pierced the heavens, emanating a chilling, abyssal aura that enveloped Lingchen. Even though he was entirely immune to such forces, he felt an unsettling discomfort. What is happening? What is this? Lingchen's expression grew grave. He sensed an ominous premonition. Within the city, Gades hovered atop the royal palace, his staff levitating before him. His eyes were half closed as he murmured arcane incantations. Dark threads emerged from his form, drifting towards the 4 black pillars of light. If one were to observe from above, they would see Gades at the center, ensnaring the entire city in a vast web of darkness. Beneath him, a colossal magic array was visibly coalescing at an alarming rate. At the heart of the array, a profound vortex slowly spun. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that countless eyes were gazing back from the other side of the vortex. They were the countless abyssal creatures awaiting the portal's opening. Simultaneously, outside the secret realm, Ningwuhan, meditating within a makeshift tent, suddenly sat upright. What is happening? He dashed out of the tent, racing towards the entrance of the secret realm. There, he beheld a terrifying skull materializing at the entrance. The once azure vortex now transformed into an inky black, spreading rapidly, threatening to completely assimilate the entire entrance to the secret realm. This is bad. The secret realm is being corrupted by the abyss. Something has gone terribly wrong. Ningwuhan's face blanched. He was unaware of the events transpiring within. But the current situation could only imply one thing. Genuine abyssal creatures had emerged from within, or some form of abyssal aura had contaminated the secret realm. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed nearby had also recognized the gravity of the situation and were hastily reporting it upwards. Ningwuhan, in a state of agitation, strode forward, intent on charging into the secret realm, only to be halted by a nearby soldier. The secret realm has been corrupted by the abyss. You cannot enter. The soldier declared. Do not stop me. My student is still inside. I must rescue him. Ningwuhan insisted. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to pass. I have already consulted with the higher-ups. Please await the arrival of reinforcements. Frustration boiled within Ningwuhan, causing him to stomp his feet in anger. He longed to articulate his thoughts further, but ultimately fell silent. This secret realm had been discovered by the military and was under their jurisdiction. To force his way in would be tantamount to opposing the military. Even though he was an old acquaintance of Qiu Changtian, he could not breach the rules. Yet, Lingchen was still trapped inside. This child had only just awakened his profession. What if something were to happen to him? Ningwuhan fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth at the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the depths of the secret realm, Lingchen, who initially intended to leave, had abandoned his plan. He felt compelled to delve deeper, to uncover the true intentions of Gades. Whatever he was plotting, Lingchen had to thwart it. Even if he could not completely stop it, he would at least make his presence known. Resolute, Lingchen shouted, "Come out. All of you." With a resounding boom, his level 12 spirit energy surged to an extraordinary 2200. This time, he summoned not mere abyss creatures, but a staggering 2,200 Utada kings. Each of these 2,200 Utada kings, though level 12, were a foundational level of 1, transforming them from minor bosses into formidable forces. Despite their seemingly low level, each one could rival the original Utada king. In an instant, a tempest of ferocity materialized, obliterating the wooden walls of the city with ease. With a grim expression, Lingchen advanced step by step into the city. Though his stature appeared insignificant before the Utada kings, he emanated an aura of terrifying might that was impossible to ignore. The legion parted to grant him passage, and he strode into the city unopposed. The city, once bustling, was now eerily desolate. All the guards had fallen to Lingchen's might, and the native inhabitants had long since perished, sacrificed to Gades' summoning portal. As Lingchen entered the city, he spotted Gades hovering above the palace. The latter sensed Lingchen's approach, and his eyes widened in alarm. The skulls within his irises trembling violently. His expression darkened as he beheld the legion of Utada kings, confusion flickering in his gaze. What transformation has this human undergone? I have never witnessed such summoning magic. Gades thought, momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he remained focused on maintaining the interdimensional portal, unable to spare a hand for battle. In his mind, he deemed Lingchen's level too low to pose any real threat. With the magical array activated and the portal established, it was merely waiting to be opened. Once that happened, his mission would be complete. Even if the 2,200 Utada kings were to attack the array indiscriminately, they would not inflict any harm. At this point, Gades felt invincible. With a gleeful laugh, he declared, "Foolish humans, tremble. The portal to the abyss is on the brink of opening. You chose not to flee when given the chance, and now it is too late. Once the portal opens, you shall be utterly torn apart by the abyssal army." Ha ha. His derisive laughter echoed throughout the city, causing Lingchen's expression to darken. It became evident to him that Gades had orchestrated a grand scheme. No, I cannot allow this to happen. Lingchen's heart raced. He knew he had to take action. Just as he was deep in thought, outside the secret realm, several enormous armed helicopters soared through the sky. They did not land. Rather, the doors swung open, and shadows leapt from a height of several meters, landing around Ningwuhan. Each figure radiated a powerful aura. Some were mysterious, others bloodthirsty, some cold, and still others ominous. At the forefront stood Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua. Upon seeing his old acquaintances arrive, Ningwuhan felt a surge of hope. "Old Qiu, you've finally arrived. Quickly, clear the way." I must go in and save him. Qiu Changtian remained silent, approaching the entrance of the secret realm, his gaze fixed upon the inky vortex. His brow furrowed in concern. Ning Wuhan, sensing his silence, grew frantic. Old Qiu, are you deaf? Speak up. Finally, Qiu Changtian turned to him, exchanging a serious glance with Wang Tianhua, who nodded in agreement. Old Ning, you cannot enter. Qiu Changtian insisted. Why not? My student is still inside. Ning Wuhan retorted, desperation in his voice. I must rescue him. Old Ning, Qiu Changtian shouted, his voice booming. He pointed at the vortex, his tone filled with urgency. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that this secret realm has been completely tainted? Don't tell me you cannot sense the ominous energy emanating from within. Qiu Changtian's outburst left Ning Wuhan momentarily speechless, his expression shifting as despair washed over him, culminating in him collapsing to the ground, utterly silent. Chapter 15, for the Lord. But Lingchen is still inside. He is a rare talent that we haven't seen in Ninghai for decades. He cannot perish within. Ning Wuhan gazed at Qiu Changtian with despair. The latter sighed heavily. I warned you from the start. This secret realm is fraught with danger. Danger, my foot. There's no way it could escalate to this extent. Ning Wuhan interrupted angrily. Qiu Changtian found himself at a loss for words. The situation was beyond his expectations. This secret realm had transcended mere abyssal corruption. A dreadfully potent energy lurked within, one that even he found terrifying. Surely, you can sense it too. Ning Wuhan clenched his jaw, unable to refute him. That dreadful energy emanated from Gades. They were oblivious to the events unfolding inside. With Ning Wuhan at level 50 and Qiu Changtian at level 60, only Wang Tianhua had reached level 70. Yet, the look Wang Tianhua cast earlier conveyed a clear message. The entities within were perilous, even beyond his control. This was an unprecedented occurrence for the entire Dragon Kingdom. While abyssal corruption in secret realms was not unheard of, today's revelation of a secret realm exhibiting energies far surpassing its level demanded serious attention. Qiu Changtian instructed Wang Tianhua, contact the Adventurers Association and request they send reinforcements. Their levels must not be too low. Inform them that a fierce battle is imminent. Understood. Wang Tianhua acknowledged, swiftly retrieving his phone to make the call. Witnessing this scene, Ning Wuhan's heart shattered. He understood that Yi Lingchen had no chance of emerging alive. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let him go in. It's all my fault. Ning Wuhan lamented, pounding his chest in agony. Appearing nearly deranged, Qiu Changtian shook his head repeatedly. He understood all too well the significance of a unique hidden profession. Moreover, this was a first awakening with full health, a prodigious talent worth cultivating from every perspective. Yet, fate was cruel, snuffing out a burgeoning star before it could even rise, leaving him to sigh and lament. Regretful as it was, the pressing matter at hand was how to address the situation within the secret realm. Based on his deductions, it would not be long before abyssal creatures emerged. He needed to establish a defensive line here to stifle the danger in its infancy. Meanwhile, outside secret realm number 1, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi had just emerged from within. This expedition into the secret realm bore a striking resemblance to a leisurely vacation. While it may have posed challenges for others, for the trio, it was akin to a game of house. By the end of their journey, all three had ascended to level 8. Along the way, Zhang Wei and Li Jun had engaged in a friendly rivalry, effortlessly cutting through obstacles as if they were merely chopping vegetables, while Mu Lingxi, aside from occasionally healing and applying buffs, had not slain a single creature, instead coasting to victory. Upon their exit, Zhang Wei and Li Jun exchanged glances filled with disdain. Zhang Wei's shirt and trousers had been completely obliterated during the fray, not by the enemies, but rather torn apart in his fit of rage. Fortunately, he still sported his undergarments. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he boldly declared to Li Jun, "You, with the surname Li, I have slain 200. What of you?" Li Jun scoffed, crossing his arms and striking a pose as if gazing into the distance. 200? A mere trifle. I have vanquished 300. Do not forget, I am of the Golden Legend. How can a mere purple rare like you compare with me? Zhang Wei's anger flared. Is being of the Golden Legend truly something to boast about? Realizing the implications of his words, he hastily glanced at Mu Lingxi. I'm not referring to you. Mu Lingxi shot him a disapproving glance, but remained silent. As a mage, your mental energy must surely deplete eventually. Let us have a rematch if you dare. Li Jun retorted defiantly. Bring it on. Excellent. This is your proclamation. Let us take a 15-minute break. Then we shall select nightmare difficulty and attempt another round. Do you dare? What is there to fear? I will accompany you to the end. Mu Lingxi shook her head in exasperation. Two fools. You need to seek validation even in a dungeon run. Huh, men. Just then, they heard the roar of several helicopters overhead. Following that, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from the direction of Secret Realms 2 and 3. Dozens of figures emanating a powerful aura rushed past them, speeding towards an unknown destination. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, as the other elite students who had also emerged began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? Are those not members of the Adventurers Association? What could they be up to? Mu Lingxi's expression suddenly shifted, her brows knitting together slightly. Something feels amiss. That direction seems to lead towards Xiao Yezi and Principal Ning. Could it be? She dared not ponder further. Meanwhile, inside Secret Realm 4, the nascent form of a portal began to materialize, manifesting as a vortex far larger than that of the entrance to the realm. Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. Such a vast vortex surely harbored countless abyssal creatures. Anxiety surged within him, yet he was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. How could I be so foolish? I still possess that ultimate move. He recalled the powerful ability he had yet to unleash. For the Lord, his current mental energy stood at 2200, with a damage multiplier of 1000 for the ultimate move, resulting in a staggering 2 million, coupled with the enhancement from his inherent talent, which guaranteed a critical hit with a 200 increase in critical rate. The damage would skyrocket to an astonishing 4 million. Moreover, with the bonuses from his constellation, which disregarded defensive capabilities, this 4 million would be indisputably true damage. That is not all. The 2,200 Yuta King units he commanded also possessed an additional 10 splash damage, sufficient to engulf the entire city-state. As these calculations swirled in his mind, the light in Lingchen's eyes intensified. Damn it, let us gamble. A cruel smile crept onto his lips. In that moment, he resembled a slumbering behemoth gradually awakening, his obsidian eyes fixed upon the elevated figure of Gades, who shivered involuntarily. Could it be that he was mistaken? Why did it feel as though this lad resembled an abyssal creature more than himself? Gades quickly dismissed the notion. What could a level 12 ant possibly stir up? Just then, Lingchen raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, high above his head. The 2200 Yuta Kings instantly comprehended his intent, dispersing at remarkable speed to evenly distribute themselves across the city-state's periphery. Gades, perched atop the palace, looked momentarily perplexed, unsure of their purpose. Lingchen's pearly white teeth glimmered at the corners of his mouth as a voice, seemingly summoned from the depths of hell, resonated with chilling clarity. Prepare to experience my ultimate move. The next instant, all 2,200 Yuta Kings revealed expressions of fervor, pounding their chests with abandon, emanating an eerie red glow. Their bodies began to swell rapidly. For the Lord, X2200, the ground trembled as a colossal explosion erupted. Chapter 16, Generous Rewards. In less than 0.001 seconds, all 2,200 Yuta Kings detonated simultaneously. Each one resembled a humanoid nuclear bomb, unleashing an overwhelming surge of radiant energy that coalesced into a resplendent beam of light, piercing the heavens. Almost immediately, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm, centered around the capital of the Yuta Kingdom, manifesting a colossal sphere of light that exuded apocalyptic force, accompanied by a shockwave that indiscriminately consumed all in its path. Nothing could escape its grasp. Even the very earth of the secret realm was transformed into a charred wasteland, collapsing, melting, and disintegrating until it was utterly obliterated. A mushroom cloud of over 1,000 meters ascended into the sky, and in that moment, the capital of the Yuta Kingdom ceased to exist. At the explosion's epicenter, a gaping chasm, 50 meters deep, lay before them, as if struck by a meteor from the heavens. 5 minutes elapsed, and as the dust began to settle, an eerie silence enveloped the vast pit, laden with an air of decay and desolation. No life remained. No, there were 2 survivors. At the center of the pit stood a figure of modest height, proudly defiant, upon the only patch of ground that had not collapsed, resembling a sharpened stone pillar supporting this presence, akin to the sovereign of the cosmos. Opposite him, suspended in midair, a disheveled figure teetered precariously. Gades spat a mouthful of dark blood, nearly plummeting from the sky. His robe had been utterly decimated in the explosion, revealing a pale, almost ghastly, frail form. One of his horns had shattered, while the other bore cracks. Terror and disbelief filled Gades' eyes as he fixated on Lingchen, who stood calmly atop the stone pillar. This was the first time he felt fear towards a seemingly insignificant human. No, it cannot be. It is impossible. How did he accomplish this? Gades' mind screamed in turmoil. The explosion had been far too terrifying. Initially, he had watched the proceedings with detached amusement. But the moment the 2,200 Yuta Kings exhibited abnormalities, he sensed something amiss. Yet, he was preoccupied with maintaining the operation of the magical array, unable to intervene, and could only watch helplessly as the explosion consumed him, the portal's array, and the entire city-state. This devastating strike had stripped Gades of 2/3 of his health. As the true damage disregarded defense, Gades' form had endured an indescribably horrific assault, leaving him grievously wounded. What drove him to madness was the realization that a month of preparation for the impending portal had been utterly annihilated in this explosion. To re-establish it would not be an easy task. Merely gathering materials and selecting a location would consume significant time. Now, the victory he had grasped so closely had been shattered by this insignificant human ant. In a fit of rage, Gades mustered his strength, gritting his teeth as he addressed Lingchen. Human, you have thoroughly enraged me. You have incited the abyss. Await your reckoning. Next time, I will ensure you pay dearly." Having spoken, Gades bit his tongue, releasing a stream of black blood, which he then used to sketch a magical array before him. His staff lay in ruins, and all his scrolls had vanished in the explosion. Now, he could only rely on his own abilities to forcibly inscribe a teleportation array to escape this place. This life-saving maneuver exacted a considerable toll on him, further aggravating his already grave injuries. Yet, to survive, he had no choice but to proceed. He dreaded the thought of Lingchen launching another attack. The opponent's summoned legions could strike instantaneously. Who could say if his own grand spell could also be unleashed in an instant? With this thought, Gades hastened his movements, and under Lingchen's watchful gaze, he uttered a menacing remark before diving into the array, vanishing from sight. After a tense wait of several seconds, confirming that Gades had indeed departed, Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the apocalyptic scene before him, he could no longer suppress the curve of his lips, erupting into a frenzied laughter. How exhilarating! If this is what it means to cheat fate, then I would gladly embrace such a life forever. Ha ha! His laughter echoed through the secret realm, but no one remained to hear it. Seemingly unsatisfied, Lingchen waved his hand, summoning forth his legion once again. Thousands of Yuta King figures materialized, kneeling before him in the center. In that moment, he truly felt as if he had become a lord of the abyss, receiving homage from all directions. Ding! Successfully cleared the abyssal transformation secret realm. Reward summary below. Completion rewards: 20 divine stones, 4 abyss crystals obtained. Defeated the abyssal world boss. The cursed mage Gades, unique, rewarded with cursed staff X1, cursed robe X1, cursed belt X1, cursed staff, mental power 1000. Curses can be cast without incantation time. Equipment level 70. The wielder will continuously be affected by abyssal whispers. Cursed robe, mental power 1000, grants a protective curse when receiving a fatal blow. It can absorb a portion of vitality to withstand a lethal attack. The degree of vitality loss is contingent upon the damage received. Equipment level 70. The wearer will continuously be affected by abyssal whispers. Cursed belt, mental power 1000, reduces mental power consumption by 50 when casting spells, with no cooldown time. The wearer can activate the floating curse, allowing them to fly at the cost of 1 mental power point per second. Equipment level 70. The wearer will continuously be affected by abyssal whispers. Curse set, 33 mental power 1000, increases the power of all curse spells by 200. Abyssal whispers, murmurs from the abyss that inflict irreparable, permanent damage to the soul with prolonged exposure. Hidden task, destroy the abyssal portal 11. Obtained artifact breakthrough material, the eternal soil of the abyssal depths. Hiss! Lingchen inhaled sharply, gazing at the rewards that could drive an ordinary person to madness. Even he, now a veteran of exploits, struggled to contain his excitement. Simultaneously, a radiant golden light erupted from him, propelling his level up to 15. 4 black crystals, tightly enveloped in dark mist, emerged from the corners of the city-state, gently landing in Lingchen's hands. These were the abyss crystals mentioned in the rewards, a total of 4. The rewards did not specify their utility, but given their parallel mention with the divine stones, Lingchen surmised that they likely served a similar purpose. Once he returned, he would seek the opportunity to inquire with the principal or investigate at the Adventurers Association. As for the stylish cursed set, Lingchen pondered for a moment. The items were indeed impressive. Gades had worn this very ensemble, which looked rather dashing. Unfortunately, it required level 70 to equip, a feat beyond his current capabilities. He felt it would be a waste to hold on to it until reaching level 70, with his current strength. He could hardly imagine how formidable he would be at that level. Surely, there would be even more powerful equipment available by then. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to part with this set, as it could fetch him some much-needed currency. While powerful, he was quite impoverished. His pockets were emptier than his face. He had yet to resolve his tuition fees for university, and the gear obtained from this dungeon could alleviate his immediate financial woes. He wondered how much this stylish set could sell for. As Lingchen contemplated, he raised his gaze to the final reward. Chapter 17. Uncle, please save him. Before him floated a mass of black substance resembling soil, the eternal soil of the abyssal depths. Lingchen carefully cradled this small handful of earth, studying it intently. He discovered that the soil was not purely black. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that it contained streaks of other materials. These impurities appeared bluish-gray and intermittently emitted a faint azure glow, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the pitch-black night sky. Artifact breakthrough material? Is this something I can utilize now? I do not even possess an artifact. Lingchen scrutinized the soil for a considerable time, but discerned nothing further. He could only tuck the handful into his pocket to examine at leisure upon his return. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, the arrival of reinforcements had amassed nearly 100 individuals. Each exuded a terrifying aura, clearly not to be trifled with. The lowest among them was at level 50, while the highest had reached a staggering 80. This 80-level individual was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring expressionlessly at the swirling vortex before him. Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua flanked the elder, showing him utmost respect. This elder was no ordinary figure. He was Qin Tai, the president of the coastal branch of the Adventurers Association, known as the Silver Fox. Qin Tai, a holder of the prestigious Golden Legend class, Spacewalker, was an 80-level human powerhouse, renowned for his formidable spatial spells. He had never tasted defeat in any duel or battle against the Abyss since his debut. His title, Silver Fox, derived both from the color of his hair and eyebrows, as well as his mastery of spatial magic. Even the illustrious peacock Ming Wang Tianhua appeared as a docile child in Qin Tai's presence, treating him with profound deference. Elder Qin, how shall we proceed with the arrangements? Qiu Changtian inquired solemnly. Currently, there were 4 secret realms on the entire Zhoming Island. The first was overseen by the Coastal Education Department, while the second and third belonged to the Adventurers Association, and the fourth, a newly discovered realm, was under military jurisdiction. Ordinarily, Qin Tai would have no authority here. However, the sudden and severe nature of the incident warranted his involvement. Qiu Changtian had no choice but to call upon Qin Tai to manage the situation. Even as the deputy commander and political officer of the Central Military District, he was still a junior in the presence of this elder. Coordinating the operation against the secret realm under Qin Tai's leadership would be vastly more reliable than under his own command. Qin Tai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the swirling vortex, seemingly unfazed by Qiu Changtian's words. Beside him, Ning Wuhan grew anxious. Initially, he had abandoned hope for rescuing Yi Lingchen. But the arrival of Elder Qin from the Adventurers Association reignited the flickering flame of hope within him. He rushed towards Qin Tai, urgency lacing his voice. Little Ning begs you. Even if you do not consider my plea, you must save Yi Lingchen. He is an exceptional talent. Uncle, everyone present, save for Qiu Changtian, was taken aback by this revelation. What was happening? Qin Tai was Ning Wuhan's uncle? At a critical moment, one should not be showcasing their background. Although Ning Wuhan boasts a level of 50, he is the lowest-ranked individual present. As a support character, his combat prowess is rather lackluster. While he holds a notable reputation as the principal of Ninghai No. 1 High School within educational circles, his influence wanes significantly in the military and among the Adventurers Association. Earlier, he was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, desperately beseeching anyone who arrived for assistance in rescuing his students, which left many feeling quite impatient. Upon learning that Qin Tai is Ning Wuhan's uncle, the earlier dissatisfaction amongst the crowd transformed into a flurry of intriguing thoughts. Some even regretted not being more proactive or courteous, as it could have left a favorable impression on Ning Wuhan. After all, future opportunities to connect with a figure like Qin Tai would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Regrettably, Ning Wuhan had concealed this relationship too well. Had it not been for his urgent plea today, he likely would not have revealed such a connection in front of so many people. Yet, despite Ning Wuhan's fervent entreaties, Qin Tai remained silent. Observing Ning Wuhan's growing desperation, Qin Tai finally turned to him, sighed softly, and remarked, "You, at your age, how can you still be so impetuous?" Ning Wuhan felt like a child caught in wrongdoing, exuding an air of grievance before Qin Tai. "I have an inkling of the circumstances within the secret realm. There is indeed a formidable aura present, imbued with accursed power. I suspect it is highly likely that abyssal creatures have infiltrated this secret realm through means unbeknownst to us, lying in wait. They must be scheming something nefarious." Upon hearing Qin Tai's words, Qiu Changtian's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a revelation, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Qin Lao, are you suggesting that?" Qin Lao nodded, his countenance darkening. "I have sensed a strong abyssal presence. Someone is constructing a portal within." This statement sent shockwaves through all present. A terrifying aura swiftly permeated the crowd. If a portal were to open here, it would be akin to creating an entryway into the heart of Longhua, allowing intruders to invade. "Qin Lao, what should we do now?" Qin Lao waved his hand nonchalantly. "You need not worry excessively. In the worst-case scenario, I can simply destroy this secret realm and cast it into the chaotic currents of space." What? Ning Wuhan's heart sank. Such words implied that he would be left without closure. Through spatial magic, Qin Tai could remove the secret realm entirely, casting it into the spatial turbulence. While it sounded simple, it would require significant effort on his part. Yet, as he stated, it was the most prudent course of action. However, this would mean that Yi Lingchen would truly be unable to return. Observing Ning Wuhan's despondent demeanor, Qin Tai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I understand your concern for that student. Yet, when faced with the safety of our nation, we have no other recourse." Ning Wuhan, fully aware of this, could only silently acquiesce, no matter how begrudgingly. Qiu Changtian stepped forward, addressing Qin Tai. "In light of this, as the military district representative for this operation, I earnestly request Qin Lao to proceed as you suggest. Have you made up your mind?" "I have. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will bear the responsibility." "Very well." Qin Lao ceased further discourse, turning his gaze toward the entrance of the secret realm. He raised his hands, forming a Tai Chi gesture before his chest. A silver orb, the size of a human head, materialized. Everyone, step back. I am about to cast a spell. Qin Tai dismissed the onlookers, raising his hand to thrust the orb into the vortex. Just then, an ear-splitting roar erupted from the pitch-black vortex of the secret realm. In the next instant, a colossal skull within the vortex let out a wretched scream, disintegrating into nothingness. The color of the vortex shifted visibly from black to a deep azure. Qin Lao, mid-spell, was momentarily taken aback, while the others stood stupefied, witnessing this spectacle. Only Ning Wuhan, upon seeing the vortex's changing colors, was overwhelmed with joy. Wonderful. The abyssal transformation of the secret realm has ceased. No, it has not merely stopped. It has been completely reversed. Someone has successfully conquered the secret realm. Chapter 18, A Triumphant Return. Ning Wuhan's exclamation echoed the sentiments of all present. The assembly consisted of seasoned warriors and adventurers, all well acquainted with the state of the secret realm. The change in color at the entrance indicated a plethora of implications. Historically, this signified that an abyssal secret realm had been conquered. Moreover, the individual responsible had entirely eradicated the source of the abyssal corruption, restoring the secret realm to its original state. From this point forward, the Zhoming No. 4 secret realm would henceforth be classified as a standard instance, ready for public access. As Qin Lao concluded his spell, he scrutinized the now normal secret realm with furrowed brows. Even he was perplexed. The situation had appeared dire enough to necessitate his intervention. Yet it had suddenly reversed. Furthermore, it was known that aside from the student named Lingchen, no one else had ventured inside. Thus, who was the one to conquer the secret realm? Who possessed the strength to repel a level 70 abyssal creature and turn the tide? A myriad of questions swirled in Qin Lao's mind, leaving him at a loss for an explanation. Quick, deploy the instruments. Assess the state of the secret realm. Qiu Changtian urgently commanded the engineers to step forward for assessment. Report, Commander. The evaluation is complete. The secret realm is functioning normally, encompassing the 4 standard difficulty levels. The engineers provided a reassuring confirmation. The secret realm had truly been restored. However, for prudence's sake, it was necessary to send someone in for further investigation. Qiu Changtian turned to the young man beside him. Tianhua, could you please enter the secret realm for us? Wang Tianhua nodded, preparing to enter the secret realm. At this juncture, it would indeed be inappropriate for others to venture inside. Although the secret realm had been restored, who could say whether the level 70 creature still lurked within? What if it lay in wait? It would be an overreaction to send Qin Lao to scout ahead. He was the most suitable candidate for the task. Yet, someone moved even faster than him. A figure darted past Wang Tianhua with lightning speed, charging toward the entrance of the secret realm, ready to step inside. Hey, old Ning! Qiu Changtian exclaimed in exasperation, attempting to call Ning Wuhan back. But it was too late. At that moment, Ning Wuhan had already stepped forward, poised to enter the secret realm. Suddenly, he observed a flicker of light emanating from the vortex before him, causing him to pause in astonishment. Someone was emerging from within. All held their breath, silently fixated on the scene. Everyone realized that the savior of the secret realm was about to make an appearance. In the next instant, a leg stepped forth from the vortex, followed by a body, and then a head. Finally emerged. Lingchen exited the secret realm, gazing at the clear sky and fresh air outside, stretching comfortably. However, what followed was an awkward scene. Directly before him stood Ning Wuhan, and behind him loomed a multitude of figures radiating terrifying auras. Among them, one elder exuded a particularly fearsome presence, instilling fear in Lingchen. What left him most unnerved was that over 100 pairs of eyes were staring directly at him, unblinking. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even the birds in the forest were too frightened to chirp. Principal Ning? Lingchen cautiously inquired, sensing that something was amiss. As if a significant event was about to unfold, his voice jolted Ning Wuhan back from his state of shock. Little Yi? Lingchen? How is it you? Ning Wuhan stammered, somewhat incoherent. If it's not me, who else could it be? Lingchen replied, puzzled by Ning Wuhan's reaction. Upon their arrival, the guards had stated that he was the only one to enter. No one else had accompanied him. Realizing he had misspoken, Ning Wuhan quickly corrected himself. No, I meant how did you manage to come out alive? Lingchen's expression darkened as he remarked, Principal Ning, are you wishing for my demise within that place? Coughing awkwardly, Ning Wuhan stepped forward and enveloped Lingchen in a hearty embrace. Hey, Principal, please loosen your grip. I can hardly breathe. Lingchen felt an onslaught of goosebumps as he stood there, bewildered by the sudden display of affection from his principal. After the initial shock, Ning Wuhan quickly released him and ushered him before the gathered crowd. Little Yi, allow me to introduce you to Elder Qin. With Ning Wuhan leading him, a dazed Lingchen found himself introduced to all the prominent figures present. Aside from nodding respectfully, he felt utterly at a loss for words, repeatedly calling out, Senior, Senior. Apart from Qin Tai and the familiar faces of Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua, he couldn't recall any of the others. After a round of pleasantries, the crowd encircled Lingchen, resembling a delicate maiden surrounded by brutish men. Principal Ning, what exactly are you all planning? Yi Lingchen inquired cautiously, sensing the peculiar gazes directed at him. Little Yi, there's no need to be anxious. The situation is as follows, Ning Wuhan began, providing a brief overview before continuing. We were convinced that you would not return, yet here you are. Realization dawned upon Yi Lingchen, and he waved his hand with a smile. Principal Ning, esteemed seniors. The circumstances are not as you presume. He then recounted his experiences within the secret realm in detail. When he described his encounter with Gades, revealing how he singularly destroyed the teleportation portal and repelled Gades, the expressions of all present shifted to one of sheer astonishment. Even Elder Qin's face betrayed a rare look of disbelief. You say you obliterated the portal? Gades was repelled by you? Indeed, Yi Lingchen affirmed. That fellow is all show and no substance. Clearly, he spends his days binge-watching short videos, he quipped. The crowd was taken aback. Do you even grasp the gravity of what you're saying? The Grand Mage Gades is a name known to all present. During the abyssal battlefield, he inflicted tremendous damage upon the Dragon Kingdom's forces. He is even regarded as one of the most formidable enemy leaders. And yet, you describe him as a mere weakling? Look, this is the abyssal crystal he used to set up the portal. As if anticipating their disbelief, Yi Lingchen presented 4 abyssal crystals. Elder Qin took the crystals, scrutinizing them closely, and the skepticism on his face diminished significantly. These are indeed abyssal crystals. Others echoed in agreement. Yi Lingchen, however, remained somewhat perplexed. Senior, what exactly is the purpose of this item? Elder Qin sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. Little Yi, do you comprehend the magnitude of the merit you have achieved this time? Huh, me? I don't understand. Chapter 19. The new Lord of the Abyss. To the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom lies a colossal black hole stretching across thousands of kilometers, visible on satellite maps. This is the entrance to the Abyss. More precisely, it serves as the passage from the Abyss to Blue Star. 8 centuries ago, when the Abyss first manifested in the human world, it heralded a global crisis. Various monstrous entities emerged from the Abyss, wreaking havoc across the globe. These creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to the hellish demons depicted in ancient myths. In a fleeting moment, the world was plunged into chaos, perhaps due to divine intervention. As humanity faced an unprecedented existential threat, the laws of nature shifted. A portion of the population awakened to what is termed careers, transforming into beings far more powerful than ordinary humans. Under the leadership of these awakened individuals, an increasing number of people began to awaken as well. Ultimately, humanity united, fiercely battling against the abyssal creatures to preserve the flickering flame of civilization. This conflict is recorded in history as the First Abyssal War. According to historical accounts, the war concluded with humanity's victory. However, the entrance to the abyss remained ajar, irreparable. The largest and primary entrance is this immense black hole in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, alongside numerous fissures that sporadically appear across the globe. Yet those are merely minor connection points, and the monsters emerging from them are relatively weak. Fast forward to 8 years ago, centuries after, the Second Abyssal War erupted. The main battleground was located at the principal entrance to the abyss in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Over the centuries, humanity had refined its cultivation system, resulting in a continuous emergence of powerful and enigmatic careers, significantly advancing human society. The strength of humankind experienced rapid development over these centuries. However, this progress also incited internal strife. Seizing the opportunity presented by humanity's infighting, the Abyss launched a full-scale assault, with the Dragon Kingdom bearing the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the present-day Dragon Kingdom has ascended to become one of the most powerful nations globally. During this war, the Dragon Kingdom played a pivotal role, and one might say that it single-handedly repelled the abyssal creatures. Yet, beneath the glamorous facade of victory lies a harrowing tale of unseen suffering. War is brutal, and this conflict significantly weakened the Dragon Kingdom's national strength. Although it appears immensely powerful on the surface, should the abyss strike again, the Dragon Kingdom might struggle to withstand such an assault. In recent years, while large-scale wars have ceased, skirmishes of varying intensities have never truly halted. A monumental blood and flesh great wall has been erected in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. This wall is so named due to the countless blood and remains of ancestors and awakened individuals from the Dragon Kingdom that have been poured into its construction. The once black wall has turned a dark crimson hue, stained by the sacrifices of the fallen. At this moment, outside the blood and flesh great wall lies the abyss's periphery, a region nearly inaccessible to humanity. A disheveled figure was rapidly making its way towards the abyssal entrance. Gades flew through the air, teeth gritted. After being defeated by Yi Lingchen, he had employed a life-saving technique to escape the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this long-distance teleportation inflicted further severe strain on his already fragile body. To make matters worse, during his escape, he inadvertently encountered multiple human scouting teams. After a harrowing encounter, Gades barely managed to escape with his life. Damn it! Damn you, Yi Lingchen! Just you wait. Gades cursed inwardly as he plunged into the black hole, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the abyss, in an area untouched by humans, a breathtakingly vast world awaited beneath the black hole. Countless abyssal creatures inhabited this realm, some of whose forms defied human comprehension. Numerous countries, varying in size, were governed by powerful and mysterious abyssal lords. Recently, however, every nation within the abyss has been abuzz with astonishing news. A new lord of the abyss has emerged after a millennium of stagnation. Strangely, no one has laid eyes upon this new lord, nor do they know their name or appearance. The rumors stem from the Godstone, an ancient relic within the abyss, which has reignited after a millennium. The Godstone records the names of all past lords of the abyss. Each time a new lord appears, their name is displayed on the Godstone. However, this time, when the Godstone illuminated, a light spot appeared at the bottom, devoid of any accompanying text, merely occupying a position. This peculiar phenomenon left all abyssal lords bewildered. Thus, a sweeping search operation commenced throughout the abyss. Meanwhile, above the coastal city of the Dragon Kingdom, on board a colossal military helicopter, Qin Tai, Xiao Changtian, Wang Tianhua, and Yi Lingchen were engaged in a lively conversation. The recent Secret Realm incident had unfolded without peril, thanks to Yi Lingchen's remarkable intervention that averted a significant crisis. His prowess was undeniable, earning him the recognition of many formidable individuals, including Qin Tai. At the invitation of the esteemed elder, Yi Lingchen took advantage of the situation to hitch a ride back to Linhai City. The principal, Ning Wuhan, did not accompany them, opting instead to attend to matters concerning the number 1 secret realm. Inside the aircraft, Elder Qin stroked his beard, gazing at Yi Lingchen with a smile. This young man possessed striking features, yet there was an astonishing aura of dominance emanating from him, a presence that was quite extraordinary for someone merely 18 years old. The more Elder Qin observed him, the more he admired him, eventually addressing Yi Lingchen with a proposition. Lingchen, would you be interested in joining the Adventurers Association? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchen was momentarily taken aback before awkwardly responding, Elder, please don't jest. I still have to attend university. How could I possibly start working now? His words elicited hearty laughter from all present. The youngest among them, Wang Tianhua, patted Yi Lingchen on the shoulder, chuckling, Little Yi, you must have some misconceptions about the Adventurers Association. Misconceptions? Yi Lingchen replied, bewildered. Wang Tianhua continued, to be frank, everyone here, including the pilot, is a member of the Adventurers Association. What? Yi Lingchen exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment. Wang Tianhua reveled in his ignorance, while Elder Qin, with his high status, kindly elucidated the matter for Yi Lingchen. The Adventurers Association is an exceedingly open organization. What I mean to say is that we hope you will register with the association and become a formal adventurer. With this identity, you will be able to undertake various missions issued by the association and collaborate with major factions. The prestige associated with this identity is significant, and it will facilitate trust when you encounter others in the wild. However, I understand your concerns. Becoming an adventurer won't hinder your other pursuits. Most awakened individuals in the military are also adventurers, often taking on missions when not occupied. You are already of age. Though the association's entry requirement is a minimum of level 20, with Elder Qin personally inviting you, do you still worry about your registration being unsuccessful? Upon hearing Wang Tianhua's explanation, Yi Lingchen finally grasped the situation. Inwardly, he mused that this was reminiscent of the game he played in his previous life. The Abyss Adventurers Association certainly piqued his interest. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Was this truly not a jest from the heavens? Chapter 20, Profiting Handsomely. Yi Lingchen's reasoning was not without merit. His transmigration was closely linked to that very game. At the time, a new version had launched, heralding the arrival of one of the 7 gods, the Fire God. The Fire God was immensely powerful and aligned with Yi Lingchen's preferences, clad in alluring leather attire that struck a chord with him. Consequently, he resolved to expend all his hard-earned savings of 560 draws to summon the Fire God to full potential. He even organized a live stream to allow more people to witness this momentous occasion. To be frank, given his history as a perennial non-lucky player, always receiving the minimum guaranteed rewards and never achieving full potential, whether he could summon the Fire God was indeed uncertain. As the live stream commenced, he swore before the audience, Heavens, bless me with 10 consecutive full potentials. I would even trade my life for it. No sooner had he uttered these words than a thunderous crash echoed from above. Boom. Yi Lingchen's figure vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Just before his consciousness faded, he vaguely heard a mocking, icy voice. As you wish. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world, also named Blue Star. However, apart from sharing a name and a somewhat similar continental structure, everything else was entirely different. Within the secret realm, he had surged forward, fully experiencing the invulnerability of a wealthy player. At one point, he even felt compelled to shout, Activate, ex-god, but reconsidered, fearing another lightning strike. Who knew if the deity of this world was the same as that of his previous life? Now, although his level stood at a meager 15, he found himself a guest of honor among the elite. With Elder Qin's endorsement, along with the favor of military bigwigs like Xiao Changtian and Wang Tianhua, Yi Lingchen's future appeared exceedingly promising. Seeing Yi Lingchen nod in agreement, Elder Qin produced a small, palm-sized disc with a flourish. Lingchen, consider this a token of our meeting. And thank you for your contributions during this operation. I express my gratitude on behalf of all adventurers in Linhai City. Yi Lingchen graciously accepted the disc, though he scrutinized it for quite some time without discerning its nature. However, the subtle aura emanating from it bore a resemblance to the Wheel of Fate he utilized during draws. Wang Tianhua once again stepped in as an able explainer. Little Yi, this is a portable version of the Wheel of Fate. I believe Elder Qin's intention is clear. You are a hidden class, and after this incident, we have recognized your immense potential. You are destined to become a pillar of our dragon nation, to protect hidden class adventurers like you. The Adventurers Association developed this portable Wheel of Fate, allowing you to draw cards anytime, anywhere. Yi Lingchen's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. He had initially planned to return to Linhai City to utilize his remaining 3 draws for the month to acquire a specialized weapon. However, he realized that the commotion surrounding his draws might attract unwanted attention. Unexpectedly, he had been presented with this portable Wheel of Fate, enabling him to find a secluded spot and delight in the joy of drawing cards at his leisure. Do not underestimate this item. It is valued at no less than 500,000. That is the official price, but due to its complex craftsmanship and limited production, it's nearly impossible to acquire even if you have the funds. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a generous gift from Elder Qin. He expressed his gratitude once more. With Elder Qin's generosity, it was only fitting that Xiao Changtian, as the leader of this operation, also contributed. The No. For Secret Realm fell under military jurisdiction, and given their substantial assistance, a gesture of thanks was warranted. Xiao Changtian turned and retrieved a small bag from behind him, presenting it to Yi Lingchen. Little Yi, this contains 50 divine stones. While not an overwhelming amount, consider it my personal token of appreciation for your efforts. As for the military, I will advocate for you upon your return, and there will be corresponding rewards. 50 divine stones. Yi Lingchen felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had nearly exhausted his resources to gather 10 divine stones for drawing cards. Yet here was someone casually offering him 50. When converted, that equated to 500,000. Of course, while both items were valued at the same amount, the divine stones held less intrinsic worth than the portable Wheel of Fate. Nevertheless, Yi Lingchen was immensely satisfied. With the previously returned 30 stones, he now possessed a staggering total of 80 divine stones. In an instant, he felt as though he had struck it rich. Imagining the potential profits from selling them, Yi Lingchen suddenly remembered something. He opened his backpack and retrieved several items, laying them out before the group. Elder Qin, esteemed leaders, I actually intended to visit the Adventurers Association upon my return to sell this set of equipment. With that, he proceeded to explain the attributes of the gear. Wang Tianhua's eyes sparkled with interest. He gazed at the cursed set with a glint of excitement. You mean this equipment dropped from Gades? Indeed, the attributes seem decent, but the level is too high for me to utilize. Decent? Wang Tianhua's lips twitched slightly. So you're beginning to indulge in a bit of Versailles, are you? He remarked. This item is simply exquisite. Beside him, Xiao Changtian nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, while it does have some side effects, at level 70, they are hardly worth mentioning. He then cast a teasing glance at Wang Tianhua and chuckled. Little Wang, are you perhaps infatuated with this set of equipment? Intending to procure it as a gift for your little sweetheart? Haha. Wang Tianhua's face flushed instantly. Chief Qiu, please don't speak nonsense. Xiaoya is merely my girlfriend. We haven't reached that stage yet. Haha. It's only natural. This set of equipment would make for an ample dowry. I refuse to believe that the Zhou family elders would not nod in approval upon seeing this. Old Qin, standing nearby, also regarded Wang Tianhua with a smile, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, he was not one to be overly sensitive. Turning to Yi Lingchen, he said, Little Yi, I shan't be polite with you. Since Old Qin is here, let him appraise it and serve as a witness. How about selling this set of equipment to me? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchen waved his hand dismissively. Brother Wang, you are being too courteous. If you truly desire it, I would not hesitate to gift it to you. No. That is far too valuable. One should not accept rewards without merit. Moreover, this is your hard-earned spoils. I would feel at ease purchasing it. Old Qin chimed in, Lingchen, there is no need for you to be overly polite in this matter. We are not strangers, and traditions should still be respected. I've estimated that should this equipment be consigned at the Adventurers Association, the base price would be around 5 million. Although it has certain side effects, they pose no issue for high-level awakened ones, and the final bidding may very well exceed 8 million. If you were to give it away, Little Wang would dare not accept it. Well, what? This item can sell for that much. Yi Lingchen was taken aback. Little Yi, how about this? With both Old Qin and Commissioner Qiu expressing interest, I'll make a straightforward offer of 10 million, and I will take it. What do you say? 10 million? How many zeros is that? Yi Lingchen's mind momentarily short-circuited. Chapter 21, Specialized Weapon, Come Forth. Thus, by the time Yi Lingchen arrived at the Adventurers Association, he had transformed into a millionaire, clutching a fortune exceeding 10 million. However, during his conversation with Old Qin and the others, he gleaned that as his level ascended, opportunities and methods for earning wealth would abound. At the level of Old Qin and his peers, money had become a trivial matter. The strength of an awakened one is not solely reflected in their level. Often, one's own constellation and equipment play a decisive role. A level 50 awakened individual could very well be defeated by a fully equipped level 40 awakened one. Acquiring equipment can be achieved through 3 channels: obtaining it from dungeon secret realms, purchasing through official or unofficial means, or commissioning someone to forge it. The first 2 avenues are relatively straightforward, but the third is rather unique, typically chosen only by awakened ones exceeding level 60. This is because the costs associated with forging are exorbitant and beyond the means of most individuals. Yet, the higher expenses yield tangible enhancements. Forged equipment surpasses that acquired from dungeons in every regard. Of course, Lingchen's ability to obtain formidable abyssal monster equipment is an extraordinary exception. It's important to note that during the war between humanity and the abyss, entities like Geeds, which possess unique attributes, are exceedingly rare. Any such creature that emerges can inflict catastrophic damage upon humanity. Thus, acquiring equipment from them relies not only on strength, but also on luck. Those capable of defeating them often cannot finish the job, while those who can eliminate them may not even encounter them. For Lingchen, this 10 million fortune is indeed substantial for his current status, yet as his level rises, he would soon find that money truly becomes insufficient. With Old Qin's endorsement, the association provided him with a green channel, facilitating a remarkably smooth processing of his paperwork. The registrar, well versed in his duties, even granted Lingchen the status of a silver-ranked adventurer. He understood that anyone personally named by Old Qin and brought in for registration was certainly no ordinary individual. Establishing a good rapport now could prove advantageous in the future. After a brief registration at the Adventurers Association, Lingchen hurriedly departed. He was eager to find a place to conduct his final 3 draws for the month. This journey through the secret realm had been immensely profitable. With only 4 demon crystals handed over to the military, he had even specifically inquired with Qiu Changtian and the others about the precise function of those 4 crystals. But they had been rather evasive, failing to provide him with a direct answer. Lingchen sensed that there might be some confidential matters involved and did not press further. After all, he was merely a student, not a member of the military. By the way, speaking of the military, Lingchen suddenly recalled Song Zi and casually inquired about her. To his surprise, upon mentioning Song Zi, both Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua fell silent, unwilling to utter a single word. Even Old Qin showed no inclination to provide him with any clarification. This left Lingchen feeling a chill run down his spine. Was there truly something so sensitive about Future's mind? Leaving the Adventurers Association, Lingchen did not return home, but instead hastened to a desolate mountain on the outskirts of Linhai City. This area, being on the fringes of the city, was devoid of monsters, and ordinary people seldom wandered into such places. This will do. Let us get on with the draws. Lingchen found a small clearing and prepared to draw cards. He hoped to obtain a specialized weapon. Although he received a portable version of the Fate Journey, Lingchen discovered that it did not distinguish between drawing constellations and weapon items. Essentially, it was a mixed pool. Fortunately, his constellation was already maxed out, yet even so, he could not guarantee that he would draw a specialized weapon. During this secret realm journey, while he had dominated his foes, he also recognized some of his shortcomings. Take, for example, his battle with Geeds. The final attack had indeed astonished him. However, Geeds ultimately managed to escape. It was not that Lingchen lacked the desire to eliminate Geeds, but rather that his ultimate move had a cooldown time. A cooldown of 300 seconds is neither long nor short. Geeds, having been terrified, likely assumed that Lingchen's ultimate move could be unleashed instantaneously, prompting his hasty retreat. Specialized weapons could potentially compensate for these shortcomings in various aspects. Lingchen was filled with anticipation, eager to discover what kind of specialized weapon he would draw and what enhancements it would bring. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily and tossed 3 divine stones into the fate wheel. The petite fate wheel, no larger than a palm, erupted into brilliant light after consuming the 3 divine stones. However, compared to the enormous fate wheel from the adult ceremony, this display was considerably less grandiose. This understated yet luxurious spectacle left Lingchen quite satisfied. Gray, blue, purple, gold, red, various hues soared into the sky, swirling above Lingchen's head. The lucky talent was triggered once more, causing the other colors to quickly fade away, leaving only the blinding red to dominate the scene. Lingchen's breath quickened, his eyes fixated intently on the fate wheel. Specialized weapon, come forth. Finally, a beam of red light shot forth from the fate journey. This crimson glow gradually expanded, eventually coming to a gentle halt before Lingchen. Suddenly, an aura that sent shivers through the soul erupted from the red light. Lingchen found himself enveloped by this presence, letting out a contented sigh, as if wrapped in the warmth of amniotic fluid, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. Safe, fulfilled, comfortable. He even felt a bit drowsy. Just as he was reveling in this sensation, an extreme chill and malevolent aura surged forth from the red light, intertwining with the previous essence and rushing into Lingchen's body. Moments ago, when he had felt an unparalleled comfort, He was now jolted awake as if doused with a bucket of icy water. This is the aura of the abyss. Lingchen's heart raced. Although he was immune to the negative effects of the abyss, this peculiar aura seemed exceptionally unique, devoid of any detrimental buffs, merely consisting of pure abyssal energy. As the crimson light gradually faded, an oddly shaped entity materialized before Lingchen. It resembled an egg, resting atop what appeared to be a pedestal. The egg and its base were seamlessly connected. However, this egg was not smooth. Its surface was riddled with countless pores, and thin, vein-like tendrils spread across its shell, with a mysterious black liquid coursing through them, creating an eerie spectacle. Furthermore, it appeared to be alive. To Lingchen's astonishment, he noticed that with each beat of his heart, the entity pulsated in tandem. Thump, thump, thump. This bizarre object, imbued with an intense abyssal essence, emanated a summons reminiscent of maternal affection that beckoned him. Simultaneously, a complex array of information flooded his mind. Hidden profession, Abyss Lord, unique. Exclusive weapon, Mother Nest. Refinement level, 1. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 2000. Constitution, 1000. Increased number of summons by tenfold. Soul Harvest. Upon defeating a boss enemy not exceeding one's own level by 100, the summoner can reap their soul, corrupting it into abyssal creatures to be cultivated within the Mother Nest. Such summons must possess the unique attribute. Return to Mother's Embrace. The summoner will not perish from a fatal blow, their health reduced to 1, and they will be revived through the Mother Nest. Abyssal Protection, Mother Nest Domain. Within this domain, the critical hit rate of summons is increased by 100, and critical damage is enhanced by 200. Boundless Maternal Love. After releasing a special ability, the cooldown time is reduced by 20. Chapter 22, Legendary Weapon Quest. Oh my goodness. X10. For someone like Lingchen, who had always been a mediocre student in both past and present lives, the adjectives he could muster to express his shock seemed woefully inadequate. His various exclamations of disbelief were the utmost extent of his ability to articulate his emotions at that moment. At first glance, the Mother Nest sent shivers down his spine. Its terrifying form reminded him of the Zerg hatchery from a certain real-time strategy game in his previous life. The Mother Nest before him was not just similar. It was virtually indistinguishable. Truly a specialized weapon. How convenient for mass summoning. However, upon reading the detailed description of the Mother Nest, he felt a pang of regret. He recalled his previous encounter with Gades. If only he had obtained this specialized weapon sooner, perhaps he could have claimed Gades for his own? Hiss. Lingchen inhaled sharply. The thrill was overwhelming. Just the thought of it felt invincible. A novice in his teens possessing a level 70 subordinate. Setting aside the issue of strength, the sheer spectacle would be unparalleled. Regardless of whether he could win, the allure of impressiveness was an eternal pursuit for any man. Besides the exaggerated increase in base attributes, every additional effect of the Mother Nest was astoundingly powerful. The surge in summon quantity and the reduction in ultimate ability cooldown were both direct enhancements to combat power. Most intriguing to Lingchen was the clause that allowed him to evade certain death. Return to Mother's Embrace. The summoner will not perish from a fatal blow. Their health reduced to 1, and they will be revived through the Mother Nest. Translated into layman's terms, this meant that against any foe capable of overwhelming him in levels, they could not kill him. This forced health locking skill was essential for any overpowered player. Yet, the Mother Nest had a unique twist. When Lingchen suffered a fatal blow, his body would return to the Mother Nest, reviving him at full health in a resurrection form. This was extraordinarily effective against skills that could obliterate his physical form, compensating for the shortcomings of a mere health lock. The best part was that this skill had no cooldown. Dying merely meant returning home, and he would resurrect, bursting forth with vigor to confront his adversaries anew. The damage output may not be high, but the humiliation factor was immense. This card draw was an unadulterated stroke of luck, with the remaining 2 red items also being specialized weapons. The refinement level of the Mother Nest escalated directly to 3. Hidden profession, Abyss Lord, unique. Exclusive weapon, Mother Nest. Refinement level, 335. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 6000. Constitution, 3000. Increased number of summons by 30-fold. Soul Harvest. Upon defeating a boss enemy not exceeding one's own level by 100, the summoner can reap their soul, corrupting it into abyssal creatures to be cultivated within the Mother Nest. Such summons must possess the unique attribute. Return to Mother's Embrace. The summoner will not perish from a fatal blow, their health reduced to 1, and they will be revived through the Mother Nest. Abyssal Protection, Mother Nest Domain. Within this domain, the critical hit rate of summons is increased by 300, and critical damage is enhanced by 600. Boundless Maternal Love. After releasing a special ability, the cooldown time is reduced by 60. With the specialized weapon equipped, Lingchen's spirit surged to an astounding 8,500. This meant he could summon 8,500 Yuta Kings simultaneously, and with the 30-fold increase, that amounted to a staggering 255,000. What does this signify? This constituted a veritable legion of abyssal demons. Lingchen even speculated that upon entering a secret realm, it might be incapable of accommodating his entire army. Moreover, the damage from his ultimate ability had soared to a terrifying 68,000,000. Would 68 million be sufficient to eliminate Gades in a single strike? Lingchen pondered deeply, already contemplating the prospect of defeating monsters beyond his level. If Gades were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated. Did you even hear what you just said? Is there such a thing as leveling up beyond your means? Even the most gifted individuals only level up by 4 or 5, at most 10 levels, which is already considered extraordinary. You intend to surpass by 45 levels. Am I merely a training dummy for you, Gades? However, before Lingchen could fully assess his newfound prowess, several lines of text appeared in his mind once again. Would you like to accept the legendary weapon quest? Note, only by completing the legendary quest can the specialized weapon unlock its full form. What is this? A legendary weapon quest? Lingchen was taken aback. Then without a moment's hesitation, he chose to agree. Mother Nest legendary quest. Collect the following items, and the Mother Nest will reveal its complete form. 10. 000 Abyssal Creature Souls, 10,000. Artifact Upgrade Material, Eternal Soil from the Abyssal Depths, 11. Successfully harbor one abyssal creature with a unique attribute, 1. Upon reading the task description, Lingchen felt somewhat surprised. Among the rewards he had previously received, the Eternal Soil from the Abyssal Depths was unexpectedly a material for his specialized weapon quest. This was something he had not anticipated. So, does this mean that the Mother Nest is indeed an artifact? Lingchen speculated internally, though he had no way of knowing that it was not in its complete form until he fulfilled the quest. No matter, it was merely a task. Though it might be a bit troublesome, the more complex it is, the greater the rewards upon completion. Lingchen felt reassured. After all, he understood the principle that the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. He was uncertain about what an artifact truly entailed, but based on his past gaming experiences, the task to activate an artifact's complete form being so straightforward was vastly beyond his expectations. In his imagination, artifacts often appeared in fragmented forms, requiring players to traverse numerous locations to gather shards, collect various supporting materials, and finally locate suitable NPCs for repair and forging. It was a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor fraught with peril. Compared to those grotesque missions, the legendary quest of the Mother Nest is nothing short of a child's play. Phew. Lingchen rose to his feet, taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had been unstoppable in his exploits. And even before stepping out of the novice village, he was already contemplating soloing a world boss. Heaven truly does not deceive me. After a brief tidying up, Lingchen set off back to the city. After a whole day of exertion, though his body was not fatigued, the continuous surprises of his exploits had left him mentally drained. Alas, too many exploits can be quite exhausting. A good night's sleep at home is in order. Upon returning to the city, Lingchen casually sought out a restaurant for a meal before heading straight home to rest. He collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted an entire day, only to be awakened the next morning by the incessant ringing of his phone. Who could it be? Not letting anyone rest on a weekend. Lingchen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, bleary-eyed as he picked up his phone. To his surprise, it was a call from Principal Ning Wuhan. Hello, Principal Ning. It's me. You need me to come to school? Oh, all right. I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Lingchen quickly freshened up and hurried off to school. It was the weekend, and classes were not in session. As seniors who had already completed their coming-of-age ceremony, there was no need for extra lessons. With their careers determined, their focus shifted to how to fill out college applications, enhance their abilities, and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination next month. The journey to the school was uneventful, and upon arrival, he headed straight for the principal's office. To his surprise, he discovered he was the last to arrive. Before him were Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi, who had already gathered. Besides Principal Ning Wuhan, there were two unfamiliar figures in the office, one male and one female. As Lingchen entered, both individuals turned their scrutinizing gazes toward him. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat peculiar. Noticing Lingchen's arrival, no one spoke. Lingchen sensed the oddity of the situation and cast his gaze toward the two strangers. He could clearly discern the disdain reflected in their eyes. Lingchen snorted inwardly, choosing not to pay them any mind. This was the principal's office, and their presence was undoubtedly related to Ning Wuhan, regardless of their rudeness. He saw no reason to confront them in such a setting. However, he couldn't help but internally critique their arrogance. Just because they had feasted a few more years, did they believe themselves superior? They hardly seemed like formidable characters. For Lingchen, his current adversaries were colossal bosses like Gades. He had little regard for others. Even the likes of Qiu Chantian treated him with respect, devoid of any airs. Yet, here were two strangers, acting with such condescension, without any understanding of who they were addressing. The two parties exchanged glances for a full 5 seconds, with even Ning Wuhan noticing the disdainful expressions the two wore, akin to observing a beggar. His expression darkened as he internally scoffed at the two fools, letting them indulge in their arrogance. He then swiftly donned a smile, saying, "Lingchen, you've arrived. Come here, let me introduce you." He gestured toward the man, approximately 40 years old, on his left, saying, "This is Principal Song Ku from Linen No. 1 High School." "Hello, Principal Song." Yi Lingchen greeted politely. Principal Song, however, did not reciprocate, remaining silent and indifferent to Yi Lingchen's courtesy. Ning Wuhan then pointed to a mature woman in her 30s, saying, "This is Principal Chiu from Su Yuan No. 1 High School." Uft! Yi Lingchen nearly burst into laughter, for the way Ning Wuhan pronounced her name sounded like Chiu to his ears, instantly evoking a sense of humor. Chiu? Is she some kind of cartoon character? Externally polite, Yi Lingchen was inwardly scoffing. This Principal Chiu, while possessing a dignified appearance and mature demeanor, emanated an air of arrogance that he found quite off-putting. She scrutinized Yi Lingchen with a condescending gaze, as if looking down upon him from a celestial plane. Likewise, she ignored Yi Lingchen and turned to Ning Wuhan, her tone laced with displeasure. "Ning Wuhan, is this the so-called top student you spoke of? We've already wasted considerable time waiting for him. You'd better get to the point." Chiu's words were anything but courteous, akin to a superior addressing a subordinate. Ning Wuhan, unfazed, merely smiled and addressed Yi Lingchen and the other students. "The reason I called you all here is due to a significant matter." As he spoke, he tapped on his wrist device, causing a map to materialize. "I trust you all gained substantial experience from this secret realm exercise." Coincidentally, students from Linen No. 1 High School and Su Yuan No. 1 High School also participated in the secret realm trial. The two principals have proposed that our 3 high schools conduct a joint exercise. A joint exercise? What on earth? Are we playing military dress up here? The group looked bewildered. At that moment, Principal Song from Linen No. 1 let out a scoff, saying, "Ning Wuhan, don't flatter yourself. It's not like you think our students are exceptional and want to give your students a chance to improve, desperately seeking to engage with us." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Lingchen and the others, his contempt laid bare, especially emphasizing the word engage. Faced with such a blatant mockery, Ning Wuhan remained calm, nodding in agreement. "What Principal Song says is true. I do believe this year's students have quite a few promising talents. Our 3 schools are the sole key institutions in our respective cities. Isn't it beneficial for them to interact before the college entrance examination to enhance their skills?" Principal Song shot Ning Wuhan a scornful look, falling silent thereafter. Yet, Yi Lingchen and the others gleaned certain insights from their exchange. Ning Wuhan's intention was to gather the top students from the graduating classes of the 3 prestigious high schools to engage in what was euphemistically termed a joint exercise. However, it was evident that the other 2 principals were less than enthusiastic and seemed to look down upon Linhai No. 1 High School. Clearing his throat, Ning Wuhan continued. "To cut a long story short, we have decided on this location for the joint exercise." He indicated a specific location on the map. The group leaned in to observe, and besides Yi Lingchen, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. "This is Tianyuan. Principal Ning, you're not joking with us, are you?" Mu Lingxi asked. Her brows furrowed in concern, her face reflecting unease. Zhang Wei and Li Jun also looked bewildered, their faces betraying shock and trepidation. Only Yi Lingchen, glancing at Ning Wuhan, then at the impassive Song Ku and Chiu, was deep in thought. "Ha, you're not mistaken. It is indeed Tianyuan. This was agreed upon after discussions among the 3 of us regarding the exercise location," Ning Wuhan affirmed. But Mu Lingxi attempted to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Ning Wuhan. He turned to Yi Lingchen and the others, smiling as he said, "Given your current strengths, ordinary secret realms offer limited enhancement. This time, the joint exercise will be a demonstration of abilities. You will represent Linhai No. 1 High School in this exercise, and of course, there are substantial rewards if you succeed." As he elaborated on the rules and rewards of the exercise, it became apparent that this so-called exercise was merely a euphemism for a competition, a race. Each school would form a team to conquer the Tianyuan dungeon, progressing through the levels of easy, standard, hard, and nightmare in succession. The team that completed all levels the fastest would emerge victorious, earning a singular reward. The team prize included not only divine stones, but also an abundance of equipment and scrolls, all of which were of at least rare purple quality. This did not even account for the loot from the dungeon, which would belong entirely to the participants. Furthermore, a personal competition for the Ladder of Ascension was also set, presenting a tremendous opportunity for each participant. Upon hearing the name Tianyuan, a few individuals felt a twinge of hesitation. However, after hearing the enticing rewards mentioned by Ning Wuhan, both Zhang Wei and Li Jun found themselves intrigued, particularly Zhang Wei, whose eyes widened in amazement, his breath quickening with excitement. In contrast, Mu Lingxi appeared somewhat disinterested. Yet, upon observing that no one else voiced any objections, she glanced at the ever-composed Yi Lingchen, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossing her gaze. For Zhang Wei, the rewards of this competition were exceedingly generous. As a child from a working-class family, he could never afford such high-quality equipment and had to rely on grinding dungeons for drops. The drop rates for premium gear were notoriously low. Compounded by the challenging nature of the secret realms, making the efficiency of obtaining such items alarmingly poor. Should he emerge victorious in this competition, he would secure powerful equipment, significantly enhancing his prospects for the forthcoming college entrance examinations. Li Jun felt similarly. Although his family was affluent, they did not possess wealth on the same level as Mu Lingxi's. He looked down on purple gear, but the allure of gold equipment was irresistible. Naturally, he would not refuse the chance to acquire it without expenditure. Moreover, after the recent trials in the secret realm, he brimmed with confidence, feeling invincible. He was convinced that this exercise would undoubtedly culminate in victory for Linhai No. 1 High School, and he, Li Jun, would lead the charge. The more he pondered, the more he felt destined for greatness, casting aside any previous trepidation regarding Tianyuan, even shooting a derisive sidelong glance at Lingchen. Given his demeanor, he must have been utterly paralyzed with fear upon hearing about Tianyuan. Chapter 24, Ning Wuhan's Schemes. After a brief discussion regarding the joint exercise, Song Ku and Qiu Qiu wasted no time, rising to depart. As representatives of Linhai No. 1 High School, Zhang Wei and Li Jun were brimming with eagerness. Only Mu Lingxi hesitated, caught between words. However, seeing Lingchen, who remained silent and unruffled, she chose not to voice her concerns and left. At the door, Mu Lingxi turned back and suddenly asked, "Little Yi, do you feel confident?" Lingchen smiled faintly, his expression serene and his gaze clear as he nodded slightly at Mu Lingxi. "Fear not, I shall handle everything." Those simple 6 words conveyed an unparalleled confidence that Mu Lingxi sensed emanating from him. She smiled radiantly, all her lingering doubts dissipating. She could not fathom why she trusted him so implicitly, yet she did. Regardless of how perilous Tianyuan might be, as long as Lingchen was present, nothing would pose a problem. Once Mu Lingxi departed, only Ning Wuhan and Lingchen remained in the office. Ning Wuhan cast a sidelong glance at Lingchen and coughed lightly, asking, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lingchen wore an odd expression, a half-smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Principal Ning, there are no outsiders here. Please speak candidly." What candidness? Ning Wuhan stammered. Isn't it a bit unkind to spring such a scheme on them so openly? After all, those 2 schools are also prestigious institutions. Coughing vigorously to mask his discomfort, Ning Wuhan took a large gulp from his teacup. Unfortunately, Lingchen was not swayed, his gaze still fixed intently on him. Finally, Ning Wuhan conceded. All right. You truly are a shrewd one. I can't deny it." Shaking his head in resignation, he moved to the door, ensuring it was securely closed, and listened for any signs of eavesdropping before slowly stating, "I did not seek your consent beforehand, and that was my fault. However, regarding the reputation of Linhai No. 1 High School, I had no choice but to proceed this way." Upon hearing Ning Wuhan's explanation, Lingchen finally grasped his intent. The roots of this situation traced back 8 years ago. Following the conclusion of the Second Abyss War, a period of reconstruction ensued. To elevate the overall caliber of students, many schools initiated diverse and frequent exchanges. Among these, the collaboration between Linhai No. 1 High School, Linen No. 1 High School, and Siyuan No. 1 High School gained particular renown. Situated adjacent to Tianyuan, the 3 schools leveraged their unique advantages to engage in a competition known as the joint exercise. The rules were as Ning Wuhan had previously outlined. In the initial years, the joint exercise flourished, with fierce competition among the talented students of the 3 schools. However, from the 3rd year onward, the overall strength of Linhai No. 1 High School's participants experienced a drastic decline. By the 5th year, even completing the competition became an unattainable dream. The weakness of Linhai No. 1 High School fostered a sense of superiority in the other 2 institutions, leading them to believe their rival was no longer worthy of standing alongside them, ultimately excluding them from participation. This incident remained a source of shame for Linhai No. 1 High School, an unacceptable reality for Ning Wuhan. He feared that by the time of his retirement, it would become a blemish he carried to his grave. Perhaps fate smiled upon him, as this graduating class produced an extraordinary talent in Lingchen. The events of the 4th secret realm were known only to those present, with no outsiders aware. At that time, Elder Qin had issued a stern warning. Should anyone leak the information, he would make their existence unbearable. Qiu Changtian, utilizing his military standing, reiterated the importance of maintaining secrecy. Thus, Lingchen's heroic deeds in saving Linhai City and defeating Gedesai were shrouded in obscurity. Upon returning to the 1st secret realm, Ning Wuhan encountered Song Ku and Qiu Qiu, who were there to collect the students. After a few banal exchanges, Ning Wuhan's mind began to race. "Aren't you all so impressive? You think you can exclude us? This time, I shall ensure you leave without your undergarments." After some negotiations, Song Ku and Qiu Qiu eventually acquiesced to Ning Wuhan's request to restart the tri-school exercises. During Linhai No. 1 High School's absence, the rewards had been provided solely by the other 2 institutions. Although they agreed to allow Linhai No. 1 High School to participate this time, they did not require them to contribute any rewards. This was not due to their magnanimity, but rather their complete disregard for Linhai No. 1 High School. In their eyes, Linhai No. 1 High School was merely there to fill the ranks. Ning Wuhan's humble entreaties were viewed as a trivial favor to grant. Little did they realize. This year's Linhai No. 1 high school had produced an anomaly like Yi Lingchen. Ning Wuhan's plans were astute, with Yi Lingchen's prowess. No matter how formidable the other two schools' talents were, they would not stand a chance against him. Have you ever witnessed a genius capable of transcending dozens of levels to vanquish a level 70 boss? Tianyuan is perilous? Is it more dangerous than Getasai? From the moment he conceived this scheme, Linhai No. 1 high school was already positioned to emerge victorious. Furthermore, it wasn't just Yi Lingchen. There were also two at the gold level and one at the purple level, all possessing commendable strength. This graduating class was unprecedented in the history of Linhai No. 1 high school. In this competition, the 4 participants stand to gain immense opportunities, leveling up and receiving generous rewards. Linhai No. 1 high school could leverage this event to rebound from its nadir and restore its former glory. Ning Wuhan could also gain significant face, potentially advancing his career. It was a trifecta of benefits. What's not to like? Yi Lingchen remained silent for a prolonged moment, inwardly lamenting. Old foxes are indeed astute. Though he recognized being manipulated by Ning Wuhan, he bore no resentment. In terms of sentiment, Ning Wuhan had previously aided him by granting free access to the secret realm, providing him with unprecedented advantages. This favor warranted repayment. Logically, as a student of Linhai No. 1 high school, it was his duty to bring honor to his alma mater. Noticing Yi Lingchen's prolonged silence, Ning Wuhan felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Yi Lingchen might refuse. If the student did not wish to participate, there was little he could do. Lingchen, this matter is of great significance to Linhai No. 1 high school, but it is equally important to you. To me? Indeed. Ning Wuhan's expression grew serious. This matter is closely related to the profession you have awakened. Regarding your occupation, you need not disclose its specific capabilities. No one can compel you to reveal them. However, the title of Abyss Lord is rather sensitive. Your performance has captured the attention of both the Adventurers Association and the military. I surmise it will not be long before your information reaches the higher echelons. The term Abyssal Lord bears an insufferable weight for humanity. The authorities will undoubtedly initiate the necessary surveillance and investigations. My intention in facilitating this matter is to illuminate the truth. You are human, not a creature of the abyss. You embody the hope of humanity. I wish for you to emerge beneath the remains of the Abyssal Lord, resplendent and invincible, silencing all who dare to doubt you. Ning Wuhan's words resounded like precious gems, each phrase striking Yi Lingchen's ears like the tolling of a great bell. He gazed into the earnest eyes of his interlocutor, his fists slowly clenching. Chapter 25. The Origin of Tianyuan. Following the Second Abyssal War, the might of Long Kingdom suffered a devastating blow. Yet, other nations dared not harbor ill intentions towards Long Kingdom. The reason for this is that the current Long Kingdom is under the formidable influence of the 3 purities, the 4 pillars, and the unfettered one. The 3 purities consist of Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing, while the 4 pillars represent the kingdom's 4 stalwart leaders. And the unfettered one is none other than the current president of the Global Adventurers Association, the preeminent figure in the world, the unfettered immortal. The strength of these 8 individuals surpasses the imagination of ordinary mortals, with rumors suggesting their power approaches that of the divine. 8 years prior, the Abyssal Lord Elysis led a vast army to invade the human realm. Faced with the relentless onslaught of abyssal creatures, the human coalition suffered continuous defeats. As the war's primary battlefield, Long Kingdom bore over 80% of the pressure from the abyssal forces. Just as humanity found itself in peril, the adept warriors of Long Kingdom could no longer remain passive, stepping forth to confront the crisis. It was during this period that the 3 purities, the 4 pillars, and the unfettered one all made their appearances. Among them, the cataclysmic battle between the unfettered immortal and the Abyssal Lord Elysis left an indelible impression. This life-and-death struggle raged for 3 days and nights, from the abyssal entrance north of Long Kingdom to its very heart. Their climactic confrontation erupted atop Sky Mountain. As the true Abyssal Lord, Elysis revealed a despair-inducing might. With a single blow, he cleaved half of the towering Sky Mountain, creating a terrifying abyss that plunged into unfathomable depths. A horrific spatial rift formed, linking the abyss to Blue Star, unleashing countless creatures that wreaked havoc upon the heart of Long Kingdom. In this critical moment, the unfettered immortal broke through the fray, turning the tide with his invincible prowess. He severed Elysis and employed his extraordinary abilities to seal the rift at Sky Mountain, transforming it into a hidden realm under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth. This battle led to the site being forever known as Tianyuan. Tian refers to Sky Mountain, while Yuan denotes the small abyssal realm. After that fateful battle, the Abyssal Lord perished, his remains impaled atop Sky Mountain, where they remain to this day. Devoid of their leader, the Abyssal army crumbled under the counteroffensive of humanity's champions, ultimately retreating back to the abyss. Subsequently, Tianyuan became a pilgrimage site for the people of Long Kingdom and indeed all of humanity. It serves not only as a tourist destination for common folk, but also as a trial ground for the awakened. The unfettered immortal's legendary battle etched a celestial ladder into the mountainside, proclaiming to future generations that great fortunes await atop Sky Mountain. Those who can reach the summit shall receive this boon, while even those who merely traverse the celestial ladder will gain significant benefits. It is precisely due to the unfettered immortal's declarations that countless awakened individuals flock to Tianyuan, each believing themselves destined to ascend. Yet, as 8 years have elapsed, none have succeeded in reaching the pinnacle. The fame of Tianyuan has not waned. Rather, it has burgeoned. Any awakened individual under the age of 30 feels compelled to visit Tianyuan at least once in their lifetime. Some even take up residence there, honing their skills in the small abyss while persistently challenging the celestial ladder. As a citizen of Long Kingdom, Lingchen is well aware of Tianyuan's history. He understands the perils of the small abyssal realm. This realm is the only instance thus far of a dungeon that has entirely succumbed to abyssal transformation upon its emergence. Within, the abyssal creatures are myriad and bizarre, many of which are not even documented in textbooks. The remarkable aspect of this realm lies in its dynamic difficulty, which escalates according to the highest level of the entrance. The dungeon is categorized into 4 levels: simple, standard, difficult, and nightmare. In simple mode, the monster's levels are elevated by 10 levels above that of the entrance highest level. Standard mode raises it by 20 levels, difficult mode by 30 levels, and nightmare mode by 40 levels. To put it in more tangible terms, in simple mode, adventurers confront elite foes. In standard mode, they face minor bosses. In difficult mode, they encounter major bosses, while nightmare mode pits even the most mundane creatures against world boss level adversaries. For instance, in nightmare mode, a level 20 adventurer faces a creature of level 60, while a level 60 adventurer contends with a foe of level 100. This dynamic difficulty may appear incredibly accommodating, yet in reality, the vast majority of individuals falter at simple mode. Fewer than 100 individuals worldwide have cleared standard mode. As for difficult mode, not even prodigies like Wang Tianhua can prevail. In nightmare mode, does anyone truly possess the capability to conquer it? In stark contrast to the small abyss's harrowing difficulty, the celestial ladder enjoys greater popularity. Since its inception, numerous individuals have attained fortune upon its rungs, experiencing rapid strides in strength. With Tianyuan's renown on the rise, a rumor has begun circulating among the awakened. Only those who conquer the nightmare mode of the small abyss can ascend the celestial ladder. Increasingly, people believe that the unfettered immortal has intertwined the celestial ladder and the small abyss for profound reasons. The intentionally heightened difficulty of the small abyss is purportedly a test of an adventurer's capabilities. Those who meet the standard are naturally positioned to gain greater fortune on the celestial ladder, perhaps even reaching its apex. As the rumor gained momentum, it took on a life of its own, while the unfettered immortal, creator of Tianyuan, neither confirmed nor denied it. Aside from leaving this opportunity for future generations, he has not reappeared. This air of mystery has only served to bolster the belief in the rumor's validity. Thus, on the final day of the month, driven by a yearning for this legend, teams from 3 schools participating in a joint exercise gathered beneath Sky Mountain. Is this truly Sky Mountain? Gazing upon the enormous mountain, now reduced to half its former glory, Zhang Wei spoke with a tremor in his voice. What kind of extraordinary power could have wrought such a spectacle? The entirety of Sky Mountain appears as though it were a block of tofu, cleaved asunder, now left with only a remnant. A vast pit, measuring 10 kilometers in diameter, gaped where the mountain had once stood. The surface of the pit swirled with an inky black vortex. This is the entrance to the small abyssal realm. If the abyssal lord was so formidable, how powerful must the unfettered immortal be to have vanquished him? Li Jun murmured, his heart gradually succumbing to fear in the presence of such a celestial wonder, despite his usual arrogance. It was not just the 4 of them. The teams from Linen No. 1 High School and Su Garden No. 1 High School wore similarly astonished expressions. At 18, this was their first time here. Their reverence for strength and the allure of power left each person profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, they observed adventurers continuously entering and exiting the vicinity of Tianyuan. I, Long Out Yin, hereby declare, if I do not conquer simple mode today, I will livestream my humiliation. A young man, clad in formidable armor and radiating an aura of immense power, bellowed, leaping into the dark vortex. The students from the 3 competing teams were drawn to this proclamation, their gazes converging upon him. In a mere 15 seconds, drenched in blood and clad in tattered armor, Long Out Yin was hurled from the vortex, landing unceremoniously on the ground at the edge of the secret realm with a thud. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. His anguished cries echoed, leaving the assembled competitors momentarily stunned. Young master, how are you? A few individuals, appearing to be his guards, rushed to his side, hastily administering restorative potions. The teams from the 3 schools observed this scene in silence, a profound sense of dread swelling within each of them. Some had even begun to reconsider their participation. After several minutes, Long Out Yin, having finally recovered from the potion, attempted to rise. Yet, among the competitors, a timid voice broke the tension. Wait, Didn't they say we were live streaming this? The utterance, though softly spoken, was laced with potent ridicule. Upon hearing it, Long Outyin coughed a mouthful of blood, collapsing flat once more. Chapter 26. Commencement. The prospect of a live broadcast was utterly impossible, let alone one of such a disgraceful nature. Long Outyin had cleverly evaded calamity by feigning unconsciousness. Of course, this was merely a minor incident. Surrounding the abyss, numerous individuals, much like Long Outyin, entered the trial of the secret realm. The majority, akin to him, emerged battered and bruised within a short span. Others, however, vanished without a trace, leading no one to believe they had survived. The only conclusion was death. Faced with such a terrifying abyss, it was undoubtedly disingenuous for these 18-year-old students to claim they were unafraid. Yet, among them, some still harbored great expectations for this competition. This included Lu Li, the esteemed leader of Linen No. 1 High School, and Shin Kursen, the most outstanding individual from Su Yuan No. 1 High School. Both were extraordinary geniuses who had awakened hidden professions. Lu Li's profession was known as the Master of Shadow Flow, while Shin Kursen had awakened as the Nine-Tailed Fox. Both professions were historically recognized as immensely powerful, their previous bearers renowned figures in history. This was precisely why the principals of the two schools dismissed Linhai No. 1 High School. In their estimation, this cohort only possessed 2 gold and 1 purple medals. To be fair, that was already quite formidable. But what of it when their 2 schools had struck gold? In the face of hidden professions, especially those of historical significance, 2 gold and 1 purple seemed like mere trifles. As for Lingchen, they could hardly be bothered to investigate the background of an ordinary student. The teams from the 3 schools had been at the abyss for some time, yet the leaders, also the principals, deliberately refrained from announcing the commencement of the exercise. They wished for these students to experience the terror of the abyss up close. In truth, this was the first step of the exercise, designed to temper their mental fortitude. Those who could not overcome this threshold were destined to remain distant from greatness. Lu Li cast a glance back at his 3 teammates, his brow furrowing. He could clearly sense their fear, which was evident in their eyes, impossible to conceal. Pull yourselves together, Lu Li bellowed, startling the 3 behind him. You're afraid, even before we've entered? If you're scared, then get out now. I, Lu Li, am ashamed to associate with you. His voice was cold and biting. The 3, upon hearing this, hung their heads in shame. After a moment, one of the boys clenched his fists. Suddenly lifting his head and gritting his teeth, I will not withdraw. Lu Li, though our professions may not match yours, we are not cowards. If you're unafraid, then so are we. The others nodded in fervent agreement, their expressions filled with determination. Lu Li sneered, falling silent as he turned away, leaving them with nothing but his back. It seemed his tactic had succeeded. How long they could endure mattered little to him. As long as they did not hold him back later, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Shin Kursen's team experienced a similar scenario. However, unlike Lu Li, she wore a charming smile, bewitchingly encouraging her 3 teammates with a voice as sweet as honey. The trio blushed with excitement, their spirits invigorated, eager to go to any lengths for Shin Kursen. All of this was duly noted by Lingchen, who couldn't help but glance at Shin Kursen a few extra times. She employed not provocation, but her innate abilities. Using her charm on her teammates was indeed astonishing. Yet, considering her skill's innovative application, it was quite remarkable. Both individuals were no mere trifles, Lingchen mused. He accorded them a modicum of respect, though it was fleeting. What did hidden professions matter? He himself was at full health, in the presence of the Abyss Lord. Everyone else was but mere fodder. Noticing the lack of activity from Linhai No. 1 High School's team, Song Ku and Xiao Qiu exchanged glances, momentarily intrigued. However, they quickly lost interest. In their eyes, the students of Linhai No. 1 High School must have been paralyzed by fear. Even if they did not forfeit now, they would undoubtedly emerge defeated and humiliated. Time is of the essence. Let us commence, Song Ku remarked, glancing at the clock. Xiao Qiu and Ning Wuhan nodded in agreement. The competitors from the 3 schools took note. The joint exercise was about to officially begin. I am Song Ku, the principal of Linen No. 1 High School. I wish to reiterate, this is merely an exercise, and your safety is paramount. Do not act recklessly. Should danger arise, use the teleportation scrolls provided to you. Of course, striving to endure longer, and even seeking to clear the trial is your objective, he stated. Xiao Qiu continued from where Song Ku left off. We 3 shall await outside. Keeping time. The team that takes the longest in this secret realm will secure first place and gain the qualification to ascend the ladder to heaven. Ning Wuhan opened his mouth, but said nothing. With the 2 principals having spoken, he could only offer Lingchen and his companions an encouraging glance. Do your best. Remember to keep a low profile. Upon hearing Ning Wuhan's words, Lingchen nodded with a smile. In contrast, Zhang Wei and the others widened their eyes in confusion. What does it mean to keep a low profile? Is the principal going mad? Mu Lingxi shot a puzzled glance at Ning Wuhan, instinctively glancing at Lingchen without uttering a word. Consequently, among the 4, the most excited was Li Jun. He gazed at Ning Wuhan's encouraging expression, his heart racing with exhilaration. I understand. I comprehend everything. The principal's words were directed at me. He means for me not to be too aggressive and steal the spotlight from others. Indeed, I am the chosen one. With this thought, Li Jun straightened his back even more, exuding an air of dominance as he turned to Zhang Wei and Yi Lingchen, his disdain unmistakable. After outlining the precautions, the exercise officially commenced. Lu Li led his team, leaping into the vortex first, closely followed by Chun Kerson's group. Throughout, they did not cast a single glance towards Linhai No. 1 High School, as though the latter were no more significant than air. Just as Yi Lingchen was about to step forward, he heard Li Jun's arrogant voice beside him. Let us go, stay close behind me. Once we enter, follow my lead. And be cautious. I can't guarantee your safety. Without waiting for a response from the other three, he strode confidently into the instance. As the three-school exercise began in earnest. Elsewhere, within the central military district's base, Song Zi stood awestruck before the massive underground laboratory, situated 500 meters below the surface. She had been here for several days, acclimating to the life of the base while beginning to partake in its various tasks. Today was a significant day for Song Zi, as this year's Future Brain. She was set to access the highly classified files left by the previous Future Brain, containing fragments of information pertaining to the entire Dragon Nation. Zi, come here. Qiu Changtian stood before a somewhat antiquated laptop, beckoning Song Zi with a gesture. The chief's demeanor left Song Zi gazing at the old computer with a puzzled expression. The device appeared exceedingly outdated, reminiscent of models from over a decade ago. Yet, apart from the central desk and the laptop resting upon it, the entire room was devoid of any other furnishings. In a moment, you will personally operate this computer to receive information left behind by the previous brain of the future. Only someone possessing the brain of the future can unlock it, and the information contained within can only be comprehended by you. Qiu Changtian pronounced with utmost seriousness. All right, Song Zi replied, sensing the gravity and anticipation in his tone, and she steeled herself. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You may begin. With that, Qiu Changtian exited the room briskly, leaving Song Zi alone in the vast space. Taking a deep breath, she gently seated herself in the chair, raised her delicate fingers, and pressed the power button. Chapter 27. Wasted time. The aged computer screen flickered to life with a faint glow. A series of mechanical whirs emanated as the device struggled to display the startup screen. However, the screen remained frozen for a full 5 minutes, showing no signs of proceeding. What is happening? Is it frozen? Song Zi furrowed her brow, perplexed. How could such an antiquated machine from over a decade ago possibly hold the information of the last brain of the future? Now, as the current brain of the future, her understanding of this role had deepened significantly in recent days. She comprehended the militaries and even the higher echelons of Longhua's intense focus on her. Yet, all of this remained a secret buried deep within her. At last, just as Song Zi was about to rise and call for assistance, the screen reacted. There was no system desktop, only the indistinct figure of a man in a white lab coat, his back turned towards her. Oh, the machine has been activated? It seems a new brain of the future has emerged. I hope you do not disappoint me. The man on the screen never turned around, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Yet, beneath that tone, Song Zi sensed a profound weariness and an almost imperceptible resolve. The next moment, just as she was still speculating about the man's identity, the screen abruptly emitted a blinding light. A torrent of daunting data surged forth, transforming into a beam of light that struck her forehead like a bolt. Her body instantly stiffened, as if immobilized by an unseen force. An overwhelming deluge of information forcefully inundated her mind. Song Zi gasped in pain, feeling as though her head might burst. Yet, she found herself unable to move, resigned to the relentless flow of data entering her consciousness. Fortunately, as the possessor of the brain of the future, she quickly acclimated to the speed of the data infusion, simultaneously absorbing and perusing its contents. This process endured for a full 4 hours. When the computer screen finally dimmed, Song Zi was drenched in sweat, slumped in her chair, while her mind raced to comprehend the events that had just transpired. In that moment, the once ancient laptop shattered into fragments, transforming into a pile of scrap metal. How is this possible? Song Zi murmured in disbelief. The information imparted to her encompassed the entirety of the man's lifelong research, including concepts that were yet to be realized or even completed. Such knowledge was undeniably a treasure trove. Yet, what left her most astounded was the final message conveyed by that shadowy figure. Xiao Yezi, he is unable. I must remain calm. I must remain composed. The impact of that revelation was so staggering that Song Zi's mind was in disarray. She fought to control her emotions, suppressing the impulse to contact Yi Lingchen. She understood that if this secret were to be revealed to anyone other than herself and Yi Lingchen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yezi, you must persevere. I will not let anything happen to you. Clenching her fists, Song Zi made a momentous decision. Meanwhile, Yi Lingchen and his companions were taken aback as they entered the abyss. The sky was a ghastly crimson, the ground a dismal gray. The terrain was littered with viscous, dark red substances emanating a nauseating stench. With each step, their shoes became coated in this revolting muck, causing Mu Lingxi's expression to sour instantaneously. An overwhelming wave of negative energy from the abyss washed over them, sending shivers down the spines of the three companions, save for Lingchen. This is the aura of the abyss. Prolonged exposure here could lead to a loss of reason, Mu Lingxi remarked, her brow furrowed. Previously arrogant, Li Jun's bravado had waned considerably, yet he still stepped forward, facing away from the others, declaring, dangerous as it may be, for me, Li Jun. This is the path of the strong. You three must heed my commands and refrain from acting recklessly. Otherwise, I may struggle to ensure your safety. He continued speaking, only to realize that no one was paying him any mind. Hearing whispers behind him, Li Jun turned to see Lingchen and the others huddled together, engrossed in their own conversation, entirely disregarding him. What are your plans now? Xiao Yezi, I'm following your lead. Li Wei was the first to speak. Same here. After all, I'm merely a support. Mu Lingxi chimed in with a smile. Oh, so you really don't intend to test your skills? Lingchen inquired. No. Didn't we already discuss this before coming? Zhang Wei chuckled. The three had privately reached an agreement on their adventure, designating Lingchen as the leader, while Li Jun remained oblivious to their plans. Hey, are you three even listening to me? Li Jun shouted in frustration. Glancing at him, Lingchen replied coolly. You might want to shout a little louder to attract the monsters. Li Jun shuddered in fear, promptly silencing himself. Glaring at Lingchen, he thought, fine. You think you're so impressive. I'll be eager to see what you can do. Ignore him. Let him go it alone. Lingchen scoffed. As you wish. Keep your eyes wide open. With that, he stepped forward, leading the way. Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi followed closely behind, while Li Jun, with a sneer, trailed after them. The four had walked for less than 10 minutes when they encountered enemies. A squad of 5 abyssal creatures stood before them, a skeletal bird, a colossal centipede boasting 100 legs, and 3 humanoid figures. Among them was a 5-meter-tall giant wielding a massive stone hammer, a robed sorcerer shrouded in black mist, and a goblin assassin barely half a meter tall, brandishing dual daggers. The sight of this formidable team sent a chill down Zhang Wei and his companions. Among the 4, Lingchen was level 15, while the others were only at level 10. According to the rules of the basic mode, their adversaries were all level 25. If there had been only one foe, they could have teamed up to wear it down. However, facing an entire squad with diverse capabilities, mobility, defense, offense, melee, ranged, and assassination, could they truly contend with such a force? Li Jun was the first to falter. I think we should run. We can't confront them head on. Yet upon uttering these words, he noticed that the other 3 had no intention of fleeing. Though Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi felt apprehensive, they remained resolute, choosing to place their faith entirely in Lingchen. The moment they laid eyes on the enemy, Lingchen's previously anxious heart finally settled. Is that all there is to it? Lingchen thought to himself, raising his right hand with a flourish. Come forth. In an instant, a horde of Yuta kings materialized around them, as if summoned by magic. The ominous atmosphere nearly rendered Zhang Wei and his companions unconscious from fear. What on earth is happening? We are surrounded by monsters. Li Jun screamed in terror, almost wetting his pants. Although Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi were somewhat better, their faces were ashen, their expressions filled with dread as they glanced around. Fear not, they are all allies. What follows is merely a slaughter, Lingchen proclaimed, gesturing forward. Now unleash havoc here. Chapter 28, Bullying Others. At the edge of the abyss, 3 principals sat leisurely by the entrance of the secret realm, engaged in casual conversation. Who do you think will last the longest? Song Ku inquired with a smirk, puffing on a cigarette. Although he posed the question, he had no expectation of a response. Fully aware that his team from Linen No. 1 High School was the strongest this year, with Lu Li on their side. Surviving 5 hours in the easy mode should be a walk in the park. With a bit of effort, they might even endure for 12. However, he had no illusions about clearing the game. Though hidden classes were formidable, the Shadow Lord belonged to the assassin category. Adept at single combat, but ill-equipped to handle a horde of monsters. Coupled with the level disparity, Lu Li at level 15 against monsters at level 25, victory was out of the question, even with the assistance of others. This exercise was merely an opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. After all, they were still young, and they had plenty of time to hone their skills before turning 30. Chiu seemed to understand the thoughts of her peers, casting a disdainful glance at Song Ku without uttering a word. She did not believe her team was inferior to the others. The nine-tailed fox class was one she knew well. Its charm ability alone could secure an advantage. Yet, given the unique nature of the secret realm and the immense level suppression, she had her doubts about the effectiveness of charm against enemies. Nevertheless, if utilized skillfully, Chen Kursen might just create a miracle, perhaps even having a slim chance of clearing the easy mode. As for Linhai No. 1 High School, ignored. Ning Wuhan was too disinterested to engage in banter with the 2 overly arrogant fools. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open while leisurely sipping a can of beer. An hour had passed since the 3 teams entered the secret realm. Though Ning Wuhan appeared calm and collected, he was filled with anticipation regarding the surprises Lingchen might bring forth. It seemed as if fate anticipated his thoughts, for suddenly, the entrance of the secret realm trembled. and 4 figures materialized before the 3 principals. Lingchen, you've emerged? Ning Wuhan's gaze sharpened upon seeing the 4, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Though he quickly masked it, he realized that Linhai No. 1 High School had lost this round. Yi Lingchen and his team had only lasted 30 minutes. While the other 2 schools were still locked in battle inside, Ning Wuhan composed himself and stepped forward, patting the shoulders of the 4. It's all right, you all did well. There will be more opportunities in the future. Qiao, observing their emergence, smirked disdainfully and remarked, Ning Wuhan, I told you before. This place isn't for just anyone. You refused to listen and insisted on coming. You brought this humiliation upon yourself. Don't blame us. Indeed, old Ning, this failure doesn't matter. Just keep striving. I believe that in 100 or 80 years, Linhai No. 1 High School will surely catch up. But by then, you probably won't be around to see it. Song Ku's words were more cutting, the sarcasm in his tone unmistakable. Ning Wuhan's composure finally faltered, and he turned to retort at Song Ku and Qiao. Just then, a hand grasped his arm. Startled, he turned to find Yi Lingchen standing beside him. Lingchen, don't stop me. These 2 are infuriating. I must confront them. Ning Wuhan's protest was abruptly interrupted by Yi Lingchen. Principal Ning, I understand you are upset, but please refrain from letting anger take hold. May I inquire if there is a time limit for this exercise? What did you say? Ning Wuhan stammered in surprise. I asked if there is a time limit for the competition. Well, there isn't. Why do you ask? Do you intend to re-enter? Yi Lingchen nodded, and the 3 behind him followed suit. Ning Wuhan looked on, puzzled, noticing the excitement radiating from Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi, while Li Jun appeared despondent. His expression vacant, as if his soul had left him. I know you're unwilling to accept this defeat. However, re-entering would serve no purpose. Wait until your strength has improved before trying again. This was merely for practice. You need not concern yourselves with the results. Before Yi Lingchen could respond, Mu Lingxi interjected. Principal, what Xiao Yi means is, can we continue to tackle the standard mode? Oh, is that what you meant? One moment. Ning Wuhan's realization dawned upon him. Thinking he must have misheard. You cleared the easy mode, and wish to continue grinding the standard mode? What? Why you mean you cleared it? Ning Wuhan exclaimed. As if he had heard something extraordinary. Song Ku and Qiao exchanged perplexed glances. Young lady, it is not wise to lie at such a tender age. Song Ku frowned, his disdain for the current batch of students from Linhai No. 1 High School growing even stronger. Not only were they lacking in skill, but their character was equally abominable. Qiao's face openly displayed her contempt. Who are you calling a liar? Mu Lingxi's expression darkened as she shot a sharp glance at Song Ku. Though she was indeed a student, she was also the heiress of the Mu family. The likes of him, a mere principal, dared to reprimand her? This young lady has been nothing but polite to you. Yet you push your luck, Mu Lingxi said coldly, exuding an almost palpable aura of malice. Indeed, it was a murderous aura. The heiress of the Mu family was genuinely enraged. Throughout her life, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. She could tolerate being told she lacked strength. After all, there were always those stronger. But to question her character was a personal attack. This incident could not be left unresolved. Realizing he had gone too far, Song Ku was about to explain himself when Qiao interjected. Others might fear your Mu family, but I, Qiao, do not. What is so great about your family? My brother is the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region. A mere girl dared to throw a tantrum in front of him? It was laughable. Qiao approached with a frosty demeanor, casting a disdainful look at Mu Lingxi and her companions. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Clearing the easy mode? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? There is a time and place for boasting. Do you genuinely believe you possess the capability to achieve that? Qiao's voice grew louder, her hand raised, ready to deliver a harsh lesson to Mu Lingxi. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. If you have the courage, go ahead and strike. I assure you, should you lay a hand on her, you will not see the sun rise tomorrow. Qiao's gaze shifted to find Yi Lingchen standing protectively in front of Mu Lingxi, his profound eyes locked onto hers. In his gaze, she perceived a chilling intent that sent shivers down her spine. It was a frigid aura from the abyss, savage and bloodthirsty. In the next instant, over 200,000 abyssal monsters emerged around them. Creatures of all shapes and sizes filled the skies and the ground, occupying nearly half of the abyss's territory. Chapter 29, The Golden-Tongued Substitute. At the edge of the abyss, an overwhelming aura of terror erupted. Hundreds of thousands of fearsome abyssal beings, each unique in form, either soared through the air or loomed ominously, dominating the landscape. The awakeners who ventured here for training were utterly terrified by the scene before them. What is this? Why are there so many abyssal creatures? This is bad. The abyssal army is upon us. Run for your lives. Help, help. I came here merely to train. I do not wish to perish. Countless voices, filled with fear and despair, echoed in unison. They were utterly paralyzed by terror. Since the Second Abyssal War, even at the front lines of the blood and flesh Great Wall, one rarely witnessed military engagements in the hundreds of thousands. Yet here, in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, Tianyuan, such a multitude of abyssal creatures has appeared. Any sane individual would be gripped by fear. Faced with such an overwhelming horde, despair was the only response. Endless despair. Chaos erupted at the edge of Tianyuan. Panic surged like a flood, swiftly spreading among the crowd. Some attempted to flee, only to discover themselves surrounded by abyssal creatures. With no end in sight, others sought to fight, but the suffocating aura of the abyss rendered them immobile. At the very center of this abyssal maelstrom stood Lingchen, his garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. A dense, overwhelming aura of the abyss emanated from him, radiating wildly in all directions. Opposite him, Qiu, Song Ku, and even Ningwuhan were rendered speechless with shock, particularly Qiu, who bore the brunt of over 90% of Lingchen's murderous intent. What have you done? Where did all these abyssal creatures come from? A wave of terror washed over Qiu as her gaze toward Lingchen shifted from astonishment to fear. How could she have imagined that a mere novice, barely at level 10, could summon such a vast army of abyssal beings with a mere gesture? Even though these creatures were not of high rank, the sheer oppressive presence and the authentic aura of the abyss shattered her composure. As the principal of a school, she had never even set foot on the battlefield during the legendary war 8 years ago, despite having reached level 60 and being a much-needed support class on the battlefield. She concocted excuses to avoid combat, relying on her brother Qiu Changtian. The harrowing abyssal battlefield and the ceaseless horde of abyssal creatures were experiences she had only witnessed on television or in videos. But now, finding herself amidst it all, she was profoundly aware of what despair truly meant. What hell was, what the abyss truly entailed. Lingchen's eyes grew colder, his murderous intent fully unleashed. His earlier words were no jest. Should Qiu dare to strike him, he would risk becoming a national fugitive to eliminate this wretched woman. So what if you were the principal? So what if you were level 60? I have faced Gades at level 70. What are you compared to that? In stark contrast to the shock of the three principals, the trio behind Lingchen remained remarkably composed. Zhang Wei suppressed the urge to shout, his face alight with excitement, his eyes brimming with admiration. Beside him, Mu Lingxi covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Earlier in the secret realm, Lingchen's abyssal army had already made a formidable impression. They had transitioned from fear to shock and eventually to numbness, witnessing this terrifying scene once more. The three had grown accustomed to it. Yet, Mu Lingxi could hardly believe that Lingchen would stand up for her, even risking his future. Was it not moving? It was profoundly moving. Mu Lingxi's heart twisted, an unprecedented sense of security enveloping her. She gazed dazedly at that upright figure, her heart in disarray. Is this what it feels like to be protected by someone you cherish? I never realized I held such importance in his heart. Lost in her thoughts, various scenarios from romantic dramas played out in her mind. As for the last member, Li Jun, he remained dazed, his expression one of disillusionment. Previously, his pride had been shattered to pieces. When Lingchen's abyssal army swept through the secret realm, Li Jun's mind had gone blank. With his limited comprehension, he could not fathom how Lingchen achieved such feats. Is this even human? Is this an awakener? Is this some hidden profession? Are you joking with me? Oh, right, he is max level. But that doesn't add up. What max level being can command an army of hundreds of thousands of abyssal creatures? This is outright cheating. This is a hack. Oh heavens, what is your number? I want to lodge a complaint. I want to report this. Someone is hacking. Yet, his inner cries of anger and resentment went unheard by the heavens. Even as he ranted in his mind, the entire secret realm was devoid of any creatures. The ground was as pristine as if it had been plowed, cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Along the way, the spoils of battle, equipment, and materials piled high. Yet, Lingchen paid them no heed. Initially, Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi attempted to gather some loot, but they soon realized their pace could not keep up with Lingchen's relentless advance. Eventually, they grew indifferent to picking anything up. Lingchen had informed them that the simple mode was merely an appetizer, and he would soon take them to tackle higher difficulties where the rewards would be even greater. Even Li Jun felt a spark of excitement within him. Though he said nothing, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of rivalry. What a joke. To compare my strength against a freak of nature. Was I asking for trouble? Had it not been for the time Lingchen spent exploring the secret realm's terrain and enemy distribution, they would have likely emerged much sooner. The four emerged joyfully, intending to rush into higher difficulties, only to find themselves targeted by the principals of two other schools. Faced with Qiu's personal attacks, even Li Jun struggled to contain himself. How dare you insult my goddess? How dare you slander our Linhai No. 1 high school? A surge of unbridled rage ignited within Li Jun, exploding in an instant. Lingchen, take her down. Eliminate this foul woman. Rest assured, whatever happens, I will stand by you. Li Jun's sudden outburst startled Lingchen and the others. What is it, Li Jun? Zhang Wei turned in astonishment. What are you looking at? Are you scared? Is he insulting Mu Lingxi? He is insulting our Linhai No. 1 high school. I can endure a lot, but this is beyond the pale. Zhang Wei, don't let me down. If a fight breaks out and you don't help, you'll be a coward. Li Jun's passionate speech left Zhang Wei speechless. Mu Lingxi wiped her eyes, looking at Li Jun with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Even Lingchen wore a peculiar expression, though his heart brimmed with laughter. This fellow may have a foul mouth, but his principles are commendable. All right, I can work with this. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Qiao trembled with fury. How dare you? You think you can strike me? What of it? Did you not hear what little Yi said earlier? If you dare to act, he will eliminate you. Yi Lingchen inwardly scoffed at Li Jun's audacity. This guy is practically my mouthpiece. His words carry little weight, but are highly insulting. With someone defending him, Yi Lingchen found himself at ease. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, Ning Wuhan snapped back to reality and quickly interjected. Enough. Let us all tone it down. Lingchen, quickly retract your powers. Chapter 30, A Journey Every 5 Minutes. With Ning Wuhan's request, Yi Lingchen naturally obliged. He cast a dismissive glance at Qiao, and with a wave of his hand, the abyssal army vanished without a trace. One moment, the mountains were teeming with abyssal creatures. The next, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. The awakeners, paralyzed with fear and fleeing in all directions, stood frozen in place. It's gone? Am I dreaming? Did a powerful being intervene? Was all of that merely an illusion? I understand now. This is an illusion created by Tianyuan. Indeed, it must be an illusion. In a moment of tumultuous discussion, some individuals had already recorded the recent events and disseminated the video, likely to ascend the trending charts in no time. Ning Wuhan cast a helpless glance at Yi Lingchen. Lingchen, you are far too impulsive. Principal, we have been bullied to our limits. While you may endure, I cannot. Yi Lingchen replied with a grin. Ning Wuhan shook his head. That is not my point. I am concerned about your earlier actions. His words remained unfinished, yet Yi Lingchen instantly grasped the underlying meaning. He slapped his forehead, a twinge of regret evident as he exclaimed, I forgot. My apologies. His earlier display of fury, although impressive, had completely exposed his capabilities to the public eye. This incident was bound to attract attention, especially given the multitude of witnesses present. Particularly concerning was the fact that he had summoned abyssal creatures. This could easily be misconstrued by the uninformed or exploited by those with ulterior motives. This was the source of Ning Wuhan's distress. Meanwhile, Song Ke stood frozen in shock, utterly astounded. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Summoning an army from the abyss? Even if it's true, he is still just a student. Must it be this exhilarating? In the moment Yi Lingchen summoned the abyssal army, Song Ke realized he had spoken too soon. They had not lied. They truly possessed the strength to conquer. A pang of bitterness washed over him. Had he known, he would never have acquiesced to Ning Wuhan's request. What kind of monstrosity had emerged from Linhai No. 1 High School? In stark contrast to Song Ke's lamentations, Qiao's expression darkened further as she focused her gaze on Yi Lingchen. Coldly, she declared, I do not know how you accomplished this. But if you think to intimidate me with such tricks, you are sorely mistaken. The aura you exuded was that of the abyss. I have reason to suspect your collusion with it. Her words left even Song Ke momentarily speechless. Ning Wuhan retorted angrily, Principal Qiao, that was merely Yi Lingchen's skill. His awakened profession is Abyss Lord, and naturally, his abilities are related to the abyss. To insist he is connected to it is excessive. Excessive? Ning Wuhan, are your eyes deceiving you? Was the abyssal aura he emitted merely an illusion? Qiao scoffed. I will report this matter, and you shall await the investigation. Turning to Yi Lingchen, she continued, I suspect you conspired with the abyss to incite panic here, and even attempted to eliminate me, the principal. You are finished. Do not even think about the college entrance examination. Prepare to be summoned for HAP by the authorities. Qiao's threats were severe, and she was indeed prepared to act upon them. Even Song Ke felt she had overstepped. Frowning, he contemplated speaking up, but ultimately refrained. Qiao's connections were formidable, and he could not rival them. Such matters were best left for Ning Wuhan to handle. In the face of Qiao's intimidation, Yi Lingchen merely chuckled. What a petty woman, resorting to verbal jabs when you cannot compete? Do you think I was raised to be frightened? With that sharp tone, why not take it to the front lines? If you can vanquish the abyssal army with mere words, I'll take your surname. You. Qiao nearly fainted from anger. Ning Wuhan, are you not going to manage your student? Is this the sort of quality Linhai No. 1 High School produces, to dare insult a principal? Ning Wuhan shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of apology. I'm sorry, Principal Qiao, but they are already 18, all adults. I cannot intervene. Yi Lingchen's tirade brought Ning Wuhan considerable satisfaction. Although he wished to unleash his own grievances, his position as principal constrained him. Yi Lingchen, however, had already garnered the attention of the influential due to his exhibited prowess and potential. As for Qiao's threats, they were laughable. Not only had her brother, Qiao Changtian, shown favoritism towards Yi Lingchen, but even her uncle, Qin Tai, the president of the Linhai Adventurers Association, held him in high regard. To think she could strip someone of their college entrance qualification with mere words. All right, Lingchen, and the rest of you. Weren't you keen on continuing the dungeon run? Hurry along. Don't waste time with trivialities. Ning Wuhan, who are you calling trivial? Qiao seethed, pointing at him, her finger trembling with rage. Yi Lingchen met her gaze. Having discerned the essence of her character, Qiao was nothing but a petty individual, oblivious to the source of her perceived superiority. Yet, He had no worries about Ning Wuhan being bullied. After all, his uncle was Qin the president. With that thought, he nodded at Ning Wuhan. Principal, I leave this to you. We shall continue our dungeon run. Let us hurry. We should finish before lunch. With that, he led the other three into the swirling vortex once more. Whoa. Ning Wuhan nearly choked on the seeds he had just eaten. Can this boy not be a bit more discreet? Finish before lunch? Does he think this is a vacation? Just as he was attempting to calm the furious Chiu alongside Song Ku, less than 5 minutes passed before the vortex trembled again, and Yi Lingchen and his companions emerged. Huh, how did you come out so soon? Was the standard mode too challenging? Ning Wuhan inquired. No worries. If you can clear the easy mode, you've already secured victory in this competition. Come over and take a breather. Principal, we shall not rest. We just finished the standard mode, and we are continuing. This time, it was Li Jun who spoke first. Ever since he became Yi Lingchen's spokesperson, he was even more excited than Yi Lingchen himself. Hey, wait for me. Seeing the other three turn to re-enter, Li Jun hurriedly jumped in after them, leaving behind a bewildered Ning Wuhan. Old Song, did I hear incorrectly? Did he just say they cleared the standard mode? You did not mishear. I heard the same. Principal Chiu, you heard that too, right? Humph. Another 5 minutes passed, and the four returned from the secret realm. Ning Wuhan's eyelids twitched. Surely they did not finish in 5 minutes this time. This was a minor abyss. The difficulty mode elevated by 30 levels. To his astonishment, he watched as Yi Lingchen and the others continued without pause, turning on the spot and jumping back in. Old Song, I feel as though I have aged. These youngsters play far too well. I can hardly keep up with their pace, Ning Wuhan remarked, his mouth twitching as he gazed at the four vanishing into the vortex. Who can argue with that? Perhaps we should consider retiring early, Song Ku replied, sharing a look of exasperation. Only Chiu remained, her eyes filled with resentment. Fixated on the direction Yi Lingchen and his companions had disappeared, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 31, The Final Challenge. In the Minor Abyss Secret Realm. Under easy mode, Lu Li transformed into a shadowy figure, his golden legendary dagger slicing through the enemy's throat. Finally resolved. Rest here. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Collapsing onto the ground, a female classmate in the team quickly cast a healing spell on him. Lu Li frowned, observing the tattered state of his clothing. A deep gash running from his right chest to his left ribcage. Had it not been for his profession's exceptional agility, he might have been the one lying on the ground instead. Aside from him, the other two male teammates served as tanks, drawing aggro and absorbing damage. As an assassin class, Lu Li's role was to deal high damage swiftly, yet facing multiple foes often placed him in a precarious position. Coupled with the level suppression of the minor abyss, their journey through the secret realm had proven exceedingly arduous. However, as they delved deeper, the team's synergy rapidly improved. The initially fearful trio gradually found their courage, becoming increasingly adept at coordinating with Lu Li. Lu Li, shall we press on deeper? The female healer inquired timidly. They had just encountered a trio of adversaries. A fearsome rhinoceros, a necromancer, and a troll assassin. The rhinoceros serves as an indomitable bulwark. Its colossal stature and formidable defenses, particularly its devastating charge, are truly terrifying. The two fellow meat shields pale in comparison to the rhinoceros, resembling mere younger siblings. The necromancer's actions are even more egregious. At the onset of battle, he indiscriminately summons a horde of skeletal warriors. While their attack power is lacking and their mobility is poor, the sheer number of these skeletal minions effectively surrounds the necromancer. As for the troll assassin, he was the one whom Lu Li had just barely defeated after sustaining injuries. This trio nearly resulted in the annihilation of Lu Li and his companions. On several occasions, the four had clutched their return scrolls, but through Lu Li's tenacity and explosive fervor, they ultimately emerged victorious, albeit narrowly. Following this battle, their levels ascended to 15. Lu Li glanced at the time. 2 hours had elapsed since they entered the secret realm. He had initially anticipated that they could endure for at least 6 to 8 hours, and with some effort. Even 12 hours would not pose a challenge. Yet now, Lu Li sighed inwardly, having underestimated the difficulty of the minor abyss. If he found it so arduous, the other team was likely faring no better. As for Ling Hai, 10 minutes of respite, and then we shall press on. The potions at hand are still sufficient. Having made the effort to come here, we cannot leave unless absolutely necessary. The female healer nodded in agreement, choosing silence as she retrieved a potion to gradually restore her mental energy. Meanwhile, Chen Kursen and her 3 companions traversed beneath the blood-red sky. Surrounding her were 20 diverse abyssal creatures, encircling the quartet. A closer inspection would reveal that these abyssal beings were not assaulting them. Rather, they served as their protectors. Their journey thus far had been fraught with minimal danger, thanks to Chen Kursen's enchanting skills, allowing them to progress faster than Lu Li's group. Halt! Let us rest for 5 minutes, Chen Kursen suddenly declared. Just moments ago, she had received information from the charmed creatures that a formidable group of no fewer than 100 awaited them 1,000 meters ahead. Currently, they had only 20 guardians. While it was not impossible to dispatch this 100-strong team, it required Chen Kursen's uninterrupted application of her charm. Should any of her guardians fall, she would need to immediately charm new foes. Presently, her charm limit stood at a mere 20. Upon hearing her command, the other three settled down, with one passing a potion to Chun Kursen to aid in her mental recovery. In truth, their team bore a resemblance to Lingchen's. Both consisted of a king leading 3 bronze-level players. The distinction lay in the fact that Lingchen was a true king, whereas Chun Kursen's kingship was somewhat inflated. Nevertheless, the achievements of Chun Kursen's team were remarkable. The 3 companions had little to do other than bolster her buffs along the way. Ultimately, they found their moment to shine, transforming into Chun Kursen's cheerleaders, constantly providing her with emotional support. After all, if they weren't required to fight or even heal, they could only sweeten their words. Chun Kursen appreciated the encouragement. Who wouldn't enjoy hearing kind words? After 5 minutes, the team set off once more. Chun Kursen inhaled deeply. Let us proceed. A fierce battle awaits. Meanwhile, in the nightmare mode of the minor abyss, upon entering the dungeon, Lingchen and his trio immediately sensed a weightiness in the air. An inexplicable pressure enveloped them, hampering their pace. Is this what nightmare mode entails? The dungeon carries a formidable debuff, Zhang Wei lamented. If, in the previous 3 modes, the abyssal aura merely dulled the mind, in nightmare mode, this omnipresent pressure profoundly impacted the overall capabilities of the challengers. Coupled with the level suppression of being at level 40, passage seemed impossible. Even after 3 rides on the baby bus, Zhang Wei and his companions felt a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't a lack of faith in Lingchen. Rather, nightmare mode appeared far more daunting than the difficult mode. All 3 of Zhang Wei's companions had reached level 20, meeting the minimum threshold for competing at Qingbei University. Lingchen had ascended to level 23. While it seemed a modest increase, the experience required for each level skyrocketed after reaching level 20. From this point onward, each level gain significantly boosted his base attributes. Lingchen's mental energy had soared to an astonishing 9,900, allowing him to summon a staggering 297,000 abyssal creatures. His ultimate attack damage had also escalated to a terrifying 79,200,000. Seeing this number instilled a sense of confidence within Lingchen. In nightmare mode, relying solely on sheer numbers to push through was evidently untenable. The level suppression at 40 was insurmountable through quantity alone. The enemies in nightmare mode not only boasted higher levels, but also possessed significantly enhanced intelligence. No longer did the monsters act solo or in small teams. The minimum was now a 100-strong battalion. The synergy between various professions was exquisitely intricate, resembling a true abyssal army on the front lines. However, in this dungeon, the abyssal creatures lacked a commanding leader, rendering their strength somewhat inferior to that witnessed on actual battlefields. At this juncture, the only recourse was to rely on ultimate abilities to resolve conflicts. Let us go, the final challenge awaits. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Lingchen rubbed his throbbing temples and stepped forward. Repeatedly grinding through the same dungeon had become tedious. He yearned to complete it swiftly and enjoy a well-deserved respite. Chapter 32, The Great Explosion. Within the nightmare mode of the minor abyss, hundreds of thousands of abyssal forces surged through the secret realm at a rapid pace. This time, the army abandoned the foolish tactic of concentrating forces for a direct assault and instead opted for a dispersed approach. Each abyssal creature scattered throughout the realm, covering its entirety. This strategy had been devised by Lingchen before entering nightmare mode. With the level suppression exceeding 40, they were effectively contending with foes of Gertie's caliber. While they could not rival the true Gerties, they were still far beyond what Lingchen and his current abyssal army could withstand. Given these circumstances, the only path to victory lay in deploying ultimate abilities for their lord. However, even with the enhancement from the Mother Nest, his ultimate ability still bore a cooldown of 120 seconds. If they could not eliminate the enemy in a single strike, they would be forced to retreat from the secret realm once the cooldown expired. Exiting equated to failure. Even re-entering would necessitate repeating the endeavor. Lingchen had no time to waste, thus he must alter his strategy. He instructed the army to disperse, creating distractions throughout the secret realm to draw aggro. Following his guidance, they lured all enemies in the secret realm to a single location, ultimately planning to use their ultimate ability to eliminate them en masse. Implementing this strategy was not challenging for Lingchen. Summoning and maintaining such a vast army did not exhaust his mental energy. He merely needed to allocate some flying units to monitor the movements throughout the secret realm and adjust troop distributions accordingly. Consequently, after losing nearly 1/3 of his operational units, he managed to gather all the enemies in one spot. This location was the deepest part of the secret realm, a towering black volcano reaching heights of over 10,000 meters. Based on the experiences from the previous modes, this was the lair of the secret realm's boss, the volcanic dragon. Lingchen and his companions rode atop a massive flying creature, surveying the battlefield below. His summoned army surged ahead, while behind them, countless abyssal giants radiating a terrifying aura relentlessly pursued. The number of summoned creatures diminished at a visibly rapid pace. As the enemies from the entire secret realm congregated beneath the volcano, the boss, the volcanic dragon, made its grand entrance. Its intellect was indistinguishable from that of a human. Upon witnessing the chaos below, even it was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in an instant, it discerned the underlying strategy. Someone was deliberately manipulating the battlefield. Though its intentions remained a mystery to the dragon, the colossal form of the volcanic dragon emerged from the crater. Choosing to perch atop the mountain rather than take to the skies, its crimson eyes fixated on the turmoil below as if deep in contemplation. Before long, the summoned legion was utterly annihilated, with the gathered monstrosities occupying every inch of land at the volcano's base. Roars echoed through the heavens. Despite the presence of the volcanic dragon, these creatures remained frenzied, their minds far inferior to that of the boss. Infuriated and drawn to the scene, they became increasingly agitated, scouring for any survivors. Ultimately, due to inherent enmities among certain species, before Lingchen could intervene, they commenced their own slaughter. High above, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and others observed the chaos below, swallowing hard. Previous encounters had unfolded at ground level, but none had been as shocking and visceral as this. They felt as though they had ascended to a divine perspective, gazing down upon all living beings. From this vantage point, the terrifying nature of the minor abyss dungeon became starkly apparent. It was astonishing to realize that such fearsome monsters lurked within the secret realm. Previously, Lingchen had dispatched these creatures with the ease of chopping vegetables. At this moment, they deeply comprehended just how formidable Lingchen, a character with a fully concealed class, truly was. Lingchen remained silent as he surveyed the unfolding situation below, patiently awaiting an opportunity. Everything was in place. Only the spark of action was needed. The moment the volcanic dragon stirred, he would spring into action. Sure enough, upon witnessing the minions brawling within its domain, the dragon's eyes blazed with fury, and it leapt into the fray, charging towards the chaotic melee. This was its territory. It would not permit any creature to disrupt the peace. The volcanic dragon's massive form plummeted from the sky like a colossal meteor, crashing into the center of the battlefield. Countless monsters were obliterated in the wake of this strike, leaving a gaping crater with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, from which the dragon slowly ascended. At that moment, Lingchen's gaze sharpened. Now was the time. He commanded the flying creatures to dive swiftly downward and pointed towards the vast pit. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of volcanic dragons appeared in the sky above the battlefield. These dragons matched the size of the boss. The only difference was their lower levels. In an awe-inspiring display, the sky was blotted out, shrouded in darkness by the multitude of dragons. Go, Lingchen uttered calmly, beckoning forth the horde. The hundreds of thousands of volcanic dragons transformed into a cascade of fireballs, hurtling towards the ground. The monsters engaged in combat below paused, looking up in bewilderment. What was happening? So many bosses in the sky. Yet, upon closer inspection, they realized these formidable figures were of significantly lower levels. Could these be the illegitimate offspring of the boss? The thought sent chills down their spines. The boss's reproductive capacity was astonishing, hundreds of thousands of progeny. How could it withstand such a burden? Not only were the lesser creatures astonished, but even the volcanic dragon itself was taken aback. Where did these identical beings come from? I don't recall siring so many offspring. Besides, there are no other female dragons around. Where did you all emerge from? This is an affront to my dignity. Enraged, the abyssal dragon felt its pride trampled upon. It had to eliminate these impostors. Just as it prepared to strike, the hundreds of thousands of dragon offspring descended from the heavens like a meteor shower, crashing to the ground. The next moment, deafening roars erupted from their mouths. For our Lord, X297,000. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed through the skies, accompanied by 297,000 massive mushroom clouds rising into the air. At that moment, the entire secret realm trembled violently in the wake of the explosions. The ground tore asunder, and dark clouds churned in the sky. All the monsters were reduced to mere dust amidst the chaos, and the boss, the volcanic dragon, had not yet grasped the situation before meeting its demise. The cataclysmic explosions triggered a chain reaction, and due to the splash damage of the third constellation, the explosion nearly obliterated the entire secret realm. The space within the realm was torn open by terrifying fissures. Before Lingchen and his companions could revel in their victory, the precious equipment and items that had erupted were sucked into these rifts, caught in the turbulent currents of space. This is bad. The secret realm is collapsing. We must retreat. Lingchen felt a wave of panic wash over him, realizing he had stirred a monumental disaster. Without hesitation, the four of them shattered their return scrolls, vanishing from the secret realm. However, the cataclysmic explosion did not cease with their departure. Destruction continued to wreak havoc, and at the edge of the abyss, the entrance to the secret realm churned violently. The earth trembled, and even the nearby sky mountain began to sway violently, sending countless stones plummeting towards the dark abyss below. Chapter 33. Trouble arises. What is happening? Why has the secret realm suddenly? Ning Wuhan and the others immediately sprang to their feet, their expressions grave as they gazed at the twisting vortex. Such phenomena had never occurred since the abyss's formation. Those trial takers intending to enter the secret realm halted in their tracks, fear etched on their faces as they stared at the entrance, unwilling to approach. Today was indeed peculiar. First, hundreds of thousands of abyssal monsters had inexplicably appeared beside the abyss and subsequently vanished. Now, even the minor abyss secret realm was showing signs of disturbance. Did this portend something? Speculation ran rampant, yet none dared to investigate further. Within the secret realm, Lu Li and Chun Kursen's team also sensed something amiss. Before them, the abyssal monsters began to distort and vanish one by one. What is happening? Lu Li, what should we do? A panicked teammate exclaimed. Lu Li was equally bewildered. Just as he was about to strike a monster, it disappeared. Suddenly, the ground of the secret realm began to tremble violently, and the blood-red sky churned with dark clouds, revealing a massive vortex above. At that moment, all trial takers within the secret realm, including Lu Li, beheld the scene beyond the vortex. Towering mountains reached into the clouds, and the colossal remains of the demon lord were pinned atop the peak. The secret realm had seemingly opened on its own. They were witnessing the outside world. Everyone was taken aback by the sight. Some were at a loss for what to do, but many quickly regained their composure. They understood that something was terribly wrong. And though they were uncertain of the specifics, remaining in the secret realm was perilous. One by one, trial takers activated their return scrolls, hastily fleeing. Lu Li and Chun Kursen would not remain idle either. Under such circumstances, it was clear that the competition could not continue. For their safety, they had to leave. As the white light of the scrolls illuminated their forms, they vanished. The next moment, when Lu Li and his companions opened their eyes again, the white light faded, and they found themselves back at the edge of the abyss. They soon noticed the three headmasters gazing gravely towards the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, Lingchen and his trio had already emerged but appeared as if they had committed some grave misdeed, lingering in the farthest corner, silent and withdrawn. Lu Li and his companions paid little heed, as it was their established impression that the team from Linhai No. One high school had merely emerged from the secret realm earlier than expected. Surely, they could not withstand the trials any longer and had opted to linger outside, biding their time. Even Ning Wuhan and his two associates would not have anticipated that the instigator of this predicament was, in fact, one of their own students. Aside from them, a multitude of challengers had gathered around the entrance to the secret realm, casting glances and whispering among themselves. The four of Lingchen discreetly retreated to a corner. Zhang Wei cautiously surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, "Xiao Yezi, it seems we may have landed ourselves in trouble." Lingchen cleared his throat, feigning composure. "No matter. Let us observe the unfolding events." Though he appeared calm, his heart was in turmoil. "I merely intended to complete a dungeon. Who could have foreseen that this wretched contraption would be so fragile? Just a minor detonation and it collapses? Is this what they call a minor abyss? Really?" Lingchen internally lamented, yet he harbored no certainty. A sense of impending calamity loomed over him. However, upon further reflection, he recalled that the secret realm had long since been transformed into a dungeon format. With each team of challengers entering the same environment, countless dungeons operated simultaneously. Who could discern which one had encountered a mishap, unless the administrator personally intervened? The administrator? That legendary carefree immortal? Surely, that couldn't be the case. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley within the second ring of the imperial capital, a bustling street lined with eateries frequented by office workers thrived. The chaos and disarray of the surroundings were vividly apparent. Sha County snacks, Chengdu delicacies, spicy hot pot, skewers, Cantonese barbecue, dumpling houses, and steamed bun shops crowded every storefront. One establishment had already garnered a long queue, extending at least 100 meters outside. Such a sight was remarkable for a shop solely selling buns, wontons, and millet porridge. This particular shop was the renowned Fei Wan Steam Bun Shop, famous throughout the imperial capital. At this moment, 10 towering steamers piled high with buns emitted clouds of steam. The tantalizing aroma of the bun fillings wafted into the air, permeating the entire street. Passers-by could not help but pause, casting longing glances at the bun shop, even swallowing reflexively. Inside the shop, a graceful and poised young woman was bustling about. "Here you are, 3 pork buns. What? 5 chive buns. The chive buns will take a moment. They're coming right up. Hey, miss over there, please don't cut in line. State your order and scan the code. It's all on the honor system." As she filled orders, she maintained order with a steady stream of calls. In the kitchen, a solitary middle-aged man was occupied. He was of modest height, even somewhat frail. Although he appeared relatively young, he sported a tuft of snow-white facial hair. Upon closer inspection, even his hair and eyebrows were completely white, pure and flawless, devoid of any stray strands. The man donned an apron, humming a tune as he kneaded the dough for buns. A curtain separated the kitchen from the outside world, rendering it invisible to those beyond. If anyone were to catch a glimpse of the kitchen's inner workings, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Though only one man labored in the kitchen, an entire assembly line of tasks was carried out simultaneously. Vegetables chopped themselves and then obediently leapt into a basin. The faucet turned on automatically, washing the vegetables of its own accord. On the chopping board, 5 knives diced the fillings in unison. The prepared fillings seemed to be tossed into the basin by an invisible hand, stirring themselves. Condiments such as oil, salt, and vinegar seemed to have minds of their own, eager to add themselves to the mixture. On the dough board, a massive white dough ball floated and kneaded itself in midair. The entire kitchen operated like a fully automated assembly line, working in perfect harmony. Even the buns were crafted with a seamless bond between dough and filling. Akin to a newlywed couple, intertwined in an embrace. One was enveloped within the other, and within a breath, a bun was perfectly formed. In the end, all the buns were neatly arranged in the prepared steamers. The busy young woman frequently ventured into the kitchen, transferring the steamers to the pots in front. Just then, the frail man suddenly paused, his humming ceasing. His striking silver eyebrows twitched involuntarily, and he turned his gaze toward the southern direction, as if peering through time and space to an unknown place. Could it be that place has been burglarized? He muttered, eyes darting. Finally, with a wave of his hand, the kitchen's automated processes came to an abrupt halt. Knives returned to their places, dough returned to bags, and the condiments resumed their respective spots. The man called through the curtain to the busy young woman. Once these buns are sold out, we're closing up. I have something urgent to attend to. The young woman frowned upon hearing this. What time is it? Are you planning to sneak out for drinks again? No. This time it's different. It seems our home may have been robbed. I must take a look. The young woman, hearing this, set aside her earlier frustration. Then you should hurry. Such an important matter doesn't require a discussion. The man chuckled. Isn't that how it should be? I have to inform my wife about what I'm going to do. The next moment, his figure vanished from the kitchen. Chapter 34, Ranking Determination. At the edge of the abyss, an increasing number of challengers were emerging from the secret realm, congregating at the entrance to observe. Ever since the realm had experienced disturbances, the entire Tianyuan had followed suit. Especially at the nearby Sky Mountain, the rumbling was incessant, with massive boulders continually tumbling down. From a distance, the gigantic bones of the Abyss Lord hung atop the mountain, as if they were about to awaken. The teams from the 3 schools found a relatively secluded corner to settle. The exercise had yet to conclude, and they could not leave. However, none could ascertain how long the current situation would persist. After a discussion among the 3 principals, they decided to wait and see, perhaps due to their mischief. Lingchen and his companions did not disclose to Ningwuhan what they had ultimately done in nightmare mode. Unlike ordinary dungeons, third parties could not access information about the secret realm. This meant that whether Lingchen and his team had successfully cleared it could not be detected by instruments or systems. This was why they had claimed to have completed the easy mode, yet the other 2 principals had not believed them. Had it not been for Lingchen showcasing his formidable prowess, the 2 might have banded together to revoke their qualification for the competition. Yet, there were alternative means of evidence, such as the elevation of their levels, the quantity of equipment they obtained, and the recorded videos from the challengers' wristbands. While waiting for the secret realm to stabilize, the teams from the 3 schools began assessing the previous matches. Now, I shall announce the results of the halftime competition. Song Ku's resonant voice echoed. All participating competitors looked at him with hopeful eyes. Liu Li and Chun Kursen's teams had emerged almost simultaneously from within, given the unexpected circumstances. The evaluation of competition results would rely solely on their respective levels, the equipment they had obtained, and the recorded match videos. Liu Li cast a blank stare at Chun Kursen's team, not far away, a weight settling in his heart. His team was 2 to 3 levels lower than theirs. Liu Li was at level 18, while Chun Kursen had already reached level 20. The highest level in Liu Li's team was 17, while Chun Kursen's was 19. In terms of level assessment, the team from Linen No. 1 High School was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, analyzing the obtained equipment materials, the gap between the 2 teams was even wider. Chun Kursen's skills were akin to a diminished version of Lingchen's, with high efficiency in monster slaying and a substantial yield of loot. With both factors in a disadvantageous position, Liu Li felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Damn it! How could I lose to her? He cursed inwardly, yet could only resign himself to fate. He chose to close his eyes and rest, opting not to listen to the results announced by Song Ku. Out of sight, out of mind. It was better to wait until later to regain his composure and tackle the heavenly ladder. In this competition, the team that triumphed at the halfway mark was Linhai No. 1 High School. Song Ku's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of the 3 school teams like thunderclaps. The venue fell silent for a full 5 seconds, only to be shattered by Chun Kursen's sharp and furious outburst. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake. Our team is the true victor. Indeed, we defeated so many monsters that our captain has already reached level 20. Haven't they from Linhai No. 1 come out ages ago? How could they possibly surpass us? Chun Kursen's teammates echoed her doubts. They looked towards their principal, Chiu, whose expression was terrifyingly grim. Faced with the pleas of his students, he turned away in silence. Ahem, please do not create a commotion. This is the comprehensive evaluation result from the 3 school principals. Song Ku said with a hint of exasperation. In truth, he was more courteous than he felt. Comprehensive evaluation? Just look at their levels. Although no equipment was displayed, when Song Ku viewed the video of Lingchen's team, he was left astounded. As Yi Lingchen's gold medal spokesperson, Li Jun adeptly fulfilled the role of recorder. His video was akin to that of a professional cameraman, vividly showcasing the terrifying might of the Abyss Legion summoned by Yi Lingchen. As for why no equipment was collected, it was out of disdain. Yi Lingchen informed them that all the good gear was in nightmare mode. Even if they acquired equipment from other modes, it would hold little value. Naturally, Li Jun and the others heeded their elder brother's advice. After all, this ride on the baby bus was free. They were bound to follow the driver's instructions. Consequently, the earlier incident unfolded, wherein the equipment that had dropped was swallowed by a spatial rift. They could not openly discuss this matter, ultimately shifting the blame onto the mysterious realm's anomalies. Due to the immense danger, they had hastily fled without the chance to collect the gear. This excuse had many loopholes. But the three principals were so shocked by the video's content that they did not ponder deeply. Moreover, upon exiting the mysterious realm, Yi Lingchen's level had skyrocketed to an astonishing 28, while the other three had reached level 25. Such levels were indeed competitive, even in the race for admission to Qingbei University. However, the students from the other two teams were oblivious to these circumstances. Chen Kursen stood up, casting a cold glance at Ning Wuhan and Yi Lingchen, and declared in a chilling tone, "I refuse to accept this result." Lu Li also approached, equally unconvinced. He could accept losing to Chen Kursen, but claiming that Linhai No. 1 was the ultimate victor warranted further discussion. Principal Song, I hope you can provide us with a reasonable explanation. Initially, it was only our Linen No. 1 and Siyuan No. 1 participating. The sudden inclusion of Linhai No. 1 is already quite unreasonable, and now you say they emerged victorious? If there's no foul play, I can't believe it. Lu Li stated solemnly. Yes. This is foul play. Foul play. Foul play. Seeing their captain so assertive, Lu Li's teammates chimed in. Song Ku's nostrils flared in frustration as he frowned at them and retorted sternly, "Where's the foul play? This is the result recognized by all three of us. Your questioning is unwarranted. I believe classmate Lu Li is correct." Chen Kursen stepped forward, raising her voice. "When we exited, Linhai No. 1 was already here." Calculating the time, they indeed came out first. "This is so blatant. You tell me they are the victors? Are you jesting?" Her words garnered unanimous support from the students of the other two schools. Rubbing his temples, Song Ku sighed in resignation. "You lot. Very well. I hope what I say next does not shatter your self-esteem. Feel free to speak. If anyone has used underhanded tactics to pressure you, we can all testify on your behalf." "Exactly. Principal Song, please speak candidly. Did they do something unscrupulous to coerce you and Principal Chiu into making this decision?" "Nonsense. What absurdity is this? The more you speak, the more ludicrous it becomes." Song Ku was both amused and exasperated. "Fine. I will tell you. They did come out before you, but Linhai No. 1 has already completed the easy mode. Thus, they emerged before you." At this revelation, everyone, including Lu Li and Chen Kursen, was momentarily stunned. Soon after, a cold smile crept across Lu Li's face. "Hee, Principal Song, and you claim there is no foul play? Do you expect anyone to believe what you just said? Completed the easy mode? Just those few of them? I state this unequivocally. If they can complete the mysterious realm, I will live stream my own disgrace." Chapter 35, The Impossible Task. After Lu Li's proclamation, the venue fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Song Ke cleared his throat. "Classmate Lu Li, you should not speak so recklessly." Lu Li interrupted. "Principal Song, a man of honor must stand by his word. I will see it through. However, if the outcome is not as you assert, I demand their disqualification." Chen Kursen echoed, "Yes, I support classmate Lu Li. If they truly can clear it, Lu Li will publicly live stream his disgrace. I will ensure he does." Lu Li. The crowd. Song Ku wore a peculiar expression, inwardly cursing Lu Li for his impulsiveness. Today he was bound to face a significant setback. "I haven't finished." The team from Linhai No. 1 not only cleared the easy mode, but also the standard and hard modes. If not for the issues with the mysterious realm, they very well might have completed the nightmare mode as well. Ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Li burst into laughter. "Principal Song, your cold joke is far from amusing." Ha. The other students also exhibited strange expressions. If Song Ku's earlier claim of them completing the easy mode was a jest, then this latest statement was sheer nonsense. What kind of ludicrous claim was that? The Tianyuan mysterious realm had existed for 8 years. This was the 9th year. Over these 8 years, what prodigies had not emerged? Yet there had been no reports of anyone clearing the standard or hard modes. Even the so-called king of triple kills in the military, Wang Tianhua, could not achieve such a feat. And now you tell me that those 4 misfits over there? Fine, I'll admit one of them is indeed quite handsome, and the girl is rather pretty. But what does that have to do with clearing the mysterious realm? Are they relying on their looks to succeed? Lu Li was no fool. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. "Principal Song, since you have brought this up, I will lay my cards on the table. If they truly completed the standard and hard modes, not only will I live stream my disgrace, but I will also defecate publicly and use it as a facial mask for Chen Kursen." Chen Kursen. The crowd. After Lu Li finished, he shot a glance at Chen Kursen, feeling secretly pleased. Who told her to stoke the flames earlier? While he was unafraid, he could not let her have the last laugh. Now, he had turned the tables. Ha! Amidst their ongoing quarrel, not a single member of the Linhai know. One team uttered a word. Lingchen and his companions stood at a distance, observing the spectacle as if it were a circus. Upon hearing Lu Li's statement, Zhang Wei and Li Jun struggled to suppress their smiles, and even Mu Lingxi's face turned crimson as she fought to hold back her laughter. Only Lingchen appeared detached. Sitting in place, his brow slightly furrowed, he pondered. After slaying so many monsters, why had there been no change in my divine artifact task? Lingchen felt perplexed. The Mother Nest divine artifact task required him to reap 10,000 abyssal creatures' souls. After this trial, he should have fulfilled the requirement long ago. Yet the number still read 0. Did the monsters in the mysterious realm not count? Lingchen contemplated deeply and soon arrived at a conclusion. The task data could not lie, so there was only one possibility. The monsters killed in the mysterious realm did not count. Alternatively, one might argue that these already replicated secret realms harbor soulless creatures within. Upon reflection, this notion seems quite reasonable. Each team that ventures into a secret realm creates a distinct instance. It is implausible to expect an abundance of souls to harvest. Unless, of course, it is a nascent secret realm, one that has just emerged and has yet to be conquered, where the creatures could be deemed authentic. Once it has been successfully navigated, the secret realm becomes merely a battleground for grinding levels and acquiring equipment. Thus, to genuinely reap the souls of abyssal monstrosities, I must journey to the abyss itself. Lingchen pondered thoughtfully. The prospect of venturing into the abyss was utterly impossible, now and forever. He was not foolish, despite appearing invincible. Who could fathom what lurked within the abyss? He did not delude himself into thinking he had attained the strength to obliterate worlds or single-handedly sweep through the abyss. This was a war between two races. Even the highest echelons of power, such as the 3 purities and 4 pillars, would not dare claim total victory over the abyss. He, a mere Karamiai, could hardly stir the waters. Wait, there must be another way. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lingchen. Harvesting souls need not require a descent into the abyss. The front lines could serve as a viable alternative. He seemed to have discovered a breakthrough. As long as he did not delve too deeply, skirting along the periphery of the battlefield, with his current legion-level might, he should be able to accomplish it. Indeed, the more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Once the task of soul harvesting was complete, the only challenge remaining would be the most arduous one. Successfully contain a unique abyssal creature, 01. Ah, how I wish to encounter Gades once more. I find myself missing him. Lingchen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, far away in the abyss, Gades was convening a meeting when an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. What was this sensation? Why did it feel as though someone had their eyes on him? Who could it be? Gades wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering anxiously. For Lingchen, the artifact quest was a matter of chance, something that could be encountered but not sought after. If he succeeded, it would be splendid, but if not, he would have to bide his time. Yet today marked the final day of the month. Once this day passed, a new month would dawn. The college entrance examination loomed at the beginning of the month. However, it also heralded the commencement of a new round of card draws. This was the event he anticipated with the most excitement and enthusiasm. The Mother Nest was merely 2 tiers away from being fully refined. With the luck of Max during card draws, he could scarcely imagine what treasures awaited him. Just the thought of it filled him with anticipation. As Lingchen reveled in his excitement, Li Jun suddenly nudged him. Hey, brother Yi. No, I should say God Yi. Principal Ning has summoned us. Lingchen paused, then rose and joined the others. The earlier debate had been so heated that he had not caught a single word. Principal Ning, what is it? Wasn't the competition result just announced? Is it not over? Principal Ning shot him a glance and gestured toward the opposing side. The results were announced. But they are disputing them, claiming we employed unscrupulous tactics to sway the outcome. What? Lingchen was taken aback. Such shameless individuals exist? I must see this for myself. With that, he stepped past Ning Wuhan and approached the others. Who dares to question the results of the competition? Step forward and let me see you. His words drew everyone's attention. Lu Li, noticing the most handsome boy from the Linhai No. 1 high school stepping forward, darkened his expression and sneered. A coward hiding behind the scenes. How dare you step up to challenge me? Yes, it was me who spoke. What of it? What of it? Lingchen raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing on his lips. I will end you. With that, he raised his right hand and swung a powerful fist. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Li's body spun through the air like a feather before crashing heavily to the ground nearby. It was over. A fight had broken out. Chapter 36. Little Yi is furious. To be fair, that strike was resoundingly crisp. A vivid, crimson handprint emerged on Lu Li's left cheek. Tinged with purple, a sight to behold. Lingchen's sudden aggression had taken everyone by surprise, save for the sound of Lu Li hitting the ground. The atmosphere was so tense one could hear a pin drop. You dare strike me. Lu Li scrambled to his feet, his face aflame with pain. However, it was his pride that hurt even more. Throughout his life, he had always been an exemplary student in school. After awakening his profession, he had few rivals among the youth of Linen City. From childhood until now, He had always been the one dishing out the punishment, never on the receiving end. Who could have imagined that today he would be slapped, an indignity more painful than death itself? You will pay for this. Lu Li, consumed by rage, charged at Lingchen. Harnessing his powers as the Shadow Flow Master, he transformed into a shadowy figure, a dagger clenched in his hand, lunging to stab Lingchen. If this strike landed, it would spell the end for Lingchen. Seeing the murderous intent in his opponent's eyes, Lingchen's expression hardened. That slap had been a mere lesson, not meant to inflict serious harm. He had not anticipated that this fellow would seek to kill him. He would not hold back any longer. At level 28, Lingchen had always showcased his prowess in summoning legions for collective brawls. No one knew his close-quarters combat ability. Even Mu Lingxi and the others believed him to be a magic-based profession. Little did they know, Lingchen's lack of melee experience was not due to incompetence, but rather a lack of opportunity. At level 28, his strength had reached 3,600, his constitution stood at 7,200, yet his agility was a meager 360. This did not even account for the additional benefits from his specialized weapon, Mother Nest. With such attributes, 100 Zhongwei would pose no challenge to him. As a dominator of the Abyss, the Abyssal Lord typically commanded from the rear. Nevertheless, its inherent survival capabilities were formidable. This resulted in Lingchen's attributes being somewhat skewed. For an Abyssal Lord, if the enemy had breached their defenses, it signified an unavoidable confrontation. In such circumstances, evasion was unnecessary. One simply charged forth. With thick blood and high offense, the strategy was to counterattack directly while ensuring one's own survival. In truth, this was precisely Lingchen's approach. Wanna kill me? Dream on. He had no intention of retreating. In that fateful moment, Lu Li's dagger struck Lingchen squarely in the chest. A sickening sound echoed, and blood erupted, splattering Lu Li's face, which only fueled his exhilaration. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning crimson with fervor. Seizing the moment, he pushed harder, aiming to pierce Lingchen's heart in a single, deadly strike. Yet, as he increased his force, he was astounded to find that no matter how hard he tried, the dagger would not budge. Not only that, but he was also unable to withdraw it. It felt as if the dagger had been welded to Lingchen's chest. In the next instant, before he could react, Lingchen seized Lu Li's wrist with his left hand and delivered a devastating punch. In Lu Li's line of sight, Lingchen's fist, infused with the essence of the abyss, swelled larger and larger. Before the fist could make contact, the terrifying wind generated by its approach carved deep lines of blood across Lu Li's face. Should that punch land, Lu Li's head would surely explode like a watermelon. In this critical moment, a figure flashed between them. Stop! Song Ke's thunderous voice rang out. He met Lingchen's punch with one of his own, while simultaneously yanking Lu Li by the collar and hurling him backward. A resounding crash echoed as a terrifying shockwave emanated from the two, causing the onlookers to hastily retreat. Lingchen staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finally regaining his balance, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Song Ke's retaliatory punch had injured him. Conversely, Song Ke had only taken a single step back before steadying himself. However, unbeknownst to others, his right hand, poised to strike, trembled uncontrollably, having lost all sensation. Witnessing Lu Li being rescued, Lingchen was truly enraged this time. Principal Song, what do you mean by this? What does it mean? Lingchen, do you realize that with that punch, Lu Li could have lost his life? At such a tender age, how can you harbor such murderous intent? What did you say? I harbor murderous intent? Upon hearing this, Lingchen burst into laughter, pointing at his own chest. Are you blind? That strike was aimed at my life. Should I just stand there and allow him to strike without defending myself? Old man, your bias is utterly excessive. Song Ke was left speechless by Lingchen's retort. Aware of his own wrongdoing, he could not bear to watch his subordinate's student be eliminated. Regardless, it was you who struck first. You must apologize. Ha. Lingchen laughed in exasperation. I struck first? Why don't you ask him what he said? What? We, at Linhai No. 1 High School, secured first place. And you are envious enough to deny it? The aura of the abyss around Lingchen grew ever more intense. He was genuinely furious. First, Chiao insulted Mu Lingxi. And now this absurdity. These people truly underestimated him. A bunch of worthless beings. Unable to accomplish anything themselves, they sat in their shallow wells, believing others inferior to them. With imbeciles like you, once on the battlefield, you'd surely be nothing but fodder. How disgraceful. Lingchen unleashed his fury, this time without needing Li Jun's golden tongue to speak for him. Before Lu Li could utter a word, Lingchen gestured to his side. Li Jun, show them the video you recorded. Let this swarm of sewer-dwelling insects understand what it means to be outclassed. All right. Li Jun scampered over, his heart brimming with joy, his grin nearly reaching the heavens. He tapped his wristband, and a video materialized before everyone. You worthless wretches, open your eyes and behold. Lu Li and Chun Kerson's team fixated on the video, which showcased Lingchen rampaging through the secret realm. Song Ke stood nearby, his face alternating between red and pale. He had seen this video before, and viewing it again still left him in shock. More astonished were Lu Li and Chen Kursen, their mouths agape, some nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. As the first video concluded, Yi Lingchen bellowed, again. Li Jun replayed the standard mode video. Again, the difficult mode followed suit. Alright, let's skip the rest. Yi Lingchen nearly let slip. If they saw him obliterating the secret realm, he would likely find it impossible to leave today. Once the videos concluded, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Lu Li's face was as pale as a ghost, and Chen Kursen was rendered speechless. The tension had escalated to a point where it was time to draw the net. Yi Lingchen exchanged a knowing glance with Li Jun, who immediately understood. Did you all see? The video cannot be faked. We certainly don't have the time for that. Now, do you have anything further to say? Silence enveloped the crowd. Why is everyone suddenly mute? Li Jun chuckled, baring his teeth at Lu Li and Chen Kursen. Since no one has any objections, you two should now fulfill your promises. Chapter 37. Disturbance in the Abyss. Li Jun's words fell like a boulder into a still pond, drawing all eyes to Lu Li and Chen Kursen. Caught off guard by Li Jun's challenge, they suddenly recalled the situation, their expressions more grotesque than if they had eaten a dead fly. Hey, you were the one who said you'd live stream eating excrement. And you, with your diarrhea face mask. Are you really going to back out in front of all these people? Lu Li's face flushed red and white. He wanted to refuse, but having boasted earlier, retracting now would be utterly humiliating. Yet, the thought of actually live streaming such a grotesque act was unbearable. He opted for silence, choosing to remain mute. On the other hand, Chen Kursen was frantic. Hey, get this straight. I never promised anything about a diarrhea face mask. That was all Lu Li's idea. I never agreed to it. In a critical moment, she quickly distanced herself from the situation. I'm a girl. How could I possibly do something so disgusting? Not stopping there, she turned to Lu Li, her eyes fierce. Lu, are you even a man? When you speak, you should stand by your words, and I just stated that I would supervise you. Lu Li. The crowd. Seeing Lu Li's silence, Li Jun seized the opportunity. His role as a golden-tongued spokesperson was now evident. He bellowed, his voice drawing the attention of surrounding trialists. Don't miss out, everyone. Fellow trialists of the Dragon Kingdom, come look. We have a little loser here who bet he'd live stream eating excrement, but now he refuses to honor his word. Let's discuss whether someone like him deserves to be exposed. His name is Lu. Before he could finish, an irate voice interrupted. Enough. Have you all had your fill of nonsense? Chiu, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a dark expression, approaching Yi Lingchen and Li Jun with a gaze brimming with resentment. Yi Lingchen, enough is enough. First, you insulted a teacher, and now you assault a classmate. Even if you cleared the secret realm, so what? As the judge of this competition, I hereby declare that due to your previous misconduct, your results are nullified, and any rewards will not be granted. Upon hearing this, both Lu Li and Chen Kursen felt a surge of joy. Song Ku, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. Indeed, you, Yi Lingchen, cleared the realm, but so what? You insulted a teacher and struck a student. Such heinous acts. While Chiu's words seemed reasonable, she utterly disregarded the context, using her dual role as teacher and judge to suppress Yi Lingchen. Zhang Wei and Li Jun, upon hearing this, turned crimson with indignation. What? No rewards? Do you have any idea how hard we fought to get here, with nothing to show for it? We finally reached nightmare mode, only to lose all our equipment due to Yi Lingchen's antics. They watched helplessly as the purple and golden glimmering gear was swallowed by a spatial rift, feeling utterly despondent. No worries, little one, no tears shall fall. After all, we are aboard the true baby bus. Fine, we accept our misfortune. But your blatant disregard for sportsmanship is simply outrageous. Zhang Wei and Li Jun fumed, ready to unleash their wrath. What is it to you being a principal? Even principals must be reasonable. Besides, you aren't even the principal of Linhai No. 1 High School. Your actions are akin to rigging the game. Just as they were about to unleash their tirade, Yi Lingchen intervened. You two step back. The few words dripped with an icy chill, causing both to shudder. Even during previous confrontations, they had never seen him this enraged. At this moment, Yi Lingchen resembled a fearsome abyssal beast on the verge of eruption. His expression remained devoid of emotion as he stared at the proudly strutting Chiu, the malice in his eyes unmistakable. Old hag, previously it was Principal Ning who held me back. I spared you then. Now you've emerged to create trouble again. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Chiu's fury flared. Who are you calling an old hag? Who else could it be? You are the only aged woman here. Yi Lingchen's grin twisted into a menacing smile, no longer concealing his intentions. At 18, despite having lived only 28 years in his past life, he was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vigor. Faced with the relentless provocations from the opponent, refraining from retaliating was certainly not in Yi Lingchen's character. He raised his hand, commanding, get lost. He was prepared to summon the forces of the abyss. This woman was not going to leave the edge of the abyss today. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from afar. Yi Lingchen's hand froze midair, his words hanging incomplete. Everyone was drawn to the source of the sound, turning their heads in unison. There, at the entrance of the abyssal secret realm, a black beam of light shot skyward. The entrance to the secret realm had vanished. In its place stood a terrifying black pillar, as thick as a colossal black hole. The next instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the entire abyss fell into darkness. On the mountain above, the remains of the abyssal lord appeared even more grotesque against the backdrop of the black sky. The abyss was in turmoil. All the challengers were paralyzed with horror, and after a fleeting moment of shock, they retreated en masse. The 3 academy leaders were no exception. Their expressions transformed in alarm as they shouted for everyone to flee immediately. The black beam radiated a malevolent aura from the abyss, and even a slight brush with it could lead to madness, transforming one into a monstrous creature. Run! Hurry, run! Ning Wuhan bellowed. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi disregarded everything and turned to escape. But just as they had not gone far, Mu Lingxi suddenly recalled something and turned back. She saw Yi Lingchen still standing there, motionless. Little Yezi, run! Mu Lingxi cried out in desperation. Yet Yi Lingchen remained oblivious, leaving her with only his solitary silhouette. The black beam grew ever larger, gradually extending beyond the abyss. Panic surged within Mu Lingxi as she contemplated returning to save Yi Lingchen. However, the terrifying aura surged toward her, sweeping her backward in haste. No, little Yezi, Yi Lingchen. Mu Lingxi's eyes reddened with despair as she helplessly watched Yi Lingchen's figure become enveloped by the black beam, swallowed whole, and vanish from sight. Within less than a minute, no living soul remained at the edge of the abyss. The black beam paused after expanding to a certain extent, yet it retained its ominous presence. The dark clouds above churned violently under the influence of the beam, giving rise to a massive whirlpool, evoking an overwhelming sense of despair akin to the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Yi Lingchen, consumed by the black beam, found himself not dead, but rather comforted by the abyssal aura enveloping him. The mother nest uncontrollably emerged from his being. Floating serenely before him, Yi Lingchen could even sense a joyful and elated emotion emanating from the mother nest. It was a familiar scent, one he cherished. Reminiscent of a place he had once called home. Long before the abyss's upheaval, Yi Lingchen had felt a terrifying presence locking onto him. It seemed he had caught the attention of some dreadful entity, rendering him immobile. Now, engulfed by the beam, he felt as though he floated in mid-air, yet remained unable to move, lost in bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of what to do. Here, the concepts of time and space appeared to dissolve. He could not ascertain how long had passed, whether it had been a millennium or merely a fleeting moment. The strange sensation of tearing made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Just then, a voice, tinged with both anger and mockery, echoed through the dark space. So it was you who wrecked my home, huh? Chapter 38, The Carefree Immortal. Who on earth are you? Yi Lingchen exclaimed, startled by the sudden voice, which seemed to whisper directly into his ear. Instinctively, he leaped sideways, glancing to the right in sheer fright. Before him stood an elderly gentleman clad in a white robe, an apron tied around his waist, with silver hair and a beard, wearing a mischievous grin. This man's appearance had been utterly unexpected. Yi Lingchen had failed to detect any signs prior to his arrival. He quickly cast a detection spell, only to be shocked to find that all the data above the man's head was a series of question marks. Name, gender, occupation, level. Yi Lingchen. What the hell? Who is this person? Could it be a big shot? He thought, bewildered. But why is your gender also a question mark? Clearly, you are a man. After a brief moment of astonishment came an even greater shock. Yi Lingchen wasn't foolish. With a little contemplation, it became clear that anyone who could suddenly appear here, with his detection spell revealing no information, was certainly not an ordinary individual. At the very least, his level must exceed Yi Lingchen's by over 50 levels, definitely a figure of significant stature. Considering the cryptic statement he had just uttered, Yi Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. No way. It can't be him, can it? Hastily, he clasped his fists and bowed. It is an honor to meet you, senior carefree immortal. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly surprised. Oh, you guessed my identity from just one statement? Impressive, he remarked, striding toward Yi Lingchen with an unsteady gait, swaying as he approached. Upon closer inspection, it was undeniable that this elderly man possessed a certain handsomeness, albeit slightly overshadowed by Yi Lingchen himself. His white hair, beard, and eyebrows did lend him a somewhat anime-like quality. Yi Lingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of summoning the abyssal army for a direct confrontation. In hindsight, he was grateful he hadn't acted rashly. Given the other party's identity as the foremost figure in Longhua, no, in Blue Star, his ultimate move would hardly have touched him. As he scrutinized the man, the carefree immortal surveyed Yi Lingchen in return. In truth, he had been present for some time, having previously remained within the secret realm. Through a series of flashbacks, he pinpointed the true culprit behind the recent chaos. When he witnessed Yi Lingchen summon the abyssal army, effortlessly sweeping through the abyssal secret realm, the carefree immortal's previously calm eyes erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. Could this be the opportunity that individual had mentioned? The carefree immortal replayed the earlier scenes in his mind, growing increasingly alarmed and convinced that his suspicions were correct. Thus, he initiated the earlier cataclysmic event, directly locking onto Lingchen and pulling him into this realm. Of course, the black beam was not solely for his benefit. It also served to restore the secret realm. Gazing at the dashing young man before him, the carefree immortal gritted his teeth and admonished, "You, if you wish to descend into the secret realm, do so, but why must you destroy others' homes? That is certainly not a good habit." Lingchen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the reprimand. He realized that the carefree immortal was fully aware of his actions. "Senior, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. As you can see, my level is such that without employing some extraordinary tactics, I fear I would not be able to clear the trials." "Not your intention? I see it was quite deliberate." The carefree immortal retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Then, with a contemplative expression, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Junior Lingchen." "Lingchen? You share the same surname as Yi." The carefree immortal paused, muttering to himself. "He has the same surname as that fellow and bears a striking resemblance. Is he perhaps an illegitimate child?" "As senior, what do you mean?" Lingchen asked softly, observing the carefree immortal mumbling to himself. Nothing." The carefree immortal quickly adopted an aloof demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, lips pursed in a nonchalant expression. Unfortunately, his chef's attire rendered him somewhat comical at that moment. "Lingchen, is it? What was the profession you awakened?" The carefree immortal inquired directly. He hesitated to ask, but having just cast a detection spell, he found that the profession field above Lingchen's head also bore a question mark. While hidden professions did possess this trait, the level disparity between them was too vast. Even so, he still could not discern Lingchen's profession. Coupled with the scenes he had observed earlier, his curiosity intensified. "Senior, I recently awakened the hidden profession of Abyssal Lord." "Abyssal Lord?" A sudden realization struck Xian, making him understand why such a profession truly exists. "Well, it seems I inadvertently drew a full deck," he remarked. Xian, with a hint of sarcasm, responded, "And yet you're still indulging in this display of arrogance. No one even asked how you are." In just a few brief exchanges, Xian's prior suspicions were solidified. He gazed at Lingchen with keen interest, inspecting him from all angles, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this senior harbored peculiar inclinations? Ultimately, however, Xian's gaze settled on the mother nest. "This is quite impressive. Is this your weapon?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is my specialized weapon. However, it has yet to reach its full potential." "Did I even ask you? Here you are, boasting again." Xian exclaimed. "Excellent. With this, my efforts to repair the secret realm will be significantly enhanced. Allow me to borrow your specialized weapon." Without waiting for Lingchen's consent, he reached out, and the mother nest fell into his grasp. The mother nest offered no resistance. The dense aura of the abyss enveloped it, filling it with a sense of euphoria. Xian brought his fingers together and lightly tapped the mother nest, then pulled back with a swift motion. A thread shimmering with a dark light emerged from it. "Go." In the next instant, he flicked the thread downward, snapping it with a resounding crack, leaving a segment that drifted into the boundless darkness before vanishing from sight. "Done. Now, it's time for a moment of contemplation." After completing this, Xian, as if shaking off a chill after a brief respite, conjured a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely by the side. Meanwhile, outside, all the challengers stared in terror at the towering light pillar. The terrifying aura of the abyss rendered them immobile, with some succumbing to faintness from sheer fright. After a while, to everyone's astonishment, the black light pillar began to shrink slowly. Its pace quickened, and in less than 5 minutes, the light pillar vanished entirely, revealing the massive vortex that marked the entrance to the secret realm once more. "The disturbance has ceased," someone exclaimed. As if awakening from a dream, the crowd stirred, with the braver souls rushing towards the abyss. A few led the charge, followed by an increasing number of others. Upon reaching the secret realm, they were elated to discover that it had indeed returned to its original state. "The secret realm is back to normal. How wonderful. I was terrified earlier." Surely, some powerful figure intervened. But who could it be? Could it be that Senior Xian personally came? The joyful exclamations resonated, with everyone engaging in speculation. Yet, the group from Linhai High School bore expressions of despair, for they had come to the harrowing realization that with the disappearance of the black light pillar, Lingchen was also nowhere to be found. Little Yi, he wouldn't have died, would he? Mu Lingxi gasped, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Nearby, Zhang Wei and Li Jun also displayed faces of sorrow. The situation was even more dire for Ning Wuhan, whose eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at the empty entrance of the secret realm, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a dagger. With a sudden cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Chapter 39. Take action. Principal Ning. Zhang Wei and the others were taken aback by Ning Wuhan's sudden collapse and blood loss. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Lingxi's aura flared, and she immediately administered a healing spell. Li Jun swiftly retrieved a potion from his bag to inject into Ning Wuhan. Only Zhang Wei remained. Not being a healer himself and lacking advanced potions, he could only kneel beside Ning Wuhan, cradling him in his arms. Seeing this, Song Ke hurried over to check, while Qiao Qiao let out a cold snort, a smirk appearing on her lips. Karma sure comes swiftly. Serves him right. Her words, though softly spoken, struck harshly in the ears of Zhang Wei and the others. This woman is utterly wicked, regardless of any disagreements. To speak such cruelty at a time like this is inhuman. Li Jun, the golden-tongued ally, was immediately incensed. He stood up and stormed towards Qiu, shouting, "If you have the guts, say that again." Qiu merely scoffed. If Yi Lingchen were present, she might have shown some restraint. But she deemed Li Jun unworthy of her attention. Saying it multiple times makes no difference. What does it mean that those who act unjustly will meet their own demise? Your prideful Yi Lingchen has met his end. Could this not be fate? Li Jun felt his face flush with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. With such a terrifying dark light, if Yi Lingchen were alive, where could he possibly be now? The only conclusion was too dreadful to contemplate. A sense of anguish welled up within Li Jun, reflecting on their high school years. He had often held a sense of superiority, looking down on others, including Zhang Wei and Yi Lingchen. However, during this excursion into the abyss, he had been thoroughly awed by Yi Lingchen's formidable prowess, extinguishing any urge to compete. In his heart, Yi Lingchen was not just a peer, but a revered figure, a mentor. Yet now, this rising star had seemingly vanished. With others speaking derisively behind his back, he could not bear it. "Old hag, I'll take you on." Li Jun's fury ignited, and he unleashed a surge of holy flame, charging at Qiu. "Huh, you dare to strike? The students of Linhai High are nothing but uncouth curs." Qiu retorted coldly, pushing forward with a wave of her hand. A flash of green light surged forth, sending Li Jun hurtling back like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing beside Ning Wuhan with a thud, he spat blood and fell unconscious. "Li Jun!" Zhang Wei cried out. Unable to leave Ning Wuhan's side and forced to watch helplessly as Li Jun was bullied, Mu Lingxi was equally taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Li Jun to be so impulsive, daring to act against such a vast disparity in strength. Rushing over to Li Jun's side, she cast a healing spell, but he showed no signs of improvement. "What is happening?" Mu Lingxi furrowed her brows, placing her hand on Li Jun's chest. After a moment, her expression turned grave. Without hesitation, she retrieved a vial of crimson potion from her bag and injected it into Li Jun's carotid artery. Zhang Wei gasped in shock. That's an S-grade healing potion. Indeed, that vial of crimson potion is worth 5 million. It was shocking news. Just moments ago, Mu Lingxi had sensed Li Jun's injuries and was alarmed to discover he had sustained severe internal damage. A powerful curse had been injected into his body, corroding his organs and draining his vitality. The force was formidable, far beyond her level 20 spell's capacity to heal. In a moment of desperation to save Li Jun's life, she had to resort to using the precious potion. Although 5 million was not a trivial sum for the Mu family, the true value of an S-grade potion lay not in its price, but in its scarcity. Such strategic potions were not something that could simply be bought with wealth. Each year in Long Country, production of various S-grade potions was limited and in low supply. Given their remarkable effects, all factions competed fiercely for them. And even 5 million might not guarantee one could be acquired. This was truly a strategic resource. Thus, witnessing Mu Lingxi resolutely administer the S-grade potion to Li Jun left Zhang Wei utterly speechless. As the potion took effect, Li Jun's condition visibly improved. The curse's power began to dissipate. Phew! Mu Lingxi finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Turning to Zhang Wei, she instructed, "Zhang Wei, take care of Principal Ning and Li Jun. Mu Lingxi, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Wei felt a pang of dread as he looked at her impassive expression, a sense of foreboding washing over him. At that moment, beneath Mu Lingxi's calm exterior lay a volcano on the verge of eruption. She took a step forward, her long legs gracefully striding towards Qiu. Noticing Mu Lingxi approaching, Qiu raised an eyebrow. The young lady was so strikingly beautiful that she made Qiu feel somewhat envious. As she approached, Qiu coldly remarked, "Are you looking to defend him?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Mu Lingxi's gem-like eyes. "Qiu, I truly wonder how you became the principal." "What did you say?" "You actually resorted to lethal measures against a student. If it weren't for my use of an S-grade potion just now, Li Jun would have perished." "You speak nonsense." Upon having her scheme exposed, Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly tried to defend herself. Still attempting to argue. "Did you think your actions were concealed? Apologies, but my profession is precisely attuned to uncover curses." Mu Lingxi's words were few, yet they resonated loudly. Chen Kursen, Lu Li, and others nearby all overheard. "What? Principal Qiu actually cursed that foul-mouthed scoundrel?" Chen Kursen gasped, covering her mouth in shock. This incident had crossed the line. While she harbored no fondness for Li Jun's brashness, she certainly did not wish for him to face death. A simple lesson would suffice. Even Lu Li, standing to the side, furrowed his brow in confusion. If Qiu and Li Jun were of comparable strength, it would be understandable for her to strike hard, as it would be Li Jun's inadequacy that led to his defeat. Just like earlier, when Lu Li, in a fit of impulse, had attacked Yi Lingchen, only to be utterly overwhelmed. Yet, Qiu was several levels above Li Jun. This was sheer bullying. With this realization, Luli cast a disdainful glance at Qiao. The surrounding challengers, having heard Mu Lingxi's declaration, turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Qiao grew anxious. She had believed her plan foolproof, only to have it swiftly unraveled. If this matter were to come to light, not only would she lose her position as principal, but she could also face imprisonment. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Though she was a support class, her level advantage was undeniable. If she acted now to eliminate the witness, no one would ever uncover the truth. With that thought, driven by a sudden impulse, Qiao lunged at Mu Lingxi. A concealed beam of dark energy coalesced in her palm as she raised her hand to strike Mu Lingxi, intending to appear as if she was merely admonishing a junior in a fit of rage. Little did she realize that this malevolent curse would directly infiltrate Mu Lingxi's body. The curse was potent, and once it entered her system, it would swiftly drain her vitality. Within moments, Mu Lingxi would be rendered incapacitated. Qiao had no intention of killing her. She merely sought to silence her, to render her voiceless. Unbeknownst to Mu Lingxi, she had not anticipated Qiao's treachery. Indeed, engaging in reason with a woman was often the most irrational of actions. As the slap descended, there was no time for Mu Lingxi to evade. Just as the blow was about to land, an aged figure materialized like a specter between them. A gnarled and withered hand rose, ensnaring Qiao's wrist with a grip akin to steel. A voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell reverberated in Qiao's ears. Our Mu family is not someone you can trifle with. Chapter 40, Two Paths. Qiao's hand was tightly grasped by a silver-haired elder clad in a suit. Agonizing pain surged through her arm, a piercing torment that drained the color from her face, prompting a pained cry as she desperately attempted to withdraw her arm. The elder let out a huff and, with the motion, released his grip, causing Qiao to stumble back and fall unceremoniously to the ground, exposing her vulnerability. At this moment, Mu Lingxi, seeing the elder's arrival, exclaimed in delight, "Second granduncle, what brings you here?" The elder paid no heed to Qiao, turning instead to Mu Lingxi, his previously icy demeanor transforming into a warm smile. "Oh, little she. Second granduncle is simply out for a leisurely trip and happened to wander here." "Ha." Mu Lingxi regarded the elder with a peculiar expression, fully aware that not a word of his explanation was credible. This elder was her second granduncle, second only to the head of the Mu family, her granduncle. She seldom saw him outside of family gatherings. Her only memories were from childhood, when he would sneak her out for delicious treats and oftentimes buy her candied hawthorns. What she did not know was that this second granduncle was actually her protector. Throughout her years of schooling, he had been by her side, unbeknownst to her. Today, had it not been for the urgent circumstances, he would not have revealed himself. He had discerned Qiao's malicious intent and intervened to thwart it. Casting a cold gaze at Qiao, who was now seated on the ground, filled with resentment, the elder spoke sternly, "For the sake of Qiao, I shall spare your life. However, should you dare to act recklessly again, do not expect mercy." Feeling the elder's imposing aura, Qiao dared not utter a word. She had long relied on the name of her brother, Qiao, to elevate herself above others. Yet, in the presence of a true powerhouse, fear gripped her heart. In the eyes of such formidable beings, her brother's name might hold some weight, but should they truly choose to end her life, what would it matter if Qiao came to seek retribution afterward? She would be dead. With this thought, Qiao lowered her head, silenced, though no one witnessed the fleeting madness that crossed her otherwise darkened face. Meanwhile, during this conflict, on the other side, Lingchen, who had been ensconced in a realm of darkness, suddenly found his surroundings shifting before him. In the blink of an eye, he stood atop a snow-capped mountain, the endless sea of clouds rolling beneath him, surrounded by a landscape of pristine white. A chilling breeze swept through, causing Lingchen to shiver involuntarily. How cold! Upon closer inspection, he realized he was standing at the pinnacle of a snow-covered summit, towering above the clouds. "Where's this?" Lingchen instinctively inquired. The peak of the sky mountain came the voice of the immortal Xian, whose figure gradually materialized before Lingchen like a celestial being. "The resources have been exhausted. Here they are returned to you." The immortal Xian lifted a hand, and the mother nest soared back to Lingchen's side. Devoid of the abyssal aura, the mother nest eagerly returned to his body. "Senior, why have you brought me here?" "Young man, you have yet to ascend the heavenly ladder, correct?" "Not yet." "Very well. Before you now lie two paths from which to choose. Would you care to hear them?" Lingchen paused momentarily, then let out a resigned smile. Two paths to choose. At present, he had no means to resist. He was merely at the mercy of others. The notion of two paths was merely a delineation of the route he was to take. Given that he had previously collapsed the secret realm, he felt a sense of guilt and could only nod in agreement. "Excellent. Your attitude is commendable." The immortal Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised one finger. "The first path, you have destroyed the abyssal secret realm. Although I have repaired it using your resources, you owe me for damages, including travel expenses from the imperial capital and compensation for lost time. In total, I shall not extort you unduly. Let us settle on 500 billion. If you agree, then you must pay. If you lack the funds, a promissory note will suffice. Payable within a year. Lingchen, this is akin to demanding my life. 500 billion? Even if you were to kill me, I could never repay that. Why not just demand the entire blue star instead? Lingchen's lips twitched violently as he awkwardly responded, Senior, what about the second path? The immortal Xian chuckled again, extending a second finger. The second path is quite simple. Ascend the heavenly ladder. The heavenly ladder? Lingchen was taken aback, uncertain of the elder's intentions. He had intended to ascend the heavenly ladder regardless. Was there something more to this? Seeing the puzzled expression on Lingchen's face, the immortal Xian did not keep him in suspense. I understand you're confused. Ascending the heavenly ladder, not only will you owe no compensation, but you will also have the opportunity to gain fortune. Where in the world does such a good deal exist? Indeed, Lingchen instinctively replied. What a coincidence. Such fortuitous events exist in the world. However, at this juncture, the carefree immortal raised his hand and waved it towards the sky. The surrounding sea of clouds began to churn violently, as if an immense beast were traversing through the clouds. In an instant, the clouds parted, revealing a colossal skeleton before Lingchen. Upon seeing the skeleton, Lingchen was taken aback. It had been obscured by the clouds, and he had not noticed it before. Now it was apparent that the skeleton lay on the mountainside not far beneath him. A massive spear was embedded in the forehead of the skeleton, piercing through its skull and anchoring itself into the mountain of the Sky Mountain. From Lingchen's vantage point, he could only see the skull, which was comparable in size to a football field. In its presence, Lingchen felt as insignificant as a mere grain of sand. An overwhelming aura emanated from the skeleton, thick with the essence of the abyss. It seemed to sense Lingchen's gaze, and that oppressive force came alive, crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. At that moment, Lingchen's clothes began to flutter without the presence of wind, and the mother nest flew out from within him. Lingchen's eyes suddenly turned a vivid crimson, and an aura of power, rivaling that of the skeleton, surged forth, colliding fiercely with the oppressive force. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed like a clap of thunder as the two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate. The carefree immortal observed in silence, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly at the sudden surge of power from Lingchen. The complexity of the situation was fleeting, as their clash lasted less than a second. A glint of cold light flashed in the carefree immortal's eyes as he issued a heavy snort towards the skeleton. Go back. With just those words, the overwhelming aura retreated like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Lingchen's heart began to piece together a theory. Senior, could this be? Indeed. It is the abyssal Lord Aloysius. Has he not perished? Well, how should one say it? He has died, yet he is not. As if dead? Precisely, replied the carefree immortal. But why did he attack me? What do you think? Could it be related to my profession? Hee, a promising young one. Senior, it seems you have digressed. Does this relate to the second path you mentioned? Nonsense. Of course it does. The carefree immortal glared. Does this little brat not know how to converse? With that, he raised his right hand again, this time not waving it around, but striking the sky with a forceful palm. Thunder roared and lightning split the heavens. Lingchen gazed skyward, and the sight that unfolded before him left him utterly stunned, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Chapter 41, The Inverted Sky Mountain. At this moment, above the sea of clouds on the Sky Mountain, in a place unseen by the populace, a gigantic shadow loomed like a jade pillar piercing the heavens, fortuitously positioned directly above Lingchen. What is this? Lingchen's mind was shaken to its core. The immense pressure made him feel as if an insurmountable weight were pressing down upon him, leaving him nearly immobile. Less than 100 meters above him, a snowy platform appeared, seemingly within reach. Lingchen's pupils constricted. The platform bore an uncanny resemblance to something familiar. The carefree immortal's voice resonated in his ears at just the right moment. Does it look familiar? Indeed. That is the Sky Mountain beneath your feet. What? Lingchen could scarcely believe his ears. No wonder it felt so familiar. It is identical to the peak I stand upon. Seemingly unsatisfied with Lingchen's astonishment, the carefree immortal gently tapped Lingchen's forehead with a finger. In an instant, his perspective expanded dramatically. Lingchen's eyes widened as the inverted Sky Mountain receded into the distance. He saw it. Finally, he beheld the entirety of the Sky Mountain. It was a towering mountain, halved, with a dark abyss deep within its cliffs. The only difference was the absence of Aloysius' colossal skeleton. Incredible, truly magnificent, Lingchen exclaimed. Suddenly, a memory from his past life surfaced, reminiscent of a renowned game he had played. When he traversed the entirety of the demon castle, he discovered a strikingly similar inverted castle atop the fortress. Now, witnessing the Sky Mountain above him, the immersive experience far surpassed the feelings he had during gameplay. Senior, what place is that? What lies above you is the true Sky Mountain and abyss, the carefree immortal's calm voice echoed. Lingchen fell into a state of daze once more. Each word from the carefree immortal struck his fragile heart. He realized he might be on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret. The carefree immortal, too, gazed upwards, his eyes filled with nostalgia and wistfulness. It has been 8 years since I returned, and those old friends who fought alongside me have long since turned to dust, merging into this sky mountain. Lingchen, affected by the carefree immortal's emotions, found his own heart awash with mixed feelings. The emergence of the abyss had plunged the entire blue star into despair. Throughout history, countless human pioneers had stepped forth, standing at the forefront against the abyssal creatures, granting humanity a moment of respite. These individuals are the predecessors, the martyrs, the heroes, eternally worthy of remembrance. During the battle with Alicia's, I was not alone. The carefree immortal floated gently, gesturing for Lingchen to ascend with him towards the sky mountain above. At that time, I was no match for Alicia's, but at a critical moment, I broke through. They stood before me, giving me the chance to ascend. Without them, I could not have slain the abyssal lord. After that battle, their bodies turned to ash. Not even their remains were left. Yet even in death, their souls did not dissipate, willingly remaining here to suppress the demons. Suppress the demons? Lingchen inquired, puzzled. The carefree immortal nodded, pointing downwards at the sky mountain beneath them. The mountain you previously stood upon was conjured by me. The skeleton upon it is the body of Alicia's. That mountain serves to contain his form. The abyssal secret realm below extracts the abyssal power from Alicia's remains, forming a realm governed by the rules of heaven and earth. And what about that one above? By this time, both of them had soared to the summit of the inverted mountain. Upon landing, Lingchen gazed upwards again, and the once upright mountain had transformed into an inverted one. He felt an uncanny sense of dissonance. Do you see that deep pit? The carefree immortal did not directly answer his question, but indicated the dark abyss beneath them. From the mountain's peak, the vast chasm appeared relatively small. Yet Lingchen knew it was the same size as the abyssal secret realm he had previously encountered, a mere result of Alicia's strike. At that time, Alicia's fist had nearly penetrated the surface. Beneath the abyss, a fissure had indeed formed. In our haste to eliminate Alicia's, we could not attend to that fissure, resulting in countless demonic creatures escaping, causing tremendous casualties. When I finally defeated Alicia's, I found that the fissure was far too large to seal. As he recounted this, pain etched itself upon the carefree immortal's face, his eyes reddening as if unwilling to revisit that chapter of history. In the end, I extracted Alicia's soul and directly filled that fissure. The souls of my fallen comrades merged into the sky mountain, forming a seal to suppress him, thus resolving the crisis. To be safe, I sealed the true sky mountain and the abyss within this space and created a duplicate in its original location. This is the origin of today's sky mountain. As Lingchen listened to the carefree immortal's narrative, he felt as though he were living through those events himself. The monumental battle from long ago seemed to unfold before him like a series of vivid tableaus. Thus, the two sky mountains emerged, one suppressing the corporeal form of Arigius, and the other, his very soul. The carefree immortal nodded in agreement. Indeed, you may interpret it that way. Suddenly, Lingchen's expression grew serious. Senior, after all this storytelling, how does this relate to the second path you mentioned? The previously melancholic immortal, caught off guard by Lingchen's remark, found the carefully cultivated atmosphere dissipating. He slapped the back of Lingchen's head, exclaiming, "Do you even know how to converse?" Lingchen, cradling his head and wearing a look of indignation, retorted, "I merely asked a question. Please continue." Cough, cough, continue what? Let's cut to the chase. The heavenly ladder actually comes in two forms. One is the proper mountain, ascending the ladder from below. The other is the inverted mountain you see here, descending from above, the reverse ascent. Wait, what? Lingchen was genuinely taken aback, immediately uttering a classic expression of shock. This second path is the reverse ascent of the heavenly ladder. You simply need to agree. Walk from here to the foot of the mountain and enter the true abyss, and that will complete the task. The incident involving my family will then be forgiven. Is that it? Just that? Just that? What advantages does the reverse ascent offer? How should I know? Is there any life-threatening danger? You'll find out once you go. Farewell. Hey, don't leave. The carefree immortal, witnessing Lingchen turning to depart, grasped the collar of his garment. What is the matter with you? Leaving without a word? Lingchen's expression turned resolute. Senior, I choose the first path. I'll work to repay you. I'll write an IOU right now. At worst, I'll sell myself to you for life. Seeing this, the immortal grew anxious. Nonsense. What kind of work and repayment is this? Have you lost your mind? You will ascend this heavenly ladder whether you like it or not. Chapter 42, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. 10 minutes later, a bruised and battered Lingchen lay despondently on the ground. The carefree immortal looked down at him, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Little Yi, you are a sensible child. I believe you will definitely ascend this heavenly ladder, won't you? Ascend. I must ascend. Lingchen muttered the latter part under his breath. What did you say? I said, Senior, you have granted me this tremendous opportunity. How could I not be overjoyed? Now that's the correct attitude. The immortal chuckled, stroking his beard. Go forth with peace of mind. Rest assured, once you enter, I shall take care of your affairs. Your parents will be my parents, and your sister will be my sister. I have no sister. Lingchen nearly choked in exasperation. I have no parents. I am an orphan. Oh, well then. I wish you good fortune. With that, the carefree immortal crouched down and smacked the snow-capped peak of the sky mountain. A deafening roar echoed as the inverted sky mountain trembled violently beneath him, making even Lingchen, lying on the ground, feel the instability. Beneath him, a staircase radiating a gentle white light gradually materialized. This staircase pierced through the peak, spiraling down the steep mountain until it vanished into the unfathomable abyss below. Having completed this, the immortal clapped his hands, his expression returning to indifference. All right, take a moment to gather yourself. Stepping onto this staircase signifies the beginning of your ascent. Lingchen sat up, wiped the still-drying blood from his nose, and nodded earnestly. He was not one to be overly dramatic. He could neither fight nor flee, and besides, he acknowledged his wrongdoing. It's just a matter of climbing a heavenly ladder. I'll go. The notion of choosing between two paths was merely a ruse. There was only this one. Since the carefree immortal so eagerly wished for him to ascend, there must be profound significance behind it. As to what that might be, Lingchen did not inquire, nor did he dare to. With a thought, he summoned the mother nest and resolutely stepped onto the staircase that emanated a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, his form vanished into thin air. Atop the inverted sky mountain, only the solitary figure of the carefree immortal remained. After a long while, he sighed deeply, speaking to himself in a voice only he could hear. I have followed the instructions you left for me. I hope what you said is true. With that, he raised his hand to check the time, realizing he could still make it back for lunch. Moments later, the inverted sky mountain was devoid of any presence. By the edge of the abyss, after the commotion, the teams from the three schools gradually settled down. Ningwuhan and Li Jun awoke from their stupor. Upon learning that they had narrowly escaped being killed by Qiao, Li Jun's eyes nearly blazed with fury. He glared intently at Qiao from a distance. His gaze filled with lethal intent. If looks could kill, Qiao would have perished hundreds of times by now. This old woman. I will definitely kill her. I will certainly kill her. Li Jun ground his teeth in resentment. Mu Lingxi raised a hand to halt Li Jun's tirade. Li Jun, calm down. You cannot kill her. I just learned that she is Qiao Changtian's sister. What? Qiao Changtian? The political commissar of our central military district? Li Jun gasped in disbelief. Indeed. So, attempting to kill her may be rather unfeasible. But I cannot swallow this anger. Do not worry, with my second grandfather here. She won't be able to stir up any trouble. Once we return, I will report this matter truthfully. She will receive the punishment she deserves. All right. Li Jun understood that Mu Lingxi spoke the truth, sighing internally as he reined in his emotions. At that moment, Song Ku interjected, it's getting late. The teams should prepare to ascend the heavenly ladder. Ning Wuhan's face remained somewhat pale. It was evident that the death of Lingchen had dealt him a significant blow. Yet, as the head of a school, he had to shoulder his responsibilities. He glanced at Song Ku, then at the three students beside him, and nodded. I am fine. The exercise shall continue. We will not withdraw. Very well. Song Ku cast a complex glance in his direction, internally lamenting. The two were old acquaintances. And he understood Ning Wuhan's feelings all too well. It was rare for Linghai First High to produce such a talented individual, only for him to vanish without a trace. The issue was compounded by the fact that they were in the abyss. There was no recourse for grievance. Demanding compensation from the carefree immortal? What a ridiculous notion. To say nothing of the fact that no one in the entirety of Long Nation could say where the carefree immortal might be found. Such formidable beings were like dragons, elusive and unseen. With Mu Lingxi's second grandfather presiding, even if the other two schools' teams were discontented, they dared not voice their grievances. Ultimately, the order would follow the results of the previous competition. The first team to enter was Linghai First High. 2 hours later, the team from Su Yuan First High, led by Chun Kursin, entered. Another 2 hours later, the team from Linen First High, led by Lu Li, made their entrance. Once the ascent of the heavenly ladder concluded, this joint exercise would officially come to an end. The rewards from the previous Secret Realm competition would subsequently be delivered to the victorious team schools. As it was impractical to carry such valuable items on one's person, the crowd moved to the foot of the Sky Mountain, which was now teeming with people. Occasionally, trial participants would enter, while others were teleported out. The reason for allowing the three teams to enter in phases was due to a particular characteristic of the heavenly ladder. The earlier one entered, the greater the advantage gained and the more opportunities available. As time passed, once the sun set, the abyssal aura of the secret realm would begin to seep out, gradually engulfing the ladder from below. By midnight, the entire Sky Mountain would be saturated with the abyssal essence, at which point the resistance on the ladder would reach its peak, making it nearly impossible to remain on it. At the entrance of the heavenly ladder, Mu Lingxi, Li Jun, and Zhang Wei were already prepared. Second grandfather, Principal Ning, we're going in. Go ahead. Do your best. The second grandfather cheerfully encouraged, playfully shaking his fist, which made Mu Lingxi feel so embarrassed that she wished to leave immediately. Ning Wuhan said nothing but nodded appreciatively at the three, his eyes brimming with encouragement. The three individuals exchanged no further words, turning to ascend the first step of the celestial ladder. In an instant, their figures vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. As the scene flickered, when Zhang Wei regained his clarity, disbelief etched across his face. The once visible sky mountain was nowhere to be found. In its stead stood an endless staircase, the extent of which was indeterminate. This staircase, broad enough to accommodate many climbers simultaneously, stretched far into the clouds, disappearing into the mist above, with no discernible destination in sight. At that moment, countless figures were laboriously climbing the staircase around Zhang Wei, with the furthest one appearing merely as a distant speck. However, this was not the source of Zhang Wei's astonishment. What truly left him aghast was the realization that every single one of these climbers was a berserker. Some radiated a more potent aura than his own, while others were weaker. Yet, all wore expressions of unwavering determination, with some even activating their berserker mode, charging upward bare-chested. My goodness! Is this the ascent of the heavenly ladder? Zhang Wei's astonishment rendered his tongue nearly speechless. Just then, a towering figure beside him, a man of at least 2.5 meters in height, clapped a hand onto Zhang Wei's shoulder. Hey, what are you dawdling here for? Hurry up and ascend. Stop lingering like a coward. Are you even a berserker? The words from this giant struck Zhang Wei's pride, and he promptly released his inhibitions, unleashing the fierce aura unique to berserkers. You're the coward. Let us see who's better. With that, he pushed off from the ground, his body darting upwards like lightning as he ascended several steps in the blink of an eye. Observing Zhang Wei's boldness, the giant nodded. Competing with me? Splendid. Just don't weep when you lose. With that, a thunderous roar erupted beneath the giant's feet as he shot forward like a cannonball, pursuing Zhang Wei. Chapter 43, The Trials of the People. A blinding white light flashed, and Li Jun struggled to open his eyes. What lay before him sent shockwaves through his very being. A city, vast as half of Linhai City, floated in the heavens. At this moment, Li Jun found himself at the edge of a colossal platform at the pinnacle of this city. Gazing upwards, he beheld the sky ablaze with pale flames interwoven with gold. Looking down, the vast expanse of land beneath the floating city revealed mountains, rivers, villages, fields, and deserts stretching endlessly. Yet, at this moment, the earth lay in ruins. Mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, villages lay in ruins, and fields became wastelands. Even the once barren deserts had turned pitch black, as if dipped in ink. Across this ravaged landscape, countless monsters roamed aimlessly, roaring in chaos. Some searched for surviving humans, fighting and biting over scraps, while others, drawn by the allure of the aerial city, directed taunts toward the skies. The city was besieged by a multitude of flying monsters, each boasting a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, their vicious fangs spewing forth green flames. What is this place? Li Jun was rendered speechless by the overwhelming scene before him. He felt as though he were witnessing the apocalypse. Aside from the several 100,000 survivors within the floating city, there remained no others. Just then, at the center of the plaza, a venerable elder clad in a pure white mage's robe proclaimed in a thunderous voice, amplified by magic to resonate throughout the city. Fellow humans of France City, we have no retreat. What lies ahead is a grueling battle. We shall either perish or vanquish our foes. This battle concerns the very survival of humanity. We are the sole ember, the only hope. The elder's words struck heavily upon every heart, igniting a fervent spirit within Li Jun. It was then he noticed that standing beside him were a full 10,000 mages, each one a flame mage like himself. Some were even younger than Li Jun, their faces bearing innocence mixed with fear of war and a deep-seated hatred for their enemies. The elder continued, I am Gelidrian, the chief mage of France City. Today, I shall lead the flame mages of France City to restore the glory of humanity. As he spoke, Gelidrian raised his staff, which radiated a blinding light, pointing skyward. Suddenly, the massive magical barrier enveloping France City burst open. In that moment, the overwhelming aura of the monsters pressed in, causing Li Jun's complexion to pale. Have I crossed over? Before he could ponder further, Gelidrian soared into the air, transforming into a beam of white light that connected with the pale flames above. Noble flame mages, join me in battle. As his words fell, the 10,000 mages erupted in a unified roar. Fight! Li Jun found himself swept up in the fervor, shouting alongside them. In an instant, the flame mages unleashed their full might. The boundless pale flames in the sky began to swirl violently, as gigantic meteors imbued with sacred fire rained down, unleashing indiscriminate, carpet-style assaults upon the monsters above and below. With each meteor that struck, countless monsters were reduced to ash, as the movement of the city carved a long, clear path through the hordes below. Following a barrage of fire, more mages ascended, charging toward the monsters. Li Jun stood awestruck by the spectacle unfolding before him. As a flame mage himself, he witnessed a scene that filled him with exhilaration. He observed spells he had never seen or learned before. With just a glance, the rudiments of the spells formed in his mind. Is this the opportunity of ascending the heavenly ladder? This is simply astounding. As someone who had struggled academically like Lingchen, his vocabulary was equally inadequate to express his feelings. Yet this did not deter him from eagerly absorbing the spells. With practice, He began to master them and plunged headlong into the fray against the monsters below. In a vast primordial forest, every towering tree reached heights of over 100 meters. Beneath the canopy, even sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting dappled shadows upon the verdant earth. At the heart of this forest stood a colossal tree, 1,000 meters tall, which had stood for countless years. This was the sacred tree of the elven clan, Teldashir. The elven race is a real existence throughout the history of Blue Star. They once stood alongside humanity against the abyss. However, in recent years, as the abyss ravaged the land, vast expanses of territory on the surface of Blue Star were devastated by the monsters of the abyss. The elven race gradually waned, retreating closer to their ancestral grounds, seldom appearing in the world. At this moment, on the plaza atop Teldashir, a grand ceremony was underway. 10 beautiful and pure maidens formed a circle, facing the statue of the elven queen at the center of the plaza. Among them stood Mu Lingxi. Unlike Li Jun and Zhang Wei, Mu Lingxi quickly embraced her role upon her arrival. She understood that this was the trial offered by the heavenly ladder, a significant opportunity for her. The 10 maidens, including herself, were candidates for the current elven saintess. The elven race selects a new saintess every 1,000 years. Although she was not well versed in the history, culture, and traditions of the elven race, Mu Lingxi was acutely aware that the selection of the elven saintess required competition. This time, she would vie with the other 9 maidens for the ultimate victor. After awakening her profession, Mu Lingxi had conducted thorough and detailed research on the role of the elven saintess. While not as formidable as the uniquely concealed classes, the elven saintess can be regarded as the most powerful and versatile support class within the realm of the Golden Legend. The elven saintess possesses the remarkable ability to heal herself and her allies, dispel a myriad of negative effects, and provide an endless array of enhancements that dazzle the eyes. Moreover, the attributes of the saintess herself are impressively robust. Inheriting the physical prowess of the elven race, Mu Lingxi's agility has seen a substantial increase, creating a stark contrast with the abyss Lord Yi Lingchen. One is characterized by high attack power, thick health, and sluggish speed, while the other is astutely agile, possessing a terrifying speed rivaling that of assassin classes. With a decree from the elder of the elven race, the vast Teldashir is now fully accessible to the 10 young maidens. They are dispersed across various locations, all progressing toward a shared objective. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Lingxi has learned unprecedented knowledge and skills while engaging in duels with other candidates for the title of saintess. Thus, the first trio to ascend the celestial ladder embarked on their own unique paths of trial. Meanwhile, her companion, Yi Lingchen, appears to be somewhat disheartened. Ever since he set foot on the celestial ladder, he has been steadily descending. This ladder seems endless, surrounded by an ever-encroaching aura of the abyss. Yet, Yi Lingchen remains immune to these influences, ultimately turning them into mere snacks for the mother nest. There are no illusions, no trials, no fortuitous encounters, not even a single adversary in sight. Upon this ladder, he walks alone, akin to a century of solitude, advancing toward the unknown abyss. Such a scenario was unforeseen even by the formidable Xiaoyao immortal. Initially, it was anticipated that the encroaching aura of the abyss would engulf Yi Lingchen, thrusting him into an illusion and initiating his trials. Who could have guessed that he would be utterly immune? This presents quite the conundrum. Yet, for Yi Lingchen, this solitary journey appears to be more tormenting than any trial could ever be. Chapter 44, A Blessing in Disguise. Time slips away swiftly. 2 hours later, the team led by Chun Kurson from Su Yuan No. 1 High School also entered the celestial ladder. Another 2 hours passed, and Lu Li's team successfully followed suit. At the foot of the Sky Mountain, only the principals of the 3 schools and Mu Lingxi's grandfather, Mu Haiyang, remained. The 4 stood silently at the corners, refraining from conversation. Only Ning Wuhan's complexion retained a hint of pallor, although he had somewhat recovered with the aid of restorative potions. His injuries were not physical, but rather emotional. Yi Lingchen's disappearance amidst the abyss's turmoil left him profoundly sorrowful. He suspects that the likelihood of Yi Lingchen's demise is high. The previous incident in the Secret Realm No. 4, coupled with this expedition into the abyss, has thoroughly captivated Ning Wuhan with Yi Lingchen's extraordinary talent. He firmly believes that it will not be long before Yi Lingchen emerges as a formidable force among humanity, standing as a young luminary akin to the legendary 3 killed generals of the army. No, this is far from the limits of Yi Lingchen's potential. In his heart, Ning Wuhan has even harbored wild fantasies of Yi Lingchen one day becoming the strongest among humanity, leading the charge to vanquish the abyssal forces and restore peace and tranquility to the Blue Star. Yet, all these aspirations have now crumbled into dust under the upheaval of the abyss today. Had it not been for his desire to maintain face and his subtle intentions to participate in this joint exercise, Yi Lingchen would not have faced such misfortune. Ning Wuhan is engulfed in deep self-reproach. Prior to the coming-of-age ceremony, he had been entirely unaware of such a student in this year's senior class. It was only later, through Yi Lingchen's homeroom teacher, that he learned of his circumstances. An orphan, having lost his parents at the tender age of 10, he has struggled for 8 years to survive, displaying a maturity beyond that of many peers. This hardship has shaped his composed, aloof, and somewhat worldly demeanor. It is worth noting that 8 years ago marked the height of the Second Abyssal War. The entire world was in turmoil, and the loss of his parents at such a time was akin to enduring a devastating blow. Ning Wuhan admires him for managing to survive alone through such turbulent times. After all, he is still just a child, barely 18 years old. No. Upon returning, I must speak to my uncle earnestly, even if it means sacrificing everything. I must see the Xiaoyao immortal. I must have him aid me in locating Yi Lingchen. I must see him alive or dead. Ning Wuhan silently resolves within himself. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Lingchen is currently experiencing the most perilous and tumultuous crisis since his arrival in this realm. This situation is even more treacherous than his encounter with Gades. The celestial ladder stretches infinitely long, with the distant black abyss hanging ominously in the sky. After 6 hours of descent, Yi Lingchen feels as though he has made no progress at all. It is as if he is merely treading water. All that surrounds him are the steps and the vast pit of the abyss, which resembles a dark pupil. Nothing else exists. The sky mountain has vanished, and the ladder hangs like a solitary white ribbon suspended in the air. The silence is unnerving, devoid of any living soul or even a whisper of wind. Not even the sound of his feet upon the steps can be heard. Initially, Yi Lingchen moved at a swift pace, as he descended against the grain of the ladder. Others ascended, and in mere moments, he could no longer see the peak of the sky mountain in reverse. However, as he continued downward, the path seemed interminable. Yi Lingchen's inner turmoil began to rise. As time wore on, he even exhibited signs of rejecting this body. Although he had traversed realms, merging souls and memories, in his previous life as a social being, he would never have allowed himself to succumb to such profound loneliness and helplessness. When feeling discontent, he could easily gather a few friends for drinks and merriment, a delightful reprieve. But now, he feels as if he has been confined within an infinite cell, unable to see the way forward or the path back, drifting aimlessly like a leaf upon the wind until the end of his days. Gradually, a shadow of despair flickered in the depths of Yi Lingchen's eyes. The overwhelming might of the Abyss Lord erupted forth. In that moment, Yi Lingchen slowly began to lose his humanity, transforming into a genuine Abyss Lord. According to the teachings of cultivation, Yi Lingchen is now ensnared by his inner demons, teetering on the brink of madness. Just then, the mother nest, which had remained silent, stirred to life. An even more potent aura of the abyss erupted from the mother nest, a product refined from the previously absorbed abyssal essence. This essence is purer, more exquisite, and far more elusive. It surged into Yi Lingchen's body, engulfing him entirely, conducting a thorough transformation to abyssalize his body and soul. For the mother nest, it does not require a deranged and irrational abyss lord. What it needs is a powerful, cold-blooded, ruthless, and wise abyss lord. Historically, there have been abyss lords who succumbed to madness. Such occurrences are profoundly terrifying for the denizens of the abyss. When an abyss lord goes mad, all of his subjects are inevitably affected. A bloody war becomes unavoidable, and this war indiscriminately targets all neighboring nations and lords. Should the abyss lord in command of the mother nest lose their sanity, they will be utterly consumed by it, becoming sustenance for the mother nest. The unfortunate reality is that Yi Lingchen is human, not of the abyssal race. Hence, the mother nest cannot devour him. This is indeed a tragedy. In a desperate attempt, it resorts to its own initiative to remedy the situation. Thus, within the careful nurturing of the mother nest, Yi Lingchen is continuously transformed. Although his four-dimensional attributes do not increase, upon completion of the transformation, Yi Lingchen will become the first remarkable hybrid possessing both human and abyssal bloodlines. To put it simply, he may hold dual citizenship, possessing two identifications. The transformation had alleviated the gradually unraveling consciousness of Yi Lingchen. When he realized that the mother nest was manipulating him, he felt less astonished and more exhilarated. He had not anticipated that his nearly deranged state would compel the mother nest to unleash its ultimate move. What a remarkable value this specialized weapon possessed. With his rationality restored, Yi Lingchen decided to cast aside his worries and cease pondering the path ahead. He leisurely strolled along the steps, even humming a tune. I'll escort you to just outside the village, but heed my words. Do not pluck the wildflowers by the roadside. Oh, it would be a shame not to. Time passed unmeasured. And when Yi Lingchen's body and soul were entirely transformed by the mother nest, he was delighted to discover that he had traversed the entire distance. At this moment, he stood before the terrifying abyssal pit. The steps of the heavenly ladder ceased here. Indeed, the remaining steps had delved deep into the chasm. A thick black mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the path ahead indistinguishable. The black pit resembled the gaping maw of a beast, with one side representing paradise and the other hell. The implication of the Elder's words was clear. As long as he stepped into the abyssal pit, his task would be deemed complete, which meant his progress was already at 99. Yi Lingchen could not suppress his joy. He raised his hand to check his watch. Goodness, is it already midnight? I've wandered for so long. The time displayed on his wristband read 23:59. Only 1 minute remained until midnight. But then, a wave of elation swept over him. For in just 1 minute, a new month would commence. He could draw cards once more. Chapter 45, Drawing Cards Again. Lingchen stepped forward, finally entering the unfathomable depths of the abyssal maw. He could hardly contain his eagerness to draw cards. Once he entered here, the task would be complete, and he could provide his report before seeking a secluded spot to clandestinely draw cards. However, while the idea was splendid, reality often deviated from expectation. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and Lingchen found himself in an unfamiliar realm. It bore resemblance to the previous secret domain, with a blood-red sky and a desolate earth. Yet, this place appeared even more forlorn. Lingchen summoned forth the abyssal army, dispersing them in all directions. Yet the findings from his reconnaissance left him utterly astounded. This was a desolate world devoid of any life. There were no humans, nor abyssal creatures, only scattered bones that testified to a cataclysmic battle that had once transpired here. All these bones belonged to abyssal monsters. Lingchen was momentarily surprised, but quickly dismissed the thought. The appearance of this place held no relevance for him. Glancing at the time, it was already 0:10. Does this mean I have completed the task? He mused. He had no desire to delve deeper into exploration. After all, the desolation here quenched any desire for discovery. Even a few monsters would have sufficed. At least he could level up by battling them. Yet when he turned to retrace his steps, he discovered that the path he had taken had vanished. The steps of the heavenly ladder appeared to have reached the edge of the abyssal pit. Behind him, the same blood-red sky and desolate earth prevailed, with no sign of the pit's entrance. Senior, I have entered. Does that mean I've completed the task? Senior? Lingchen called out for a considerable time, but no one responded. His expression darkened. At this juncture, even the most naive would realize he had been deceived by the carefree immortal. In other words, the individual's objective was to ensnare him in this desolate world. As for the ultimate purpose, Lingchen remained oblivious. Damn it, this old man, being the foremost in Blue Star, resorts to such tricks. How contemptible. A plethora of curses surged through Lingchen's mind, almost leading him to insult the ancient relatives of the carefree immortal. Since the carefree immortal had lured him here through deceit, there must be some purpose behind it. Given that he was unable to exit for the time being, he had no choice but to explore. This realm was vast, and even with his ability to summon over 300,000 troops, he still could not cover the entirety of this world. He decided to retract his army and summon a volcanic dragon, intending to explore while riding on its back. However, just as he prepared to leap onto the dragon's back, Lingchen abruptly halted. Wait a moment. Since there is no one here, why not draw cards first? The more he contemplated, the more reasonable it seemed. The act of drawing cards was not subtle. Even with his portable wheel of fortune, he could not guarantee that no one would notice, even if he hid deep in the wilderness. Yet here, where no one could intrude, he could draw extraordinary items without anyone discovering it. With that thought, he acted. Lingchen commanded his army to encircle him, providing protection. He retrieved the wheel of fortune, placing it solemnly upon the ground, and weighed 10 divine stones in his hand before decisively tossing them into the wheel of fortune. Boom. The wheel of fortune erupted with a dazzling light once more. Detected that the host is drawing cards. Passive skill. I am the Lucky Emperor LV1. Card draw luck max. 10 draws remaining this month. Would you like to activate? Activate. Familiar prompts and procedures followed. In the next moment, the radiance of the journey of destiny expanded tenfold, enveloping Lingchen entirely. Even the abyssal aura permeating the air was dispelled by the brilliance. The summoned creatures nearby were directly obliterated beneath the luminous shroud. Lingchen paid no heed to this, his gaze fixated on the wheel of fortune. At that moment, various colors of light flickered rapidly above it, replaying the scene of his previous card draws. As the vibrant hues retreated one by one, only piercing red remained in the card pool. Now that was what one called being the lucky emperor. Lingchen felt a surge of ecstasy, regardless of what he drew. The mere color signified that it was undoubtedly a treasure. In the next instant, 2 red beams of light surged forth, unceremoniously darting into the floating mother nest. Mother nest, refined, 55. Maxed out. Lingchen's heart raced with excitement, yet this outcome was within his expectations. He hurriedly gazed at the mother nest, his mind displaying the attributes of the fully refined mother nest. Mother nest, refined to level 5. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 5,000. Increased summon creature count by 50 times. Soul Sanctuary, when defeating boss enemies not exceeding 300 levels above oneself, can harvest their souls, corrupting them into abyssal creatures to be nurtured within the mother nest. Such summoned beings must possess the unique attribute. Return to Mother's embrace. The summoner will not perish from a fatal blow. Health reduces to 1, and they can be resurrected through nurturing in the mother nest. Abyssal protection. In the realm of the mother nest, summoned creatures' critical hit rate increases by 500 and critical damage by 1,000. Boundless maternal love. After releasing a special move, cooldown time reduced by 100. Hiss. Lingchen inhaled sharply, nearly choking himself. The attributes of a fully refined specialized weapon were indeed terrifying. However, since he had already refined it to level 3 previously, this overall enhancement was within his expectations. What thrilled him the most was that his ultimate move could now be unleashed indefinitely, without any cooldown. With that thought, Lingchen trembled with excitement. A magnificent scene unfolded in his mind. His combat skills initiated with 0 frames. His ultimate move also activated with 0 frames. First, he would summon hundreds of thousands of troops, and before the enemy could comprehend the situation, those hundreds of thousands would explode. Then summon again, then explode. I will summon again, and I will explode again. Here I am, and I will explode again. Repeating this endlessly, ad infinitum. Ecstasy. It was an exhilarating experience. The stakes have soared to unprecedented heights. From this moment forth, the likes of Gades shall no longer command Lingchen's regard. Should he dare to approach, Lingchen possesses the capacity to obliterate him to the point where he would fail to recognize even his own mother. Contemplating this, Lingchen has never been more fervently desirous of encountering Gades once again. Oh, little Gades, return swiftly. Bring back my longing. Do not leave my heart as desolate as the vast ocean. For Lingchen, Gades now embodies not merely a trove of experience, but also the ideal target for the completion of his legendary weapon quest. The challenge of this quest lies in the fact that the target must be an abyssal creature possessing a singular attribute. Otherwise, with Lingchen's current prowess, he could effortlessly locate a unique hidden class within the human realm and eliminate his adversary to fulfill the task directly. The imposition of such restrictions is not born from any sense of justice on the part of the mother nest. Quite the contrary. This specialized weapon originates from the abyss itself. For it to evolve, it undoubtedly requires the essence of abyssal beings. This escalates the difficulty of the quest manifold. After all, creatures of the abyss endowed with a singular attribute are typically of the great boss caliber. While some lower-tier rare hidden bosses may also possess this singular attribute, they are virtually non-existent in the human world or on the abyssal battlefield. They can only be found within the abyssal realm. Furthermore, great bosses, or even world boss-level abyssal creatures, seldom manifest in this domain. Their emergence signifies a rupture in relations, heralding the onset of war. With this in mind, Lingchen sighed inwardly. No longer harboring hopes of swiftly completing this task, he could only resign himself to fate. Soon regaining his composure, he resumed his attention to the impending card draw results. Next, 6 streams of crimson light erupted simultaneously from the Wheel of Fate. This time, the experience diverged from previous draws of specialized weapons or classes. As these 6 beams surged forth from the Wheel of Fate, they ascended skyward, seemingly striving to liberate themselves from the wheel's constraints. A thunderous roar resonated throughout this desolate world as the 6 beams struggled fiercely, causing Lingchen's eyelids to flutter incessantly. What terrifying entities are these, attempting to flee upon their release? Could it be that these 6 entities are alive? Unbeknownst to Lingchen, at the very instant these 6 beams manifested, an earth-shattering roar reverberated from the depths of the world he inhabited. The entire realm trembled violently in response to the emergence of these 6 crimson lights. Chapter 46, The Fanatical Gades. The abyssal entrance in the northern region of the Dragon Kingdom serves merely as a bridge connecting the abyss to the Blue Planet, representing the most peripheral area of the abyss. Venturing further inward leads one into the true abyssal world, an expanse untouched by human feet. Contrary to the desolate, barren, and inhospitable environment often envisioned by mankind, the abyssal world pulsates with vitality, even more so than the Blue Planet. Its geographical features are extraordinarily diverse, with sprawling vegetation and abundant fauna. Within this vast realm lie hundreds of abyssal kingdoms of varying sizes. Each kingdom is ruled by a formidable abyssal lord. Deep within a desert located 5,000 kilometers from the abyssal entrance, there exists a place seldom trodden by human beings. Nay, to be precise, a place rarely visited even by abyssal creatures. Not even the denizens of the abyss would endure long in such a hostile environment. At this moment, within a massive cavern situated 500 meters underground, 2 humanoid abyssal beings radiating immense power floated silently in the air. One was clad in a black mage robe, intricately etched with depictions of the anguish and struggles of both humans and abyssal creatures. His exposed skin was ghastly pale, and his countenance lacked any semblance of color, resembling a man drained of vitality lingering in the indulgent realms of the human world. The other figure, also robed in mage attire, differed in that his robe continuously shifted with vivid imagery, majestic mountains, sprawling cities, and the boundless cosmos. Though his physique was equally emaciated, he stood slightly shorter than the pallid figure, yet his ice-blue eyes sparkled brilliantly in the dark, subterranean void, captivating all who dared to gaze upon them. Were Lingchen present, he would undoubtedly recognize the wan figure as Gades, the foremost curse mage of the abyss he yearned for incessantly. Beside Gades stood the mesmerizing figure known as Kratos, also a mage, albeit one specializing in psychic spells that directly impact the consciousness and souls of his foes. Both Gades and Kratos were renowned figures, having once served as prominent subordinates under the abyssal lord Eligios, celebrated as the most youthful, promising, and powerful mage duo of the past century in the Abyss. It is no exaggeration to assert that, apart from the various abyssal lords reigning over their respective kingdoms, these two could easily rank among the top 20 within the mage circles of the Abyss. Excluding those venerable mages with decades of fame, they epitomize the cream of the younger generation in the Abyss. After all, abyssal creatures typically boast lifespans ranging from 800 to 1,000 years. Thus, their mere century of existence places them firmly in the realm of youth. At this moment, these two artistically inclined figures gazed apprehensively at an immense, elongated fissure at the center of the cavern. Observing the colossal crack, measuring 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width, Kratos hesitantly inquired, "Gades, are you certain about initiating action here?" Gades nodded resolutely, a glint of fervor igniting within his eyes. "This time, it is imperative. I have received the sacred decree from our Lord. The illustrious Eligios shall return from this very chasm. Are you certain? Why has our Lord not bestowed a decree upon me?" "That is because you lack sufficient loyalty." "Preposterous. Your loyalty is in question, given your prior failure to properly establish even a humble portal in the human realm. Your devotion has been consumed by hounds." "Silence, Kratos. I have told you repeatedly. That was an unforeseen circumstance. An accident. You cannot fathom the risks I undertook to infiltrate the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. It is perilously close to the very spot where our Lord fell, surrounded by innumerable strong adversaries. Enough. I have no desire to hear your excuses. However, this territory now belongs to Lord Theseus. Should we cause too much commotion, we may attract considerable trouble." Gades cast a scornful glance at Kratos, declaring haughtily, "Are you afraid? If you are, then return to your shell like a coward. Today, the monumental task of welcoming our Lord's return falls squarely on my shoulders. When he arrives, I shall certainly inform him of your demeanor." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Kratos' face. "You wish to monopolize the glory? Not a chance. If you are unafraid, then I, Kratos, shall not cower either. Speak, when shall we act?" "Patience. The sacred decree is quite clear. We shall act once signs of movement appear in this fissure. At that moment, our Lord shall strike from the other side simultaneously to shatter the seal." Kratos fell silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Though both served under Eligios, Kratos did not share Gades' fervor. He was indeed loyal but equally valued his own life. His previous mission in the Dragon Kingdom to establish the portal was a strategic move to draw human forces when Eligios would eventually be liberated. Such perilous tasks he would not volunteer for. Upon Gades' return to the Abyss, gravely injured, Kratos' instincts were validated. As a powerful mage, one possesses an innate sense of danger, rooted in their formidable mental prowess. However, Gades' fanaticism overshadowed this intuition. His loyalty to Eligios was unwavering, to the extent that he would willingly offer his life. In this regard, Kratos felt lacking. This time, when Gades summoned him for a covert mission, his instincts warned him of the dire risks involved, hinting that his very life could be in jeopardy. Yet, when Gades revealed the sacred decree imbued with Eligios' formidable mental power, he found himself compelled to participate. As Gades stated, should he refrain from participating this time, upon the return of the Lord, his position would be irretrievably surpassed. This was a scenario he could neither bear to witness nor permit. Moreover, he found himself utterly perplexed about where the peril truly lay. Irius, renowned as the god of immortality, is acknowledged as one of the 10 most formidable lords in the annals of the Abyss. He is nearly indestructible. Even after being vanquished by the mightiest of humans, the celestial wanderer, his soul could not be wholly annihilated but instead was sealed within the very fissure before them. Thus, the threat could not possibly emanate from Irius. On the other hand, they now found themselves within the domain of another abyssal lord, Theseus. Should their actions attract too much attention, they risked the scrutiny of powerful beings, even the direct intervention of Theseus himself. Over the years, Theseus had extended multiple olive branches to the two of them, seeking to recruit them. Therefore, even if a commotion were to arise, it was unlikely he would wish to eliminate them. Of course, Gades, the fervent fanatic, was uncertain of his fate, but Kratos would undoubtedly submit unreservedly on the spot. Just as Kratos contemplated his own schemes, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the colossal spatial rift before them. "Damn humans! I shall slay you!" Ah! The immense bellow reverberated through the underworld, causing both Gades and Kratos to spit blood. After a brief moment of panic, an overwhelming ecstasy surged forth. Gades exclaimed in delight, "It is the Lord! The Lord is breaking free!" Yet, Kratos furrowed his brow. This voice undeniably belonged to Irius, but why was he so enraged? It hardly sounded like someone on the verge of liberation. Chapter 47. The god of immortality set. Beneath the inverted sky mountain, within the abyssal pit, gazing at the 6 beams of crimson light that once again shot forth, Lingchen was completely taken aback. He had anticipated this card draw for several days. After all, he had previously drawn his class, constellation, and exclusive weapon. What more could he possibly draw? Indeed, poverty had constrained his imagination, Lingchen mused. He felt as though he had exhausted all the good fortune accrued over several hundred lifetimes to acquire such a transcendent item. These 6 artifacts were, astonishingly, the pinnacle of equipment belonging to the Abyssal Lord. Moreover, they were exclusive. As the red light faded, 6 uniquely shaped items floated serenely before Lingchen, each exuding a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens. 2 menacing eyes glimmering with red light, a pair of enormous flesh wings spanning over 100 meters, a fearsome head adorned with sharp horns, an unnamed body radiating an eerie energy, and finally, a pulsating crimson heart that set Lingchen's blood boiling with each beat. Subsequently, a series of messages flooded Lingchen's mind. Irius's gaze. Mental power 1000. Critical hit rate 100. Critical damage 200. All equipment ignore level restrictions. No equipment level limit. Note: the left eye of the ancient abyssal demon god Irius. Irius's curse. Mental power 1000. Summon attacks randomly inflict abyssal curse effects. Curse types random. Cannot be dispelled. No equipment level limit. Note: the right eye of the ancient abyssal demon god Irius. Irius's wings. Agility 1000. Grants flight ability upon equipping. Can teleport. Distance 500 meters. Absolute evasion once. Cooldown 30 days. No equipment level limit. Irius's head. Mental 1000. Attack has a 1 chance to inflict a fatal effect on targets not exceeding level 50. No equipment level limit. Irius's body. Vitality 2000. Automatically generates a shield when attacking. Shield strength is 5000 times mental power. No equipment level limit. Irius's heart. Strength 1000. Gains passive skill. Lifesteal. Each time attacked by an enemy, can absorb 1 health point. No equipment level limit. Set. God of Immortality. Base attributes 10,000. Passive skill Irius's Contempt. Immune to all mental control spells. Level 66. Summons base level 1. Passive skill. Immortal. Soul indestructible. Note: collecting Irius's body will revive the ancient demon god. This is simply astounding. Observing these details, Lingchen was rendered speechless. The 6 items before him constituted a set known as the God of Immortality. Even more astonishing was the fact that this equipment bore the name of Irius. Could it be that these were stripped from Irius himself? Lingchen marveled. No, that cannot be right. These appear to be Irius's very body parts. Lingchen's gaze remained fixated on the 6 pieces of equipment, more precisely, 6 bodily organs, as exclamations of disbelief flowed incessantly from his lips. Even he, in his naivety, could discern that this set of armor seemingly belonged to the demon lord Irius, who had been defeated and imprisoned beneath the inverted sky mountain. Why had he drawn such an otherworldly item? Lingchen pondered, his mind swirling with questions. Could it truly be related to the location of the card draw? He recalled the classic superstitions from his previous life regarding card draws. It was said that one should draw characters in their corresponding realms and frequently visited locations to enhance the success rate. Although never officially validated, this notion was adhered to by many, especially those who weren't affluent players. To his astonishment, the mystical beliefs surrounding card draws had been confirmed today. This was indeed the place where Irius was sealed, thereby making it quite reasonable to draw a set named after him. With a single thought, the 6 pieces of equipment seamlessly melded into his body. Instantly, a cataclysmic aura erupted from within him. This overwhelming pressure materialized, radiating outward in a shockwave, stripping layers from the ground as it spread in all directions. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Lingchen regained his senses and began to scrutinize the specific attributes of the set. His base attributes received a monumental boost. Mental power soared to 3000, vitality reached 2000, strength climbed to 1000, and even the lowest agility increased by 1000. This did not include the 2-piece set bonus, which further augmented each of his 4 primary attributes by an additional 10,000. Name: Lingchen. Class: Abyssal Lord, unique. Level: 28. Strength: 14,600, 5,000. Agility: 11,360, 5,000. Mental: 17,600, 10000. Vitality: 19,200, 5,000. The values in parentheses represent exclusive weapon bonuses. This is truly extraordinary. Gazing at his base attributes exceeding 10,000, Lingchen felt as if his very blood were congealing. To think, he was only at level 28. Who among level 28 players boasts attributes exceeding 10,000? This level of power had surpassed the vast majority of awakened beings at level 60, adding the full specialized weapon Mother Nest bonuses. His mental and vitality attributes had even breached the 20,000 threshold. What does this signify? An invincible mage with the vitality of a tank. I can casually dispatch foes from afar, and when they finally reach me, they will realize my health bar is beyond their comprehension. This would undoubtedly infuriate those fragile mages. Now, without utilizing any combat skills, relying solely on his inherent strength, Lingchen could effortlessly overpower 10,000 Zhongwei. Good heavens, what a marvel! It seems that limitless cheating is indeed a reality. With his current stature, Lingchen could hardly suppress the grin spreading across his face. His perspective had indeed been too narrow previously. Moving forward, his aspirations could be even more audacious. Lingchen pondered within himself, realizing that he had underestimated the extraordinary extent of his card-drawing talent. One might label it as a cheat. Yet the key lies in the fact that the system allowed him to draw cards honestly, rather than simply presenting him with astronomical figures or granting him administrator privileges to render him invincible. Who, in their right mind, would emerge from the novice village and immediately vanquish the ultimate boss? A single strike at level 999, come and challenge me if you dare. Indeed, the most critical aspect was that this experience was utterly exhilarating. Spending the fortune of an unfortunate player, he was treated like a royal. This was a sensation that transcended all expectations. The enhancement of his fundamental attributes brought forth an outrageous effect in both battle skills and ultimate abilities. Now, the total number of summoned entities had surged to an astonishing 380,000. The damage of his ultimate move, boosted by a critical hit increase, had reached a terrifying 386,400,000. Hundreds of millions. 8 billion. After counting it 3 times, Lingchen confirmed that this figure represented the true damage of his ultimate move. This truly marked a shift towards damage on an epic scale. With such a damage output, if a fragile mage like Gades dared to approach, Lingchen was confident he could obliterate him with a single ultimate move. Even against those renowned for their tank-like resilience, he was assured that they would not escape unscathed. What? Can't take him out in one blow? Then let us have a few more attempts. His ultimate move had no cooldown. No need for questions, just enjoy the game. Chapter 48. The outrageous attributes of the set. If the foundational attributes of the set were impressively formidable, the affix attributes of each piece of equipment were nothing short of maddening. The first piece, Gaze of Elysium, not only significantly increased critical hit and critical damage values, but also allowed all equipment to ignore level restrictions. This feature applied not only to the existing set, but ensured that as long as Lingchen wore this item, any future equipment he acquired would also ignore level requirements and could be used immediately. To put it simply, even if he were to receive a piece of gear meant for deities, he could wear it without hesitation. The second piece, Curse of Elysium, encapsulated the essence of the abyssal Lord Elysium. This once renowned immortal god of the abyss boasted a terrifying ability, the power of curse. Now, whenever his summoned army attacked, whether in melee or ranged combat, they would inflict curses upon their enemies. While the type of curse was uncontrollable, it could not be dispelled, creating an utterly vexing scenario. Without even mentioning curses like death, decay, weakness, slow, or sleep, imagine a situation where amidst a fierce battle, his team merely grazed the enemy, randomly inflicting a debilitating curse, causing them to falter instantly. Who wouldn't he be terrified? The third piece's affix was the most straightforward and precisely what Lingchen currently needed. With his agility attribute not particularly high, these wings significantly enhanced his capabilities. Even when facing a bug-level enemy, if he couldn't defeat them, he could at least escape. It is worth noting that the flight skill only becomes available once a player reaches level 60. Some unique classes may even require level 70 to fly. With this skill, Lingchen's mobility increased dramatically, proving invaluable in both combat and daily life. Truly an essential tool for any combatant, especially the absolute evasion skill. Though its cooldown was notably excessive, an entire month, offering a single life-saving opportunity at a crucial moment. Though Lingchen was currently robust, with high attack power and substantial health, one could never predict what foes capable of countering him he might encounter in the future. The myriad of abyssal creatures was bizarre and varied. Humanity had only encountered a fraction of them. What if he faced an exceptionally formidable opponent? After all, who would complain about having too many trump cards? The fourth piece's death effect might seem trivial to many, given its mere 1 activation chance. However, one must remember that Lingchen's battles did not rely solely on his efforts, but rather on the backs of millions of minions. Most of the time, it was a chaotic melee, with attacks flying in from every direction. Thus, triggering that one chance was not as challenging as one might think. The fifth piece was equally straightforward. It granted a shield upon initiating combat, emphasizing a strategy of stability. Even if your agility surpassed his, and you could strike from a distance, you would first need to breach his formidable defenses. With Lingchen's current mental strength of 5,000, the shield alone exceeded 100 million, akin to having 2 Gadizes shielding him from harm. The final piece's affix could be deemed the most outrageous, the ultimate trickery. This was the coveted lifesteal skill, colloquially known as star absorption, transforming into an unstoppable force in a second. The crucial aspect was that this skill was passive. He need not lift a finger. If one dared to strike him, they would lose health, and it was percentage-based. This health drain not only benefited his summoned army, but was equally effective for Lingchen himself. I have thick skin, I don't even lose health, and I drain yours. How does that make you feel? Lastly, let us examine the set bonuses. With 2 pieces, he gained immunity to all mental control spells, adding an extra layer of protection atop his immunity to negative effects from the abyss. Previously, even if Lingchen was immensely powerful, encountering a formidable mental mage could ensnare him in an illusion, leaving him no choice but to endure a passive beating. Now, with this effect, he no longer needed to fear such attacks. The 6-piece bonus was even more remarkable. The base level of his summons was set to 1. Previously, the constellation he had acquired had already elevated them by 1 level, and now they gained another. This raised the average level of his summoned army from elite to minor boss. Under the same level and class, a minor boss's attack power and health were 100 times that of a regular creature. It was akin to a boxing match, where regular creatures were lightweight contenders, and minor bosses were heavyweights. A single strike from him would send them crashing to the ground. Who could argue with that? As for the final affix, the passive skill of immortality. This stemmed from Elysium's title as the immortal god who once dominated the abyss. With an indestructible soul, he was truly immortal. During the Great War 8 years ago, the carefree immortal broke through in the heat of battle, ultimately overpowering Elysium. Yet, even then, he could only defeat his foe, not kill him, opting instead for a seal. As long as the soul remained, even if the body were destroyed, one could not truly die. This approached the domain of the divine. This explained why, despite Elysium not being the most powerful among abyssal lords, his ranking on the divine monument was still commendable. Even now, 8 years later, although sealed by humanity, his territory in the abyss had not been completely devoured by other lords. Though his domain had shrunk to less than a third of its former glory, surrounding abyssal lords remained wary, fearing that one day Elysium would break free and seek vengeance. This was also one of the reasons why Gades, Kratos, and others remained active, having not been subsumed by other lords. As Lingchen absorbed the astonishing information, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he could single-handedly plunge into the abyss and bring an end to the centuries-long war. Just as he was lost in such lofty thoughts, the last 2 items from this card draw emerged from the Wheel of Fate. They were neither equipment nor class constellations, but 2 resplendent golden scrolls. The scrolls felt heavy in his hands. Before Lingchen could even unroll them to discern their specific effects, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Instantly, the entire blood-red world trembled violently. In a moment, the earth split, dark clouds roiled in the sky, and countless streams of magma erupted from fissures in the ground, resembling a cataclysmic scene of the apocalypse. What on earth was that? Lingchen was startled by the ferocious roar. What manner of beast possesses a roar potent enough to nearly shatter the very fabric of the world? A foreboding sensation gripped Lingchen's heart, as an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Could it be that my suspicions were indeed correct? Before the echoes of the roar had fully dissipated, Lingchen's gaze sharpened, fixating on the distant horizon where a crimson line surged forth from the edge of the earth. This sanguine streak advanced with astonishing speed, covering half the distance in mere seconds. At that moment, Lingchen finally discerned the true nature of this line that pierced the heavens and the earth. It was none other than the souls of countless abyssal creatures. They blotted out the sky, a boundless expanse. Chapter 49, The Uncontrollable Artifact. The souls of the abyssal beings were as varied as they were grotesque, each a perfect replica of its former self. However, now they were devoid of corporeal form, their scarlet souls thrashing in the air, their eyes ablaze with madness and hatred. Witnessing the tidal wave of souls surging forth, a chill raced down Lingchen's spine. Even if he commanded 1,000,000 valiant warriors or unleashed devastating attacks capable of inflicting billions in damage, he was utterly powerless against the seemingly endless tide of souls. After all, summoning an army and launching a powerful spell required a fleeting moment, yet in the blink of an eye, the soul tide would be upon him. It is crucial to remember that attacks of a spiritual nature bypass physical defenses. The shield provided by the newly acquired armor set would offer no protection against these bloodthirsty souls. What perplexed Lingchen was the palpable fear he felt as a lord of the abyss emanating from these souls. It was a terror born of hierarchical oppression. To substantiate this feeling, a colossal figure began to emerge from the horizon, a towering silhouette that seemed to pierce the very heavens, ablaze with crimson flames. Molten rock flowed down its massive form, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. The advancing tide of souls appeared to be driven forth by this terrifying entity, surging toward Lingchen with lethal intent. Upon glimpsing that immense figure, Lingchen's understanding crystallized. It was none other than Elysius, the abyssal lord, an ancient demon. More precisely, it was the soul of Elysius. However, this version of Elysius appeared somewhat frenzied, its soul form exhibiting a degree of ethereality. The orbs of its eyes were absent, replaced solely by 2 blazing fires of soul. Its massive head appeared blurred and indistinct, while its wings were nearly invisible, and its body seemed to be on the brink of dissolution. Within the soul, the enormous heart that once pulsed with life now flickered hazily, akin to a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Witnessing this spectacle, Lingchen's expression morphed into one of incredulity. He suddenly realized that the armor set he had drawn was perhaps not merely a manifestation of Elysius's physical form. Judging by the current frailty of its soul, it seemed that his draw had directly siphoned away its essence. Could it be that if he drew again, this ancient entity would truly meet its end? A thrill of excitement coursed through him at the thought. Yet, the gravity of the situation provided no room for such delight, despite the vast distance separating them. Elysius's gaze found Lingchen, sensing the essence of its own soul within him. This ignited a furious rage, causing its teeth to grind in fury. How dare this insignificant insect usurp my essence? I shall make you pay dearly for this transgression. Elysius emitted a furious roar. Originally, its soul had been sealed here to block a colossal spatial rift. Over the years, Elysius had not been idle, utilizing its own means to contact Gades, seeking assistance to escape. Once a coordinated effort was established, the seal could be broken, allowing it to return to the abyssal realm through this rift. The plan had been progressing smoothly, and even the previous setback with Gades had merely delayed matters. Elysius, however, was growing impatient. It decided to gamble everything on Gades' arrival at the other side of the rift to facilitate its escape. Yet, just as everything was unfolding as planned, an uninvited guest entered this space. Initially dismissing a mere insect, Elysius had not given it a second thought, but in an instant, a wave of despairing power enveloped it, followed by a searing pain that elicited a pained howl. To its astonishment, it discovered that a significant portion of its soul essence had been stripped away. The sudden turn of events instilled a primal fear within Elysius. The once immortal deity now glimpsed the specter of death, and upon realizing that the architect of its plight was that human insect, its fury erupted uncontrollably. It was imperative to reclaim its essence and eliminate this pest. Its escape plan could not afford to falter. No, it could not simply kill him. It aimed to teach this insect the folly of stealing from Elysius. It envisioned extracting the insect's soul to fashion a soul lamp, placing it beside its throne in the abyss, to watch it suffer daily until the very moment of its soul's annihilation. The only frustration was that Elysius's body was firmly anchored within the rift, rendering it immobile and unable to act directly. However, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. This space was filled with the souls of innumerable abyssal creatures. These were the remnants of the abyssal entities that had crossed through the rift 8 years prior, slain by the likes of the Celestial Wanderer and other humans, and ultimately sealed here. It was these souls that the Celestial Wanderer had harnessed to create a forbidden realm for the young of the human race to hone their skills. In other words, these souls served as the fuel for the operation of the realm, enabling it to generate countless instances for monster encounters. Now, these souls were under Elysius's command, poised to attack Lingchen. While it wouldn't typically require such a multitude of souls to deal with a mere human insect, Elysius, in its rage, commanded all the souls within the space to converge upon him. By the time it contemplated restraint, it was already too late. Very well. The insect will die sooner or later. This time, I shall show mercy, allowing you to perish swiftly. Elysius scoffed, remaining rooted in place, eyes fixed upon the advancing tide of souls. In its mind, it was only a matter of moments before the human insect would be obliterated into nothingness. Not only did Elysius think this way, but Lingchen also shared the same sentiment. The soul tide was an insurmountable force he could not contend with. Only someone of the Celestial Wanderer's caliber could stand against it without fear. The immediate priority was to flee. Yet, to Lingchen's despair, he found himself with no avenue of escape. Since entering this place, he had discovered no path leading out. Damn it, that old fool has truly brought about my demise. Lingchen cursed the Celestial Wanderer in his mind countless times. However, passively awaiting his fate was not in his nature. He would indeed flee, and whether he succeeded was a matter to be determined later. With this resolve, Lingchen raised his hand to summon his legions. His intention was simple, to run while utilizing his combat skills and powerful techniques to slow the advance of the soul tide. But just as he concentrated on his summoning, he witnessed the nest, floating before him, suddenly break free from his control, hurtling towards the tide of souls. What the hell? You treacherous thing, are you seeking death? Lingchen exclaimed in frustration. He understood that the nest seemed to possess its own consciousness, but he had not anticipated it to act of its own volition, careening towards certain doom. Even if he wished to intervene, it was already beyond his grasp, racing toward the soul tide. As it flew, the form of the nest began to undergo a transformation. Originally no larger than a human head, it has grown exponentially, transforming within mere breaths into a colossal structure comparable to the soul of Oricius. As it expanded, the once small openings morphed into vast, unfathomable voids. A profound aura emanated from the now gigantic nest, surging directly toward the encroaching tide of souls. This was an indescribable essence, imbued with the chilling depths of the abyss, yet simultaneously resonating with a comforting, maternal call. Lingchen, the wielder of the specialized weapon, halted his flight, standing transfixed, his gaze fixated on the unfolding spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 50, 386 million. In stark contrast to the enormous nest, Lingchen appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, if his astonishment could be quantified, it would undoubtedly surpass the enormity of the nest itself by countless magnitudes. The classic exclamation of disbelief fell short of encapsulating his current shock. Yi Lingchen could only stand agape, watching the grand performance before him. Though the nest acted autonomously, he sensed a profound connection still tethering him to it. Simultaneously, an overwhelming desire radiated from the nest. In an instant, he comprehended the true intent behind this anomalous behavior. How foolish of me. I completely forgot about the legendary quest. Yi Lingchen chastised himself. The terrifying momentum of the soul tide had momentarily paralyzed him, causing him to overlook the legendary task associated with his specialized weapon. Were not these souls the perfect material to fulfill his quest? Yet, upon further reflection, Yi Lingchen sensed an incongruity. The legendary task required merely 10,000 souls of abyssal creatures, whereas the throng before him likely numbered in the hundreds of millions. He estimated that within a second, the condition of 10,000 souls would be met. But what would follow? Moreover, was it truly necessary for the nest to swell to such proportions for a mere 10,000 souls? Its master was now nearly invisible in comparison. Yi Lingchen prepared himself. Once the condition of 10,000 souls was satisfied, he intended to forcibly reclaim the nest and make his escape. Should the nest prove obstinate, he would not indulge it. After all, he possessed the invincible card draw and could acquire formidable equipment anew without this little rascal. As he pondered these thoughts, the colossal nest commenced its performance. From its myriad of gaping holes, each capable of inducing acute anxiety in those afflicted with claustrophobia, a torrent of white vapor erupted without warning. A thunderous roar reverberated within the nest, reminiscent of a long-slumbering beast awakening with a mighty roar. The already enlarged nest expanded tenfold, towering above the landscape. At that moment, the boundless soul tide loomed less than 100 meters away from the nest. Only at such proximity did Yi Lingchen fully grasp the true magnitude of the soul tide's power. He felt as helpless as a small fish confronting a towering wave, his head tilted back to the limit, unable to discern the height of the impending deluge. In an instant, the terrifying soul tide, the massive nest, and Yi Lingchen, as minuscule as dust, formed an epic tableau. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The nest had reached its maximum size. Subsequently, an overwhelming pull emanated from within, as countless openings transformed into ravenous black holes. In a heartbeat, the soul tide, now uncontrollable, converged toward the nest. The souls of the abyssal creatures, once frantic and filled with rage and fear, were now overtaken by longing and satisfaction, even emitting cries of delight. Countless souls were drawn into the nest through its openings. A colossal vortex rapidly formed around the nest, its terrifying suction halting the advance of the soul tide, which then coalesced entirely into the nest. Yi Lingchen had already retreated a kilometer away, staring in awe at the magnificent scene before him. 10,000. Good heavens! His eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocating from shock. Within just 1 second, the required number of souls for the legendary task had been met. Yet, this was only the beginning. 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. The count continued to rise. Yi Lingchen gulped hard, at a loss for words to describe the unfolding situation. The nest resembled a ravenous child, voraciously devouring souls. The vast tide of souls was being consumed at a visibly rapid pace. Yi Lingchen could distinctly observe the number of souls within the nest increasing at an alarming rate. Even more astonishingly, Yi Lingchen's vision pierced through the distance, allowing him to glimpse inside the nest. The souls that had been absorbed no longer exhibited their previous frenzy and madness. They descended gently, some seated, some lying, and others suspended against the inner walls of the nest, each wearing a serene expression, eyes closed in slumber. This was not the end. Yi Lingchen was astounded to discover that these souls seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Indeed, they were growing. The souls gradually sprouted physical forms. Though this process was exceedingly slow, Yi Lingchen could still perceive it. After all, he was bound to the nest, intertwined with its essence. As the influx of souls continued, the nest itself deepened in color, its inner walls sprouting chambers, vast blood vessels thicker than ancient trees coursing through its interior. It was evolving. The aura emanating from the nest grew increasingly profound, transforming toward a more primal state. Yi Lingchen could distinctly feel a wave of elation radiating from the nest. No, it was not merely joy, it was a sensation akin to happiness. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel this strange emotion? At this moment, far away, Eurystheus beheld this magnificent scene. It sensed the power of the soul tide waning, an overwhelming force it craved drawing strength from the tide. Yet, obscured by the enormous vortex, it could not discern the events unfolding within. Eurystheus began to panic. It was uncertain whether the insignificant human had perished. But if the power of the soul tide continued to diminish or vanish entirely, its plans for escape would be irrevocably thwarted. These souls were its sustenance, the very foundation for its resurgence upon returning to the abyssal realm. Once there, it could restore these deceased souls to corporeal forms, making them its subjects and army. But now, damn it, what is this abomination? Eurystheus cursed in fury. Even on the other side of the rift, Gades and Kratos distinctly sensed the other's anger. It seems the situation is dire, my lord. Why is the master so enraged? Kratos inquired, perplexed. Gades furrowed his brow, attempting to establish contact, but to no avail. The last communication had yielded nothing but an irate command to get lost. It seems our lord has encountered a minor inconvenience, Gades speculated. A minor inconvenience? What trivial matter could provoke such wrath from our lord? I doubt it is that simple. Silence, Kratos. You ravenous fool. Our lord is omnipotent. What trouble could it possibly face? We shall bide our time. Gades retorted angrily. Kratos shot him a glance, mentally labeling him a fool, and chose to remain silent. Deep down, he secretly hoped their master would not escape. Life was far too pleasant at present. Should Eurystheus return, the carefree days would vanish, replaced by the relentless toils of warfare. In the brief span of their conversation, the soul tide continued to diminish rapidly on the other side of the rift. Over 100 million souls consumed, yet still insatiable? Lingchen gazed at the frantically escalating number within his mind, feeling a sense of numbness envelop him. The mother nest resembled a voracious beast, devouring souls without respite, with no sign of change in its colossal form, standing as resolute as ever. Thus, the souls absorbed by the mother nest continued to multiply. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. Finally, after an hour of relentless consumption, the last wisp of soul was drawn into the mother nest, signaling the conclusion of this relentless feast. Gazing at the terrifying numeral before him, Lingchen's hands trembled in shock. 3,860,000,000. Chapter 51, The Astonishment of Eurystheus. Mother Nest Legend Quest. Collect the following items, and the mother nest will reveal its complete form. 10,000 souls of abyssal creatures. 386, 317, 596, 010, 000. Artifact upgrade material. Eternal soil from the abyssal depths. 11. Successfully contain one abyssal creature with a unique attribute. 01. As Lingchen observed the lengthy string of numbers on the panel, he fell into a contemplative trance. Just moments ago, the mother nest had consumed the final wisp of soul, effortlessly resolving the soul tide that had left him feeling powerless and despondent. Not only had he overcome a life and death crisis, but he had also exceeded the task's requirements. Before he could even exhale in relief, he noticed an inexplicable transformation occurring within the mother nest. At that moment, the mother nest retained its dauntingly immense size, with vast orifices rhythmically inhaling and exhaling, continuously expelling an exquisitely pure essence of the abyss. Should any abyssal creature appear here, they would be astounded to find that this aura was 1,000 times more concentrated than that of their home abyssal realm. Under such an overwhelming atmosphere, ordinary abyssal creatures would find it impossible to survive. Each breath of the mother nest resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, akin to the heartbeat of a human. Lingchen shook his head vigorously, doubting his own senses. For just a moment, he thought he discerned a song emanating from the mother nest. The voice was ethereal and fleeting, as if someone were whispering, imbued with a sense of tranquility that made him feel an overwhelming urge to drift into slumber. In an instant, an immense sense of weightiness transmitted from the mother nest to Lingchen's consciousness. With a hum, the mother nest reverted to its previously compact form, resembling that of an infant, quietly floating before him. Instinctively, Lingchen extended his hand, gently cradling it. He sensed that the mother nest was extraordinarily heavy, akin to a star, yet it felt as light as a feather in his grasp. This stark contrast disoriented him. Is this evolution? Lingchen glanced once more at the information panel. After absorbing such an abundance of souls, a slight increase in weight seemed entirely reasonable. Only one condition remained unfulfilled. He mulled it over, lifting his gaze toward the colossal form of Eurystheus on the horizon. Their gazes, separated by billions of miles, converged in the expanse. The two flickering flames of soul within Eurystheus' dark eye sockets danced violently. It was evident to anyone that it was enraged, furiously and utterly. In the final moments of the soul tide's disappearance, it had finally discerned the root cause of its rapid vanishing. Upon seeing the mother nest, even a being as formidable as Eurystheus found itself momentarily engulfed in a void of thought. Unlike other abyssal lords, Eurystheus had survived countless years, revered as an ancient demigod. It was a figure of absolute seniority within the abyss. There were no more than 100 beings of its generation or older. Those abyssal lords who had risen later were unworthy to even polish its shoes. Yet, upon beholding the mother nest, this powerful entity, with its extensive lifespan, was left utterly defenseless. How could this be possible? Eurystheus' mind was tumultuous with chaos. It recognized the mother nest. The elusive call it had sensed earlier, one that had stirred an insatiable yearning within, had originated from the mother nest. Why was the mother nest here? This was inconceivable. Had it not perished long ago? Eurystheus was thoroughly unsettled, unable to comprehend the current situation. To it, the mother nest was the very foundation of the abyss. If the godstone was the inscription of the abyssal world's strongest, then the mother nest was the origin of all beings within the abyss. It was birthed from the eternal soil of the abyssal depths. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, and no one knew when it came into existence. Much like humanity's creation myth, the abyss had its own legends. The emergence of the mother nest not only paved the way for the abyssal world, but also birthed the first abyssal creature, the original abyssal lord. Following this, countless abyssal creatures were spawned from the mother nest, thus forming the abyssal realm as it exists today. However, the mother nest had vanished over several 100,000 years ago. No one knew the reason for its disappearance. Not even the original abyssal lord had any inkling. When the mother nest disappeared, all beings within the abyss felt its absence. In that moment, it was as if every abyssal creature lost something vital, experiencing a fleeting emptiness, soon followed by a subtle wave of sorrow. Though this feeling was ephemeral, they all received a message that resonated within their souls. The mother nest had vanished. This was why, upon seeing the mother nest so close at hand, Erisius had been utterly thrown off balance. Lingchen gazed at the enormous phantom on the horizon, and as he became certain that the entity could do nothing but seethe in impotent rage, he finally exhaled in relief. It looks intimidating, yet it's utterly cowardly. In an instant, Lingchen felt emboldened, defiantly gesturing a rude sign at Erisius, then beckoning it closer. Come here. Oh, you can't come, can you? You must be too frightened to approach. Erisius? I think it should be called Eris Coward instead. Lingchen leapt and pranced in place, unleashing a torrent of taunts at Erisius. He was uncertain if the being could hear him, but it felt liberating to vent. Indeed, Erisius heard. Oh, Ant, I shall slay you, if you have the courage. Come over here. I want to come to you. If you dare, then approach. You're so gigantic, you should come first. The two engaged in this back and forth for quite some time, with Erisius so furious that its soul form nearly shattered. Its furious roars caused the entire space to tremble violently, the very heavens and earth quaking, yet it could do nothing to Lingchen. After 10 minutes of indulging in his verbal escapade, Lingchen decided it was time to depart. Although he knew Erisius could not harm him, who could predict what might transpire with the passage of time? The priority was to swiftly find an exit. With that thought, Lingchen prepared to set off in the opposite direction of Erisius. However, after taking just 2 steps, he halted, confusion etched across his face as he glanced back. It wasn't he that he wished to linger, but the mother nest had not moved. You little rascal. Having consumed so many souls, are you immobile now? A displeased expression crossed Lingchen's face as he admonished the mother nest. If you don't obey, I might just abandon you. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the mother nest, intending to forcibly carry it away. Yet, to his surprise, he grasped nothing but air. The mother nest gently shifted to the side, evading his grasp. What the? You little imp, defying me now. Lingchen raised an eyebrow and reached out once more. I won't let you evade. I won't let you escape. But no matter how he attempted to seize it, he could not catch the mother nest. After a brief chase, the mother nest transmitted a message, and with a whoosh, transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the horizon, Lingchen was nearly sent into the sky on the spot. No, what do you intend to do? He gazed in the direction from which the mother nest departed, his complexion turning pale. This was no mere mischief. It was a direct threat to my life. Cursing inwardly, Lingchen did not hesitate in his actions. He raised his hand, summoning a volcanic dragon, leaping onto its back. Hey, wait for me. While shouting, Lingchen pursued the mother nest, which was heading straight for the location of Elysium. Chapter 52. Old Deng returns at midnight, beneath the sky mountain. A multitude of people had gathered, their faces alight with excitement. The reason was simple. None of the challengers who had entered the celestial ladder during the day had emerged. According to custom, once darkness fell and night descended, all challengers within the celestial ladder would inevitably come out. It was not that they wished to abandon their trials, but rather that under the cloak of night, the thick abyssal aura of the celestial abyss would gradually corrode the sky mountain. At that point, the celestial ladder would present unprecedented pressure, levels of difficulty that even the most extraordinary talents could not withstand. Yet today, for reasons unknown, the abyssal aura that should have long enveloped the entire sky mountain had inexplicably receded. Those challengers who had exited the celestial ladder early were left bewildered, with some even attempting to re-enter after nightfall, only to find themselves unable to do so again. There was no danger to life within the celestial ladder, which was why the challengers began to realize that something had changed today. Clear the way. A furious roar erupted from the crowd, as a strikingly confident young man parted the throng, striding boldly towards the celestial ladder. Behind him, several attendants displayed expressions of concern, repeatedly urging him to reconsider. Young Master Long, heed my counsel. Perhaps it would be best not to enter. Indeed, young Master Long, we are unaware of the current situation within the ladder. Given your recent recovery, I believe caution would be prudent. The crowd turned their gaze, only to discover that this was none other than Long Outyin, who had previously boasted of braving the celestial abyss only to retreat immediately. Silence. Long Outyin bellowed, his arrogance palpable. I possess unparalleled talent. What danger could there possibly be? With a dismissive wave, he addressed his attendants, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding challengers, revealing a hint of disdain. Today, I shall show you all what true genius looks like. I will reach the summit of Sky Mountain. With that, disregarding his attendants' fervent protests, he resolutely stepped onto the path of the celestial ladder. A flash of white light, and Long Out-Yin's figure vanished at the foot of Sky Mountain. 2 seconds later, another flash illuminated the area. Long Out-Yin reappeared, unchanged, his stance frozen in the moment he entered. Long Out-Yin was momentarily dazed. He turned to see the onlookers. His attendants at the forefront. What is happening? Did I not enter? Why am I back out? Scratching his head, he stepped forward once more. Another flash. And he disappeared again. 2 seconds later, he emerged once more. What is going on? Why can't I enter? Long Out-Yin's anger flared. He stepped out again, but the outcome remained unchanged. Behind him, the crowd observed a fool caught in a repetitive cycle. He entered. He exited. He entered again. He exited again. After dozens of attempts, Long Out-Yin finally realized that he could not enter the celestial ladder at all. Why? Who dares to toy with me? What nonsense is this celestial ladder? How dare you play tricks on me? Do you believe I won't have someone smash it to pieces? In a fit of rage, he shouted. Yet, his ire was abruptly cut short by a calm voice echoing from above. I hear you intend to destroy my home. Who? Who is speaking? Show yourself. Long Out-Yin was startled, retreating instinctively while looking up. The voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard it clearly. The crowd collectively looked up to see a well-proportioned middle-aged man floating serenely in the air, a teasing smile gracing his features as he regarded the young man below. This figure, with white hair, eyebrows, and beard, radiated a faint silver glow against the pitch-black abyss, resembling a brilliant star. All eyes were drawn to him. Unable to look away, most of those present were young and did not recognize this man's identity, Long Out-Yin included. Noticing the man hovering above, he discerned that the individual was no ordinary person, surely a master of at least level 60. Yet, as the heir of the Long family, he could not be intimidated by a mere level 60 elder. Just as Long Out-Yin prepared to hurl some insults, a sudden thud resonated behind him. His loyal attendant, who had been with him for years, dropped to his knees. He was not kneeling for himself, but for the man above. Trembling, the old servant's face mirrored reverence and fear as he bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, I, a mere old man. Ah no. Junior pays respects to the immortal Xian. My young master is still a child, lacking understanding. I hope the esteemed elder will forgive his folly. I offer my sincerest apologies. The old man's words landed like a bomb in the still pond of silence. Immortal Xian. A hushed awe fell over the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Once everyone regained their composure, they looked up at the man in disbelief. Suddenly, someone imitated the old servant, kneeling down. More followed suit, bowing to the man above and calling him elder. Long Out-Yin was left dumbfounded. He abruptly realized he might have stirred a hornet's nest. Despite his usual bravado, facing the strongest among humanity, the immortal Xian, he felt utterly cowed. His legs turned to jelly, and he too knelt. Elder, I was wrong. I Long Out-Yin stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. While others maintained their composure, they too regarded the immortal Xian with a mix of awe and respect. This was the supreme being who had vanquished the abyssal Lord Elysium. The 3 principles of the Tri-School exercise also knelt, as respect for strength is the most basic of courtesies. However, they were not just any challengers. Upon seeing the immortal Xian, they immediately knew that something was amiss in the abyss. Recalling the unusual disturbances in the celestial abyss during the day and the terrifying black pillar of light, their faces turned grave as they began to worry for their students currently on the celestial ladder. With a wave of his hand, the immortal Xian enveloped the crowd in a gentle force, lifting all who knelt to their feet. You are all the pillars of my long kingdom. There is no need for excessive courtesy. After the initial excitement, someone cautiously ventured to ask, Elder, your presence here indicates a problem in the abyss? Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed the immortal Xian's face, quickly replaced by a calm demeanor. It is nothing of great concern, merely a minor issue. There is no need for worry. Yet internally, he had cursed Lingchen 180 times. At that moment, he was lounging comfortably on his sofa at home, sipping a cool beer while watching a football match, only to discover that the billions of souls he had sealed beneath the inverted abyss had suddenly vanished. What in the world is that rascal up to now? The immortal Xian downed his beer in one gulp and hurriedly made his way towards the abyss. Upon arriving, his already grim expression darkened to an inky black. Chapter 53. That little rascal is alive. Gazing upon the now desolate abyssal realm and the waning energy of the ascension ladder, the immortal of leisure felt a deep-seated despair. This little rascal. I tasked you with resolving issues, not creating them. While cursing inwardly, the immortal suppressed the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Lingchen. The immediate concern was to address the predicament of the ascension ladder. In the stillness of the night within the abyssal realm, no one would discover that Lingchen had siphoned away the very souls that sustained the operation of the instance, plunging it into a state of stagnation, causing all the creatures within to vanish. Consequently, with the disappearance of these souls, the oppressive aura of the abyss diminished, along with the resistance and challenges posed by the ascension ladder. According to the original design by the Immortal of Leisure, the ascension ladder was scheduled for maintenance every night. After all, such a grand apparatus consumed a significant amount of energy, and even he, the Immortal of Leisure, could not afford such extravagance. Yet today, this unforeseen turn of events threatened to bring the ascension ladder to a halt. He could not reveal the truth to the challengers. After all, was he not the world's foremost expert who cared for his reputation? Fortunately, before he could utter a word, a challenger had already concocted a narrative, attributing the unusual occurrences to disturbances within the abyss, thus granting the immortal an opportunity to ride the wave of their imagination. He turned his gaze towards the sky mountain, raised his right hand, and struck the air towards the ascension ladder. With a resounding boom, the entire sky mountain trembled thrice. Then came the cacophony of sounds as those challengers who had entered the ascension ladder were unceremoniously ejected, stumbling out one after another. Some glared in confusion. Others wore expressions of terror, each retaining the postures and expressions they had while undergoing trials, suddenly thrust out and bewildered, staring blankly at those around them. At that moment, Li Jun stood silently, eyes closed, lips pursed, murmuring incessantly, "Dearest Anna, I shall love you for all eternity." He leaned forward to kiss her, only to be assaulted by an overwhelming stench of putrid breath. What in the world? Does the beauty not brush her teeth? Li Jun pondered in confusion. He opened his eyes just in time to see Zhang Wei's bloodied face staring at him in horror, his mouth agape, the foul odor emanating from his breath. "What the hell? Zhang Wei, are you out of your mind?" Li Jun exclaimed, recoiling in shock and glaring at Zhang Wei, wiping the blood from his face. Zhang Wei retorted, "What a villain you are. I emerge only to find your piggish face nearly colliding with mine." Absolutely revolting. Taken aback by this remark, Li Jun glanced around and realized he had exited the ascension ladder, now standing at the foot of Sky Mountain, at the entrance of the ladder. The area was bustling with people. Not only Zhang Wei but also Mu Lingxi stood beside him, rubbing her temples, still disoriented, inwardly lamenting. Li Jun recalled that just moments ago, he was on the brink of experiencing his first kiss. In the midst of numerous battles, he had fought valiantly, not only mastering many spells of the Holy Flame Mage, but also earning a name for himself and capturing the heart of the Grand Mage's daughter, Anna. Sneaking away to a secluded area of the Mage Tower, they were about to share a tender moment. Who would have imagined that at such a crucial juncture, he would be so rudely interrupted? The frustration was palpable. I had even shed my trousers, only to be subjected to this. Zhang Wei was not faring any better. He had been engaged in a life-or-death struggle against a fellow berserker, the very same burly man with whom he had competed during the ascension. They were both mentor and friend, and Zhang Wei had learned a great deal about combat techniques from him. Today marked his day of initiation. By defeating this formidable opponent, he would rise among the ranks of berserkers. Just moments ago, he had seized upon an opening, launching a decisive blow, only to find it akin to striking a punch into cotton, or more accurately, into thin air. This left Zhang Wei feeling quite unsatisfied, as though something was amiss. Not just him, Mu Lingxi had a similar experience, and the others were no different, each grappling with their own situations. At that moment, the Immortal of Leisure addressed the gathered crowd. "Everyone, please disperse. The abyss will be temporarily closed to the outside world. We shall notify you when it reopens." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, with some recalling the events of the day, their expressions turning somber. It seemed the abyss was indeed in trouble. This was the prevailing thought among most present. Li Jun looked up at the figure in the sky, having no acquaintance with the Immortal of Leisure. Fueled by anger from being interrupted at such a pivotal moment, he opened his mouth to retort. However, before he could utter a sound, a large hand clamped over his mouth, pulling him aside. Ning Wuhan's stern voice reached his ears. "Li Jun, if you wish to court death, I shall not stop you. But do not implicate others. The one above is the Immortal of Leisure." Initially, Li Jun had intended to struggle, but upon hearing this, he froze, cold sweat breaking out. Goodness! I nearly insulted the Immortal of Leisure. A wave of dread washed over him. Had Ning Wuhan not intervened at that critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. The other two headmasters approached, hastily explaining the situation to their students. The crowd gazed up in astonishment at the figure in the sky. Since the Immortal of Leisure had spoken, the challengers expressed their gratitude and began to depart. Thus, the three-school joint exercise came to a formal conclusion, with Song Ku and Qiu Qiu preparing to leave with their students. Only Ning Wuhan remained, his expression shifting as he looked at the Immortal of Leisure, hesitant to speak. Finally, he summoned his courage and called out, "Senior, I have a matter I wish to request of you. I implore you, for the sake of my uncle Qin Tai, please save my student." The Immortal of Leisure turned to follow the voice, instantly teleporting to stand before Ning Wuhan. "Qin Tai's old rascal is your uncle?" Ning Wuhan, taken aback and startled, quickly confirmed, Yes." "Then speak. What has happened to your student?" The Immortal of Leisure inquired after a moment of contemplation. Ning Wuhan's spirits lifted as he swiftly recounted the situation regarding Yi Lingchen. As Ning Wuhan spoke, The expression on the immortal's face grew increasingly peculiar, and the corners of his mouth twitched subtly. This is the situation. I beseech you, please save him. As his teacher, I must see him alive or his body. Ning Wuhan pleaded, his eyes reddening with urgency, nearly on the verge of kneeling. The immortal of leisure cleared his throat and replied, do not fret just yet. That little rascal Yi Lingchen is far from dead. You all just need to wait here a while longer. He should be out shortly. What? Ning Wuhan could scarcely believe his ears. Yet, the immortal of leisure would not casually deceive him. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the immortal's tone bore a hint of annoyance, as if he were gritting his teeth while speaking. Chapter 54, The Complete Form of the Mother Nest. Upon hearing the words of the immortal of leisure, the teachers and students of the other two schools, who had initially intended to leave, halted in their tracks. After all, this was a joint exercise among 3 schools, and departing so abruptly would be rather disrespectful to Linghai, First High School. Moreover, with news of Yi Lingchen's whereabouts, their curiosity was piqued. They were eager to learn where he had gone. Song Ku and Ning Wuhan were old acquaintances. Despite being rivals in their professional endeavors, they maintained a cordial relationship. Upon hearing that Yi Lingchen was alive, Song Ku felt a surge of happiness for Ning Wuhan and quickly approached to offer some comforting words. Only Chiu remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes upon receiving the news. As the immortal of leisure spoke, his expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, not again. With that, he vanished from sight in an instant, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Li Jun glanced around, ensuring that the carefree immortal had departed, before quietly inquiring of Zhang Wei beside him. Zhang Wei, may I ask you something? Given that he is the strongest among humans, why does he speak in such an endearing manner? He just keeps exclaiming wow wow. Zhang Wei shuddered in fright and shot him a fierce glare. Shut your mouth. He is a senior. That is what you call being down to earth, do you understand? Nodding thoughtfully, Li Jun fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, as the crowd gradually dispersed, Yi Lingchen was not idle. The mother nest surged toward the colossal soul body of Elysius, with Yi Lingchen resolutely following close behind, risking everything for the gentleman. After a brief chase, he tragically discovered that the mother nest was accelerating with fervor, leaving him and his volcanic dragon steeds trailing further behind. You reckless creature, why are you racing off like that? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? However, the mother nest paid him no heed and only increased its speed. At that moment, Yi Lingchen suddenly smacked his thigh. How could I forget? I just acquired a treasure and don't even know how to use it. With that, he waved his hand, causing the abyssal dragon beneath him to vanish. A pair of enormous, menacing wings unfurled behind him. Enveloped in dark energy, Yi Lingchen transformed into a black meteor, pursuing the mother nest. As he chased, he exclaimed, what a thrill. The sensation of flying in the skies is simply exhilarating. Suddenly, his form vanished from sight, only to reappear 500 meters ahead in the next instant. Teleportation. This is far swifter than mere flight. Thus, with a combination of flying and teleportation, Yi Lingchen gradually acclimated to his wings and ultimately caught up with the mother nest. Together, they soared rapidly towards the imposing giant soul body on the horizon. Nevertheless, it took them 10 minutes to finally approach Elysius. Initially enraged by the siphoning of its soul energy, Elysius was astonished to see the mother nest and the insignificant human ant approaching rather than fleeing. A surge of ecstasy filled its heart. These audacious insects dare to approach me. I shall make you regret ever coming into this world. As it uttered threats, Elysius patiently awaited their arrival. To it, Yi Lingchen was merely an inconsequential pest. Its true concern lay with the mother nest. As an ancient and formidable demon god, Elysius was birthed from the mother nest, and its allure was nearly intoxicating. It was perplexed as to why the mother nest had appeared here and why it was accompanied by a mere human, yet as the mother nest drew ever closer, the soul's call became increasingly potent, compelling it to yearn for a return. It even fantasized about controlling the mother nest, envisioning a future where its old rivals bowed before it upon its return to the abyss, perhaps even unifying the abyss itself. With these thoughts, even a being as powerful as Elysius could not suppress its inner excitement. The curl of its lips was more difficult to restrain than the might of an AK. Closer, closer, drawing ever nearer. As the mother nest approached, Elysius finally made its move. This time, it expended its fundamental power, raising its colossal hand to grasp the mother nest. It succeeded. Without any surprise, Elysius' massive hand grasped the mother nest. Ha ha. From this day forth, I, Elysius, shall be the lord of the abyss. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the rift, Gades and Kratos also heard Elysius' boisterous laughter. Gades was elated. Kratos, did you hear that? Our lord is about to break free. It seems to be in good spirits. Its power appears to have advanced. I heard. No need to shout. Kratos rubbed his ears, not sharing Gades' enthusiasm. But in less than a second, a deafening scream of terror erupted from the other side of the rift. No, this is impossible. Ah no. Gades was left dumbfounded, his previous joy frozen on his face as he stared in shock at Kratos. The latter shrugged. Don't look at me. I have no idea what just happened. From the sound of it, Did our lord have a bout of constipation? Across the rift, Elysius was no longer exuding the previous joy and composure. Its face was now filled with despair and terror. The moment its hand made contact with the mother nest, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from it. Elysius felt its vast soul body uncontrollably drawn toward the mother nest. This force was utterly irresistible. Not even the expenditure of its fundamental energy could withstand it. As the pull intensified, its soul body grew increasingly indistinct, shrinking in size. Meanwhile, Lingchen, observing from a distance, produced a handful of sunflower seeds, munching contentedly while making clicking sounds. Oh dear, this little nest has quite the unsightly appetite. Doesn't it know the meaning of savoring the moment? Yet it truly didn't deceive me. It really can consume this big oaf. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the legendary task can be completed with ease? Thus, accompanied by Elysius's harrowing cries, within less than a minute, its entire soul body was completely absorbed by the mother nest. In the next moment, a message appeared in Lingchen's mind. Mother nest legendary task completed. Collect the following items, and the mother nest will assume its complete form. 10,000 Abyssal Monsters Souls, 386, 317, 596, 010, 000. Artifact Upgrade Material, Eternal Soil of the Abyss, 11. Successfully harbor one abyssal monster with a unique attribute, 11. The mother nest evolves into its complete form. Artifact, Mother Nest Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing this information, Lingchen's hair stood on end, and the sunflower seeds in his hand suddenly lost their appeal. What on earth? Divine Kingdom? By my dear mother. Lingchen hurriedly contacted the mother nest, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. The interior of the mother nest was undergoing yet another transformation. Elysius's soul body had dispersed into countless scintillating particles, scattered throughout the mother nest. Before long, it began to rain inside the mother nest. It was the rain formed from Elysius's fundamental power. The previously labyrinthine interior of the mother nest underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. An endless continent emerged, adorned with mountains, rivers, deserts, and seas in harmonious disarray, beneath a gloomy sky and a blood-red sun hanging high above. The souls of the 3.8 billion abyssal monsters, nourished by the fundamental power, began to take on physical forms. They joyously raced and soared across the vast expanse, with some abyssal monsters even beginning to construct cities. This vibrant scene unfolded before Lingchen's eyes, as information pertaining to the Mother Nest Divine Kingdom re-emerged in his mind. Goodness, is this a specialized weapon? What kind of monstrous entity have I summoned? Chapter 55. You brought your boyfriend. Mother Nest Divine Kingdom. Artifact. Power. 10,000. Agility. 10,000. Mentality. 20,000. Constitution. 10,000. Increases the number of summoned entities by 100 times. Soul affinity. Upon defeating boss enemies not exceeding 500 levels above oneself, souls can be harvested, corrupted into abyssal monsters, and nurtured within the mother nest. Such summoned entities must possess a unique attribute. Return to the mother's embrace. The summoner will not perish from a fatal blow, health will reduce to 1, and they can be resurrected through the mother nest. Protection from the abyss, mother nest domain. Within the mother nest domain, summoned entities' critical hit rate is increased by 500, and critical hit damage is enhanced by 1000. Boundless maternal love. After releasing a special move, cooldown time is reduced by 100. Divine Kingdom. Within the mother nest, abyssal life can be nurtured upon death. Their souls return to the mother nest for resurrection. Suppression. Beings endowed with formidable primal powers and immortal souls possess potent suppression abilities. They can be confined within the mother nest, allowing for the continuous consumption and absorption of their primal energy until their ultimate demise. Homeland. In the abyssal world, one can traverse to any previously visited location via the mother nest, utilizing a random teleportation feature with a cooldown of 1 hour. Note, child, this is your home. As Lingchen contemplated this cascade of information in his mind, a swirl of complex emotions surged within him. He had long anticipated the evolutionary transformation of the mother nest upon the completion of the legendary quest. Was it truly a divine artifact? Lingchen mused. While he had formed certain expectations, the reality diverged significantly from his imaginings, veering into realms of the utterly fantastical. Aside from the initial basic attribute enhancements and summon creature boosts, the entry concerning Soul Requiem caught his attention. By defeating entities no higher than level 500 above his own, he could harvest their souls. He found himself perplexed by the purpose of this particular aspect. Previously capped at level 300, now elevated to 500, what significance did this hold? What manner of beings existed beyond his 300 level threshold? The recently drained Oricius, he speculated, was likely a boss of that caliber. This surpassed the realm of world bosses, ascending to heights he could scarcely fathom. Indeed, he struggled even against foes of level 300. In Lingchen's view, this aspect was merely superfluous. The recent successful absorption of Oricius was a spontaneous act of the mother nest. He surmised that it likely acquired the capability to consume Eurystheus only after absorbing over 3.8 billion souls. Otherwise, upon entering this space, the mother nest could have acted independently long ago. Moreover, based on the feedback from the mother nest, such fortunate occurrences were unlikely to be repeated. To fulfill the legendary quest, the mother nest had exerted itself to the utmost, yet the outcome was indeed favorable. Having devoured a lord of the abyss, thus exceeding the quest's requirements, Lingchen conjectured that had the target been an insignificant entity, perhaps something akin to Gades, the mother nest would not have achieved its current state, even upon completing the legendary quest. Aside from these considerations, the ascent to a divine artifact had granted the weapon 3 additional attributes. The suppression effect was straightforward when confronted with immortal foes. The mother nest could initially confine them before slowly wearing them down. The homeland skill was equally comprehensible, simply a means of teleportation. However, Lingchen felt a tinge of discomfort upon reading the explanation for this entry. This skill was akin to having access to countless teleportation points across various maps, undoubtedly a boon for travel. Yet, the caveat remained. It could only be employed within the abyssal world. Why bestow upon him such a skill? He had no desire to venture into that forsaken place. Lingchen had already voiced his grievances countless times in his mind. As for the final entry, Divine Kingdom, it was the one Lingchen valued most. Within the mother nest had formed a genuine miniature world, which he had meticulously explored. The abyssal creatures residing within were truly alive. This implied that all 3.8 billion souls had been successfully resurrected. The sheer incredibility of this ability stemmed from 2 factors. Firstly, the abyssal creatures summoned by his own battle techniques were, in essence, mere puppets devoid of independent thought or souls, limiting them to executing simple commands. A basic example would be instructing an abyssal creature to copy homework. It would dutifully complete the task. However, asking it to write an assignment for the day would be a stretch. Now, however, with these abyssal creatures possessing souls, the dynamic had shifted entirely. They had gained the capability for autonomous action. If he requested assistance with his homework, they would exercise their initiative fully. If they couldn't write, no matter. They could simply intimidate the class monitor and seize their homework to copy. The second factor was rooted in Lingchen's previous life experiences. He had encountered numerous fantasy novels where the ability to possess a miniature world was typically reserved for celestial beings of the highest order, akin to heavenly emperors. In their realm, confrontations often revolved around the scale of their miniature worlds. The rarity of weapons that could cultivate worlds was even more pronounced. This had transcended the category of mere divine artifacts. Lingchen found it unfathomable that the mother nest, as an ordinary divine artifact, could wield such astonishing capabilities. Yet, was the mother nest truly ordinary? At least for the current Lingchen, the answer remained elusive. With a heavy exhalation, Lingchen subdued the tumult within. He lifted his gaze forward. In the wake of Eurystheus' disappearance, a vast spatial rift materialized in the very spot where it had stood. By Lingchen's estimation, this rift was large enough for aircraft and battleships to traverse freely. Was this the spatial rift created by that lumbering giant's punch? He gazed at the enormity of the rift, a mixture of awe and longing for such formidable power washing over him. Yet, a chilling realization struck him. A severe dilemma loomed. With Eurystheus defeated, what would become of this rift? Oh no, it seemed he had stirred up quite the hornet's nest. If the prior collapse of the abyssal secret realm was merely a minor inconvenience, this time he had truly escalated matters beyond measure. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the opposite end of the rift, stepping into his view with startling suddenness. Taken aback, Lingchen was momentarily stunned. Once he discerned the identities of the 2 figures, his mouth fell agape in astonishment, his expression shifting dramatically. Simultaneously, the 2 figures stared back at Lingchen, their gazes locking in a moment reminiscent of the poignant reunion between the cowherd and the weaver girl on the Magpie Bridge. Ah, isn't that little Gades? Lingchen greeted cheerfully, his attention then shifting to the individual beside Gades. He quipped teasingly, "So, have you brought a boyfriend along for this reunion?" Initially bewildered by Lingchen's presence, Gades' cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing his remark. "I'll bring your grandmother." "Little Gades, your manners could use some refinement. Why resort to insults right off the bat?" Gades appeared to be livid, taking a step back and bellowing at his companion. "Kratos, get him. Eliminate this scoundrel." Kratos. Chapter 56. Gades has his own fate. "Gades, if you're going to shout so loudly, why don't you take action?" Kratos questioned. "And why are you retreating?" Seemingly caught off guard by the revelation, a faint blush crept onto Gades' pale face as he stammered. "Well, I can't defeat this kid." "What? What did you say?" "You, Gades, cannot defeat him?" Kratos thought he misheard. "Do you want to reconsider what you just said? You're level 70, and the opponent is merely level 28. Unexpectedly, Gades responded with newfound confidence. "Yes, I truly cannot defeat him. This kid is quite peculiar. He is immune to all my curses." Upon hearing Gades' explanation, Kratos raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He was all too familiar with Gades' temperament, arrogant and quick to ignite. Witnessing him encounter a formidable adversary brought Kratos considerable amusement. He waved dismissively at Gades. If you can't even deal with an ant, you might as well cool off in the corner. With that, he turned, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a condescending demeanor as he fixed his gaze on Lingchen. Kid, do yourself a favor and end this swiftly. I'll grant you a modicum of dignity. Otherwise what? Lingchen interjected. Why do you resort to insults? Your manners leave much to be desired. Kratos frowned, exasperated. You are Gades' boyfriend, aren't you? I am not. There's no need for explanations. I can see it clearly. You are standing up for your beloved. Bring it on. Lingchen let out a cold laugh, and without waiting for a response, raised his hand, summoning a legion of abyssal creatures that materialized around him. Now, you are surrounded. What the hell? As millions of abyssal monsters suddenly appeared around him, Kratos thought he was hallucinating. This isn't right. Such a vivid illusion. I am the master of illusions. How dare you show off in front of me? Just as he prepared to act, he heard cries of battle erupting from behind him. Gades was exerting every ounce of strength, frantically charging towards the edge of the encirclement. Gades, why are you running? Is that even a question? If I don't run, am I just waiting to die? Hold them off for a moment. Once I break through, I'll come back to help you. Kratos scoffed derisively, muttering under his breath about Gades' cowardice, and chose to ignore him. At that moment, he wiped the smile off his face and fixed his gaze on Lingchen, saying, Kid, your level is not high, but your illusion techniques are impressive. Even I couldn't discern the reality from the illusion. I must admit, you have some skill. Illusion? Lingchen regarded him with a peculiar expression, then pointed at Kratos and commanded, attack. Destroy him. With that order, the Abyssal Legion surged forward, overwhelming Kratos. And for a moment, Gades felt considerably relieved as the pressure lessened. Kratos stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading. The crystal ball he held in his right hand suddenly levitated. He lightly tapped it with his left hand, and a beam of multicolored light was drawn from the crystal and hurled into the sky. In an instant, the multicolored light blossomed like a magnificent flower. The next moment, millions of abyssal creatures froze in place, suspended in a state of stupor, whether in the air or on the ground. Seeing this, Kratos nodded in satisfaction. I apologize, but in my presence, you are simply out of your league. Who doesn't know that I, Kratos, am a master of mental magic in the abyss? Now, let us see what else you are capable of. At this point, Lingchen was also taken aback. Mental magic? Primarily focused on control, indeed a challenging adversary. However, after contemplating for a mere 5 seconds, he lost interest in further thoughts. He raised his right hand and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Snap. Boom. The sharp sound of the snap was instantly drowned out by a cataclysmic explosion. Kratos' previously confident expression morphed into one of astonishment. Before he could react, the Abyssal Legion detonated. The terrifying force of destruction engulfed Kratos entirely, leaving him utterly obliterated. In the distance, a panicked Gades glanced back, nearly losing his composure. This kid is even more powerful than last time. That explosion could annihilate Kratos. It could easily obliterate me as well. With that thought, he quickened his pace, frantically racing towards the rift. However, just as he was about to reach it, the scene before him shifted. Countless abyssal creatures had blocked his path entirely. Gades was engulfed by despair. He had forgotten that Lingchen could summon abyssal monsters without any cooldown. Although these abyssal creatures were not particularly high in level, he dared not engage them. Without Kratos to restrain him, he now faced everything alone. One wrong move could leave him reduced to ashes. As this realization dawned upon him, Gades seemed to remember something and suddenly began to shout loudly. Lord, help! Your servant Gades is about to be killed by a mere human insect. Save me. His voice was filled with genuine emotion. If Irius were still alive, he would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Unfortunately, as if unable to bear his suffering any longer, Lingchen gently said, Little Gades, stop shouting. Your lord was just slain by me. What did you say? Gades could hardly believe his ears. He stared at Lingchen in disbelief, howling, impossible. That was the Lord of the Abyss, an ancient demon. How could you possibly kill such a great being? Why, don't believe me? Lingchen smiled, letting a trace of Iriusol aura emanate from the mother nest. At this, Gades was utterly dumbfounded. The aura of Irius was unmistakable, yet it emanated from the weapon held by Lingchen, which looked oddly familiar. Before he could process this information, Lingchen made his move again. To Gades, who was now just as inconsequential as a small Karami, he was hardly worth concern. The priority was to deal with the rift. It was best to resolve these minor nuisances swiftly. If Gades knew Lingchen's thoughts, he would likely be infuriated to death without even needing a hand raised against him. When did the esteemed archmage Gades become merely a minor annoyance in the eyes of a human insect? In the next moment, Gades barely had time to scream before he was obliterated amidst the roaring explosion. A fragment of his shattered soul emerged from the aftermath, drawn into the mother nest. In Lingchen's mind, a message immediately materialized. Cursed Mage, Gades, unique. Level, 70. Destiny Seat, 0. Description, as a prominent member of the younger generation in the Abyss. Gades is proficient in nearly all curse spells, adept at using the negative effects of the abyss to erode the minds and life forces of his enemies. A formidable presence on the battlefield. Upon reading this description, Lingchen nodded appreciatively. The portrayal was quite accurate. Back then, one of Gades' spells had ensnared his entire abyssal legion. Had he not been immune to those negative effects, he might not have survived their first encounter. Fortunately, Lady Luck was on his side. No, it was the external aid that favored him. Thus, it was Gades who perished, not Lingchen. However, what surprised Lingchen was the revelation that Gades even possessed a destiny seat. Chapter 57. I am Lingchen. A destiny seat? Lingchen paused momentarily, then grasped the concept. A cursed mage is indeed a profession. This made sense. Yet in the abyssal realm, there were countless cursed mages, and Gades was unique, being the most powerful among them. At level 70, Gades was at least a world boss level entity. If this were in the Dragon Kingdom, they would need to band together to defeat him. Lingchen attempted to further investigate Gades' specific destiny seat, but found that the system provided no additional information. It seemed that the system of the Dragon Kingdom lacked data on abyssal entities of this caliber. Observing Gades, who had been reborn in the mother nest, Lingchen focused his thoughts. With a flash, Gades reappeared before him. Greetings, great lord of the abyss. Gades was still clad in his elegant mage robes, floating in the air as he deeply bowed to Lingchen. What did you call me? You are the lord of the abyss. Gades replied reverently, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Just now, in the embrace of the Great Mother, I have been reborn, and I know everything. I pledge my eternal loyalty to you. My lord. Lingchen was momentarily at a loss for words. Gades had indeed died, but his soul was reshaped by the mother nest. Although his memories were intact, his soul bore the imprint of Lingchen's essence, rendering him unable to betray him for eternity. Moreover, with Gades' fanatical devotion, he now revered Lingchen with near-manic admiration. Very well, you may return and rest for now. I shall call upon you when needed. With a wave of his hand, Gades transformed into a streak of light, returning to the mother nest. Simultaneously, Lingchen assigned him a task, to lead the beings within the divine realm to establish their own city. It was a complex and lengthy process that Lingchen certainly had no time to oversee, making Gades the perfect candidate for the job, if given the opportunity. He contemplated ways to complete Gades' constellation. Perhaps he could become another formidable warrior. Lingchen mused. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Wait, if Gades possesses a constellation, then the mentalist named Kratos must also have one, right? It dawned on Lingchen that he seemed to have overlooked something. But wait, where's Kratos? It was then he realized that when he had slain Kratos, there had been no prompt or feedback from the mother nest, confirming the successful absorption of his soul. Could it be that he had not perished? That was impossible. Lingchen shook his head. He was well aware of the explosive power of his ultimate move, which, after ascending to a divine artifact, had reached an alarming level exceeding 500 million. For fragile mages like Kratos and Gades, even with equipment enhancements, their health could barely reach 100 million at most. Such an explosion would be sufficient to obliterate Kratos multiple times over. Suddenly, Lingchen felt a stirring in his heart and abruptly lifted his gaze toward the rift. Before him, in the underground space on the opposite side of the rift, a seven-colored ethereal light slowly emerged. Within a few breaths, this light morphed into the figure of Kratos, reappearing in Lingchen's line of sight. It became clear to him that this fellow had successfully escaped. How cunning. Kratos must possess some life-saving equipment or skill. While he was preoccupied with Gades, he slipped into the rift. Lingchen yearned to eliminate him, but he ultimately refrained from taking that step. He dared not cross the rift. On the other side lay the abyss, an unknown realm fraught with peril. What if something went awry once he crossed over? He might never return. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could stride through the abyss unscathed. Observing Lingchen hesitating, Kratos secretly exhaled in relief, then adopted a sinister expression and began to taunt him. Human vermin, do you think you can eliminate your grandpa? You are still too naive. Did you expect this? I pulled off a golden cicada shedding its shell, slipping away unnoticed. Enough. You're not even human. Spare me your pitiful command of idioms. Lingchen interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Is that how you escaped? Don't you wish to avenge your boyfriend? Kratos nearly choked in disbelief. He is not my boyfriend. Oh, then is he your girlfriend? Ugh, human vermin, dare you reveal your name? You have slain Lord Eligios and my dear friend Gades. The abyss will not spare you. Oh, the bravado. One might think you graduated from a theatrical troupe. Lingchen scoffed, exuding an air of dominance. Listen well. I am Lingchen, the unparalleled genius of the human realm, the most handsome of Manhwa, the terminator of the abyss, a national model worker, and a benevolent citizen. Tremble, you abyssal vermin. One day, I, Lingchen, shall lead humanity to trample the abyss. His declaration was filled with grandeur, leaving Kratos momentarily stunned. Very well, Lingchen is it? I shall remember you. Before long, your name will echo throughout the abyss. Await your retribution. With that, Kratos transformed into a spectrum of light and vanished. Meanwhile, at the edge of the sky, Li Jun sneezed 12 times consecutively. Zhang Wei, beside him, inquired with concern, caught a cold? It can be quite chilly here at night. Even I, a berserker, am feeling it. Li Jun vigorously shook his head. Could it be that Anna was missing him? He instinctively raised his palm, a golden holy flame illuminating the surroundings and dispelling the chill. A shiver ran through Li Jun's body, and he finally felt a flicker of warmth as he continued to dwell on his longing for Anna. Before the rift, Lingchen stared blankly at the vast chasm left by Kratos' departure, his brow furrowed in worry. What was he to do? He couldn't possibly remain here, watching the rift indefinitely. Deep down, he understood that even if he were to guard this place, it would prove futile. Such a colossal rift could easily allow a powerful abyssal creature to cross, and he would be unable to stop it. Despite having just defeated Eligios, who had lost his corporeal form and was left with a shattered soul, his strength barely a fraction of its former self, he had relied on the mother nest to intervene, akin to exploiting a bug to succeed. If a different abyssal lord were to appear, his only option would be to flee. At that moment, a dangerous message suddenly resonated from the mother nest. A formidable entity was gazing from the abyss. The mother nest began to act uncontrollably once more. It ascended above the rift, its form growing immensely. Streams of pure abyssal energy erupted from the mother nest's openings, enveloping the rift. Lingchen's body jolted violently, and his vision rapidly shifted. Through the mother nest, he beheld the true visage of the abyssal world beyond the rift. Chapter 58. This is the abyss. His gaze pierced through layers of thick yellow sand, and Lingchen found himself granted a godlike perspective. It was as if he were soaring high above, surveying the vast expanse of the abyssal realm. This was a world that left him profoundly awestruck. His eyes traversed the seemingly endless desert before him, and on the horizon, a majestic city emerged. Beyond the city lay expansive plains, interlaced with rivers and lush vegetation, inhabited by countless diverse abyssal creatures. In the heart of this plain stood a black citadel, colossal enough to dwarf 10 coastal cities. Even from a distance, Lingchen could perceive the weighty grandeur of this city. As his gaze fell upon it, a terrifying aura surged upwards. Shortly thereafter, a massive ethereal figure materialized from a towering structure within the city. The form was indistinct, save for 2 eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. The apparition seemed to sense the presence of a powerful being observing it, and thus exuded a formidable aura. Its gaze shifted toward Lingchen, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, all abyssal creatures in the city trembled, prostrating themselves in silence. Who dared to intrude upon the domain of their lord? A deep, gravelly voice resonated from within the city, echoing across the land. However, Lingchen, far removed from the commotion, could not hear it. This was an immensely powerful abyssal lord, and its authority was not to be trifled with. After a while, as the abyssal lord received no response, it seemed to conclude that the intruder was merely passing through. The pressure receded, and the colossal apparition vanished. The denizens of the city, as if released from a heavy burden, returned to their former clamor. Yet, Lingchen's gaze did not linger here. His sight ascended once more, probing deeper into the abyss. With the enhancement of the mother nest, Lingchen truly felt as if he had acquired the ability to see far and wide, freely admiring this uncharted and enigmatic realm. Beyond the plains lay towering mountains, an unending chain of black peaks adorned with dark red snow, each summit far surpassing the tallest peaks of Blue Star. Beyond the mountains, myriad terrains unfolded, plains, swamps, forests, deserts, oceans, and even immense pits shrouded in mysterious fog that were beyond comprehension. Lingchen's spirit was thoroughly captivated by the abyssal world. As his gaze delved deeper, he discovered that this vast realm was incomparably larger than Blue Star, and the number of abyssal creatures far exceeded his wildest imagination. One after another, nations of varying sizes lay under the dominion of powerful abyssal lords, some of whom were even more formidable than Eligios. The passage connecting the abyss and the world of Blue Star lies on the fringes of the abyssal realm, rendering it insignificant in comparison to the vastness of the abyss. What could it be? Suddenly, Lingchen's gaze was drawn to the deepest recesses of the abyss. There stood a colossal altar, upon which rested an enormous stone tablet exuding an air of ancient desolation. Countless symbols were intricately engraved upon this tablet. Encircling it were 4 formidable presences, far surpassing those of the abyssal lords encountered earlier. As Lingchen's gaze fell upon this scene, the 4 energies awakened instantaneously, coalescing into 4 gigantic phantoms that enveloped the altar. Yet that was not all. Following the emergence of these 4 phantoms, 100 formidable auras surged forth from the deepest parts of the abyss, encircling the 4 apparitions. A terrifying essence permeated the air, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble and crack, as if the world itself were on the brink of collapse. The blood-red sky darkened to an inky black, accompanied by thunderous roars, resembling the end of days. The gazes of these 100 figures collided with Lingchen's, and he felt as if his mind had been struck by a colossal hammer, a searing pain tearing through his very soul. After a moment of disorientation, he found himself still standing before the spatial rift. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Lingchen's complexion turned ashen, nearly causing him to stumble. What were those entities? He clutched his head, dread etched across his face. Each of those auras was beyond his current comprehension. Their oppressive presence far greater than any abyssal lord he had previously witnessed. Particularly, the four towering phantoms at the forefront radiated such power that a mere glance felt as though it would rend his soul asunder. Moreover, each of these 100 figures bore a resemblance to Elysium, an aura steeped in ancientness, as if they had existed for countless millennia. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the mother nest, he would have surely been obliterated by their collective gaze, his soul shattered in an instant. The sheer terror was overwhelming. Was this the true depth of the abyss? Yi Lingchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a bitter feeling rising within him. At that moment, despair began to seep into his heart. The war between humanity and the abyss seemed grandiose, with humanity having successfully thwarted the abyssal monstrosity's advances. Little did they know, this seemingly proud achievement paled in comparison to the reality he had just witnessed. If this represented the full extent of the abyss's might, humanity stood no chance of victory. As Yi Lingchen's thoughts spiraled into chaos, he suddenly sensed that the 100 formidable auras had noticed him and were advancing in his direction. This was dire. Panic seized him, yet he found himself frozen in place, unable to flee. In a critical moment, the mother nest expanded once more, its massive form blocking the entire rift. A thunderous roar erupted from the rift as the mother nest shielded him from the malicious gazes of the 100 entities. A pure and profound essence of the abyss emanated from the mother nest, enveloping the rift in tendrils of energy. To Yi Lingchen's astonishment, the vast spatial rift began to close at a visible rate. Within mere breaths, it was completely restored. The entire space fell into a profound silence. The terrifying abyssal energies and formidable monstrosities vanished, isolated in another realm. The mother nest had once again saved Yi Lingchen. At that moment, the mother nest's immense form quivered, rapidly shrinking like a deflating balloon until it returned to the size of an infant's head, hovering quietly before Yi Lingchen. A message emanated from the mother nest, revealing that it had been injured while blocking the gaze of those 100 formidable entities. Its once pulsating form now appeared significantly weakened, and the divine realm within it suffered catastrophic upheaval. Mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, and nascent cities were reduced to ruins, as countless abyssal monstrosities perished in the chaos, while many others lay wounded, howling in agony. Even the formidable Gades was visibly shaken, his already pallid face devoid of color. In that single instance, over 400 million abyssal monstrosities had perished. Yi Lingchen felt a wave of regret wash over him. Curiosity truly killed the cat. He now understood this phrase all too well. I'm sorry, he thought, gently caressing the injured mother nest. I promise I will find a way to help you recover. It was merely a matter of souls. Yi Lingchen resolved to slay more abyssal monstrosities so that the mother nest could soon return to its former glory. Just as he made this determination, a figure radiating fury suddenly emerged not far ahead. It was the carefree immortal who had abandoned Yi Lingchen to fend for himself. Brat, look at the mess you've made. But before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically. Where's little Elysium? And what happened to that spatial rift? Chapter 59, The Carefree Immortal's Little Scheme. Seeing the immortal's expression of hindsight, Yi Lingchen's inner monologue erupted with sarcastic commentary. Little Elysium? Why not call it Little Love? Go ahead and see if it responds. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, not daring to voice them in front of the immortal, maintaining a facade of utmost respect. Senior, you arrived just in time. I accidentally dealt with Little Elysium, he declared, and the spatial rift was completely obliterated in the aftermath of my magnificent battle with Elysium. The immortal's lips twitched violently. So you were just waiting for me here, huh? At your young age, you can show off better than I can. While he thought this, the immortal was inwardly astonished. Having just arrived, he had conducted a thorough investigation. When Yi Lingchen had been boasting, he had double-checked. Elysium's soul had indeed vanished, and the spatial rift was non-existent. How was he able to accomplish this? Endless questions flooded the immortal's mind as he recalled words spoken by an insufferable individual from the past. The image of a handsome man clad in a white lab coat, sporting a lewd grin, surfaced in his thoughts. He then scrutinized Yi Lingchen's face, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. This lad bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual. Could he truly be his son? No, that couldn't be. He remembered that the man hadn't even had a girlfriend back then. With that thought, the immortal directly inquired, Kid, what is your father's name? Yi Lingchen, caught up in his own bravado, was momentarily taken aback. To boast in front of humanity's strongest was a privilege few could claim, yet the immortal's abrupt question left him momentarily speechless. My dad. His name is Yi Xinyuan. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted it. He remembered the circumstances surrounding his previous encounters with Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua. The death of his father was far from simple. However, once spoken, the words could not be retracted, and Yi Lingchen felt a pang of anxiety, his gaze darting away from the immortal. Yet, the immortal seemed unfazed, his brow furrowing instead. What did you say? Repeat that. Yi Xinyuan. Have you not eaten last year? Can you speak louder? Yi Xianyuan. The carefree immortal glared at Yi Lingchen, irritation evident in his eyes. Are you messing with me? I've asked 3 times, and all I get is incoherent mumbling. The immortal's nose flared with frustration, as if Yi Lingchen were speaking in a foreign tongue. He possesses an understanding of abyssal tongue. In this language, Gugu Jie signifies father. He gazed at the innocent expression of Yi Lingchen across from him and let out a silent sigh. If he chose not to divulge any information, he could simply seek out someone to investigate the boy's background later. Moreover, given the lad's remarkable talent and the formidable strength he had displayed, it was likely that the old-timers had already conducted a thorough background check on him. Xiao Xian cleared his throat, opting not to dwell on the matter further, and instead, with a serious demeanor, addressed the boy. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Trouble? Yi Lingchen was taken aback. This situation seemed rather inconsistent. I have vanquished Elias and mended the spatial rift. Is that not a monumental achievement? Why would I not be rewarded for such a feat? And yet be accused of causing trouble? As he contemplated, Yi Lingchen quickly grasped the other's intentions. This must be a ploy to suppress him and claim the credit for himself, was it? Such a display of leadership was indeed admirable. The crux of the matter was that Yi Lingchen felt powerless to respond. He could neither retaliate nor voice his grievances, resigning himself to a silent injustice. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xian, the boy had conjured up a multitude of chaotic thoughts in an instant, and he glared, demanding, "Why do you look at me like that? Have you not realized your mistake?" He gestured towards the vast emptiness around them, where the souls that once sustained the operation of the abyssal secret realm and the ascension ladder had vanished. Do you comprehend the extent of the loss we have incurred? Yi Lingchen was momentarily stunned. He had already suspected the fate of those souls, but Xiao Xian's confirmation solidified his apprehensions. The other party was unaware that over 3 billion souls had found their way into his possession. This matter must remain a secret. He would rather die than disclose it. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yi Lingchen's gaze faltered. He had indeed benefited immensely from this venture upon the ascension ladder. He had drawn an extraordinary divine artifact, upgraded his specialized weapon to an artifact level, and acquired a powerful ally in Gades. It seemed he had come out ahead. However, for countless trial takers from the Dragon Nation, the closure of the abyssal secret realm represented a significant loss. It appeared that Yi Lingchen had indeed committed a considerable blunder. Seeing the boy's guilty demeanor, Xiao Xian was inwardly elated. The soul of Elias and the spatial rift had always been a source of concern, akin to a thorn in his heart. To resolve this issue, he would not mind if the abyssal secret realm were to be destroyed. The youth was still too inexperienced. A mere scare was enough to render him speechless. Xiao Xian found the situation amusing. The boy's contributions were so substantial that he could hardly conceive of an appropriate reward. Since he couldn't think of one, he would forego it. Moreover, he intended to have this lad work for him to replenish the lost souls. Xiao Xian's cunning plan was in full swing, and he was thoroughly impressed with his own unparalleled intellect. With a flick of his wrist, a transparent orb appeared in his hand, and he donned an expression of disappointment. Well, I cannot place all the blame on you. After all, you have resolved a significant issue for the Dragon Nation. As a young man, one should not be overly harsh in judgment. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchen's eyes brightened, filled with hope as he looked at Xiao Xian, thanking him profusely. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Xian tossed the transparent orb towards him. You may escape the death penalty, but the repercussions of your actions remain. The trouble is yours to rectify. This is a soul capture orb. Keep it well. It will automatically absorb souls when you slay abyssal creatures. Once you have collected enough, present it to me, and you shall atone for your misdeeds. Yi Lingchen's expression stiffened, and he tightened his grip on the soul capture orb. Good heavens! What a twist. He had thought the elder was showing mercy and not holding him accountable. Yet, here he was, waiting for him. Escape the death penalty? What nonsense. After all this, it seemed he was merely being coerced into working for free. If he wanted to take advantage, he should have just said so directly, instead of this pretense of benevolence. Yi Lingchen mentally launched into a tirade of sarcasm. However, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he had gained such significant benefits. It would indeed be rather unscrupulous to simply walk away without giving anything in return. Well, it's just souls. The mother nest needed healing anyway. He could always hunt more creatures later. It was not a monumental task. With that thought in mind, Yi Lingchen inquired, Senior, collecting such a multitude of souls might prove challenging. Do you know of any other realms akin to the abyss? Xiao Xian, with a triumphant grin, chuckled, a realm? Where in this world could there be a realm capable of housing so many monsters? The battlefield is the answer. Battlefield? Chapter 60, The Low-Key Yi Tiandi. Indeed. The battlefield. Yi Lingchen smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. How had he not considered that? If one sought to harvest the souls of abyssal creatures, the frontline battlefield was undoubtedly the place to be. Wait, hold on. Yi Lingchen furrowed his brows, seemingly struck by a realization. Senior, can I even enter the frontline battlefield? He was merely a student, not a soldier. He was all too aware of the dangers that lurked in such areas. Although there was no large-scale war currently, skirmishes and minor conflicts occurred daily, resulting in casualties at every moment. Such perilous locations were off-limits even to registered adventurers of the Adventurers Association. Only military personnel were allowed entry. To his surprise, Xiao Xian waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "You need not worry about that. Just return and prepare yourself. In a few days, you'll be able to enter the battlefield." "What? In a few days?" Lingchen was bewildered. "Senior, I have my college entrance examination coming up." "Not a problem, not a problem. These are trivial matters. Just await the notification when the time comes." Xiao Xian waved his hand again, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. Lingchen did not dare to press further. The man was the strongest among humans. If he wished for Lingchen to go to the battlefield, it was likely just a matter of speaking. As long as it didn't interfere with his examination, he could manage. "All right, it's getting late. You must hurry out. Others are waiting for you." With that, Xiao Xian raised his hand and sliced through the air, creating a spatial rift. Before Lingchen could react, he was unceremoniously kicked through it. Good grief. This elder is so violent. Lingchen cursed inwardly as he was thrust into the spatial rift. After a dizzying whirl, the scenery shifted before him. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a joyous voice from the side. "Principal, Principal, look, little Yi is back." Mu Lingxi exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace Lingchen, burying her face in his chest. "Little Yi, you truly scared me. We thought you had." She began to sob uncontrollably. Seeing her distress, Lingchen immediately understood, a flicker of remorse crossing his eyes. When he had been engulfed by the black beam of light, he had been unable to relay any information. Anyone in such a situation would naturally assume the worst. He gently patted Mu Lingxi's head, speaking softly. All right, no need to cry. I'm perfectly fine." Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Ning Wuhan also rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. "Little Yi, you're still alive. That is wonderful. Of course. How could my Yi god simply perish like that? Are you doubting Yi goddess prowess? Ridiculous. Li Jun, you fool. Who was it that shouted the loudest about avenging little Yi? Did you not intend to challenge Senior Xiaoyao? The hour is late. Yi god must be tired. Let us return quickly. Lingchen, you finally made it out. If it weren't for Senior Xiaoyao informing me that you were alive, we would have thought you were yes. Little Yi, you have no idea." The principal was so anxious, he almost spat blood, surrounded by the crowd. Lingchen learned of the events that had transpired during his absence, and his heart swelled with emotion. Upon hearing that Li Jun nearly fell out with Qiu Qiu for his own sake, he cast a somewhat astonished glance at the other party. This foul-mouthed fellow unexpectedly displayed a sense of loyalty. All prior unpleasantness dissipated in that moment. Meanwhile, individuals from the other two schools approached to extend their congratulations. Lingchen, welcome back." Chun Kursin waved her hand and greeted him. "Humph. The fact that you returned alive indicates you are not a waste after all. Work hard. I look forward to battling you again." Lu Li proclaimed boldly, crossing his arms. Lingchen shot him a peculiar look. This guy, who had previously been beaten by him, seemed unperturbed by the presence of his abyssal legion. It appeared that this fellow had a selective memory regarding pain. Observing the stern expression on Lu Li's face, Lingchen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Must you assassins always be so arrogant? Always posing, aren't you? Compared to them, his own pretentiousness certainly needed refinement. The crowd exchanged banter, for they were all young, and the three-school exercise was merely a form of sparring, devoid of any deep-seated enmity. With the conclusion of the exercise, fleeting words bridged the gaps between them, fostering camaraderie. Some even exchanged WeChat contacts, making plans to venture out together after the college entrance examination. Among them, only Qiu Qiu stood aloof at a distance, her venomous gaze fixated on the center of the group where Lingchen stood, her thoughts inscrutable. The group gathered to discuss the details of the exercise, marking the end of the event. Linhai No. 1 High School rightfully secured first place, and no one contested this verdict. The rewards associated with this achievement would be delivered to Ning Wuhan in the coming days, who would then pass them on to Lingchen and his companions. For Lingchen, now adorned with divine and mythical gear, the golden equipment held no allure for him. He ultimately retained only the divine stones, distributing his share among the other three. This nearly sent Zhang Wei and Li Jun into ecstatic rapture. As for Mu Lingxi, she exhibited little reaction, her affluent background rendering such prizes trivial. Elder Second had departed before Lingchen's return. In the end, the students and teachers from the three schools bid each other farewell and commenced their respective journeys home. On the return journey, in a moment of swift action, I evaded the opponent's cataclysmic strike, landing a punch that shattered Elysium's corporeal form. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it fled in a frenzy. I showed it no mercy, shattering the void with a single palm, stepping into the river of time to extract its past, present, and future selves, crushing them all. Thus, the once dreaded tyrant of this realm was utterly annihilated. In the vehicle, Lingchen transformed into a storyteller, vividly recounting his experiences in that realm. Initially reluctant to share, he was urged by Zhang Wei and the others. Their curiosity piqued, especially with the emergence of the carefree immortal, indicating something significant had transpired. However, they were unprepared for the magnitude of the revelation. At that moment, Mu Lingxi's mouth formed an O shape, her face awash with astonishment. She adored tales, and Yi Lingchen's narration captivated her, drawing her in effortlessly. Li Jun, transformed into a starry-eyed admirer, looked at Yi Lingchen with gleaming eyes, wishing he could kneel before him on the spot. Only Zhang Wei's lips twitched, and upon hearing this, he shot Yi Lingchen a bewildered glance, saying, "Next. Are you going to claim that you single-handedly safeguarded the fate of humanity across the ages? That in the realms of heaven and earth, the cosmic void, anyone daring to covet this domain shall be suppressed by you, the Emperor Yi?" Beside him, Li Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "Emperor Yi? That sounds even more imposing than God Yi. Ah, ahem, modesty, modesty. Let us keep it between us. I will reluctantly accept that title. But do refrain from calling me that in public." Zhang Wei's mouth twitched violently as he retorted, "Oh, come on." Chapter 61, Capture That Kid. Zhang Wei, bemused, glanced at the utterly enthralled Mu Lingxi and the starry-eyed Li Jun, feeling as if his own intellect was being diminished by their folly. "I say, little Yi, have you been reading too many web novels?" "Emperor Yi, really?" Zhang Wei shook his head in resignation. "I admit you're powerful, but if you claim you took down Elysium with a single punch, I simply cannot believe it. One punch not enough? Then perhaps two? I might have misremembered. I think it was 2 punches. Come on, stop messing around. Do you have any idea how many levels apart you two are? Do I really need to explain? Such beings cannot be defeated merely by numbers," Zhang Wei asserted with conviction. Yi Lingchen chose not to divulge that it was, in fact, the mother nest that had vanquished Elysium, instead taking all the credit for himself. He wished to keep the secret of the mother nest hidden. "Zhang Wei, it seems you harbor significant misconceptions about my capabilities. If it wasn't me, do you think it was Li Jun?" Yi Lingchen teased with a smirk. "Indeed, it was him." Kratos' voice reverberated within the grand hall. "Lord Theseus, I swear upon my soul that this human insect named Li Jun is exceedingly dangerous. Lord Elysium and my sworn brother, Gades, have both fallen victim to his treachery. Were it not for my means of survival, I fear I would not have returned." In the hall, a colossal throne towering 30 meters high bore the immobile form of the abyssal Lord Theseus. His eyes narrowed as he listened impassively to Kratos' account of events. "You are saying Elysium is dead?" Theseus' resounding voice echoed within the hall, causing the very structure to tremble. He found Kratos' words riddled with inconsistencies, not believing a single syllable. What was Elysium? An ancient demon god, dubbed the Indestructible. It was a being that could not be slain. Even formidable entities among humans, such as the carefree immortal, could not defeat Elysium, let alone a mere level 28 human insect. Unless... Theseus felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled a moment not long ago when a domineering gaze had swept rapidly across his territory. At that time, he had projected his phantom and confronted the presence, yet it seemed disinterested and lingering, quickly vanishing from sight. Could it have been that unknown existence? Theseus pondered. Though Elysium was proclaimed indestructible, Theseus was acutely aware that nothing in this world is truly immortal. The so-called immortality merely indicated that the being's soul was exceptionally vast, impervious to ordinary forces. To eliminate such an existence, the method was deceptively simple: eradicate its essence. Yet, while the concept was straightforward, the execution proved exceedingly challenging. Scouring the entire abyssal world, none could accomplish this feat. No, to be precise, there was only one. The long-missing Great Mother, the mother nest of the abyss. It was the cradle of all abyssal life, birthing hundreds of powerful progenitors, including Elysium. Beyond that, Theseus could conceive of no other who could vanquish Elysium, save for a deity. However, he quickly dismissed that possibility. Deities had not graced the world in ages, seemingly vanishing alongside the mother nest's disappearance. Presently, it was the powerful abyssal lords who ruled the abyssal world. Yet, compared to those formidable progenitors, Theseus, a mere novice, was inconsequential. Thus, his domain remained so isolated. As for Elysium's territory, it was even more remote, directly bordering the human realm, a mystery he could not fathom. Since before Theseus ascended to abyssal lord, Elysium's divine kingdom had guarded the frontier of the abyssal world, unchanged for countless years. Even after Elysium was defeated and sealed by humans, Theseus had not dared to fully annex the divine kingdom, having only stealthily consumed a third of it over the years. It dared not offend the other party. For if one day Elysios were to return, witnessing his divine realm overtaken by Theseus, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Theseus knew he could not contend with Elysios, even in a weakened state. As he pondered, a voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Theseus abruptly rose from his throne, his countenance shifting dramatically. What? Astonishment and fury flooded his features, but soon, an amused expression replaced it. Ha ha, truly, heaven has favored me. Ha ha ha. Theseus erupted into a raucous laughter, his booming voice startling Kratos, who staggered back, his complexion paling. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Theseus cast his gaze downward at the trembling Kratos, donning a seemingly benevolent smile. "Kratos, would you care to follow me?" Huh. Kratos was taken aback, perplexed. Had this fellow consumed something unsavory today? After so much discourse with him, he had remained indifferent. only to suddenly erupt into mad laughter and then broach a topic he had previously avoided. Though he harbored doubts, Kratos concealed them well. He understood the gravity of the situation. With Getty's deceased and Eligio's dispatched for good, the circumstances had changed drastically. Once, he had enjoyed a semblance of freedom due to Eligio's prestige, but now, the tides had turned, and if he failed to recognize this, an unfortunate fate awaited him. Moreover, having escaped through the rift, he had hastened to Theseus, intent on seeking refuge. Although Theseus's abrupt inquiry left him bewildered, he quickly regained his composure. Placing a hand over his heart, he drew aside his resplendent robe and knelt on one knee. Great Lord Theseus, Kratos is willing to follow you for eternity. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Splendid, truly splendid. Theseus bellowed with laughter once more. In that case, I hereby appoint you as my commander, and I shall allocate 1 billion troops to you to prepare for war against humanity. War? Kratos thought he had misheard, pointing to himself in disbelief. Me? I am the commander. Indeed. Is it not you who pledged your loyalty to me? Now is the moment to achieve great deeds. Your mission is to capture that fellow named Lingchen and retrieve the mother nest he possesses. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Kratos slumped to the ground, a smile on his face that was more pitiable than tears. He suddenly felt as though he had dug a grave for himself. In the return vehicle, Lingchen suddenly sneezed several times, a chill creeping over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He glanced around suspiciously, muttering to himself, how strange. Who could be thinking of me? It seems there are quite a few. Chapter 62. Uncontrolled public opinion silence enveloped the group as dawn broke. At the first light of day, Lingchen and his companions finally returned to Lehigh City. Ningwuhan instructed them to return home and rest, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The rewards would be delivered the following day, and he would call them to the school to collect them. With the college entrance examination just days away, Ningwuhan advised them to recuperate at home and prepare for the upcoming test. Lingchen, however, was unfazed. His journey to the abyss had been fruitful. Although he had collected numerous souls atop the inverted sky mountain and vanquished Eligios, those were merely souls and did not count as monsters he had slain. Thus, his level remained stagnant at 28. Nevertheless, this far surpassed the minimum requirement of level 20 for applying to Qingbei University, as stated by Ningwuhan. In the days leading up to the exam, he had no intention of grinding for levels. The difference between levels was negligible for him, and he preferred to rest adequately. With his pockets lined, he planned to indulge in all the delectable foods he had yet to try and explore places he had never visited. Throughout his life, the farthest he had traveled was during this journey to the abyss. He had not even ventured beyond Lehigh City. Even the entertainment venues and attractions within and around Lehigh City remained unexplored. Now that he had some leisure time, it was the perfect opportunity to unwind completely. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi, whose household registration was in the capital, would need to return to her hometown for the examination, so she would be departing early. As for Zhang Wei and Li Jun, although they verbally committed to following Ningwuhan's advice, Lingchen could discern from their expressions that they would likely disregard his counsel. Particularly Zhang Wei, who exhibited the most sense of urgency among the four, would undoubtedly seek opportunities to grind for levels in the coming days. Of course, it was their prerogative, and Lingchen had no desire to intervene. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lehigh No. 1 High School, the group disembarked and bid farewell. This journey to the abyss had significantly strengthened the bonds among the four. As Mu Lingxi departed, she made a gesture of encouragement towards the three boys, casting a lingering glance at Lingchen. You three, do your best. I will be waiting for you at Qingbei. Goodbye. With that, she boarded the waiting vehicle from the Mu family and swiftly drove away. Lingchen also said his goodbyes to the others and returned home, comfortably collapsing onto his bed and quickly falling asleep. The excitement of the trip had left him feeling tense, and now, in the tranquility of rest, he soon succumbed to dreams, sleeping soundly for an entire day. As he reveled in his dreams, the entire internet of Manhwa erupted with a series of explosive news stories. The announcement regarding the temporary closure of the Abyssal Secret Realm and the Ascension Ladder spread like wildfire. This news came directly from official sources, leaving no room for doubt. The reopening date remained uncertain, prompting widespread speculation about the events that had transpired in the Abyss. Subsequently, the revelation that the Immortal of Leisure had personally appeared in the Abyss sent waves of excitement through the populace. Some even uploaded photographs and videos. In an instant, countless gazes were drawn to this pinnacle of humanity. The vast majority of Lungwa's populace had never laid eyes on the Immortal of Leisure, and upon witnessing his true visage, many became visibly agitated. Heavens, is this truly our strongest human? He looks so youthful. Youthful? You ought to call him uncle. What do you know? I simply have a penchant for the charm of mature men. I initially assumed the Immortal of Leisure was an old man. Dear, would you like the Immortal's phone number and address? 10,000 yuan. No haggling. Guaranteed authenticity. Cash up front. While some were fervently chasing stars, others expressed concern over the temporary closure of the Abyssal Secret Realm, coupled with the news of the Immortal's appearance. Discerning minds surmised that something significant must have occurred within. Just as speculation was rampant, even more shocking news broke, further igniting the anxieties of those already on edge. An ominous photograph surfaced, depicting a vast expanse of abyssal creatures flooding the edges of the abyss, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The accompanying text claimed that a massive uprising of abyssal beings was underway, poised to assault human cities. This image immediately captured the attention of countless individuals. Some skeptics dismissed the photo as digitally manipulated, insisting it was implausible for so many abyssal creatures to be active in the abyss. If it were true, how had the photographer survived? To their astonishment, an increasing number of eyewitnesses stepped forward to validate the authenticity of the photograph, most of whom were participants in the trials that day. Among them was the infamous dragon Outyin, whose strength may have been lacking, but his reputation online was considerable. With his endorsement, many began to believe. A wave of panic swiftly spread across the internet. Some claimed the abyss was preparing to counterattack, heralding the onset of war. Others speculated that this was a sinister plot by the abyss, intending to incite a bloody slaughter from within Longwa. There are those who extol the virtues of the carefree immortal, claiming that had it not been for his esteemed presence, the dire crisis would have been insurmountable. In some, a cacophony of voices arose, each echoing sentiments of despair and trepidation. Shortly thereafter, a brief video clip, lasting no more than several seconds, surfaced, further substantiating the veracity of the situation. Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, even more sensational news emerged. Numerous anonymous sources revealed that an 18-year-old human youth, Lingchen, had awakened a previously unseen hidden class, the Lord of the Abyss. The tens of thousands of abyssal creatures were summoned by him. At that moment, Lingchen lost control, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. Fortunately, his fellow students and teachers managed to restrain him, averting a catastrophic crisis. Once this news broke, the internet erupted. Many marveled at the existence of such an extraordinary combat class. With his name now public, numerous inquisitive souls began to dig into the background of the enigmatic youth named Lingchen. Within mere hours, his information was disseminated online, including footage from the school's adult ceremony card draw that had taken place that very day. At this juncture, concerns began to surface. Was he truly human or a creature of the abyss? There had never been reports of a human awakening an abyssal class. Surely, there must be something amiss. Could he truly be human? Would he betray humanity? What if he harbored a deep-seated hatred for society? If he were to unleash his fury, who knows how many lives would be lost? Indeed, the danger was palpable. Such a class should never have been allowed to manifest. Could the authorities not issue a statement? Some suggested immediate execution. If that seemed too brutal, perhaps rendering him a vegetable would suffice. In any case, this ticking time bomb, which posed a threat to human society, ought to be eliminated. Gradually, the narrative of Lingchen's childhood as an orphan, who had endured immense suffering and juggled work and study, came to light. Rather than garnering sympathy, the prevailing sentiment was one of concern that he had endured too much suffering, leading to a darkened soul that subconsciously despised society, thus awakening such an aberrant class. Public opinion fermented rapidly within a few hours, and the entire internet seemed to be dissecting Lingchen. Some even formed the Anti-Yi Alliance, launching a trending topic on a popular social media platform, urging the nation to unite in resistance and petition the authorities to address this menace. In no time, Lingchen had become the pariah, a rat scurrying across the street, with an invisible hand seemingly orchestrating his downfall. Chapter 63, Heresy. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Lingchen's phone emitted a persistent buzzing sound upon the table, reverberating through the entire surface with an unsettling resonance. This cacophony persisted for a full half-minute before abruptly ceasing. Yet, within mere seconds, the irksome noise resumed. How infuriating! Who dares to disturb my slumber at such an early hour? Lingchen muttered irritably, reaching out to silence the phone. However, after a short while, the phone rang again, its tone akin to a death knell, and Lingchen's frustration surged to new heights. Is this never-ending? Startled, he bolted upright and glanced at the screen, discovering it was a call from Principal Ningwuan. For heaven's sake, at such an age, shouldn't he be sleeping? Must he be so diligent? Lingchen grumbled as he rubbed his still sleepy eyes and answered the call. Hello, Principal Ning. Lingchen. Why have you been ignoring my calls? Where have you been gallivanting all day yesterday? The principal's voice, laced with anger and urgency, pierced through the phone, dispelling Lingchen's drowsiness. I didn't go anywhere. I slept the entire day at home. If you hadn't called, I was planning to continue my slumber, he replied. Sleeping? You still have the audacity to sleep. Hurry to school. Something has happened. Something has happened? What sort of disaster? If it's not urgent, I could take a shower and have breakfast first. Of course it's urgent. If you don't come soon, the sky will collapse. Ningwuan's tone grew increasingly frantic. All right, I'll get ready and head over, Lingchen hastily responded. He rose from his bed, stretching lazily. What could warrant such urgency? Is the sky really going to fall? Let me check if it's still intact. With that, he pulled back the curtains of his bedroom window. At that instant, a shadow darted past outside. The blinding sunlight momentarily blinded Lingchen, and before he could comprehend what was happening, He heard a resounding crash as the glass of his window shattered. What the hell? Lingchen gasped, instinctively ducking to the side, only to see a brick lying innocuously where he had just been standing. This was the object that had shattered the glass. His brow furrowed as he took in the sight of the brick. His irritation, already at a boiling point from being abruptly awakened, now erupted. Who the hell dares to smash my window? Seeking death, are we? He leapt onto his desk, disregarding the shards of glass scattering around him, and peered down at the street below. To his astonishment, a crowd of dozens had gathered outside his dilapidated building. Men and women, varied in appearance. All shared a commonality. None belonged to his neighborhood, and he recognized none of them. Meanwhile, the elderly, who would typically be out for a morning stroll or basking in the sun, had retreated to a safer distance, casting worried glances and whispering among themselves. Upon noticing Lingchen peering out, a young man in his 20s, who had thrown the stone, pointed upward and shouted, "Look! The heretic Lingchen has appeared. Anti-Yi Alliance. Throw with me." With his command, the crowd surged forward, hurling bricks, eggs, stones, and even refuse plucked from nearby trash bins in Lingchen's direction. What the hell? These people have lost their minds. Lingchen exclaimed, pulling his head back inside and retreating hastily. Though his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he had never encountered such a scene and was momentarily at a loss. Watching the barrage of debris flying towards him, he retreated to the living room. Instinctively, he grabbed his phone, only to find over 100 missed calls and a glaring red notification on WeChat indicating more than 999 unread messages. What in the world was happening? He scrutinized his phone, realizing that the calls were from Zhang Wei, Li Jun, Mu Lingxi, and Principal Ning Wuan. Moreover, several classmates from his class had also reached out. Opening WeChat, he nearly had a meltdown from the deluge of messages. Countless unread notifications flashed before him, and as he skimmed through them, his brow furrowed deeper and his expression soured further. Before long, he hastily opened several news and social media apps, only to discover that so much had transpired during his day of deep slumber. Just the day before, he had been a rising star, celebrated for his hidden class with boundless potential, heralded by military leaders and esteemed veterans of the Adventurers Association. Yet, within a mere day, this star had plummeted from grace, transforming from a celestial being into a fallen angel, now branded as a heretic. Heresy. The very sight of this glaring term made Lingchen's eyelids twitch violently, an intangible aura of menace enveloping him. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of abyssal energy erupted from within him, instantly encompassing a radius of 100 meters. The members of the Anti-Yi Alliance below were caught in this chilling wave, trembling in fear, with several young women fainting on the spot. The young man leading the charge clattered his teeth together but held his ground defiantly. He shouted to those behind him, "Did you see that? The aura of the abyss. He is indeed a heretic. He intends to kill us all. Quick, call the police. Call the police and capture him." In an instant, the crowd seemed to be injected with a surge of adrenaline. Their once trembling legs ceased to quiver. With furrowed brows and fierce glares, they hastily retrieved their phones to call the police. "Is this the demon spirit? I need to report an incident. There is heresy here intending to commit murder. Demon spirit, hurry. There has been a killing. There are dozens of them. If you don't come soon, we'll all be dead. I am calling the police. Abyssal creatures have appeared in our residential area. Please, come quickly." In that moment, a cacophony of embellished and nonsensical pleas for help erupted. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the unfolding chaos, Lingchen sat quietly on the living room sofa, engrossed in his phone. He could hear every voice outside distinctly. Glancing at the glaring words Anti-Yi Alliance on a prominent platform, a peculiar smile unexpectedly graced Lingchen's previously solemn face. He slowly rose and made his way toward the bathroom. "Shall AI play the news?" "Certainly. Playing morning news." Yesterday, an explosive report spread across the land following the sudden closure of the Tianyuan secret realm. A high school student named Lingchen, who awakened a rare combat profession allowing him to summon abyssal creatures, has been labeled a heretic by panicked citizens. As he silently absorbed the news broadcast, Lingchen picked up his toothbrush. He filled it with water, applied toothpaste, brushed his teeth, and rinsed his mouth. The cool water refreshed his stern face as he applied facial cleanser, meticulously cleansing his skin. After completing the routine with precision, he straightened up and gazed at his handsome reflection in the mirror, a hint of danger lurking in his smile. A heretic? Huh. That sounds even more gratifying than being the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 64. Greetings, officer. Having tidied his attire, Lingchen tucked his phone away and leisurely stepped outside. His home was on the 3rd floor, yet he took a full 2 minutes to descend the stairs to the ground level. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed through the corridor, causing the members of the Anti-Yi Alliance gathered by the entrance to cast anxious glances towards the ominous door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound persisted, as if a terrifying beast were about to emerge from the inky darkness of the doorway. Sweat began to bead on the foreheads of some, not from heat, but sheer terror. Silence enveloped the group, all eyes fixated on the door as if it were a portal to doom. With the final thundering sound, A slender figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. However, as Lingchen emerged from the entrance, the members of the Anti-Yi Alliance did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, fear contorted their faces, and they instinctively recoiled. Lingchen advanced a step, and they retreated in tandem. Thus, he approached the entrance of the community, standing boldly before a group of individuals 10 meters away. The neighboring residents observed the scene in astonishment, their gazes toward Lingchen filled with complexity, predominantly confusion and pity. This boy had lived among them for many years. While not everyone might have warm feelings towards him, those who had interacted with him knew of his commendable character. Whenever there was a need, he was always eager to lend a hand, particularly to households with elderly residents, assisting them with plumbing, electrical issues, and carrying heavy items upstairs. Who would have anticipated that such a good-hearted child would be branded a heretic within a single day? Faced with the fervent youth, the older residents dared not intervene, merely standing by helplessly. Upon reaching the community entrance, Lingchen raised his brows slightly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. I am Lingchen, and here I stand before you. Come, let me see who among you dares to call me a heretic? As he spoke, his smile deepened. Yet to the eyes of those across from him, it appeared as the grin of a devil. No one dared to step forward. Even the leader of the group paled in fear and continued to retreat. Is no one brave enough? Weren't you all shouting just moments ago? You even shattered my window. Where is your bravado now? Speak up. The last 3 words, delivered in a sudden raised voice, reverberated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the gathered individuals. One by one, the members of the Anti-Yi Alliance clutched their chests, their faces drained of color as they collapsed onto the ground, some leaving damp patches beneath them. Indicating their terror, Lingchen slowly approached the young man at the forefront. Clad in school uniform, he bore no semblance of youthful innocence. Rather, he appeared as a deity surveying mere mortals, looking down upon the man sitting on the ground in abject fear. The young man, utterly terrified, attempted to scramble away from Lingchen, but his panic had stripped him of strength, leaving him helplessly watching as Lingchen approached. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air from the throng. It was a woman's voice. Wah, please, don't kill me. As she sobbed, her body trembled violently with fear. With the emergence of the first, a second soon followed, tremblingly begging for mercy. Please, I don't want to die. I beg you. A chorus of pleas for mercy erupted, echoing through the air. Yet, Lingchen's expression remained devoid of emotion. At that moment, the leading young man, summoning courage from an unknown source, let out a ferocious roar at Lingchen. Heretic, don't get too cocky. We've already called the police. Even if you kill us, you won't escape the police's pursuit. Prepare to meet your end. Observing the increasingly distorted features of his adversary, Lingchen chuckled, his laughter echoing with reckless delight, as if he were watching a troupe of clowns performing, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Kill you? What a joke. I am a law-abiding citizen. You know. Lingchen winked, a teasing grin on his face. However, your call to the police has inadvertently aided me. According to public security management regulations, you have committed the offense of provoking trouble. You've damaged my window, which constitutes destruction of private property. Gathering without permission and causing a public disturbance seriously disrupts social order. You'll have a lot to explain to the police. With that, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly, 20 grotesque, 2.5-meter tall beastmen warriors materialized around the group. Oh, abyssal creatures. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Panic ensued as some fainted from fright. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. Lingchen sighed in exasperation. I expected some passionate youths, brave heroes. But it turns out I'm dealing with a bunch of cowards. He turned to the 20 beastmen warriors. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Also, make sure they compensate for the damage to my window. And, by the way, they've littered my home with their trash. So they need to hire cleaners to have it all cleaned up today, and the window must be fixed. Gur. Growling? One of the beastmen warriors looked embarrassed and spoke in his native tongue. Lingchen's smile faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, I forgot you don't speak human language. Please wait a moment. With that, Lingchen vanished from his spot, only to reappear minutes later, holding a cardboard sign filled with scribbled notes, which he handed to the beastman warrior. When the police arrive, just hold this sign up for them to see. Gur. Understood, master. Having settled these matters, Lingchen casually strolled out of the community, hands in pockets, not sparing a glance at the frightened crowd, before suddenly vanishing from sight. About 10 minutes later, the sound of sirens echoed from afar. Several police cars rushed towards the community, lights flashing. Suddenly, the phones of the members of the Alliance for the Discussion of Leaves began to ring incessantly. Hello? Was that you who called the police just now? Yes. He. Hello? Where are you? He. I am at the entrance of the he community. Such dialogues echoed repeatedly, causing the terrified members of the Alliance to chatter their teeth, intermittently regaining their composure. When dozens of armed police officers arrived at the scene, they were astonished to find a group of orc warriors, resembling little giants, standing in perfect military formation, encircling several young men and women. One orc warrior, spotting the police, revealed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Greetings, police uncles. X20. This was a greeting phrase taught to them by Lingchen just before his departure. The police were instantly bewildered. Oldly, am I dreaming? Did I just hear these abyssal creatures say hello, police uncles? Chapter 65, Reporting Work. In the Imperial Capital. At the Shishan military base, which serves as the command center for the Northern Theater and the highest military command base of the entire Dragon Nation. At this moment, within the base, there stood a gigantic metal door, towering at 5 meters in height. Xiao Changtian, the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military District, stood rigidly at the entrance, quietly awaiting. However, had one observed closely, they would have discerned the fury and anxiety brimming in Xiao Changtian's eyes, his fists involuntarily clenched. Suddenly, the piercing ring of a phone shattered the surrounding silence. Xiao Changtian pulled out his phone and answered, "Hello? It's me. What did you say? No updates yet." A flash of anger crossed his face. "What are you doing? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Keep investigating. No matter what, uncover who is truly behind this." After a flurry of submissive murmurs on the other end, the call was hastily terminated. Xiao Changtian exhaled a deep sigh, his expression darkening. Matters of society had never been his concern. Media and public opinion were not the purview of a military district commander. Yet, when colleagues began to voice their concern and discuss the issue, he realized something was amiss. Upon inquiry, he learned that Lingchen had encountered trouble. Xiao Changtian was taken aback. Just days prior, he had met with the young man, alongside the esteemed elder of the Adventurers Association, Qin Tai. Everyone had high hopes for Lingchen, especially after he successfully addressed the significant safety hazard in the number 4 secret realm, earning him great merit. Although he was not a military personnel, Xiao Changtian had even applied for a reward on his behalf. Yet, before the process could be completed overnight, Lingchen had become branded as a heretic. Xiao Changtian could scarcely believe his eyes as he glanced at the chaotic remarks flooding social media. A murderous intent blossoming within him for the first time. He was not alone. Wang Tianhua had also seen the news and rushed to him, imploring assistance for Lingchen's justice. Even a seasoned soldier like him was genuinely incensed. Surely, a traitor must be at play. Heretics? Huh. It was absurd that these heretics would turn around and slander a rising star among humans as a heretic. How could they even conceive of such a notion? Xiao Changtian firmly believed that no one orchestrated this event from behind the scenes. In such a situation, he issued orders to investigate the origins of the incident. However, time was too short. Within a day, it was impossible to uncover the truth. Moreover, those behind the scenes had mobilized a significant number of online trolls to stir the pot, rendering their own identities deeply concealed. Ultimately, the situation spiraled out of control. The public's panic spread rapidly, reaching an unmanageable state without the need for further incitement. Xiao Changtian found himself increasingly restless. He held Lingchen in high regard and had intended to recruit him into the military after the college entrance examinations. Now, it appeared that Lingchen's prospects for even taking the exams were hanging by a thread. He had already submitted a report regarding the No. 4 Secret Realm incident to the general headquarters, detailing the situation concerning Lingchen. He trusted that the headquarters would take this matter seriously and conduct a thorough background check. After all, with a hidden profession and astonishing combat capabilities, there was every reason to cultivate such talent. Yet, the ferocity of public sentiment was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for him to suppress the matter. Faced with public skepticism, the authorities would undoubtedly have to provide an explanation. However, the more Xiao Changtian pondered, the heavier his heart grew. He could not accept that the headquarters would eliminate Lingchen based solely on unfounded accusations. Yet, what if they took measures to placate the public that would unjustly harm Lingchen? Xiao Changtian dared not dwell on the thought further. He resolved to personally travel to the imperial capital, intending to meet with the higher-ups directly to clarify the matter. He believed that with his endorsement, the higher-ups would not act rashly against Lingchen. Just as he was lost in thought, a thunderous sound erupted from the massive metal door. The door swung open. Inside lay a vast domed chamber, measuring 100 meters in circumference. The room was circular, with tiered seating extending downward towards the center, reminiscent of an ancient Roman amphitheater. Opposite the grand entrance, on a modest platform, sat 4 silver chairs. One was elevated above the others, overseeing the entire chamber, while the other 3 were arranged on a lower tier, directly in front. At this moment, 4 elderly figures occupied the chairs. A resonant voice emanated from the elder seated in the highest position. "Come in." Xiao Changtian took a deep breath. Even he felt a twinge of nervousness upon encountering these 4 individuals. He strode with purpose into the expansive hall, descending the steps to arrive at the circular space at the center. There, a chair awaited him, along with a small podium. From above, it resembled a defendant's seat in a court of law. Xiao Changtian straightened his military attire, saluting the 4 elders above before taking a seat. However, the 4 elders seemed rather indifferent to his actions. The elder in the highest chair, with hair like golden flames, appeared to be in his 80s or 90s. Yet, his hair, golden with hints of white, moved as if caught in a breeze within the stillness of the vast chamber, resembling true flames. His eyes, also of a golden hue, were difficult to meet. Even when he tempered his presence, an aura of undeniable authority emanated from him, invoking a desire for reverence. Strangely, this formidable figure held a set of crepes in his hand, munching heartily while observing Qiu Changtian. The crepes from old Wang's place have been getting worse. How much water did they mix into this mung bean flour? And this crispy layer isn't even crispy anymore. I only added an egg, and it cost me $10. I must report him for operating without a license. The elder's muttering, seemingly to himself, echoed loudly throughout the chamber, clearly audible even with an echo. Qiu Changtian's lips twitched, yet he dared not utter a word. The other three elders, seated in the remaining chairs, included one with silver hair resembling that of a carefree immortal, who appeared rather advanced in years, currently playing with a pair of walnuts, eyes closed in meditation. The elder in the center, with a thick mane of black hair, appeared the youngest and most vibrant among the four. However, on his table rested a sizable birdcage, within which a black myna fluttered about, with the elder occasionally teasing it. Myna, your mother is dead. Elder, well, you beast. How dare you speak such foul language? Have you learned that from that little rascal? Myna, receipt. Receipt. Elder, feeling feisty. Are we? The parrot remarked. Your study materials can be found in the Natural Sciences directory on the D drive, specifically under the subdirectory for human evolution and primitive instincts. An elderly man suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, raising his hand to snap his fingers. In an instant, the parrot fell silent. Qiu Changtian, listening to the exchange between the man and the bird, let out a resigned sigh and cast his gaze toward the old man seated on the far right chair. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The old man was slight of frame, sporting a receding hairline, and had curled himself into the oversized chair, already deep in slumber, emitting soft snoring sounds. Observing this comical scene, Qiu Changtian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Surely, I must have taken the wrong medicine to have come all this way to report to these four old geezers. Chapter 66. Your influence is insufficient. In all of Longhua, few were aware that these seemingly eccentric old men were, in fact, the four pillars of the celestial immortals, the backbone supporting the nation's fate. Each of them possessed terrifying power, comparable to that of an entire nation. It was precisely due to such formidable presences guarding Longhua that the abyssal entities had never dared to cross the threshold. Yet, the inattentive demeanor of these four old fellows left Qiu Changtian feeling utterly helpless. There was no choice. He could neither confront them nor openly express his grievances. So he had to endure. Nonetheless, there were matters that needed addressing. Clearing his throat, Qiu Changtian spoke up. Esteemed pillars, I have come specifically regarding Yi Lingchen. Before he could finish, a shrill voice interrupted him. At an unknown moment, the silenced parrot resumed its chatter. Be quiet. You traveled all this way for such a trivial matter, depriving us of our precious sleep. Qiu Changtian's face flushed with embarrassment. His hands balled into fists as he struggled to contain his rising anger. Family, who can understand? I've been reprimanded by a parrot. Is there no justice? Regaining his composure, Qiu Changtian patiently continued. Elder Yuan, there is indeed a pressing need for me to report on this matter. Silence. How dare you insult me? I am a handsome parrot, not this old coot beside me. The parrot chirped incessantly. Not only did Qiu Changtian's face darken, but even Yuan Guozhu, seated beside the birdcage, appeared somewhat flustered. He snapped his fingers once more, silencing the parrot again. Cough, cough, little Qiu, it is merely a beast, do not take its words to heart. Yuan Guozhu chuckled. If you are here for the young man named Yi Lingchen, I believe you need not trouble yourself. What do you mean by need not trouble? Qiu Changtian exclaimed, his impatience bubbling over. Esteemed pillars, Yi Lingchen is not at all as the internet portrays him. He had attempted numerous times to voice his concerns, only to face the prospect of being sent home empty-handed. Was his journey in vain? Unexpectedly, Yuan Guozhu waved his hand lightly. Little Qiu, we are fully aware of what you wish to convey. You need not worry about this matter. We will not wrong an innocent, nor will we let a villain escape unscathed. Just wait for news. Qiu Changtian's expression soured considerably, feeling rebuffed by their official-sounding words. At that moment, the silver-haired elder on the left, who had been quietly shelling walnuts, finally spoke. All right, let this matter rest. If there is nothing else, you should return promptly. As a political commissar of a military district, it is quite fortunate that you are not being reprimanded for leaving your jurisdiction without a transfer order. Qiu Changtian's face shifted from red to pale. Despite his high military rank, he was undeniably a junior before these four pillars. As a soldier, adhering to orders was the most fundamental principle. He could not defy them. Yet, leaving like this felt deeply unsatisfying. After much contemplation, he stood up and saluted with precision. His eyes shone with determination as he earnestly declared, Esteemed pillars, I, Qiu Changtian, shall serve my country with unwavering dedication until my last breath. He patted his chest. These military honors are testament to my loyalty. I hope, considering my past contributions, you will not take action against Yi Lingchen. He truly represents the hope of our Longhua and all of humanity. His words resonated powerfully within the hall, echoing long after he spoke. The four pillars gazed at him silently. Even the dozing elder with the receding hairline slowly opened his eyes. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, suffocating in its intensity. Yet, Qiu Chantian remained resolute, standing firm as if he intended to shield Yi Lingchen with his very being. After what felt like an eternity, the golden-haired elder at the head of the table set down his pancake and lightly applauded. Little Qiu, we understand your sentiments, but as a soldier, you must not let emotion cloud your judgment. To put it simply, your influence is insufficient. Surprised, Qiu Chantian lifted his gaze, staring intently into the golden-haired elder's eyes. The elder, however, wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned with Qiu Changtian's thoughts. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. At that moment, the Mediterranean elder, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He yawned widely and said, "All right, old Mu, given your age, perhaps it is time to stop teasing the younger generation." He then turned to Qiu Chantian with a smile. "Little Qiu, do not mind his nonsense about emotional intelligence. This old fellow has been watching too many short videos lately and picked up all sorts of nonsense. Nevertheless, he is not entirely wrong. Your influence is indeed lacking. However, there are individuals with greater influence who are involved. Hence, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. That is all I can say." "What?" Qiu Chantian was taken aback, his mouth agape. "Someone with greater influence than me? Could it be the military district commander or someone of an even higher rank?" His mind raced as he pondered the possibilities, but he could not fathom who it might be. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, Qiu Chantian saluted once more and made his way toward the exit. This trip to the capital seemed as if he had accomplished much, yet felt as though he had achieved nothing. However, he gleaned from their words that Yi Lingchen would likely be safe. Just as he reached the entrance of the conference hall, the parrot suddenly called out to him, Little Qiu, do not leave just yet." Qiu Changtian's mouth twitched in irritation as he silently cursed. If given the chance, he would certainly relish the opportunity to savor roasted parrot. Nevertheless, he turned back to face the elevated platform where the parrot's companion, a black-haired elder, spoke. "There is one more thing I intended to formally notify all military districts about. However, since you are here today, I will inform you in advance so you can begin preparations. Yuan Guozhu, what is this matter? It is like this." After Yuan Guozhu's lengthy explanation, Qiu Changtian's expression shifted once more. "Well, what? Are you certain you are not joking? Do I look like someone who enjoys jesting?" "Yes." Yuan Guozhu's face darkened. "Get lost. Have you learned to talk back now? Hurry and prepare." "Yes." Qiu Changtian suppressed his confusion and astonishment, bidding farewell before hurriedly departing the capital. Throughout the flight back, his brow remained furrowed. Why would the higher-ups make such a decision? Was this a trivial matter? Did it somehow relate to Yi Lingchen? Amidst endless questions, Qiu Chantian returned to the central military district. Chapter 67. Nothing beats dumplings. After Qiu Changtian's departure, the vast conference hall was left with only the four pillars. Moments later, the golden-haired Mu Guozhu chuckled. "Little Qiu is as impassioned as ever. I truly envy him." The elder, still shelling walnuts, nodded in agreement. "We watched him grow up. To risk disciplinary action for the sake of a child, we did not misjudge him." With a Mediterranean hairstyle, Qiao Guozhu interjected, "I never expected that Yi Xuanyuan's words would come to fruition. Our dragon country has actually produced a Yi Lingchen. It's no wonder that Xiaoyao personally stepped in to address this matter." "Nonsense." Yuan Guozhu, with his jet black hair, scoffed. "Is he doing this for that young man? Clearly. It's because the souls in the Tianyuan secret realm are dwindling, and he is merely seeking an excuse to recover his losses. You all foolishly went along with him and even agreed. Old Yuan, aren't you being a bit short-sighted? This is a remarkable opportunity that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Pray tell, how is it 3 birds? First, the souls in the Tianyuan secret realm will have a solution. Even if we can't replenish them, we can at least keep it operational. Otherwise, are you suggesting we old fellows should work for him?" mused Jinfa Mu Guozhu. "Your point is valid," nodded Yuan Guozhu. "And the other 2 birds? I'll elaborate." Yang Guozhu leisurely twirled a walnut, shaking his head as he spoke. "Secondly, this issue conveniently resolves the dilemma surrounding Yi Lingchen. I believe that after this college entrance examination, any dissenting opinions will be quelled. Indeed, that is true. I never anticipated Xiaoyao would actually think this through. But what of the 3rd bird?" "The 3rd, Mu Guozhu said, having devoured the last piece of pancake, chuckled slyly. "Xiaoyao has made a promise. If this matter is settled, he'll have his sister-in-law personally cook dumplings for us." "Really?" Qiao Guozhu, who had been dozing off, suddenly sprang up from his chair, his eyes gleaming with a dazzling light, steam billowing from his nostrils. "Are you serious? Of course. Would I lie about such a thing? He told me directly over the phone, and his sister-in-law was right beside him." "Ha ha." Qiao Guozhu burst into joyous laughter, as the saying goes. "Nothing compares to dumplings for a delicious meal. Cough, cough. You scoundrel Qiao, I've recorded that phrase. I'll send it to Xiaoyao and his sister-in-law." "Whoa, Yuan Xiangyi. You disrespectful elder. If you dare send it, I'll forward all your study materials to every female soldier in the base." While Qiu Chantian was bustling about concerning Yi Lingchen, the latter stood in the principal's office of Linhai No. 1 High School. Present, besides Ning Wuhan, were Qin Tai, the president of the Linhai Adventurers Association, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi. Upon entering the principal's office, Yi Lingchen was momentarily taken aback by the assembly. He quickly deduced their intentions and smiled. Greetings, Elder Qin. Hello, Principal Ning. You summoned me here regarding the online situation, didn't you? Ning Wuhan shot him a glare. Exasperated. You little rascal, how can you be so carefree? The entire dragon country is in an uproar because of you. Indeed. Mu Lingxi added with concern, Little Yi. Do you realize that those keyboard warriors have formed an anti-Yi alliance, declaring they want to bring you to justice? Exactly. My foolish cousin even called me, asking for your address so he can rally people to protest against you. Zhang Wei chimed in. Yi Tian, Yi God, we are undoubtedly on your side. Just say the word, and I'll carve a bloody path for you. We can defect from the dragon country and establish our own kingdom on an island in international waters. Henceforth, you will be the supreme leader, and I, Li Jun, will be a founding father. The crowd fell silent. Is this what they call a brainless fan? Idol worship is truly terrifying. Just 2 sentences in. And you want to claim a throne? Yi Lingchen hadn't anticipated that Li Jun, usually timid, would speak so fiercely regarding this matter. He twitched his mouth, quickly waving his hands. Li Jun, please calm down. Everyone, I encountered members of the anti-Yi alliance just before coming here. Yi Lingchen recounted the events briefly. Ning Wuhan furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Lingchen, this might put you at a greater disadvantage. We are in a sensitive period, and you've summoned abyssal creatures. If the media captures this. Qin Tai, who had remained silent, shot a fierce glare at Ning Wuhan. Look at you, quaking in your boots. I believe his actions are commendable. Young people should be bold. Lingchen, go ahead and act with confidence. If trouble arises, I'll shoulder it all. My dear uncle, do you not think this is chaotic enough? Ning Wuhan rubbed his temples. After a day and night without sleep, he had been making calls to gauge the situation. In his view, due to the immense controversy surrounding Yi Lingchen, he feared his qualification for the college entrance examination might be revoked, and he could be summoned to the capital for investigation. The news he gathered seemed to confirm his suspicions, with the Ministry of Education holding meetings to discuss the matter. Friends in the capital suggested that most believed he should not be allowed to take the exam under the current circumstances. Left with no choice, he had to leverage his connections, bringing his uncle, Qin Tai, to assist once more. Before Yi Lingchen's arrival, they had already conferred. Yet, even Qin Tai felt powerless. Despite his fame and strength, he could not intervene in educational affairs, especially given the national uproar. As he had stated earlier, he might not be able to accomplish other tasks, but ensuring Yi Lingchen's survival was not mere bravado. Observing Qin Tai's calm demeanor and the concerned gazes of the others, Yi Lingchen felt warmth in his heart, his nose tinged with emotion. Since losing his parents at the tender age of 10, he had seldom experienced such care. This was different from the usual pleasantries. He was now an outcast, reviled by all. Standing beside him at this moment required immense courage. Yi Lingchen rubbed his nose and bowed deeply to Qin Tai, Ning Wuhan, and Zhang Wei. I am profoundly grateful for your concern and unwavering support. This kindness, I, Yi Lingchen, shall remember. As long as I draw breath, I will repay you. Chapter 68. I have a plan. Lingchen, what are you doing? Ning Wuhan quickly reached out to lift him up. Exactly, little Yi. We are brothers. We could never abandon you. Li Jun added, even if the entire world turns against Yi God, I will stand by your side. If they wish to kill you, they must first step over my corpse. The crowd was taken aback. Brainless fan, please be quiet. Li Jun, your words are so gallant. I'm at a loss for words. Mu Lingxi pouted, playfully teasing. Laughter erupted, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Lingchen, you need not worry excessively. Remember, the college entrance examination is not the only path. If they truly create difficulties for you, join the Adventurers Association instead. Also, I heard that Xiao Changtian flew to the capital overnight, seeking out the 4 Guzis regarding your situation. Qin Tai informed him. What? Yi Lingchen was taken aback. Zhang Wei and the others were equally astonished into silence. Only Mu Lingxi, upon hearing Qin Tai's words, had a flicker of thought in her lively eyes, pondering something. Yi Lingchen was genuinely touched by Xiao Changtian's actions. He had only met him a few times. As an elder, it was understandable to show concern for a junior. But for him to seek out the 4 Guzis on his behalf was a significant favor. Was it merely because of his potential? Or because he possessed a hidden profession? Yi Lingchen did not delude himself into thinking he held such influence. Regardless, this kindness was etched in his heart, and he vowed to repay it, no matter the outcome. Lingchen, for the next few days, do not concern yourself with anything. I will inform you the moment there is news from above. If necessary, you can take a break with your friends, Qin Tai suggested. Yi Lingchen nodded noncommittally, his gaze flickering with a hint of uncertainty, leaving others to ponder his thoughts. After a brief exchange, the group decided to depart. Just as they exited the school gates, Yi Lingchen abruptly halted. Xiao Yezi, why aren't you leaving? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Do you all believe in me? Yi Lingchen suddenly posed the question. What do you mean? Of course, we believe in you. All right then. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Lingchen's lips as he ushered the 3 into a secluded area, whispering, I have a plan. 10 minutes later. Wow. Xiao Yezi. You're like the hidden dragon of the internet realm. Zhang Wei exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Li Jun wore a sly grin, saying, what a coincidence. Yi Shun. One of my family's businesses is a second-hand trading platform. A mere 100,000 phones. Don't worry, I'll get them for you today. Just need the venue. I'll handle this matter, Mu Lingxi interjected. While my family hasn't delved into second-hand equipment, securing the venue is no trouble at all. We have warehouses by the port. Hey, you all are so impressive, and I'm just here unable to help. Zhang Wei exclaimed in frustration. Who said that? Yi Lingchen clapped Zhang Wei on the shoulder. I recall your keyboard warrior status has reached the skies, hasn't he it? Zhang Wei's face flushed as he sheepishly scratched his head. You know what my subordinates are like. I'll leave the copywriting to you. Just teach them how to use it without any barriers. You'll be the commander. Am I the commander? Zhang Wei pointed to himself. The other three nodded emphatically. Ha. Xiao Yezi, rest assured. I'll make sure this task is executed splendidly. Great. We're all brothers. It's settled then. Let us not delay. We'll start immediately. Mu Lingxi added. By the way, Xiao Yezi, if you walk down the street now, you might get recognized. It's best if you don't go home. Come hide at my place for a while. No need. Yi Lingchen shook his head seriously. Cece, I appreciate your kindness, but I absolutely cannot go to your home. Please don't be upset. I've considered this thoroughly. I cannot leave any evidence. The Mu family is powerful, but if word gets out that they're sheltering me, public opinion can be lethal. All right then, Mu Lingxi relented. In that case, Zhang Wei and I will head to Li Jun's place since he has an empty house. We can also brainstorm the copy together. Okay. Mu Lingxi gazed at Yi Lingchen with a hint of concern. Since that's the case, I'll head back first. I'll get back to you about the venue by noon at the latest. With that, she hurriedly ran to the Mu family car waiting at the school gate and sped away. Hey, Xiao Yezi, why do I feel Mu Lingxi is acting a bit strange? Zhang Wei furrowed his brows, watching the departing vehicle. Strange? What is strange about it? I find it a bit odd too, Li Jun chimed in. She seems to be in a hurry. Securing the venue is just a phone call away, so why the rush? Meanwhile, in the Mu family's car, Mu Lingxi, having distanced herself from the school, pulled out her phone and opened her contacts, staring intently at a string of numbers. After a full 5 minutes, she seemed to gather her resolve and pressed the dial button. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was answered. A kind voice came through the line. Oh, isn't this our little Cece? What made you think to call Grandpa? Are you not doing well over there? Is someone bullying you? Tell me who it is, and I'll send someone to take care of them. Mu Lingxi shook her head helplessly. Grandpa, who would dare bully a member of the Mu family? Oh, so you're not being bullied? Then what is the reason for your call? You haven't called me in a year. You must have something important to say? Seemingly seeing through her intentions, Mu Lingxi blushed and pouted. Grandpa, if you keep this up, I'll hang up. I just missed you and wanted to check in. Ha. When did our Cece start speaking so sweetly? You're just like your father. I know you too well. Now, tell me, what do you need from Grandpa? Feeling a bit hesitant due to his direct questioning, Mu Lingxi fell silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. Cece, are you in a relationship? Mu Lingxi, caught off guard while organizing her thoughts, gasped. Grandpa, what nonsense are you saying? I'm still in my 3rd year of high school. What relationship? Her face turned crimson. Hee. Little girl, do you think I can't see through your little thoughts? Tell me, is it about that Yi Lingchen kid? Mu Lingxi's mouth dropped open in shock. After a moment, she let out a resigned sigh. As expected of you, Grandpa. You truly are wise. Chapter 69, 100,000 Internet Trolls. Having had her intentions exposed, Mu Lingxi ceased pretending. Her long, fair legs elegantly crossed over one another, showcasing the undeniable poise of a Mu family young lady. Grandpa, I'll speak plainly. Please do not believe those rumors online. Xiao Yi Lingchen is not that kind of person at all. Oh, the elder laughed at her words but quickly turned to shout at a roadside stall. Hey, don't forget to add scallions and brush on more sauce. Do you want chili? More. Grandpa, are you even listening to me? I'm listening. What did you just say? Mu Lingxi's grip tightened around her phone, causing it to emit a distressed creak. Lady, don't take your frustrations out on that old man. I'm just a poor little phone, all right? Mu Lingxi took a deep breath to steady herself. Grandpa, Yi Lingchen is not a bad person. What is being said online is not trustworthy. You can't condemn him based on mere whispers. Is that so? The elder casually accepted a warm pancake, unhurriedly responding. As the saying goes, it takes 2 to tango. A fly doesn't buzz around an egg without a crack. Are you sure he is completely innocent? Grandpa, here is what happened. Mu Lingxi recounted the events at the Tianyuan Abyss as swiftly as she could. The elder listened, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, even slowing his chewing pace. Grandpa, are you listening to me? Why aren't you speaking? Grandpa, seeing the silence on the other end, Mu Lingxi grew anxious. If you wrong Xiao Yi, don't blame me. Cece, have you learned to threaten me now? What are you planning? If you wrong him, I'll take Xiao Yi and defect from Long Country, find a deserted island on the high seas to rule, where he can be the king, and I'll be the queen. Cough. The elder spat out a mouthful of pancake, coughing violently. Who have you been learning this from? You dare threaten your old grandpa? Isn't it because you've been biased and have disappointed your granddaughter? Though she feigned anger inside, she was already overjoyed with her cleverness learned from Lingchen. The elder wiped his mouth in embarrassment. Cece, you must trust Grandpa. We will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Justice will be served for that boy and the public. Really? Mu Lingxi's eyes brightened. Though the elder's words sounded official, her keen intellect immediately grasped the underlying meaning. When has Grandpa ever lied to you? Hee. You're the best, Grandpa. She chirped sweetly. After a few more exchanges, they ended the call. Uncle Sue, let us not head home just yet. Let us go to the port. Mu Lingxi, in high spirits, instructed the driver. The luxurious Mu family car sped toward the port. After hanging up, Mu Guozhu shook his head in bemusement. This young man possesses quite the charm. Not only does that old rascal Xiaoyao support him, but even the girl Cece seems to have fallen under his spell. In a few days, the truth will reveal itself. At that point, I must ensure Cece is well protected. To aspire to be a son-in-law of the Mu family, one must demonstrate true capability. With that, he held a pancake in one hand and strode purposefully into the distance. Just a couple of steps away, an angry shout erupted from behind. Hey, I haven't paid for the pancake yet. The situation surrounding Yi Lingchen had escalated dramatically online. The incident in which he reprimanded the members of the Leaf Alliance had been captured on video and disseminated across the web. Upon witnessing the 20 ferocious-looking orc warriors, countless spectators were left agape. The online discourse had reached a fever pitch. No one cared about the intricacies of the events. Rather, the exaggerated grievances and slander from a few members became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Lingchen was now purportedly threatening the ordinary populace with his abilities. Following the release of the video, this narrative was firmly cemented. A deluge of insults and doubts flooded in. Numerous individuals petitioned beneath official accounts, calling for a severe crackdown on the heretic Yi Lingchen. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, Qiu Changtian's phone rang. Picking it up, he was met with a message from Mu Guozhu himself, causing his pupils to constrict instantaneously. His hands clenched into tight fists, the joints cracking with the intensity of his rage. Moments later, he seized the office landline. Hello, it's me. I have a lead on Yi Lingchen's situation. The information has been dispatched to your phone. Investigate immediately. The recipient of the call was momentarily taken aback. Upon reviewing the message, his expression shifted dramatically. See, Commander, you must be joking. Don't be absurd. Do you think I have time for jest? But. There are no buts. Proceed with the investigation. If this is all a misunderstanding, it's one thing, but if it isn't, Qiu Changtian's words trailed off, his gaze turning icy, enveloping the entire office in a palpable aura of menace. With a crash, the teacup on the desk shattered, for Qiu Changtian was genuinely enraged. At 8 p.m., within the bonded area of the Linhai port, Yi Lingchen and Zhang Wei stood before a colossal warehouse, rendered speechless by the sight. Zhang Wei swallowed hard, exclaiming, having money is truly wonderful. Yi Lingchen, in turn, gave a hearty thumbs up to Mu Lingxi, saying, Cece, your efficiency is absolutely unparalleled. Mu Lingxi blushed at the compliment, playfully sticking out her tongue. Little Yezi, this is the first time you've praised me. Really? Ahem. So when is Li Jun arriving? I just called him. He should be here shortly. As they conversed, a large cargo truck rolled into the factory area. Ye God, I'm here, Li Jun exclaimed, leaping from the passenger seat of the truck, scratching his head in embarrassment. I'm really sorry. I was overly optimistic about obtaining the 100,000 phones, and in the end, I had to beg my dad to secure them all. There's no need to apologize. This was my request to you. Yi Lingchen clapped Li Jun on the shoulder. All right, we have the venue and the materials. Cece, please clear the area of unrelated personnel. Rest assured, it's already taken care of. 10 minutes later, only Yi Lingchen and his 3 companions remained in the factory, surrounded by a staggering 100,000 humanoid abyssal creatures. Each creature held a smartphone, already connected to Wi-Fi. Anyone present would surely be rendered unconscious by the overwhelming atmosphere of the abyss. Fortunately, these creatures were contained within the warehouse. Otherwise, such a dense aura would have drawn immediate attention. All right, enough chit-chat. Proceed according to Zhang Wei's instructions. Everyone, strictly adhere to the commands. Understood? Yi Lingchen projected his thoughts to the 100,000 creatures. Gagaga. Understood. X100000. Zhang Wei, the next steps are in your hands. Let us commence. Absolutely. Chapter 70. A War Without Gunpowder. In the bonded area of the Linhai port, who could have anticipated that on this night a staggering 100,000 abyssal creatures would gather? These beings, meticulously chosen by Yi Lingchen, possessed considerable intelligence. This legion could have easily swept across Linhai City overnight. Yet they now appeared solemnly engrossed in their devices, led by Zhang Wei, faithfully embodying the role of dedicated keyboard warriors. 100,000 water army. This was the counter-offensive strategy conceived by Yi Lingchen. Kill. That was out of the question. Even if he desired to eliminate the online keyboard warriors, he could not possibly uproot them all. However, given Yi Lingchen's character, he would never sit idly by. If the wicked play dirty, then I shall retaliate in kind. If I cannot extinguish you, I will at least vex you. Throughout the day, he and Zhang Wei remained sequestered in Li Jun's apartment, crafting their counter-offensive narrative. Naturally, Zhang Wei took the lead in this endeavor. If Li Jun was a master of verbal sparring in reality, then Zhang Wei was the equivalent online. Although he might be somewhat tongue-tied in conversation, his dexterous fingers were not to be trifled with. If there were ranks among keyboard warriors, Zhang Wei would undoubtedly be a celestial master, having never lost a battle of wits. Anyone who dared to engage with him faced a singular outcome: being insulted into oblivion and forced to retreat. According to Zhang Wei, he could even shatter the resolve of his opponents. To put it bluntly, should he so desire, he could drive the adversary on the other side of the screen to the brink of despair. Of course, Zhang Wei was not a malevolent tyrant. He wasn't so cruel. Furthermore, he had always stood on the side of righteousness. When he did strike, it was with the force of a thunderbolt, delivering a decisive blow. For instance, upon Lingchen proposing the plan today, an entire strategy materialized in Zhang Wei's mind within moments. If Lingchen was the internet's hidden dragon, then Zhang Wei was the true phoenix among men. Zhang Wei, commander of the internet's celestial keyboard warriors and the 702 self-defense counterattack, was ready to unleash his wrath, initiating a cleansing operation across the entire internet of Manhwa. Considering that these 100,000 warriors were abyssal creatures, despite possessing intelligence comparable to humans, they lacked an understanding of human language. Thus, learning on the fly would prove impractical. Zhang Wei tailored the approach, translating all the narratives into codes corresponding to a standard mobile phone keypad, categorizing them meticulously. When to attack, when to defend. The art of feigned retreat, deception, encirclement, and various stratagems were all meticulously crafted, forming a comprehensive SOP for engagement. With this arsenal in hand, he firmly believed victory was not just attainable. At 9:30 p.m., after nearly an hour and a half of brief training, the battle commenced. Everyone, heed my commands. First Division, engage Target 1. Second Division, initiate preliminary harassment on Targets 2 to 6. Zhang Wei's voice resonated throughout the warehouse, amplified by his berserker abilities, ensuring every creature could hear him clearly. Of course, the creatures could not comprehend his words. That wasn't the crux of the matter. With Lingchen by his side to provide translation, a mere thought was all that was needed. They simply had to observe the numbers Zhang Wei pointed to on the massive wall. Each number represented a specific strategy, encoded and dispatched to every creature. No one anticipated that a war sweeping the entire internet had quietly begun. Within a cramped room of an aging tenement in Loning District, Linhai City, a space converted into a shared rental, a young man was intently typing on his phone, his excitement palpable as he rapidly composed messages. His eyes sparkled with an exhilarating glow, and he was utterly oblivious to the drool cascading from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, he resembled a man reaching the pinnacle of ecstasy. If Lingchen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the young man in his 20s who had led the Anti-Yi Alliance to disturb his doorstep during the day. In reality, he was even less formidable than the infamous Sana. He typically relied on an array of deceitful online tactics to scrape together a meager existence. Yet this time, it seemed as if the heavens had opened a window for him. Following the eruption of the Lingchen incident, he metamorphosed into a champion of justice, quickly joining forces with like-minded individuals scattered across the nation to establish the Anti-Yi Alliance. The unfolding events surpassed his expectations. Within a day of its inception, the alliance burgeoned to a scale that left him somewhat intimidated. This tasted sweet to him. The timid figure he was in reality had transformed into an online KOL, rallying alliance members to launch a campaign against Lingchen. He even began charging a membership fee under the guise of assessing loyalty, declaring that only those who paid a 10 yuan fee could truly become members of the alliance. Those he deemed significant and seeking promotion to leadership roles were required to pay even more. Thus, he swiftly orchestrated an offline offensive, intending to achieve fame through live streaming, solidifying his title as the leader. However, during the day, he was soundly slapped in the face by Lingchen, ultimately incurring costs for broken glass and receiving a stern lecture from the police. Initially, their actions warranted detention, but given the situation's magnitude, the police opted for a more lenient approach, focusing on reprimands. Moreover, as the principal figure, Lingchen had yet to appear, allowing these individuals to escape unscathed. For reasons unknown, that night, the Alliance's new members began to multiply at a terrifying rate, with so many joining the QQ group that he found himself overwhelmed. While he busied himself devising a new plan against Lingchen and tricking people into paying membership fees, he suddenly noticed some discordant voices emerging on social media platforms. Some individuals were singing the opposite tune. At such a critical juncture, there were still those attempting to vindicate the heretics. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Yet, within merely half an hour, the situation began to shift unsettlingly. Those dissenting voices engaged in heated arguments with the Anti-Yi Alliance members, igniting fierce confrontations across various social media platforms and even within their QQ group. The same turmoil erupted in the regions managed by the other founding members of the Anti-Yi Alliance. What shocked him most was the clarity of these dissenters' viewpoints. Their words were incisive, and while they never explicitly defended Lingchen, their undertones were supportive of him. The elegance of their prose and the skillfulness of their arguments left him and countless members of the anti-Yi alliance in a state of shock. Where did these individuals spring from? Get them. Return their insults tenfold. He roared in frustration, summoning all his resources to mount a counterattack. Thus began a war devoid of gunpowder. Chapter 71. The Fleeting Anti-Yi Alliance. Caught off guard, the Anti-Yi Alliance quickly organized a fierce retaliation amidst the chaos. The alliance's members were a motley crew of all ages and backgrounds, from an elderly woman of 80, who claimed to be terminally ill and resorted to selling her sob story, to a naive 13-year-old girl proficient in unboxing videos. For a time, both sides exchanged blows, each claiming victories and defeats. In a bonded warehouse within the bonded zone, Lingchen, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi clutched their phones, anxiously scrolling through online updates. This epic verbal battle was nothing short of breathtaking. Even facing a lord of the abyss like Eric's, Lingchen had never felt such tension and thrill. His heart raced. Blood pressure soared, and as he read the increasingly aggressive comments, he felt a burning resentment. Beside him, Li Jun and Mu Lingxi were equally affected. Though Mu Lingxi was the daughter of the Mu family, she had never encountered such a spectacle. The offensive comments shocked her to the point that her delicate face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly, nearly crushing her phone in anger. As for Li Jun, he was so incensed that he nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. I thought my words were formidable, but compared to this lot, I feel like a mere child. He fumed, his lips trembling with indignation. What is this? You haven't seen the worst yet. I once witnessed a keyboard warrior fabricate a scandal about a female college student, weaving an intricate narrative about her life. The prose was so compelling that it could have been a novel. Within 3 days, that young woman was driven to suicide. Such a thing happened. Li Jun exclaimed in astonishment, a fierce glint of vengeance flashing in his eyes. I don't know if you share my sentiment, but why not let the abyssal monsters wash over Manhwa? These people are rotten to the core, mere parasites. They are worse than those abyssal creatures. Zhang Wei, observing the real-time developments, issued new orders to several units with a calm demeanor, saying, Little Jun, it's not that I doubt you, but your impulsive tendencies reveal a lack of composure. We should draw these people to the battlefield. If they're this formidable, they could breach the abyss with just their keyboards. Meanwhile, Lingchen, who had remained silent, felt a twinge of uncertainty as he listened to their banter. Zhang Wei, the enemy's counterattack appears quite robust. Can our side withstand it? Why do you say that? Little Yi, have faith in me. I am a professional. Zhang Wei replied confidently, patting his chest. This is a battle, not a mere brawl. In commanding such a large-scale conflict, we cannot merely pursue relentlessly. We must control the overall situation and set the pace. While they seem to be gaining ground now, everything is part of my strategy. The more they revel in their success, the more devastated they will be when they fall. Impressive. I didn't realize you were this capable, Lingchen remarked, surprised, silently giving Zhang Wei a thumbs up. As expected. Just when the Anti-Yi Alliance thought they had regained control and were poised for a comeback, Zhang Wei made a new move. Various provocations emerged, inciting the undisciplined members of the Anti-Yi Alliance to become increasingly agitated. Some began to hurl insults without restraint, their language becoming appallingly vulgar. They no longer cared about right or wrong, devolving into a rabble of foul-mouthed scold. Seeing the opposition lose their composure, Zhang Wei's lips curled into a knowing smile. Relishing the moment, you think you can challenge me? You've fallen into my trap. Indeed, Zhang Wei swiftly adjusted his strategy, adopting the role of a victim and executing a ruse of self-sacrifice. The more he played this card, the more vehemently the Anti-Yi Alliance lashed out, wishing for his demise. The verbal battle escalated to a point of no return, prompting the departments responsible for monitoring public sentiment across major social media platforms to take action. The platforms were inundated with profanities, posing a significant crisis for them. If left unchecked, not only would users object, but higher authorities would also seek accountability. Consequently, the platform administrators swiftly intervened, silencing the accounts of Anti-Yi Alliance members who had engaged in vile language. Some, whose insults were particularly egregious, faced permanent bans. This series of actions inflicted severe damage on the Anti-Yi Alliance, leaving them weakened. One of the young founding members was so furious he nearly exploded. The situation had finally tilted in favor of Lingchen. Unable to sit idly, the young man resolved to take matters into his own hands. The other founding members rallied to his side, stepping into the spotlight. This was precisely what Zhang Wei had been waiting for. So, the dogs have finally shown their faces? It's you I want to target. As the clock silently struck 1:30 in the morning, the battle had raged for a full 4 hours. The members of the Anti-Yi Alliance were left disheveled, suffering grievous blows both mentally and physically. In stark contrast, Lingchen's summoned abyssal creatures were far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. They could easily endure for another entire day. Ultimately, the counterattack commenced. Zhang Wei personally took to the front lines, facing off against the young man. This time, he embodied a loyal member of the Anti-Yi Alliance, questioning the young man's abilities. Why did you not charge directly into the heretic's lair? Why did you not set the heretic's stronghold ablaze? Why did you not seize a weapon from the police to eliminate the heretic? Why did you not wager your life against those creatures? Why did you willingly allow the police to take you away instead of leading us to break through the encirclement? Why did you let the heretic escape? Were you afraid? Or was it a deliberate act? I see it now. You are the heretic's mole within the alliance. What a masterful deception. I believe the leadership of the anti-Yi alliance should be entrusted to someone more capable. You are unworthy. Each probing question struck the young man like daggers, piercing deeply into his heart. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed, overcome by rage. Zhang Wei's relentless questioning awakened many members to the truth, prompting them to rally and demand the ousting of the inept founders of the anti-Yi alliance. In an instant, a conflict of differing ideologies morphed into a civil war within the anti-Yi alliance. Thus, without shedding a drop of blood, Zhang Wei seized control of the anti-Yi alliance, being unanimously elected as the new sole leader. Lingchen and his companions were left in stunned silence. Zhang Wei, I believe your awakening to a combat profession was a mistake. Had you awakened as a speaker, we might have reached a conclusion already. What Yishin said is true. Someone like you should not be on the front line advocating violence. You should be leading. Zhang Wei, my Mu family could use someone of your talents. Would you be interested in working for us? The corners of Zhang Wei's mouth curled into an exaggerated grin, more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. He struck a pose of disdain, presenting his supposedly invincible profile to them, and casually remarked, "This is merely the beginning. Do not rush. The best is yet to come." With a slight smile, he tapped lightly on his phone screen. In the next moment, the anti-Yi alliance disbanded. Chapter 72, The Hidden Hand. At the moment of disbandment, the anti-Yi alliance crumbled. Countless members stood agape, their thumbs paralyzed on their screens, unsure of what to do. Those already muted were even more bewildered, lost in confusion. If you think this was the end of the story, then you are sorely mistaken. Following the disbandment, various Q groups dissolved in succession, leading to the complete collapse of the anti-Yi alliance's entire structure. Before Yi Lingchen and his companions could regain their composure, Zhang Wei's next decisive move, though delayed, arrived. He emerged as the new leader of the anti-Yi alliance, exposing the true faces of the previous founders on social media. He enumerated their myriad crimes, particularly their exploitation of membership fees under the guise of recruitment, which bore the hallmarks of fraud. His impassioned accusations resonated deeply, compelling many members to realize that they had been deceived, used as pawns while willingly parting with their money. The members were genuinely furious this time, and a larger-scale assault targeting the founders commenced. At that moment, it was discovered that one of the founders, the young man from Linhai City, had gone missing. Speculation ran rampant about him fleeing with the funds or evading justice. Some had already alerted the authorities, while more clamored online for the capture of these fraudsters. In truth, the young man had indeed gone missing, but not out of fear. He had been taken to the hospital by ambulance, still unconscious. Thankfully, he remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the shock of the accusations. The next day at noon, after nearly 15 hours of fierce struggle, the battle concluded with the disbandment of the anti-Yi alliance. Yi Lingchen's side emerged victorious. The triumph was exhilarating, a narrative that seemed far-fetched even for fiction. No longer did anyone online question whether Yi Lingchen was a heretic. The focus shifted entirely to the vehement denunciation of the founders. Reports surfaced of several founders attempting to exploit their positions to solicit female members, although they had not succeeded due to time constraints. Such despicable behavior incited righteous indignation among many. The 100,000 abyssal creatures had long since been recalled by Yi Lingchen to their lair, and he instructed Gades to reward them. At that moment, Li Jun raised his phone in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look! Someone has established the Anti-Yi Alliance 2.0. This is utterly ridiculous. Anti-Yi Alliance 2.0. The group exchanged bewildered glances. The name was ludicrous. Zhang Wei sheepishly scratched his head. That was my initiative." Everyone stared, incredulous. "Wait, are you really this ruthless? Is this a campaign to eradicate them completely?" In response to their confusion, Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "This is not an extermination. Their actions have breached the law. Bringing them to justice is my duty as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom." Li Jun's lips twitched. "Your righteous demeanor leaves me speechless." Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingchen turned to Zhang Wei and the others with a serious expression. "This time, I sincerely thank you all. Come on, why the emotional outburst? Little Yi, I should be the one thanking you. This truly gave me a thrill. I owe my gratitude to you. Yi Shun, this is what we should do. Little Yi, if you feel indebted to us, how about giving each of us a kiss?" Mu Lingxi winked mischievously. Yi Lingchen's face flushed. "In that case, I suppose I must offer my first kiss. Zhang Wei, come here. You are the greatest contributor. The first kiss must be yours. Get out of here. Mu Lingxi, if you want little Yi to kiss you, just say so. Don't drag me into this. Don't run. Come back here. Help. Yi Shun, how about I begrudgingly eat a crab? Ugh, go away." In the Teo Weiyuan community by Jinji Lake in Suyuan City, one of the city's premier luxury estates, Chiao Chiao sat in the spacious living room of Villa Number 8, sipping fragrant tea while meticulously arranging flowers. As the principal of Suyuan First High School, her income was substantial, yet such a lavish mansion was beyond her means. However, this villa truly belonged to her. Chiao Chiao had a profound passion for flower arranging, often losing herself in the beauty of various blossoms in the living room or garden during her leisure time. She relished the sensation of having beauty within her grasp, manipulating it at will, much like her previous actions against Lingchen online. After the three-school exercise concluded, Chiao Chiao wasted no time in commencing a series of plans targeting Lingchen. These plans had begun to take shape in her mind while she was still on the precipice of Tianyuan, and by the time she returned, they were rapidly refined. Chiao Chiao possessed an extensive network, largely owing to her profession. Yet, amongst those she interacted with, none were aware that such a strikingly beautiful and successful woman was, in fact, a formidable online strategist. In public, she was the principal, an awakened individual with powerful auxiliary combat abilities. Privately, she was a digital warrior. When the time came to select her profession, while others yearned for combat roles, she alone prayed to draw the lifestyle profession known as hacker. Alas, destiny had other plans. She ultimately awakened into a combat profession that countless envied. This outcome did not deter her. The power she wielded online granted her a thrill she could never experience in her mundane life. The intoxicating sensation of manipulating the fates of strangers led her to lose herself. One of her most illustrious achievements was crafting an intricate narrative that drove a female college student majoring in education to suicide. This student, a graduate of Suyuan No. 1 High School, had once lamented online that the last place she wished to attend was Suyuan No. 1, as it was too competitive for her to endure. Consequently, Chiao Chiao bore a grudge against her. No one suspected Chiao Chiao's involvement. She adeptly concealed her identity in the vast realm of the internet. Even if someone did uncover her, what of it? Her brother, Chiao Chantian, was the vice commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region. With such connections, no one dared to challenge her. True to this, leveraging her family ties, she ascended the ranks effortlessly, evading military service and securing the position of principal at Suyuan No. 1 High School. For her scheme against Lingchen, she merely planted a seed and allowed her online minions to nurture it, ultimately culminating in a scandal that sent shockwaves throughout the Dragon Kingdom. After orchestrating all this, Chiao Chiao diverted her attention back to her floral arrangement hobby, eagerly awaiting the news of Lingchen's disqualification from the college entrance examination and ensuing investigation. In her eyes, Lingchen, a child without a background and an orphan at that, stood no chance against her. What could a hidden profession or a full life mean to her? He was still a pitiful wretch. If he dared to provoke her, she would ensure his downfall from social disgrace to a fate worse than death, leaving him clueless about his demise. Moreover, she had the backing of another individual in this endeavor. This person, though not residing in the Dragon Kingdom, was her most trusted online partner. They had never met but shared kindred spirits. It was this person who managed the online minions, allowing her to act without concern. For this particular scheme, she had only exchanged a few words with them, and they had seamlessly agreed, with this accomplice even more eager to assist her than before. Typically, they would connect via voice chat every few hours to share updates and progress. However, a full day had passed, and this person seemed to have vanished without a trace. A disquieting sensation gripped Chiao Chiao. Her hand trembled, accidentally severing a blooming flower, transforming her once perfect arrangement into a ruined creation. In a fit of anger, she smashed the vase along with the floral arrangement to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. An ominous premonition surged within her like rampant weeds. Chapter 73, The Capture of Chiao Chiao. Ding dong. Just as she shattered the vase, the doorbell rang. Chiao Chiao surveyed the glass shards and wilted flowers scattered across the floor, a rising irritation welling up within her. Who could it be? She muttered under her breath, annoyed, before making her way to the sofa. Moments later, the housekeeper hurried in, her face tinged with panic. Principal Chiao, what is it? Why are you stammering today? Chiao Chiao's brow furrowed, her mounting frustration becoming difficult to contain. There are 7 or 8 vehicles outside, claiming to be from the military district. They request your presence, the housekeeper said cautiously. Military district? Chiao Chiao paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. Could it be something regarding my brother? If he needed me, he would have called. He wouldn't send someone to fetch me. With this thought, she reached for her phone and dialed Chiao Chantian. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The familiar voice of a magnetic female echoed on the line. Unable to get through? Chiao Chiao frowned. Such occurrences were rare unless Chiao Chantian was in a meeting or on a mission, perhaps within a secret area. However, if he were in that situation, his phone would typically be entrusted to his secretary or a bodyguard. After a moment's hesitation, Chiao Chiao approached the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of 20 soldiers in uniform standing at attention, their expressions grave. At the forefront was Sun Lin, the minister of the intelligence department of the Central Military Region, a man she recognized from a few prior encounters. Minister Sun, to what do I owe the pleasure? Chiao Chiao inquired politely. Principal Chiu, I come on the orders of Commander Chiu to seek your cooperation in an investigation. Cooperation in an investigation? Chiu was taken aback. What incident? It's not convenient to discuss here. Please accompany us, Sun Lin replied vaguely, leaving Chiu uncertain of his intentions. Yet, his earnest demeanor suggested he was not lying. Moreover, he would not dare deceive her using her brother's name. Concluding this, Chiu nodded, very well. Allow me a moment to prepare, and I shall accompany you. Sun Lin smiled, seemingly relieved. Returning to her villa, she instructed the housekeeper to clean up the shattered remnants in the living room before heading upstairs to change. As she held up her usual suit in front of the mirror, she suddenly froze in place. Staring intently at her reflection, cold sweat began to bead upon her brow. Something was amiss. Cooperate in an investigation? Wasn't that the typical phrasing of the police or judicial authorities? Moreover, as military personnel, they had neither the right nor obligation to apprehend individuals directly. Could it be? A loud buzz filled her mind as realization struck. Something had gone terribly wrong. They were not seeking her cooperation. They intended to arrest her. Damn it! How could this happen? Who leaked the information? As blood rushed to her eyes, her expression twisted into one of sheer rage. No, I cannot allow them to capture me. I must flee. Now. She discarded her formal attire, quickly donning a set of athletic wear, and swung open the bedroom window, leaping out. The window overlooked the backyard, a verdant expanse that seamlessly connected to the mountains beyond the community. Though she had never been on the battlefield, Chiu hailed from a combat profession, her physical prowess far exceeding that of the average person. Within moments, she reached the forest's edge, just a step further, and she would cross the low iron fence and escape the gated community, affording her ample time to conceal herself. Just then, Sun Lin's voice called from behind her. Principal Chiu, taking the back exit is a bit of a detour. As his words fell, a dozen soldiers emerged from behind the iron fence ahead, while Sun Lin and the others had already encircled her from behind. A wave of dread washed over Chiu. She turned to face Sun Lin, her expression darkening as she demanded, "So you truly have come to arrest me?" Sun Lin raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "It wasn't our intention. But your attempt to flee indicates you are likely involved in this matter." "What?" Chiu paused, realizing that they had merely been suspicious, lacking concrete evidence. Had she fled prematurely? Yet, if she did not escape now, once in the military district, her fate would be sealed. As she hesitated, Sun Lin waved his hand, commanding, "Seize her." The fact that she was the sister of a high-ranking official no longer mattered. As the individual specifically targeted by Chiu Changtian, she was now a criminal. All the soldiers present were awakened once. Upon receiving their orders, they charged toward Chiu without a second thought. They did not care who opposed them. As soldiers, they were bound to obey commands, even if it meant confronting a deity. Although Chiu was an auxiliary profession, she was level 60, and the soldiers did not surpass her in level. Relying on their numbers and coordinated efforts, they engaged her in a fierce battle, resulting in a stalemate. However, the command was to capture alive, not to kill. Even if they possessed the capability, they dared not take each other's lives, resulting in a somewhat constrained battle. As the enemy's grip tightened, Chiu grew increasingly anxious, and with a steely resolve, she thought, "Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, she suddenly leapt into the air, spinning thrice like a top. A haze of dark green mist emanated from her body, swiftly enveloping the soldiers besieging her. In the distance, Sun Lin's eyes widened in shock. This was bad. Retreat quickly. Alas, his warning came too late. A total of 15 soldiers were ensnared by the mist, a potent toxin instantly enveloping their bodies. They had no time to utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Poison. A most lethal poison. Sun Lin's eyes reddened at the sight. He had never expected that they would dare to kill. The toxin Chiu employed this time was far more formidable than that used against Li Jun previously. It was a matter of subterfuge, but now it was outright murder. Witnessing the encirclement shattered, a sinister smile crept across Chiu's lips as she swiftly fled toward the iron bars. Sun Lin, infuriated, bellowed, "Anyone who dares to harm me shall pay with their life." In an instant, the seemingly refined demeanor he once possessed transformed into that of a hellish demon. His military uniform ripped apart as his body expanded explosively, radiating an overwhelming aura. He towered at an imposing 2.5 meters, resembling a colossal giant. His crimson eyes locked onto the fleeing Chiu as he bent his legs slightly, leaning forward. The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as Sun Lin vanished from his original position, leaving behind a crater marred with spiderweb-like cracks. In that instant, he broke the sound barrier, morphing into a supersonic humanoid war machine, and in less than a second, he appeared behind Chiu. In her flight, Chiu hadn't even the chance to glance back before a searing pain shot through her right arm. A sickening crack resounded, accompanied by a spray of blood. Her right arm was shattered in an instant, along with extensive fractures in her right rib cage. She was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through 5 or 6 trees before thudding to the ground, unconscious. Where she had just stood, Sun Lin's formidable figure loomed quietly. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his usual stature, though his eyes remained of vivid crimson. He approached the unconscious Chiyo, his gaze filled with unmasked murderous intent, coldly stating, "Regardless of your identity, anyone who dares to kill my soldiers of the Dragon Nation must be prepared to face the consequences." With that, he seized one of Chiyo's legs, dragging her back like a dead dog. Chapter 74, Good News and Bad News. In the Central Military District Command, within Xiao Changtian's office, Sun Lin stood before him, still clad in the tattered remnants of his uniform, his expression grim. "This is how it happened, Chief. I apologize. Please dismiss me. It was my fault for severely injuring your sister. I lost my composure at that moment. She killed 15 of my brothers. Xiao Changtian's face darkened ominously as he interrupted Sun Lin. "Xiao Sun, you did nothing wrong. While Chiyo is indeed my sister, her actions in slaying so many soldiers are inexcusable. I may be her brother, but first and foremost, I am a soldier. Rest assured, I, Xiao Changtian, shall avenge them. I promise you." He paused momentarily, then added, "But she cannot die just yet. We need to gather evidence. Evidence to implicate Lingchen." Sun Lin felt a twinge in his nose. "Thank you, Chief. I understand. Before coming in, my subordinates reported to me that Chiyo's computer indeed contains some materials related to this incident. But what?" Xiao Changtian pressed. "But we also discovered additional information indicating the involvement of foreign forces. Your sister has maintained close ties with someone abroad for years, particularly in the days surrounding the Lingchen incident. Their communication has been alarmingly frequent, averaging once every 2 hours." "What did you say?" Xiao Changtian rose from his chair, slamming his fist onto the table, creating a large dent, as if the situation needed to escalate further. Sun Lin took a deep breath and continued, "Chief, at this point, I am not afraid of your anger. Your sister has likely been colluding with them for quite some time. While we cannot access the content of their conversations, we tracked the IP address to a location in the island nation." "The island nation? You mean?" "Indeed, that damned island nation. Your sister has probably been used as a pawn." Sun Lin nodded gravely. Hearing this, Xiao Changtian closed his eyes in anguish, tilting his head skyward. Anger, helplessness, heartbreak, and confusion coalesced within him, plunging the vice commander of the military district into a whirlpool of complex emotions. Sun Lin stood silently across from him, not uttering a word, merely observing. He understood that Xiao Changtian's internal turmoil was far more profound. On one hand lay the 15 fallen soldiers, on the other, his own sister. Moreover, this matter involved foreign forces, elevating it beyond a mere ordinary case. Furthermore, the military's unauthorized apprehension could lead to significant pressure from public security and legal authorities. Although the vice commander was unlikely to face severe repercussions, higher authorities would undoubtedly exploit this incident. Even under the looming threat of the abyss, the Dragon Nation was not a monolith. Where there are people, there are complexities. Those in high positions tread on thin ice, and Xiao Changtian was no exception. The office was enveloped in silence. The sound of a falling needle would have been distinctly audible. This oppressive atmosphere lingered for a full 5 minutes before Xiao Changtian shattered the silence. He regained his former authority, addressing Sun Lin with solemnity. "Xiao Sun, given the gravity of this situation, we must ensure the music plays on. Regardless of the outcome, we owe it to Lingchen and the higher-ups an explanation. Since Mu Guozhu personally reached out to me, it signifies his tacit approval of our course of action. Investigate boldly and bring those bastards from the island nation to justice. Worry not about the aftermath. I will handle everything. As for the 15 brothers." At this point, a resolute glint flashed in Xiao Changtian's eyes. "Rest assured. Once the dust settles, I will provide you and all the soldiers with an explanation." "Yes, Chief." Sun Lin stood at attention, solemnly saluting Xiao Changtian, his eyes reddening as he turned to leave the office. Alone in the room, Xiao Changtian collapsed heavily back into his chair, appearing to age a decade in an instant. Having weathered countless storms without flinching, he now felt an unfamiliar weight of anguish. After all, she was his own sister. Yet she had committed such heinous acts, implicating Lingchen, triggering a nationwide uproar, and murdering 15 soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Most grievously, she had colluded with foreign forces. This was tantamount to treason. Xiao Changtian rubbed his aching temples, his expression shifting from pain to chilling resolve. "Xiao, it is the brother's fault. I have spoiled you over the years. I share in the responsibility for this matter, and let us bear it together as siblings." The operation to apprehend Xiao was conducted in secrecy. No one was aware that the mastermind was she. The online uproar against the founders of the Anti-Yi Alliance continued to rage, with law enforcement already mobilizing to apprehend them. Thus, it seemed that events were gradually shifting in favor of Lingchen. Concurrently, Lingchen received an unexpected call from Principal Ningwuan. "Lingchen, I truly did not anticipate the rapid shift in public opinion online. I suspect that external forces are at play." Ningwuan, in high spirits, engaged in conversation with Lingchen over the phone. Lingchen stifled a laugh. He dared not reveal the truth to the other party, fearing it might provoke a heart attack in Ningwuan. "Fortune favors the brave, haha. Principal Ning, I wonder if there is good news? You, my dear child, cannot hide anything from you. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" There is bad news too." Lingchen paused, of course. He wanted to hear the good news first. I'd rather not hear the bad news. Ning Wuhan, bemused, replied, whether you want to hear it or not, you must. First, the good news. You are eligible to participate in the college entrance examination normally. Oh, is that it? Aren't you even a little bit excited? It's just SOSO. You rascal. Ning Wuhan gritted his teeth and continued, the bad news is. Not listening. I refuse to hear it. Shut up. The bad news is that the format of this college entrance examination has changed, and all of you must go to the battlefield. Ning Wuhan relayed the information at lightning speed. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Hello? Lingchen, are you there? Yes, Principal Ning. You're not joking with me, are you? Nonsense. Would I joke about something this significant? Moreover, when I say everyone, I mean all graduates nationwide. What do you mean? All graduates? Please don't tell me that even those pursuing awakened life professions have to go. Haha, you guessed correctly. How astonishing is it not? Believe me, when I received the news, I thought I had misheard. Ning Wuhan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. As his words settled, Lingchen's astonished exclamation echoed through the phone. What the heck? Which fool came up with this idea? Did they get their head stuck in a door? Chapter 75, The Final Opportunity. The college entrance examination in Manhwa is entirely different from that of Lingchen's previous life. Candidates for awakened life professions undergo a unified skills assessment, while those in awakened combat professions face a more straightforward evaluation, combat. Traditionally, college entrance examinations were conducted in a few formats, either through secret realm races or team PKs. Lingchen had done some research and had a basic understanding of past examinations. Of course, for him now, secret realm racing felt like child's play, and team PK was akin to mere sparring, devoid of challenge. The new examination method indeed caught him off guard. Hearing Lingchen's lament, Principal Ning revealed a mischievous smile. Fool. Lingchen, I respect you as a man. I recorded that phrase. I'll send it to Xiao. So, this foolish idea originated from that old coot. I should have seen it coming. Lingchen's lips twitched slightly. Principal Ning, I suspect they will distribute a soul orb to each combat profession candidate and evaluate their final ranks based on the number of souls collected. Am I correct? Oh my. You've even learned to buzz in with answers. How did you know? Now it was Ning Wuhan's turn to be surprised. How did I know? Haha. That old coot is notoriously stingy. He intends to have all the candidates work for him. Lingchen thought to himself, truly, a penny saved for a wedding. A dime saved for a hair-raising experience. He had encountered frugal individuals, but none quite as extravagant as Xiao. With his abilities, harvesting souls would be as effortless as cutting chives. Yet, he refrains from getting his hands dirty, opting instead for an approachable persona. Lingchen could easily guess that this old coot would justify it as an opportunity for youth training. He had monopolized all the lofty rhetoric, leaving no room for rebuttal. In truth, the abyssal battlefield is no longer the tumultuous war it once was, and sending students to the battlefield is, indeed, a rather innovative, albeit risky, idea. It maximizes personal safety while cultivating their courage, allowing these young individuals to confront the harsh realities of life sooner, fostering rapid growth. Ironically, the soul collection aspect becomes the least significant part of the equation. The amount of souls these candidates could gather pales in comparison to the total of 3.8 billion. Merely a drop in the ocean. Viewed from this perspective, perhaps Xiao truly did choose this method to foster their development. With this realization, Lingchen felt his previous suspicions about his intentions were somewhat petty. Although, on the surface, the primary format of this college entrance examination still resembles a race. The battlefield and secret realm are two entirely different concepts. Historically, the secret realm races were uniformly arranged by the Dragon Kingdom Examination Institute. While not absolutely safe, they were certainly secure. The battlefield, however, presents a different scenario. Although the official authorities would undoubtedly implement certain safety measures, such as deploying undercover protection, the battlefield is fraught with unpredictability. A moment's oversight could lead to dire consequences. Thus, even when the Education Ministry Examination Institute received this directive, there was initial skepticism. However, upon learning that the order originated from Xiao himself, no one dared to voice dissent. Even those with reservations kept silent. In the face of scrutiny, Xiao's response was straightforward. Either comply or leave. How could one not acknowledge him as humanity's strongest? Such a response exuded a poetic quality that could raise one's blood pressure. After absorbing this news, Lingchen had an epiphany. Previously, when he inquired about entering the battlefield in Tianyuan, it turned out that Xiao had been planning this all along. The day before the examination, all candidates must gather at school, and then the military will dispatch a special aircraft to transport them to the battlefield. Don't be late, young man. Ning Wuhan advised a few more times before ending the call. On that very day, countless high school seniors nationwide received this news. The evening news program made a nationwide announcement. In an instant, public opinion erupted. Some were elated, others skeptical, while many expressed concern or even dread. Faced with the stark choice of either participating or withdrawing, some ultimately chose to forego the college entrance examination. After all, not everyone is brave enough to enter the battlefield. Young individuals in awakened combat professions have various paths to pursue. They could easily register as members of the Adventurers Association, utilizing their abilities to undertake commissions for sustenance. While it entails certain risks, it is certainly preferable to facing the battlefield. A life lived with one's head on the chopping block is not something everyone can endure. Consequently, the fervor surrounding this matter completely overshadowed the previous incident involving Lingchen, emerging as the new focal point of attention. This college entrance examination will be broadcast live nationwide. Such an unprecedented event renders the fate of an outlier irrelevant. Lingchen, naturally, relished the newfound leisure, opting not to continue grinding levels like Zhang Wei and the others, but rather to enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. He meticulously cleaned his living space until it sparkled. Of course, as the esteemed Lord of the Abyss, how could he possibly do it himself? He summoned a horde of subordinates to handle the task. He had a premonition that after this college entrance examination, he would likely be absent for quite some time, within a prison under the jurisdiction of the Central Military District. In a cell that appeared relatively clean and tidy, Qiuqiu's hands and feet were firmly secured by special shackles. These shackles were custom-made, a high-tech invention developed under the guidance of the previous brain of the future in Manhwa, capable of directly restraining an awakened individual's professional abilities, rendering them as ordinary as anyone else. At that moment, Qiuqiu, clad in prison garb, disheveled and with a grim visage, gripped the iron bars in front of her tightly, shouting hysterically at the middle-aged man across from her. "Qiu Changtian, you beast! I am your own sister. How could you treat me this way? Our parents in the heavens would be furious to see you like this." Such insults and accusations have persisted for a full 10 minutes since Qiu Changtian entered this cell. Throughout it all, he remained silent, merely observing Qiuqiu's performance from behind the iron bars. From the outset, the other party feigned profundity, transitioned to lamenting and weeping, and has now descended into a state of hysteria. Qiu Changtian found himself utterly perplexed as to which version of Qiuqiu was authentic. The sorrow that once glimmered in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by a profound sense of disappointment. "Qiu, silence. You are not worthy of my calling you that. It is I who have spoiled you, leading to the wretched being you are today. I bear a significant share of the blame for this." "Humph, Qiu Changtian, cease your self-indulgent sentiments. You think you are deserving? I cannot abide your lofty demeanor. Who do you believe yourself to be? I, Qiuqiu, am no less than you." With a cold smirk, Qiuqiu released her grip and leaned back, her entire presence reminiscent of a proud queen seated upon the unforgiving, frigid bed. "All that I, Qiuqiu, have achieved is the fruit of my own labor. Do not delude yourself into believing you contributed to my success. Without you, I may well have thrived even more." Qiu Changtian sighed. "Qiu, regardless of the circumstances, as a teacher of the people and the head of a school, it is utterly unacceptable for you to conspire against a student. A farce. That wretched little creature, and that Ning scoundrel. Had they not interfered, our Su Yuan No. 1 high school would undoubtedly have triumphed in this tri-school exercise. Because of him, that diminutive beast. Everything has been ruined. How dare he defy me? I merely delivered the punishment he deserved. But what about the other student? You poisoned him as well. He too deserves his fate. Anyone who dares to defy me, who shows me disrespect, shall meet their end. They must perish." Qiuqiu replied coldly, her eyes ablaze with icy malice and resentment, devoid of any hint of remorse. Qiu Changtian was profoundly shaken by this version of Qiuqiu. Had he not repeatedly verified that she was indeed Qiuqiu, and not a victim of brainwashing or possession, he would have sent her to a psychiatric institution long ago. His heart turned to ice, and his voice became equally frigid. "Qiuqiu, you have betrayed the innocent, colluded with external foes, and most heinously, you have slain 15 warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Your crimes are beyond redemption." He paused momentarily, articulating each word with gravity. "As your brother, I offer you one last opportunity to atone for your sins. If you successfully complete this task, I shall ensure your survival."